I'm about to yap about Gumball for 12 hours by compiling a marathon of my best videos so that you can fall asleep. But if you're unemployed and have 12 hours of free time where you can watch this whole thing, I mean, be my guest? Wait, no, actually don't do that. That's stupid. Literally do anything better with your life. From looking at every show that copied Gumball to finally solving the case of the creepy clown, we're doing it all. Starting by going over what happened to every forgotten Gumball character. Out of Gumball's hundreds of characters that they've introduced over their 7 seasons, there are 18 specific ones that have been forgotten over time and were phased out as the show moved on. From some characters with their entire gag being that they're forgotten, to characters that actually stopped showing up. Today, we're gonna look into what happened to every single one of them. Starting with Rob, who has some of the deepest lore out of anybody in this video. Before he became what we know him as today, Gumball's arch-nemesis used to be nothing but a background character with no purpose. He first appeared in the pilot episode, just standing in the background. He made his first appearance in the real show in the episode The Party from season 1, where again, he's just in the background. But after a few more background appearances in the show, he was quickly forgotten and can be seen in the Void, a place where all things and characters are left forgotten, labeled as mistakes. This is until the episode The Nobody, when Gumball and Darwin are accused of stealing from the family and are punished by missing a trip to the museum, which they could care less about, but they start getting curious and discover a mysterious stranger living under their house. After a chase around town, the stranger finally admits that he stayed there because the Wattersons never notice. He says he's a nobody and that he's trying to figure himself out. He's trying to find a purpose. And after going through a bunch of choices, Gumball and Darwin decide to give him the role as a villain to help him fit in, which sparks something in his brain. And he remembers that he's Rob, who escaped the Void after being ignored, leaving him disfigured, giving him finally something to live for.
I will be your worst nightmare. I will destroy everything you care about. I will take away everyone you love. I will be your nemesis.
Oh, cool. Glad we could help.
From seasons 4 to 6, Rob really lived up to his role as the main villain of Gumball, with memorable episodes like The Disaster, The Rerun, The Bus. The final episode he appeared in was the last episode of Gumball, being The Inquisition, and in this episode, we get left on the biggest cliffhanger in Gumball history.
Oh no, it started.
And when season 7 came around, we got nothing, and we've not seen any of Rob or the Void in this season so far. So I wonder if we'll ever get an explanation for the Void or on where Rob's character went. But while Rob was able to go from a nobody to a main character in just 1 season, the same cannot be said about Molly. She first appeared in the episode The Third, along with other characters in the schoolyard. However, she quickly proved to be a boring character, so much so that they gave her an entire episode based on how boring she is.
I'm on hall monitor duty, so I'm monitoring the halls. That's what a hall monitor does.
And hey, it's not me saying it, but whatever happened to Molly? Well, after proving to be a boring character, she was eventually cast out of the side characters and completely vanished from season 2, only showing up in background photos. This isn't until the episode The Void, where we learned where Molly has been the entire time. It starts off with Gumball and Darwin watching cheerleading practice when the pyramid collapses, injuring the cheerleaders and making the boys suspect that something is missing. Then, out of nowhere, Mr. Small, wearing a tinfoil hat, tells them to
Look for what's not there. Look for what doesn't make sense.
I think we're looking at it right now.
At Darwin's locker, they notice locker 116 doesn't exist. The yearbook reveals erased photos, and Gumball realizes that the missing person is Molly, who no one else remembers. So with Mr. Small's help, they investigate, finding a hidden photo in the gap where locker 116 should be. They track it back to her missing treehouse, discover a tear in reality, and get pulled into the Void. In here, they find Molly frozen up in her treehouse, house, free her, and try to escape as the void closes. Reuniting with Mr. Small, they escape with his van just in time. This was the last episode where we find a forgotten character in the void, but the rest of the characters in this video haven't just been to the void being forgotten and came back. These characters actually disappeared forever, and who better to start with than Rachel? Her first and final appearance was in the episode The Party, where she throws a party that you can only show up to if you have a date. But after this, she would only show up in a few other episodes with the rest of her family or montages of previous episodes, only for her to completely disappear, with no mention of her name again. So what happened to her? Well, there are multiple reasons for her disappearance. The first reason is because the creator, Ben Boclet, along with some staff and team members, disliked her character and design, saying that it's because we weren't fond of her voice and design. But you're right, writing a teen girl is pretty hard. I wish I was a baby. However, the original tweet is deleted, so we don't know exactly if this is really about Rachel or not. We also know that if you don't like a certain character, you can always change them to be more likable or important to the series. Just look into how Rob went from a side character to a main antagonist in just a few seasons. The second reason appears in the spin-off series titled Darwin's Yearbook, a short series that focuses on multiple different characters. But in the second episode, Clayton, we finally get an answer for what happened to her.
Yeah, I've been meaning to ask. What happened to your sister Rachel?
Oh, she's gone.
Gone? Like, gone the way of the dinosaur?
No, gone to college, obviously.
But that wouldn't stop fans from theorizing. The third reason is a theory that she was consumed by the void. This would make much more sense, because something I didn't mention was that even though she disappeared from the show completely, she still appears in comics, walking around with the other characters. This helps disprove the second explanation that she went to college, because realistically, she would be around the same age as Gumball and Darwin, who are 12 and 10. Yeah, something isn't adding up. So I think if we want the best answer, it's most likely that she was consumed by the void, considered a mistake by the showrunners. But while Tobias' sister is probably floating around somewhere in the void, whatever happened to the clown? His first appearance was in the episode The Procrastinators, where he sends a message to Gumball and Darwin from Nicole, reminding them to take out the trash.
I've got a telegram for Gumball and Darwin Watterson. Take out the trash, it could be done in a flash. If you do the math, you could avoid your mom's wrath. Signed, Nicole Watterson.
Since then, the clown would leave an eerie mark on the show, appearing in multiple episodes and also sparking many theories across the internet. And if you want to hear more about that, I have an entire video about the clown. But we can just assume that the clown is still lurking, just as unsettling as ever. But the truth is, he isn't who most people think. For example, in the episode The Ghouls, the ghosts and ghouls lost their scare and have to take normal jobs. One of them is the clown, but it doesn't end there. At the end, when Gumball helps Carrie bring back the scare, the clown appears, not to scare Gumball or Darwin, but to thank them.
Thanks, guys.
He would appear again in the episode The Heart. He seems very scary, but immediately says hi to them.
Hey.
With no intention of killing them whatsoever. Since he is also a clown, he most likely does what clowns do best, scaring people. But in reality, he could just be minding his own business and attending birthday parties or whatever you see clowns do nowadays, I don't know. But while the clown is scaring fans to death, whatever happened to Sussy's parent? They first appeared in the episode The Pony, celebrating Sussy's birthday party and even offering Gumball and Darwin $1,000 to stay.
Okay, let's cut to the chase. I'll give you $1,000 if you stay.
Their first and last major appearance would be in the episode The Love, where they're an example of how a relationship can get messy, but probably not messy in the way that you're thinking about. So whatever happened to them? Well, most likely nothing serious, and they're probably just at home taking care of Sussy as usual. But there's also a real chance we'll never get to see them again. With season 7, The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, Mick Graves, who voiced Sussy's dad, and the one and only Banana Joe, is absent from the new series. This is why Banana Joe's voice sounds completely different from the original.
Who's hiding behind this mask? Oh no, sorry everyone, it is just Rob. Excuse me.
And for Sussy's dad, Mick Graves not only voiced him, but he also portrayed him. And unlike Banana Joe, who was a bigger character compared to Sussy's dad, it's unlikely he'll ever be recast, which is why I believe he'll never return. The same may apply to Sussy's mom, Sarah Fell, who portrayed her and has no credits in season 7. She's still credited for the up-and-coming Gumball movie, so there's still a chance that she can return. But it does seem like both of them moved on to work on Elliot from Earth, and now other projects. So who knows if we'll ever see Sussy's parents again. But while the fate of Sussy's parents remains a mystery, whatever happened to Ant 2? His first and last appearance was in the episode The Recipe, where he was created by Gumball and Darwin, who were curious on how Anton always came back after dying multiple times. But after a mix-up between Ant 2 and the real Anton, the episode ends with Ant 2 in Anton's place.
Look, man, I'm so sorry for what we've done. We played with life and didn't think of the consequences. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us, and we can still be friends.
Still be friends!
Leaving us to wonder if Anton is truly gone and if Ant 2 is meant to replace him. But Anton dying isn't exactly unusual. After all, he can be brought back with just the right toaster temperature. So whatever happened to Ant 2? Well, just like the original Anton, he's almost certainly met the same fate. He's a piece of bread, like what do you expect? And while you can bring him back, he's not the real Anton. So it doesn't make sense to have two pieces of bread running around Elmore. So unless someone accidentally undertoasts their bread, Ant 2 is most likely gonna stay dead. While Ant 2 may be gone, whatever happened to Albert? He first appeared in the episode The Responsible, who was hired as a babysitter, but not that type of babysitting.
Hi, I'm here to sit on the baby.
What?
Well, duh, I'm the babysitter.
Which of course gets a door shut straight in his face. His final appearance is in the episode The Finale, where he is seen among the rest of the Elmore citizens after the water sins. So where is this monster now? Well, technically he has appeared in other episodes. However, these episodes would show him with completely different looks and names.
Who are you sending this to?
Oh, Mickey Maintenance.
Which is why I would stop there and probably say that he's in jail. But if we're really saying that this is Albert, he could be in a disguise, having new looks and names so he can change jobs, since he's most likely a certified cupcake lover, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's not normal to go around and trying to sit on babies' faces, so he's most definitely on the run, changing his name and looks so he doesn't get arrested. But while Albert is running from the cops, whatever happened to Anais' doppelganger? In the episode The Copycats, while sampling the exotic food section, Gumball and Darwin run into Chi-Chi and Ribbit, two siblings who look exactly like them. And then we see that it's not just Gumball and Darwin who have copycats, but the entire Watterson family, all except for one, Anais. Or does it go deeper than that? The show that Gumball is making fun of is Miracle Star, a Chinese ripoff created to advertise goat milk of all things. Which is why the main character is a goat, but the bootleg didn't include one character, that being Anais. At the time, China had a one-child policy, so her being absent was probably to make note of not only that, but also the country's censorship and history with women's rights. It's also a darker reference to the one-child policy's era's reality, of girls often being aborted or abandoned, showing that the reason that some characters are absent is darker than you think. But whatever happened to Uncle Phil? Their first and last appearance is in the episode The Traitor, where he is popped by Gumball and Darwin after trying to confront Alan for canceling their meetup.
That was my Uncle Phil!
And then is used as gloves for Alan and his mom's surgery.
It's over there. We've got this.
Sorry, Uncle Phil.
And while that surgery was, well, I guess you could say it was a success, whatever happened to Uncle Phil afterwards? Well, the story actually continues into season 5. In the episode, The Fuss, when Nicole sees balloons outside. Thinking it was all set up by her family, she goes outside to find Alan and his family that are mourning the death of a family member, with Uncle Phil being nowhere to be found. There's only one possibility that could have happened. Everyone comment rest in peace Uncle Phil, or should I say rest in pieces. But finally, we get to the last characters in this video, who all appear in the episode The Others, which consist of Claire, Jared, Wilson, Mr. Cornell, Rainbow Octopus, Gregor, Bulldog, and Mole. The episode starts with Anais and Darwin watching Gumball fail to go Super Saiyan in the school hallway. When Anais heads to class, Gumball and Darwin are surprised to learn that she attends the same school and is actually in a grade above them, which it took them 4 seasons to realize this. But this leads Anais to point out that there are more students than just Gumball's class, opening their eyes to the rest of the school.
Yes! And believe it or not, some of them have even more interesting lives than you.
So this leads me with one question. What happened to all of these characters? Well, for the whole episode, we focus on a character named Claire Cooper, who is heartbroken and convinced that her story has to end badly. She's stuck on the idea that life is full of disappointments and there's no room for happy endings. But after realizing the type of world they live in, Gumball and Darwin refused to give up. And in the end, they were able to give her the happy ending that she never asked for, where her father was given a new job at the Rainbow Factory, her house was brought back by Miss Yoda Thumb, and crowning her and Jared prom king and queen of Elmore Junior High. And while the episode ends here, the story isn't quite over. While Claire Cooper kept appearing in the show, next up is Wilson, whose body is split into different parts, showing his many sides, from cheerleader, football player, and even a goth. Claire says that's where he struggles. That's when Gumball and Darwin jump in, narrating on behalf of how they're gonna help Wilson find himself. So after giving Claire her happy ending, their egos weren't satisfied enough, so they had to help Wilson too. And it might have not been as over the top as Claire's ending, but I bet they were still both able to help Wilson, even if they had to force themselves onto it. Next up, we got Claire's geography teacher, Mr. Cornell. At first sight, he seems like the cool teacher, but Mr. Cornell might not be the frog he thinks he is, because in the Inquisition, when Principal Brown is finally done doing his job, after who knows how many years he's been avoiding his duties, we learn that Mr. Cornell did 8 years of hard labor before becoming a teacher.
Elmore Penitentiary.
You worked in a prison?
Well, I did 8 years hard labor, which I guess is technically work.
Basically saying he has a possible darker side, one that we've never seen before. And as much as I want to give him a dark past, he says that he's on the run for something crazy that he did. He's most likely still teaching, just next time you're gonna have to pay more attention to him, because who knows what he has planned, and who knows what he might do in season 7, where we haven't seen him yet, or any of these characters. That leaves us with 4 more, and these ones are pretty relevant. We got Rainbow Octopus, Gregor, Bulldog, and Mole. They're all new classmates that we see in the hallway after Gumball finally notices the rest of the school. Since this show always follows Gumball's point of view, he rarely pays attention to the other students, so we don't learn much about them. For now, all we know is that they're still hanging out around the school, popping up in the background from here and there. Hopefully that changes if we get even more Gumball in the future. But that's all the forgotten characters that I could find. You better subscribe or you'll be forgotten. Nah, that was mean. I mean, you don't have to subscribe, but it would be cool. But because we're on the topic of forgotten characters, now let's shift gears and finally figure out what happened to all of Gumball's characters who only made one appearance. Starting with Chi-Chi, Ribbit, and their parents, who made their one and only appearance in the episode The Copycats, where the creators of the amazing world of Gumball directly called out Miracle Star, a Chinese ripoff of the amazing world of Gumball. We get introduced to these characters when Gumball and Darwin meet Chi-Chi and Rabbit in a store on the tropical foods aisle. After realizing that they're copying everything they do, Anais comes up with a plan to stop them once and for all. Her genius idea is for them to start doing dangerous things until the fake family gets scared and stops copying their actions. Unfortunately for both families, this idea didn't go as planned. So now the Wattersons have to go a step further and nearly off themselves in the process by driving a fuel truck that's already on fire that's about to explode any minute. Luckily for them though, Anais is smart enough to reach the hook and unhooks it right before the disaster. And as for the other family, because they don't have a little sister, they can't do it and meet their unfortunate fate by falling down with the unfinished road and ultimately exploding with their truck. But what happened to Chimera, whose only appearance was in the episode The Friend, where it's Anais's birthday, and unfortunately for her, she has no friends to come to her party. Thankfully though, she has two brothers who want to make her feel better, so they help her with an imaginary friend. And what do you know, after a minute of their imagination, this thing they describe actually comes to life. And he is the perfect friend for Anais because he is just as awkward as her. The four of them end up having a blast at the party. That is until they find out that Chimera isn't actually an imaginary friend, but a real-life intruder who breaks into people's homes trying to find a friend. After finding this out, the police surround the house and try to get him to cooperate, but the kids won't give up their new friend that easy. They set up a bunch of traps Home Alone style for the cops, and after outsmarting every single cop that comes into the house, Donut Cop threatens to send in Nicole to get rid of him.
You got 30 seconds to get out or I'm sending in your mother!
Okay, there's a very slim chance of any of us surviving that.
That's when Chimera came out of the house and blew himself up with Coke and Mentos. But not to worry, as we see him rebuild himself that same evening, saying goodbye to Anais. I hope this guy comes back. Anais really needs a friend. But whatever happened to my boy Chris Morris, who is a school pet hamster who has never left his cage since he was born. And in the episode The Burden, Gumball and Darwin are in charge of taking care of him for the weekend. At first, they're annoyed because he's boring, ugly, and old. But quickly, they change their mind when they see how cool Chris Morris actually is. When Gumball was on a date with Penny, she really liked the fact that Gumball loves animals and is good at taking care of them, even saying that he's possibly marriage material. And with Darwin, Chris Morris listened and was always there for him when he was crying in the park because Gumball didn't let him be a third wheel on their date. There was only one slight problem with all this. The hamster they were taking care of wasn't actually Chris Morris. It was actually some of Principal Brown's hair that he was waxing off earlier that day. Realizing that Chris Morris was at school all alone without food for the whole weekend, they rushed to rescue Chris Morris. What they don't know is Chris Morris actually enjoys being free and doesn't want them to put him back in his cage, so they start chasing him around the school. The police eventually come because the fire alarm was going off, and just as they were about to get caught, Chris Morris helped them hide with him. Gumball and Darwin decide to let Chris Morris live his final days out in the wilderness like a free and proud hamster should. And ever since then, Chris Morris was never seen again. But what happened to Howdy, Frank, and Grady, who made their debut and final appearance in the episode The Puppets? Gumball and Darwin find them when they're going through their old toys in the attic. Gumball, however, tells them that he can't keep playing with toys forever because he'll never grow up. Darwin doesn't listen though and secretly puts them on his hands and starts playing with them. One thing leads to another, and next thing you know, they're evil and want their revenge on Gumball and Darwin for abandoning them. After breaking Gumball's game console, they take Darwin into a bizarre imaginary puppet world, and the only way to save Darwin is for Gumball to go into that same world. The only way that Gumball can get there is if he puts the Grady puppet on, and when he gets to the world, just as he's about to rescue Darwin, Grady reveals that he actually isn't on Gumball's side, but he tricked him in order to trap him there as well. But unfortunately for the puppets, Gumball and Darwin aren't the type of people to go out without a fight. Eventually, they beat the puppets by pulling a loose string and escape the imaginary puppet world, destroying it and all of the puppets with them. However, the imaginary version of the puppets are destroyed, but not the real ones, as they get passed down to another kid at a yard sale. But ever since this episode, they have never appeared again. Next, what happened to the scary old man and scary old lady, who made their only appearance in the episode The Vacation? In this episode, the Wattersons were traveling to their camping spot through the desert, and they were amusing themselves themselves with scary stories. Nicole was pretty annoyed by the stories because they were stupid and distracting, so she came up with one herself. The story goes like this. There was a family on vacation who was traveling through a desolate desert when suddenly their car broke down. A mysterious toothless man who lived in the gas station came with his mom to offer them help and stay in a place overnight. It all seemed normal until it was dinner time and a scary old man and scary old lady ate them. Everyone liked the story and the family continued their trip, when suddenly, out of nowhere, their car breaks down. And exactly as the story goes, a toothless man came to the rescue. Everyone besides Nicole was skeptical about this after hearing the story. It turns out though, the man and his mom, despite their sketchy and scary looks, are actually quite nice and hospitable people. We see a mutant desert monster taking a scary old man and flying away with him. Poor dude. But what happened to my boy Jealousy, whose one and only appearance was in the episode The Flower? Jealousy is a pure manifestation of the emotion jealousy, and is capable of possessing anyone or anything. It all starts when Gumball and Darwin are watching Penny at the cheerleaders practice. Everything seems fine, however, things take a turn when Penny hugs Leslie, and the two walk off field together. This is where Gumball starts getting corrupted by jealousy. Under its influence, he becomes determined to break Penny and Leslie apart, no matter the cost. His actions escalate to the point where he nearly kills Leslie.
What have you made me do now? What's all this?
Plan B?
When his behavior is exposed, Gumball ends up in Principal Brown's office, but this does little to resolve the situation. Carrie then steps in with a solution. At her house, she, Darwin, Leslie, and Penny perform a ritual that resembles an exorcism to free Gumball from Jealousy's grip. While they succeed in expelling jealousy from Gumball, the entity goes rogue, possessing everyone in the room and causing chaos in Carrie's home. In the end, jealousy is defeated when Gumball realizes that Penny and Leslie are cousins and not in a relationship. This revelation dispels the jealousy, restoring peace and ending the entity's rampage. And ever since this episode, no one has become nearly jealous enough to bring this guy back. But I can easily see this character coming back though eventually, because Gumball has an ego bigger than the stratosphere. But what happened to the Virus, who makes their single appearance in the episode The Virus? This episode starts with Virus and his army preparing to invade the world. However, it's soon revealed that they're actually just microscopic invaders living on Gumball's hand. A hand he hasn't washed for months, all because Penny touched it. Terry, disgusted by Gumball's lack of hygiene, tries to convince him to wash his hand. When he refuses, she takes the matter into her own hands and forcibly washes it underwater. This act wipes out Virus's entire army, leaving only Virus himself alive. Enraged, Virus vows revenge for his fellow comrades. The rest of the episode follows Virus as he relentlessly tries to kill Gumball, Darwin, and Terry. And just when the trio is cornered with no escape, Gumball comes up with a clever plan. He taunts Virus, claiming he's not a true warrior if he can't face Gumball in a one-on-one fight. Falling for the bait, Virus emerges from hiding, but as a microscopic organism, he's no match for Gumball, who casually just steps on him, stopping him for good. But what happened to Frank Crease, who we get to know in the episode The Sweaters? The episode begins with Principal Brown calling Gumball and Darwin to his office with one simple task: show Sarah G. Lotto, a new transfer student, around the school. While walking, Sarah explains that in her previous school, Richmond High, there were rumors about Elmore High students being really hardcore. So Gumball and Darwin, being the idiots that they are, try to prove that, but fail miserably. After school was out, Gumball and Darwin wanted to go back home, but were quickly stopped by Troy and Carlton, challenging them to a fight to determine who is really hardcore. They, of course, don't accept the challenge, but the two are pretty determined on it. While at home, the doorbell rings, and there he is, Frank Crease. Pretty crazy guy, right? For the rest of the episode, he follows Gumball and Darwin non-stop until they finally agree to duel. If you're wondering what made them change their decision, well, of course, it's because of Penny. She tells Gumball that even though it's pretty heroic and attractive, she wouldn't want Gumball to fight. But who chickens out when their crush says something like that? The next day at Richmond High, it turns out that their duel was never supposed to be a fist fight, but instead, it it was a tennis match all along. Gumball and Darwin weren't trying to win, and they kind of just accepted that they were gonna get smoked. Frank Kreese tells Carlton to intentionally hurt Gumball as he says they looked like they were planning something. Carlton, although reluctant, goes through with this and hits Gumball, sending him to the school hospital. It wasn't a serious injury though, as he gets back on the field pretty quick, but then Carlton finally admits that they are actually hardcore. But another problematic one-time character is Daniel Leonard from the episode The Plan. But it turns out he's not an actual person, and he only appears in the kid's imagination. The episode begins with the kids finding a love letter to Nicole from someone named Daniel Leonard. They freak out and get scared that their mom might get taken away from them, so they come up with a plan to get rid of this Daniel Leonard guy. Their plan is to send him an email pretending to be Nicole, tricking them to meet him at a park so they can confront him and beat him up. Oh, and this is how they imagined him. Once they go over every single possibility happening in their plan, they start taking action, and as they're running to the park to get their mom back, they saw a huge sign saying Daniel Leonard. Turns out Daniel Leonard isn't a man, but a cosmetics brand that Nicole was using for anti-aging benefits. But what happened to Chicken Bucket, who is another one-time character we get to see in the episode The Law, where Gumball and Darwin were spotted jaywalking and got a ticket for it. While driving around in the police car, they were constantly saying how cops aren't cool, so Donut Cop decides to prove him wrong. After breaking the law multiple times and literally destroying half of the neighborhood, he finally gets his badge revoked and gets fired. Donut Cop is obviously very bummed about this, so Gumball tries to cheer him up by jaywalking right in front of him. This, however, didn't go as planned because when Felicity Parham saw Gumball breaking the law in front of an officer, she steals the ice cream truck and begins wreaking havoc throughout the city. In the end, she even took Chicken Bucket as hostage, but luckily for him, Donut Cop was there to save the day. But what happened to New Bobbert, who is a black, upgraded version of Bobbert, and his only appearance was in the episode The Upgrade. The episode begins with Gumball, Darwin, and Bobbert watching an ad from Bobbert Systems, a company who made Bobbert. This ad is about a new upgrade to Bobbert's system, so Gumball and Darwin make Bobbert download it and update himself. Everything was looking great until he started bugging and showing errors on his screen. Gumball and Darwin decided that they want their old friend back with his outdated system, so they went to Bobbert's store and asked for a downgrade. Unfortunately for them, they refused to downgrade him, but instead gave them a new Bobbert, and they sent the old one to a factory, presumably to be destroyed. Right after getting out of the store, they tell New Bobbert to locate the original one in order to save him. And after nearly dying in the process, Gumball somehow managed to install Bobbert's old system mid-air, saving both himself and Bobbert in the process. Next up is the Snatcher from the episode The Mirror. One morning, when Gumball was casually talking about him and Penny being a lovely-dovely couple, he suddenly got an email. And no, it wasn't from Penny, it was from someone called the Snatcher, and it said that Gumball is now cursed unless he forwards this email to 10 more people. And like most of us would, Gumball deleted the email not knowing the consequences it would have. The email also said that if he doesn't forward it, the Snatcher will first take all of his money, then his friends, and at last, his family. In school, Gumball tells Carrie about this, and without a moment of hesitation, she vanishes into nothing. And just as Gumball started to forget about the Snatcher, his money disappeared. Then, in the classroom, all of his friends started hating him because apparently he told Penny that she's fat. And lastly, when they got home, nobody was there. They got terrified of the Snatcher, so they went to ask help from Miss Yodaham. She gave them a special mixture that they were supposed to drop on the Snatcher to defeat him. While patiently waiting for him, the door suddenly opened and the family appeared out of nowhere. Out of fear, Gumball spilled the mixture all over them, wasting the only thing that could save them. Carrie, however, came just in time with a book from the underworld that had a permanent solution for the Snatcher. In the end, they defeated him and got their family and friends back. Another one-time villain is the Troll from the episode The Sorcerer. In the beginning, Gumball is bummed because he doesn't have any superpowers like many of his classmates. And after seeing Hector and his mother Miss Yodaham, Gumball comes up with the idea to learn magic from her. At first, she refuses, but after screaming witch hunt a couple of times, she quickly changes her mind and gives Gumball and Darwin to do some chores. Darwin seems to see right through her plan, but Gumball is convinced that this is all part of learning magic, even though she's literally just using them for cheap labor. Just as they finish cleaning the entire house, Miss Yodatham tells them they need to clean the basement too before she'll teach them any magic. But in the basement, there was one door that must never be opened. And like every kid, when you're told not to do something, of course you do it. And the next thing you know, Darwin is eaten by a troll. Now that the troll is on the loose, not only is the entirety of Elmore in danger, but Miss Yodathum could even face legal charges or even some jail time for this. So Gumball and her go out to defeat the troll. And with the help of magic, Miss Yodathum and Gumball manage to slow the troll down. Miss Yodathum gets eaten too, but luckily for Gumball, he accidentally found his weak spot, which was being absolutely annoying. And after trolling the troll himself, he finally spits out everything he's eaten and vanishes into nothing. But what happened to Attell and Bernie Klein, who are elderly goat siblings from Glory, Minnesota, who are touring around Elmore, and they only appear in the episode called The Ad. And in this episode, Richard spent all of his family's money on a horse. And so they're not completely broke, Nicole comes up with the idea to rent their house out to the goat people. And once the Wattersons were done showing them around the house, they went on a fake vacation. And when I say fake, I mean they literally didn't go anywhere. They just hid in the attic and were living out of the house they were renting out. The Wattersons now have to live alongside Ethel and Bernie secretly, and it was only a matter of time until something would go wrong. And finally, one night, Ethel and Bernie found Nicole and Richard sleeping in their own bed. This scared Ethel and Bernie so bad that they became instantly paralyzed. And since they were taking pictures of every moment on their trip, Nicole came up with the idea to fake the pictures while they were paralyzed in order to make them believe everything went well. Her plan was going smoothly, and just as they were about to pay rent, Ethel noticed a picture of them eating some spaghetti like in every cliche romance movie. And this instantly made them realize the lie the Wattersons have made, because they're not actually a couple. They're just siblings. So in the end, they left and refused to pay rent. But what happened to Mr. Grubber, whose only appearance was in the episode The Slip? He appears right in the beginning of the episode when Richard doesn't answer the door in time and misses a package. Mr. Grubber is a mailman, and the package was supposed to come as a final piece to Richard's puzzle. But apparently, Mr. Grubber is still outside the house, and Richard sees him just in time to take the package. Except Mr. Grubber doesn't want to give it to him, because those are the rules. After their argument, Mr. Grubber starts messing with Richard by hiding his package in various spots, setting time limits for how long it stays in each location, and making things even more complicated. Eventually, Richard finds the package, but Mr. Grubber hates losing his games, so he refuses to hand it over and tells him he'll have to collect it from the depot instead. Richard, being as lazy as someone could be, just orders the exact same thing again instead of going to the depot. I'd say Richard wins this one. But what happened to Azrael, who is Carrie's ex-boyfriend, and their one appearance is in the episode The Drama. And we don't know exactly when the two have been together because their relationship lasted 2 decades. Azrael appeared twice in this episode. First, we see him stumbling upon Carrie and Darwin's date, and the second time when they met up with Carrie in the cemetery to catch up. But what happened to my boy Fuzzy, who appeared in the episode The BFFs? And Fuzzy was Gumball's best friend before Darwin. The episode starts with Fuzzy ringing the Wattersons' doorbell, and Darwin answers and immediately feels suspicious of him. When Gumball sees Fuzzy, he completely loses it with excitement because they haven't seen each other in years. Ever since Fuzzy moved to Minnesota, Darwin quickly grows jealous, and for a good reason. It turns out Fuzzy isn't just here for a friendly visit. He actually plans to kidnap Gumball and take him back to Minnesota with him. Luckily, Darwin has secretly been following them the entire time, and in the end, he saves Gumball by knocking out Fuzzy with a shovel. But it doesn't last long because Fuzzy is actually a machine, and he reboots coming back to life and chases them down. Fortunately, his own former best friend before Gumball, Hank, intervenes and takes him away. But finally, what happened to Ant 1? Ant 1 is from the episode The Recipe, where Gumball and Darwin try to create their own Anton by using a recipe his parents gave him to revive him every time that he dies. And Ant 1 turns out to be a total disaster. He was burnt and immediately thrown in the trash. And this is what probably made him evil. He tried to use an army of toast to kill the original Anton, but Gumball and Darwin stopped him. And in the end, Gumball dropped him in the pool and he died. But those are all of the one-time characters in Gumball I could find. For years, one background character in the amazing world of Gumball has confused fans, sparked theories, and has gone completely unexplained. We're talking about the silent clown who appears in the background of multiple Gumball episodes, always watching and never saying a word. Today, we're breaking down who this clown really is, and we're gonna reveal the truth behind Gumball's most disturbing background character. The clown's first appearance was in the episode The Procrastinators. universe. And it turns out he might have actually been hired by Nicole. And this might actually be the reason he keeps appearing in the background throughout the series watching Gumball and Darwin. But it isn't until they decide to draw each other that the clown finally appears. When they reveal their drawings, Gumball gets mad at Darwin for including a creepy clown in his sketch, until he turns around and actually sees that the clown is real.
A scary clown through a window instead of a beautiful...
But here, the clown actually speaks, and he delivers a message from Nicole, reminding them to take out the trash.
Take out the trash, it could be done in a flash. If you do the math, you could avoid your mom's wrath.
And just as suddenly as he appeared, he disappears. What is his relationship with Nicole? And why did she send a clown to deliver a message to Gumball and Darwin in the first place? Well, this is actually a theory that's been heavily speculated by fans. While others believe the clown isn't watching Gumball and Darwin at all, he's watching us, waiting for the moment we stop paying attention, waiting for a chance to finally do something unspeakable to Gumball and Darwin. But he can't, not while we're still looking. And this is why we see him appear in the background of multiple episodes, never doing anything, never taking action, just watching. Sometimes he's barely there, stuck in traffic, or hidden in plain sight. Other times he's rolling through the town on the news, and there are even moments where he's not just in the background, like in the song Weird Like You and Me, where he's front and center, singing along with the rest of the cast, as if he's a part of the main characters. And in The Saint, he further proves how dark and twisted he can be, twisting Alan's parents into balloon animals at a birthday party.
Now, who wants to see balloon tricks?
No, please! I have a son! Dexter, make it stop!
As Alan smiles through the whore, the clown stares directly at us, while Alan's parents scream in agony, turning what should have been a cheerful moment into something really disturbing. He's not just a background character anymore looking at us, but is inserting himself into Gumball's world. And the only people that notice him are us. But why is everyone so terrified of this clown? I think I know what makes him feel so threatening, so out of place. And it might just explain all the confusion and misunderstanding that's had the entire internet in shambles. People first started noticing the clown when he showed up in the background of a few episodes, like The Joy, where he's just standing there watching everyone become joy zombies. Then there's the episode The Halloween, where he's lurking outside a gas station, barely noticeable unless you're looking for him. We also see him in The Poltergeist. His face actually shows up in the stars from a nightlight, and can only be seen if you look very closely. However, these appearances were never actually a part of the original series, but instead all were a part of the first episode of the Gumball Chronicles, which is a remix series that reuses footage from the main show, sprinkling some new scenes into it. And in the first episode, it was exactly that, in The Curse of Elmore. It starts with a scene from The Ghouls, where Alan and Leslie find a mysterious VHS tape at the park. Then, a ghoul comes out of nowhere, snatches the tape, and takes them to the art room, showing them spooky moments from past episodes. Everything seems normal with the previous episodes, as Alan and Leslie try to figure out what the ghoul is trying to show them. And that was the clown that was in the background, watching. They didn't notice him at first, but after multiple episodes, Alan notices the creepy clown figure that has been hiding in the background of every single clip. It turns out that the ghoul was actually the clown all along, scaring Alan and Leslie, only to reveal that it was Tobias in disguise the whole time, all for a prank video. After this episode aired, fans started to think that he did actually appear in older episodes, without them knowing since they were all kids. Who is this guy? Is he always in the episodes? The episodes where he was spotted before sometimes wouldn't have him, well, other episodes did. Some people were saying that Cartoon Network saw it and deleted the scenes, because it was scaring a lot of kids who were watching the show. But after multiple hours of scrolling through the internet, there was nothing that actually confirmed that this was true. The only part that was true was that he sometimes appeared in certain episodes, while some he did not. None of these clown scenes were actually in the show. It was just added for that special episode called The Curse of Elmore. They did edit it. I know The Ghouls is on demand, so I fast forwarded to the part where he would have been, and he was not there. It could have been cool if he was in all those scenes, and we have just missed him though. Turns out, all of the fake Gumball clown clips were actually edited after the episode of the Gumball Chronicles aired. That's why he randomly shows up in some versions and not in others. For a while, the internet completely lost its mind. Some claimed the clown was out to kill Gumball and Darwin, while others were convinced he was breaking the fourth wall, silently watching us through the screen. In The Curse of Elmore, just as the fear really sets in, the clown pulls off his mask. And it's Tobias. The whole thing was one big prank. On the characters and on us. Case closed, right? Well, not quite. Because if Tobias was behind the mask the entire time, then why do we see both Tobias and the clown in the same scene? That one moment takes us back to square one. Was it a mistake? A continuity error? Maybe both? But Gumball isn't exactly known for its sloppy storytelling. When something feels off, it's usually meant to feel off. So if it's not Tobias under the mask, then who is the clown? Well, now let's get into my theory about who the clown is. And I think the person under the mask is actually Carrie. And the reason why Carrie is the suspect is because she is the one who originally felt like Halloween wasn't scary anymore, and told us that all of the ghosts and ghouls, including the clown, weren't scary anymore.
Halloween is supposed to be for the ghosts and ghouls of Elmore. It's meant to be scary, and it's not anymore.
In the episode The Ghouls, we find out that he's just one of the countless ghosts and ghouls who have lost their ability to scare. Yes, the same clown that people say has an alternative motive isn't even scary at all, until Gumball lets Carrie use his body to make Halloween scary again. But instead of joining all the other ghosts and ghouls in the chaos, he thanks Gumball and Darwin.
Thanks, guys.
Showing that he might not be so scary after all. And that's not it though. If we go back to The Curse of Elmore and look very closely, the clown has white eyes instead of the usual black eyes. And this could be a sign that he's possessed. However, it doesn't end there. At the end of the episode, when Tobias reveals that he was originally the clown all along, we go back to Gumball and Darwin, who are unfazed by the prank, but immediately get scared when he... At first, nothing seems weird about it. Just Gumball and Darwin scrolling through the internet and watching videos. Except you realize that in the Procrastinators, where the clown first appears, Gumball and Darwin were also stuck to the computer and do everything besides the one thing they were supposed to do in that episode: throw away the trash. And think about what the clown said the first time he showed up, telling Gumball and Darwin to throw away the trash from Nicole. It feels like the clown wasn't just there to scare them, but was actually trying to send a message. So maybe the clown's actions in those episodes were actually a way to communicate something important to Gumball and Darwin. It's almost like the clown, or Carrie, was their way of messaging to them, while also warning about something they needed to notice, following Nicole's orders. There are over 4 shows who have been accused of copying Gumball, with similar elements such as animation, characters, writing, and so much more. So today, we're gonna go through all these Gumball clones and see what happened to them, how similar they really are to Gumball, and where they are today. Starting with the most infamous one, Miracle Star, which follows the life of a goat named Meowly Shing, and his talking pet frog Gua Gua. But instead of producing a somewhat new and original show, the creators saw the success of The Amazing World of Gumball and tried to make a knockoff version with their own versions of the Gumball characters. And they didn't even try to hide it. This show just blatantly copied entire scenes from Gumball, only swapping out the characters for ones they actually owned. For example, one scene they copied came directly from the first episode of Gumball, titled The DVD. In that episode, Nicole reminds Gumball to return a DVD of alligators on a train before they get fined. At first, Gumball tries to talk his way out of it, but after seeing Nicole punch the wall because of her full anger, he quickly agrees to return it. But in the Miracle Star version, the exact same scene is played, the only difference being their characters. But this isn't the only time Miracle Star copied Gumball scene by scene. If you search for comparison videos on YouTube, you will find multiple clips of Miracle Star directly copying Gumball, with the only real difference being the character designs. But even the characters themselves weren't unique. The family was simply swapped out with different animals, with Anais being the only one not having a counterpart, possibly due to China's former one-child policy, which restricted most families to only having one child, as well as boys being favored over girls in China. Other characters were also given counterparts. Carrie was replaced by a pot of broccoli. Masami's design remained mostly the same, with with the only change being her color, and Bobbert was swapped out for their own robot. Instead of taking the boring approach and suing Miracle Star, Cartoon Network thought it'd be fun to make fun of the whole situation in an actual episode called The Copycats. And this episode starts with the Wattersons grocery shopping in the exotic food section. Gumball and Darwin make fun of strange items, but as they walk away, their counterparts, Chi-Chi and Ribbit, appear and begin repeating what Gumball and Darwin have said. Chi-Chi and Ribbit are versions that the Gumball team made up that's supposed to look like a reference to Miracle Star's characters, but they most likely only took this approach for legal reasons, because they didn't want to be labeled as copycats themselves for using it in this episode. At home, Gumball discovers that their counterparts are Chinese TV stars profiting off the copied versions of the Wattersons episodes. Like the DVD as previously mentioned, they do get a little laugh from their counterparts' descriptions, all of them except for Anais, who feels left out because she doesn't have a doppelganger, because obviously they don't like daughters in China. But little did the Wattersons know this would actually end up saving them later in the episode. Fast forward a little bit and they find out that they're copying everything they do. So trying to stop them, they decide to fight against their copycats, but it's pretty much an even match because they're all just using their own moves against each other. Then Anais points out that the copycats aren't really trying to be evil, they're just lacking originality. So the family breaks into a song encouraging them to find their own style and be themselves. But that doesn't work, and the copycats immediately post their own version of what happened. As a last-ditch effort, the Wattersons put their own lives at risk, doing the most dangerous stunts hoping they kill off their copycats. However, that doesn't work, so they take it to the next level and get on a burning truck that's going towards an unfinished bridge. At first, it seems like they're completely screwed, but Anais uses her big brain and thinks of disconnecting the tank from the truck, helping them, well, not die. But without an Anais of their own, the copycats fall to their demise, being the end of the copycats. After the episode aired, Miracle Star received tons of backlash, having a 1 out of 10 rating on IMDb, leading to its cancellation in 2017. But Miracle Star wasn't the only show that tried to copy Gumball. Back in 2009, there was a show called Pinky Malenky, which follows the main character who's also called Pinky Malenky, who's just trying to fit into a human world. That's pretty much it. He has two best friends, JJ and Babs, who are always by his side. At first glance, it's pretty easy to notice that the animation style is quite similar to The Amazing World of Gumball, and there's actually a reason for that. The show's creator, Christopher Millard, worked as a storyboard artist on Gumball in season 1 and a writer for season 2, and you can tell this by looking at the very first episode of Pinky Malenky called Snacks, which starts in the Foodman Market Mart, where Pinky explains how important the snack Poppins is to the town of Snackenham, and how much it impacted his life. But soon, his friends discover that Poppins are being discontinued, which causes chaos throughout the city. When Pinky hears the news, he inflates like a balloon and bursts into the air. Immediately, it's clear that Pinky doesn't have the same physical limitations as his human friends. His body is extremely stretchy and aggressive, used for tons of visual gags. He can stretch incredibly far, shrink in size, and basically do things that no human could, which is very similar to the exaggerated movements of many Gumball characters. That said, these wacky stretch gags aren't special to Gumball. Plenty of animated shows like SpongeBob, Animatics, Tom and Jerry, and so much more use a similar format, where the main character can do a bunch of movements and stuff that can't be replicated in reality TV shows. Also, in a 2009 pilot of Pinky Malenky, Pinky has always been a character who can transform and do a lot of things with his body. All before Gumball was even a thing, because Gumball was created in 2011, which means that Pinky Malenky was never intended as a copy of Gumball. But because of the timing, Pinky was seen as a ripoff. But the similarities don't stop there. One of Gumball's standout traits is its used mixed animation styles. From 3D to puppets to live action characters, you name it, and they've done it, which is what makes Gumball so unique. Pinky Malinky, while sticking to mostly basic character designs, isn't afraid to experiment with different animation styles. For example, in the beginning of the episode Change, there's a little gag moment where Pinky, Malinky, and JJ turn into real-life versions of themselves, with Pinky becoming an actual hot dog and JJ turning into a girl version of himself. However, you could say that Christopher Miller didn't try to copy Gumball, but he instead took inspiration and learned from his experience and time working at the show. I would end it here, however, one of the characters from Pinky Malinky seems to be an exact copy of another character in the amazing world of Gumball, that character being Babs. This is definitely a stretch, but think about it. She's basically Darwin if he were human and girl. They both wear green and orange. They're nice, supportive, and serve as a friend for the main character. It's possible that Babs was designed as a reference to Christopher Millard's previous work, for something fans could point out and laugh at, but she's not. She's a major support character who appears in multiple episodes, and when a character is similar not only in design but also in personality traits, it stops feeling like a funny cameo and starts feeling more like they took Darwin, changed his gender, and called it a day. So, is Pinky Malinky a ripoff of Gumball? Well, I don't think so. Despite its many similarities, of course, there are going to be parallels in animation, plot, and character dynamics when one of Gumball's original creatives is behind the show. But that doesn't necessarily make it right. It's okay to take inspiration from something you helped create, as long as you bring something new to the table. Take Rebecca Sugar. For example, before creating Steven Universe, she was one of the main writers and storyboard artists for Adventure Time, another really popular show. But instead of copying Adventure Time's characters, plot, and animation style, she used what she learned from the experience and built something original. That's why Steven Universe became such a success. It had lovable characters, an interesting story, and different animation. There's a difference between being inspired by something and copying it. To quote Gumball himself, be your own you, try something new, and find your own things to do. And that quote will be important for this next show we're gonna talk about. Just keep that in mind. But to answer the last question, what happened to Pinky Malinky? Well, it seems that Pinky Malinky was canceled. Though there's no official news that the show was canceled. The show was completed for years, but it didn't release until 2019. With all that time the show was finished, the people behind it probably moved on. Not only that, but when the show was first announced, it immediately got backlash for supposedly being a knockoff of Gumball, which put the final nail in the coffin for another season. And since we're talking about Netflix, the platform that hosted the show, they are notorious for canceling less popular shows to put more money into shows that seem more successful. But another lesser known show that has also been accused of copying Gumball is Elliot from Earth. Elliot from Earth follows a boy and his mom who are transported across the universe, landing in a strange world filled with aliens. Far from their home planet, which is Earth, they try to find out who brought them here and why. They start building a new life on this planet and eventually meet some characters, including Mo, the talking dinosaur. Unlike other shows I've mentioned before, Elliot from Earth doesn't exactly have anything that stands out that could be considered a copy of Gumball. One of the first things you'd probably notice while watching Elliot from Earth is how much the animation reminds you of Gumball. Both shows have those moments where the animation really goes all out. Super detailed, almost cinematic shots you'd never expect in a cartoon. It really shows how much effort went into making both shows. So why do they look so similar? Well, it's not just a coincidence. They were actually made by the same UK-based branch of Cartoon Network Studios. The shared production team explains a lot, from fluid character animation to the detailed backgrounds. You can totally see similar things in both shows. Not only that, but Sarah Fell, one of the producers on Gumball, actually stepped up as a creative director for Elliot from Earth, which is probably why both shows have a similar vibe, same humor, and really identical animation. Even if the Gumball animation can be explained by them being produced by the same team that brought us Gumball, there's a character that also seems really closely similar to Darwin, which is very similar to the previous situation with Pinky Malinky. For starters, they both have positive and curious outlooks on life, always try to do the right thing and make others feel happy and included. Both characters are incredibly loyal friends. Darwin is always by Gumball's side no matter how wild things get, and Mo forms a strong bond with Elliot, sticking with him through every adventure. But that makes sense for a character who is supposed to support the main character. However, there's more. They are also both highly adaptable. Darwin goes from a pet fish to a walking fish who has implemented himself in the Watterson family, and Mo, who was originally a dinosaur walking on his 4 legs, adapted to walking on 2 legs. And they use glasses for his weak eyesight. They both even have a similar color scheme, with Darwin and Mo each having green and orange colors. So is Elliot from Earth a ripoff of Gumball? Well, from what I can gather, I don't believe so. While the show might share some surface level similarities with Gumball, Elliot from Earth seems to lean more towards its story-driven scenes rather than your typical cartoon. Its characters, storytelling, and writing feel unique and very promising. Unfortunately though, the show was quietly canceled after only 16 episodes. Although it was never officially canceled, enough time has passed since the first season finale for many to assume it won't return for a second season. And it seems that there's a cliffhanger in the last episode, which makes things even worse for big fans of the show. Not only that, but the show's creator and showrunner, Guillaume Cassoda, parted ways with Cartoon Network just a few months after the finale. Then, in 2022, the show was removed from HBO Max, along with several other Cartoon Network titles to save an extra buck. Out of all of the shows on this list, Elliot from Earth feels like the most promising one that ended too soon. Given it was created by some of the talent behind the amazing world of Gumball, I wouldn't be surprised if the show could pull you in with its unique characters and world like Gumball did. However, the next show accused of copying Gumball is Harvey Beaks. This show follows a bluebird named Harvey and his friends, Fee and Foe, as they explore their life in Little Bark Grove. At first glance, nothing about this show really screams to be a copy of Gumball. Both shows take place in different environments and both have different animation styles. They are also both produced by different networks, until you realize Harvey, Fee, and Foe are similar to Gumball, Darwin, and Anais. At first glance, it might seem like they are totally different groups, but when you dive deeper into them, you can see some similarities between each group. Each trio is made up of young, adventurous characters with unique personalities that balance each other out. Harvey is the kind, thoughtful one, kind of like Darwin. Fee is the chaotic one who reminds you of Gumball. And Foe, while not as smart as Anais, kind of reflects her dumber side, as seen in the episode The Goons. Not only that, but they also share similar color schemes. Gumball is blue like Harvey, Fee is pink like Anais, and Foe is orange like Darwin. Speaking of Foe and Darwin, Darwin and Foe both grew up without their families and have a similar backstory. We know that Darwin was sold to Richard in the episode The Origins, where he was thought of as just a pet fish. But after being separated, the love between Darwin and Gumball kept their spirits and hopes up that he would return. And return he did. Despite all the challenges he had to face, he was given opportunities that make him the fish we all know today. Although we still don't know who Darwin's parents are or how he ended up in the shopkeeper's van. And even though Darwin would like to know who his parents are or where he grew up, he found a new family who love him and treat him more than just a pet. When it comes to Fee and Foe, they were both separated by their parents and had to survive on their own. Although they did reunite with their parents, Fee and Foe looked up to Harvey's parents when their parents weren't there, and thought of Harvey as family. A random similarity, but Harvey's family were also animals like the Wattersons. But this is definitely a reach. As for the environment, Harvey lives in a literal forest, so that makes sense because they're birds, but it's definitely something to point out. So, is Harvey Beaks a ripoff of Gumball? From what I can gather, once again, I don't see it. The two shows have their own unique style, tones, and stories. There might be a few similarities between them, but it doesn't seem like they're straight up copying Gumball, and more like taking inspiration, which makes total sense. Since both shows were created by C.H. Greenblatt, what really sets apart Harvey Beaks is how deep the show can actually get. Harvey Beaks isn't afraid to tackle deeper themes, like family and even death. topics that are surprisingly heavy for a kid's cartoon. Not to say Gumball doesn't also have these moments as well, as they have many episodes that can get quite story-driven. But compared to other shows running on Nickelodeon, Harvey Beaks was definitely one of the few who had moments like this in the show, making it unique and interesting. Not only that, but it seems the fan communities for both The Amazing World of Gumball and Harvey Beaks often show love for both cartoons. As for what happened to Harvey Beaks, the show was ultimately canceled after 2 seasons, possibly because it never reached the same popularity as other Nickelodeon shows that were on at the time, like SpongeBob or The Fairly Odd Parents. The show then was eventually pushed to Nicktoons, where it seemed to be left to die. From Darwin glitching with human eyes, to finding out their whole existence is just a part of a TV show. There are many reasons fans think this Gumball episode was a mistake. Today, we're diving into the most bizarre and unsettling episode of Gumball, how it breaks the very rules of the show, and I'm going to explain how it's connected to one of the biggest unsolved mysteries from the series. The episode I'm talking about is The Signal. We all know Gumball can get weird, even naming the newest series after it, except this episode takes the weirdness and multiplies it by 100. It might not be about butts, which The Amazing World of Gumball is very well known for at this point, but when you watch it, it feels like you're watching a whole creepypasta off of YouTube. However, to understand how we got here, we have to start at the very beginning of the episode, with the typical time card, this time glitching. Then we go to Gumball and Darwin, who are at Elmore Mall, where Darwin is trying on hats, and asks Gumball for his opinion. But every time Gumball is about to say something, he starts glitching.
I really like this one, but do you think it makes me look like I have a fat head?
Until Darwin just walks off, thinking that he's trying to insult him. Before Gumball can get to him, the episode glitches and cuts to a lost signal screen. And while it looks like a simple transition to Richard trying to fix the TV, it carries a deeper meaning, one that they were never meant to discover. Afterwards, Gumball gets home and is about to ask Richard if he's seen Darwin, but gets cut off mid-sentence as Richard shoves the couch into the kitchen in order to watch his second favorite thing, the TV. Honestly, he'd be better off watching me. I mean, who else is serving peak content like this? So don't make the same mistake, and like and subscribe. Anyways, Darwin is not pulling a Richard, and starts exercising. They then go downstairs, where Darwin is still trying to exercise, but when he can't get another rep in, Gumball tries to lend him a hand, but once again glitches, making him drop the weight on himself. In the bathroom, Gumball tries to apologize and ends up getting him to lighten up by tickling Darwin. But the moment Darwin smiles, his face melts into a disturbing glitch that makes Gumball sick. He tries to shrug it off with a hug, but Darwin glitches again, this time revealing a pair of unsettling, realistic human eyes, like if someone is interrupting the show, someone from the real world. Gumball once again freaks out, but Darwin doesn't see anything that is happening and just walks off. But it doesn't stop there. The glitch eventually spreads to everything around them, from Richard glitching to the boys speeding across Elmore, and even throwing in the weirdest, most random footage.
Hold on, I'm gonna take the wheel. No, you can't. You have to keep your seatbelt on. Why? Because otherwise... Fast relief from headache. Fair point.
When I told you this episode was weird, I wasn't joking. But it all ends once again at the mall, where Gumball and Darwin watch a news anchor announce that they're having some broadcast issues.
Satellite broadcast issues. We assure you we are working on the problem, so please, bear with us while we try to...
That's when they piece it all together. But before they can even comprehend what's going on, it cuts to the Watterson family sitting at the dinner table, with Richard ending the episode on a happy note. While everyone laughs, Gumball and Darwin force awkward smiles of their own, as the episode glitches one final time. For a series that usually wraps things up nicely, this episode left us with more questions than answers. But what really makes this episode a mistake? And how does it connect to one of the biggest mysteries in Gumball? Well, let's start off with the weirdest thing in this episode, the glitches. We first see them in the title screen. Then we start to see it affect Gumball's world, from making characters glitch,
Consuela necesita un doctor, son sus riñones.
What?
to throwing Gumball and Darwin into multiple dangerous scenarios. The glitch wasn't just some random error, it was a force that was tearing their reality apart. We then learned that it was a signal problem, which leads Gumball and Darwin to eventually figure out that they might be on a TV show. We've seen plenty of instances where they pretty much acknowledge that they're in some sort of show.
Yeah, dude, I've been 12 for like forever now.
Except this time, they don't laugh it off so easily, and are clearly scared. Then, it finally clicks. They realize the glitches aren't a joke. One of the most bizarre and unsettling moments in the episode is when parts of director and showrunner Mick Graves, along with production member Jack Dingle's faces, can be seen on top of Gumball and Darwin as they glitch. What seems like a harmless glitch quickly turns dark for many fans, almost like an accident that went on the air. I thought the static and distortions were just a consequence of the episode being a leak at first. But what if this episode wasn't just a mistake that made its way past production, but accidentally reveals the future of Gumball? My theory is that this very episode exposes one of the show's biggest unsolved mysteries and hints at what is next for the Watersons, and it all ties into the very last episode of season 6, titled The Inquisition. Before we figure out why, we need some context. The episode begins with Superintendent Evil arriving at Elmore Junior High, announcing that he plans to break them down and build them from the ground up. From Terry losing her face, to Alan being forced to have a body, nobody is safe. But that's just the beginning of his plan. He tries to erase the world that we all know and love by turning everyone into human lookalikes. Even Gumball and Darwin become the main targets and get chased around, finding out that it doesn't stop at human lookalikes, but actual real humans. By using what they know best, their cartoon logic, Gumball and Darwin escape by making them remember who they truly are, and they restore everyone back to their original form. After one failed escape, they catch up with Superintendent Evil, and in true Scooby-Doo style, they take off his mask and find that Rob was behind everything all along. Except this time, it was completely different. He tries to tell them why he was trying to turn them into humans, but starts getting absolutely destroyed by Tina, who knocks him out. And I think we all know how this ended.
Oh no, it started.
So what does this all really mean? Well, it isn't just another weird Gumball story. The glitches in the signal seem random at first, but when you look at them, alongside Rob's warnings, it feels like they were the beginning of something much bigger. Something we probably weren't supposed to see. From glitches showing a leak into real-world things, to the characters also turning human, it seems like everything was connected all along, and orchestrated by someone. But in this episode, Rob turns out to be the good guy. So who could be responsible for the glitches? And maybe even responsible for everything weird to happen to the amazing world of Gumball? Well, that character is none other than the banana herself, Barbara Banana. Yes, the same character that is related to Banana Joe, and happens to be more dangerous than what meets the eye. We see her for the first time in the episode The Oracle, where her paintings end up predicting the future. Predicting in the episode that Gumball was gonna be surrounded by everyone at Elmore Mall naked. That is very specific for it just to be a coincidence, but it gets worse. All of these paintings don't just predict the future, they create them, giving her the power that the writers in the show are supposed to have. And all of this connects back to the episode The Signal. For the first time, we see Gumball and Darwin slowly realize that their entire existence is just for our entertainment, and it gives us the first ever clue for the cliffhanger we got all these years ago. So, not only is this episode one of the creepiest and unsettling things to come from the show, but it also seems like a total mistake from the producers that somehow made it on air. Perhaps to warn not only Gumball and Darwin, but maybe even us the viewers too. All while turning into one of the biggest unsolved mysteries from the series, and revealing who might be the villain behind all of this. But hey, that's just a theory. Not a game theory, but a Gumball universe theory. Would you believe me if I told you that Darwin used to sound like this?
Ready? Ready for what?
Yeah, crazy, right? But what if I told you that this used to be Richard's original character design? Those are just some of the many changes made to Gumball, and they only get more crazy as the video goes on. So let's kick things off by breaking down every animation style the show has experimented with. From 2D to 3D, puppets, and even anime, Gumball has done it all. And we're diving into every single one. But first, we need to talk about the show's original animation style, starting all the way back on May 9th, 2008, in the pilot, where it didn't shy off from using different animation styles. You had Gumball, who is 2D, Darwin, who was 3D, and other characters like Tina and Rocky, who were CGI, all mixed together and tied perfectly into a real-world setting, based on real buildings, like Elmore Junior High, Elmore Mall, and even the Wattersons' house are based off of real buildings with some slight changes. One by one, each piece is put together. Photos, models, lighting, textures, all carefully layered to build what we know as the world of Gumball. The way they fit 2D in 3D is so impressive. I've always loved the realistic backgrounds. They were so fun to just see the animated characters run around them. From season 1 to 3, we see subtle changes to the main characters, like Darwin, who we saw before as 3D, had now turned 2D, and Gumball, who originally had oval pupils and thinner outlines, now had a cleaner and more consistent design with his round pupils and bolder lines, with Anais, Nicole, and Richard all following suit, shifting from slightly more detailed or uneven features to a smoother, more polished style that made the Wattersons feel more consistent in their designs. But that's not even the best part, as we start moving into different animation styles, some that completely change how you view Gumball, starting off with 2D, except this isn't your usual 2D animation. In the episode The Kids, Gumball and Darwin accidentally roast their own parents, calling them old. She then leaves, warning them, saying that no one stays young forever. At first, they don't take it seriously, as they have been 12 for like ever, but then out of nowhere their voices break and affect their every move, from getting kicked out of the bus, kicked out of the store, and my boy Gumball couldn't even speak to Penny.
Fitzgerald residence.
Hey, can I speak to Penny, please?
Is this a joke? No. This better be a joke.
So the boys head to the doctor, who tells them the truth. They're just growing up. So they decide to go into a full song about the benefits of being young.
We enjoy it while we can. We enjoy it while we're kids. We enjoy it while there's still time to make the most of it. We go around the block and we loiter by the mall. The people think we're thugs, so they give the cops a call. Police get away with it cause it's a public space. Turns out we weren't loitering, just standing in one place.
But in the mix, we get a more vibrant and stylized use of the 2D animation that was brighter, bouncier, and that captured the fun energy of their imagination. To pull this off, the Cartoon Network team teamed up with the studio CRCR, best known for working with Fortnite and Riot. But this wouldn't be the last time we see this type of animation. In the drama, when Gumball takes Darwin to confront Carrie and her ex, the animation shifts again to a beautiful color palette of bright colors and fast-paced animation, like something you would see in the Spider-Verse, with help from Jonathan Dobb, as a farewell gift to the show. And he went all in. It's a perfect example of how Gumball's animation shifts aren't just for the show, but a way for artists to go wild and bring their own style onto the screen. But there are still so many more from where that came from. We'll see how Gumball uses these different animation styles to tell even crazier stories. And that's no different from the next episode episode, The Lie. In this episode, Gumball makes up a fake holiday called Sluzzletag to cheer everyone up after Christmas through the January Depression, and the whole town goes all in on it. But later that night, Anais reminds him that it's all fake, and Gumball freaks out, realizing everyone's expecting a toilet Santa to show up with their gifts. He imagines how they'll react if they find out the truth.
It'll be like...
But Anais has a more real outcome.
I think you're being overdramatic. It'll be more like...
Even though it's only for a few seconds, what a better way to show Gumball getting completely squished than turning into him in a literal clay version of himself. It's the only time real claymation shows up, but we do have Clayton, who looks and moves like clay, but is actually CGI, but he still gives off the vibes of classic stop motion, showing how Gumball can nail the feel of different animation styles without actually using them. Except that wouldn't be the only animation style switch that we see in this episode. When Gumball introduces the idea of Sluzzletag, Darwin suddenly appears in old school animation, something that most of us were too young to experience firsthand, but it's clearly a nod to the golden age of animation. It's a total throwback to early cartoons like Tom and Jerry or the Looney Tunes. But next, we go into something completely different, a full-on comic-style book episode. In the episode The Comet, everyone at school is glazing Gumball, which he finds out is for Laserheart, a secret superhero made up from none other than Sarah. Of course, Gumball completely falls in love with it, as well as Darwin, who is called the Smooch. They go around acting like heroes and stuff, with nothing going well for them. After they face real danger and realize how they are not heroes, Sarah draws them as if they are heroes in a full-on comic book type style. And we've seen fights in Gumball before, but the little details, the over-the-top moves, and the superhero references like Superman and Batman, it all shows how changing animation styles can totally change how a story is told, or a better lesson to be learned. But what if Gumball took it even further? Not just diving into Gumball or Darwin's imagination, but going absolutely crazy for one insane episode. Well, in the episode The Fury, we see exactly that. Nicole's past catches up with her when her old friend Yuki Yoshida returns to town, demanding a rematch. But Nicole refuses. The kids are confused about why Nicole backed down from the challenge, wondering if it was fear or something else. Because we all know Nicole, and she isn't usually the one to back down from a fight. And when Nicole picks them up, the car is all beaten up with the words coward on the car, with the culprit obviously being Yuki, who keeps messing with her by flirting with Richard, annoying her in her job, and going everywhere she goes to remind her that she's a coward. But despite that, Nicole won't fight back, and in an awesome manga-style backstory, we learn that Nicole and Yuki were once actually best friends, but after Nicole beat her in a martial arts tournament, Nicole had to let it all go. All the while, Yuki has been training for this very moment, and when Yuki threatens her house and job, Nicole has no other choice but to fight her. So, in full anime style, Nicole and Yuki go all in on an epic battle. But when their kids finally get caught in the mess, they stop fighting them and team up to save them. Just reading the comments here, and found out that my favorite animation studio, Studio 4C, worked on the episode, and I'm at a loss for words. The huge middle school weeb in me has taken over. Worth the wait. Gumball needs more awesome guest animators. In order to do such a big thing, they got help from Studio 4C, the studio behind standout films like Mind Games, which from the comments, you can tell people definitely love it. Beyond this episode, we still got a bunch of anime references in the show, from Dragon Ball Z to Sailor Moon, and a lot more. It's obvious that Gumball has a lot of real love for anime, and can tell a great story while using it. And while we're getting a bunch of references to popular anime, next we got a complete episode about the internet, that not only gives us some cool animation, but it also perfectly shows us how crazy we are in the internet. Yeah, not you, but we. In the episode The Code, Gumball and Darwin are trying to watch a cat video, but the Wi-Fi's down. Turns out that the Wattersons have been stealing the Robinsons' Wi-Fi for years.
Kids, there's something I have to tell you.
You're not my father?
How did you guess? No, We've just been using Robinson's Wi-Fi for years.
Because they can't get their own. Like, they have such bad credit that they've been using a coin-based fridge. Just imagine that for a second. So the kids recreate the internet, from cardboard streaming to fake reviews, and acting like they're in Elmore Plus in real life. Tired of their own version of the internet, they beg for money or do what they call crowdfund to get their own internet. But Anais tells them to just hack the Robinsons. So Gumball and Darwin launch into a full cyberspace, breaking firewalls, hiding from antivirus software, and trying to get cookies accepted, which turns out to just be in their heads. And this is what really was happening.
How do you do, good sir? The antivirus!
Although it was all in their heads, we get a cool look into them diving into the cyberspace. The switch to computer graphics made the digital world feel real, with 3D models, pixelated environments, which pulled them deeper into the virtual realm. And we also got references to real-life tech, like incognito mode, firewalls, and antivirus software. While this could easily be labeled with the next animation shift, I think it fits more into the computer graphics category, because next, if you love video games, this next episode is for you. In the console, Richard gives Gumball a cheap knockoff game console called the Game Child for his birthday that Richard ended up finding in the Awesome Store. But when Gumball turns it on, it sucks the entire town into a video game. And so, in a pixel art animation, Gumball, with Darwin and Anais, battles a flower monster, which actually turns out to be Leslie, transformed by fertilizer from the Awesome Store. They knock him out and move on. They loot the Robinsons' house, grabbing a VHS player and cash, all while making fun of the fact on how they can't do anything because they're NPCs. But that teardrop from Mr. Robinson's tears say otherwise. They then encounter Penny, who is possessed by a cell phone. Gumball avoids a fight with Penny, but accidentally knocks her out with the VHS player and gives the phone to Gumball for his quest. Then Gumball gets stuck on a pigeon side quest for Allison, earning the No Life trophy. They grind enemies to level up while heading to the Awesome Store, eventually getting dragged into a final boss fight against the Game Child itself. And with the help of characters like Banana Joe, Nicole, and Richard, they defeat the final boss. Just when it seems over, Gumball, dissatisfied with only 89% completion, starts a new game, sending them back to square one.
What do you mean 89%? Do you want to start a new game?
With the pixel art animation, we see the entire town of Elmore into a fully playable RPG world, with completable side quests, boss fights, and even a bunch of Elmore characters joining the final battle. And in other episodes like The Words, we get a whole fight that's a clear reference to Street Fighter, with a VS screen and ego bars instead of health bars. And while it's a crazy episode all taking place in a video game, the next episodes take it even further, with an entire episode set in a fully puppet-themed world. In the episode The Puppets, Gumball and Darwin are cleaning out old toys for a garage sale when they stumble upon some old friends, Frank, Howdy, and Grady. While Gumball's ready to toss them, Darwin gets a little too attached, like weirdly attached. He starts talking through them, making promises and refusing to take them off. Though it turns out this wasn't really Darwin, and the puppets were using him like some kind of vessel and pulled him into a creepy puppet world. So Gumball puts on the last puppet, Grady, and heads in to save him. But in a wild plot twist, Grady betrays Gumball and traps him too. This is until Darwin finds a loose string and pulls it, giving them a chance to escape, topping it off with a dramatic explosion, of course. To make such an episode, we had Blank Industries, who are best known for Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, with the creators Rebecca Solon and Joseph Pelling helping write the episode. Not only did we get a full episode, we also got a mini-series I just found out about called Waiting for Gumball. Imagine Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, just way less dark. Having both Gumball and Darwin as puppets, while also following the three puppet antagonists from before, it's like a small series that gives Gumball the chance to truly simply imagine the world in a different view. Just another example of how Gumball uses different animation styles to its advantage. But for our next animation style, we go back to 3D, except for a whole trippy scene of Gumball's imagination. In the episode The Transformation, Penny asks Gumball to come over and help with a personal family issue, after an embarrassing moment of him accidentally losing his clothes after a failed entrance to the backyard. Now, wearing a spare Santa costume, Gumball joins the Fitzgeralds at the dinner table, where they argue about Penny and her shell. Penny's father, Patrick, wants Penny back in her shell, claiming it's embarrassing and traditional, while Penny argues it only brought her shame and she's happier without it, but they demand that Gumball settles the debate, which he stalls by telling never-ending stories, from armor-wearing kingdoms, butterfly cocoons, and seeds turning into flowers, with each story leading to another story, all while being told in a colorful new world of 3D animation, done by Julian Glanday, who you might know for his works like Tennis Ball on his half day off, or Boys Go to Jupiter. At first, it feels like a full-on acid trip with wild animation, strange characters, and no clear theme, which, to be fair, is typical Gumball. But when you look at every story, from cocoons to armor to flowers, it's about leaving your comfort zone to grow. Julian's work captures that perfectly. For the last animation style, we have to go to the new series, The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, where the animation takes a different twist. Now, we've seen some talented people and what they can make, but we also get a look at the younger talent in Gumball. In the episode The Wrinkle, Anais starts getting wrinkles from all the stress of taking care of her ridiculous family. So to make things easier on herself, she convinces them to follow her book, a plan she made to prevent any future disasters for the next 40 years. First up is Darwin. She puts him through all sorts of dangerous situations to toughen him up, but he comes back just as smiley and adorable as ever, completely unchanged, which only makes Anais more stressed and more wrinkly. Then there's Gumball, who finally talks to a lawyer, and the lawyer just tells him to do nothing, but somehow, even doing nothing, Gumball still manages to cause absolute chaos. And yup, Anais gets more wrinkles. Last are Richard and Nicole. Anais sets them up in this peaceful animal sanctuary so they can finally relax and retire. But it goes all wrong, with the animals getting mad and Nicole and Richard fighting. So in the end, nothing goes according to plan, and Anais just ends up turning into wrinkle mush. But then Gumball, with his usual charm, tells Anais to just embrace the disaster instead of trying to fix everything. Then they go into a full-on song, with hand-drawn doodles everywhere. The animation was professional, but the hand-drawn parts look like they were done by a kid, giving it a fun, messy vibe. It helps show Anais that things don't need to be perfect, and sometimes it's okay to leap head first and not worry too much. And altogether, the different animation styles come together, tell a stronger story than just being there for fun. It shows off all of the different types of animation out there, from anime, puppets, and even kids' drawings, packed with a ton of references. That's why Gumball is such an insane show. But you know what else is insane? How many changes have been done to my boy Darwin's voice? Look, how does his voice go from sounding like this
Ready for what?
to sounding like this?
After 6 months of physiotherapy and learning how to talk again.
Well, it turns out he's actually had 5 different voice actors, and you probably didn't even notice. So today, we're gonna go through the entire history of Darwin's voice and find out why they've changed voice actors so many times. Starting with Darwin's first voice actor, Jake Pratt, who only voiced Darwin for the pilot episode. The pilot was uploaded to YouTube by the creator of Gumball, Ben Baclet, in 2010. However, it was later removed by Cartoon Network for copyright-related reasons, but you can still find it online. In this pilot episode, we can really see how different the show was originally intended to be, especially when it comes to Darwin. In the pilot episode, he appears in 3D instead of the familiar 2D style, and he doesn't sound anything like how he does in the show.
Ready for what? What?
We're used to Darwin having that high-pitched, cheerful voice and silly personality, but in the pilot, he sounded like he was dead inside. It just doesn't feel like the Darwin we all know and love. Although Darwin only speaks a few words in the pilot, the difference in his voice compared to the final version is quite noticeable. The reason for this is because he was voiced by the English actor Jake Pratt. Jake is actually the only British actor to ever voice Darwin. Every other voice actor for him is African American, which ended up becoming a part of Darwin's character in the later seasons. I'll dive more into that when we get to this next voice actor. However, Jake should still get credit for helping bring the show to life. That early version was a big deal for the show's pitch, because if the pilot had gotten rejected, we might have never gotten to see the amazing world of Gumball. With all of its unique animation, characters, and humor, I couldn't find anything about Jake Pratt voicing Darwin. However, Nicky Jones, who is best known for voicing Chowder, was the voice for Gumball in the pilot, and speaked about how he was invited to continue to play Gumball, but he ultimately turned down the offer because he would have had to stay in the UK for 8 months. So we can assume that Jake Pratt also intended to play Darwin, but because of something behind the scenes, he turned down the offer. Since the show was greenlit for 6 seasons, they needed someone to voice Darwin. Someone young, funny, and had a great personality. And that's where my boy Kwesi Boche comes in. He took over Jake's role as the voice of Darwin and stayed with the character until season 3, episode 1, titled The Kids. But as the show continued into the later seasons, something pretty natural started to happen. Kwesi's voice began to change. Take a listen to Darwin's voice in season 1.
Lose the power in this fin would bring terrible dishonor upon our dojo.
Compared to his voice at the end of season 2.
How many videos there are on the internet? Here's just a drop of embarrassment in an ocean of shame.
He was first hired to play Darwin while he was a kid, and at the end of season 2, it was obvious that Kwesi was getting older, which was heavily affecting Darwin's portrayal in the show. It was one of those moments where it was clear that change had to happen, even if no one really wanted it. So Kwesi stepped down as the voice of Darwin behind the scenes, and that probably caused a lot of scramble at Cartoon Network. They didn't just need someone who sounded like Darwin, they needed someone who could be Darwin. Someone who could carry that same energy and soul that Kwesi brought to Darwin. And that is no easy task, especially when fans have already fallen in love with his version of the character. But then they were able to find another kid who was just as passionate as Kwesi, that being Terrell Ransom Jr. Terrell picked up right where Casey left off in the episode The Kids, and continued to voice Darwin all the way to season 5, episode 12, The Copycat. But Terrell's journey into voice acting started way before that. From a young age, Terrell has always wanted to be an actor. One of the shows that really lit a spark for him was Hannah Montana. Watching Miley Cyrus go from a regular teenager to a full-blown pop star clearly left an impression on him, because later on, he'd actually credit that show as one of the reasons he got into acting, and eventually got him the role as Darwin. He would also tell his mom that he wanted to pursue acting, and instead of pushing him aside thinking he's crazy and just a kid with a wild imagination, they actually got him an agent and would move to California, where he landed his first big role on Days of Our Lives. That role was a turning point in his career, and helped him understand acting at a very young age. But the real game changer would come when he got cast as Darwin Watterson in The Amazing World of Gumball. What made that role so special for Terrell was that he was already a huge fan of the show, and as a kid, he'd go around doing Darwin's voice for fun, quoting lines and just genuinely loving the character. So when he got the chance to actually become the new voice of Darwin, it must have felt like stepping into a dream. I mean, how many of you have watched a show growing up and thought, I can voice that character? Either way, because he already knew the character so well, the transition was pretty easy. He watched so many episodes and really connected with who Darwin was as a character, making it more than just an acting role. And I think a huge chunk of that can be seen from his performance. Unless you were a hardcore fan, you probably didn't even notice that Darwin's voice was changed. This was his voice before when Kwesi voiced it.
You know how many videos there are on the internet? Here's just a drop of embarrassment in an ocean of shame.
And this was Terrell's voice.
Unless the sentence was, I'm really afraid of your mom.
Especially if you're a kid watching it, you definitely just kept enjoying the show without even realizing that Darwin's voice sounded a little bit different. This doesn't mean that Terrell tried to replace Kwesi. That's something to keep in mind throughout this video. This is just a thing that they don't have control after. Terrell's voice was a little deeper and a bit less high-pitched than Kwesi's, which gave Darwin a slightly older and and more mature feel, while still having that quirky energy that made Darwin such a lovable character in the first place. He didn't try to copy Kwesi's version exactly, he respected it but added his own touch. And it worked. Terrell's performance was a great example of what happens when someone truly connects with the character they're playing. For him, this wasn't just a job, it was a dream come true. However, like Kwesi, Terrell had to also face reality and couldn't play Darwin forever. This is where Darwin's next voice actor comes in, Donnell Hansley Jr. He replaced Terrell as the voice of Darwin in season 5, and picked up right where he left off in the episode The Copycats, and went all the way to season 6 episode 10, The Anybody. And speaking of The Copycats, it once again shows just how clever the team behind the amazing world of Gumball really is. Right after Gumball and Darwin confidently declare that they're irreplaceable, they suddenly glitch and their voices shift mid-sentence, going from deep to higher pitched. I couldn't find any interviews where Donnell talked about his time playing Darwin, but there's still a good amount we can piece together about his acting career to give us a look into why he was chosen to play Darwin. Donnell's path into voice acting was shaped by his family roots in the industry, which gave him a head start compared to others. He appeared in shows like CW's Containment and YouTube Red's Step Up High Water. He also voiced the character Peter in The Snowy Day, both in the animated movie and the series, showing he had real talent not just on camera, but behind the mic as well. He eventually got the role as Darwin when Terrell had to step down. When Donnell took over, he brought a fresh perspective while still preserving the heart and humor that the previous actors have given Darwin. One major reason he landed the role was undoubtedly his singing abilities. In the episode The Matchmaker, Darwin sings a heartfelt song about love.
Your smile answers my silent scream. Your photo on the screen.
Showing an emotional but outstanding performance from Donnell. That could have been another reason why Cartoon Network brought in someone new to play Darwin. We all know that the main reasons is that the original actors were naturally getting older, but when it came time to find the perfect person for the role, they were looking for someone with a very specific skill, someone who could sing. And fortunately for them, Donnell fit that role perfectly. However, it still wasn't enough to secure him a long-term spot as Darwin's voice actor. Just one season later, he stepped down after hitting puberty. Noticing a pattern here? Pretty much all of Darwin's voice actors had to step down from the show because they didn't have that youthful voice anymore. As they all grew older, their voices naturally deepened. So once again, Cartoon Network had to find another person to replace Donnell. Despite the odds, they somehow managed to find another perfect fit for the role of Darwin, and that was Christian J. Simon. He's the most recent voice actor for Darwin, starting in season 6, episode 10, The Anybody. He picks up right where Donnell left off, serving as a subtle send-off to Donnell while introducing Christian J. Simon as the new voice of Darwin, which again just showed how great the team behind Gumball are with handling these situations. I couldn't find any interviews with Christian talking about his role as Darwin, though that might be because he's still actively involved with the show, and it's likely returning for season 7 later this year. We do know that Christian has continued to play Darwin after the 6th season ended, playing him in spin-offs like Darwin's Yearbook and the Gumball Chronicles. So for now, we're left to piece together what we can from what's already out there. Christian's journey in the entertainment industry started all the way back in 2016, after he and his family moved to Los Angeles so he could chase his dream of acting. Before voicing Darwin, his voice can also be heard in a bunch of other popular shows, like We Bare Bears, Puppy Dog Pals, and so much more. Among all these actors who have voiced Darwin throughout the years, Christian might be the most successful one overall. He's made a name for himself not just in voice acting, but in live action roles as well. On top of that, he's also a talented singer, something that may have influenced Cartoon Network's casting decision. Since Donnell was a strong vocalist, it makes sense that the showrunners wanted someone who could carry the musical side of Darwin's character, and Christian definitely delivered on that. One example of him showing his singing abilities was in the episode The Silence. His singing in that episode isn't just impressive, it adds real emotion and makes the scene hit even harder.
It's nothing that we ever felt we had to hide. Said nothing lasts forever. I never thought they'd mean us.
Christian J. Simon has really showcased his ability to bring Darwin to life in all of his complexity. He's proven himself to be an ideal choice for the role, and it'll be fun to see how he continues to evolve the character in upcoming episodes. Or maybe even the Amazing World of Gumball movie. But come on, we did Darwin. How could we forget the main cat himself, Gumball? And trust me, he has had quite a few changes to his voice too. Over the years, Gumball's voice has changed a lot, starting out super young.
That's not the pizza cutter, that's a DVD! Oh, give me that!
And ending up way older sounding.
Sorry, but it's just advertising 101, man.
And while it might seem just like the case of an actor growing up, the real story is a lot darker than that. So to understand why Gumball's voice doesn't sound like it used to, we have to go back to the show's first episode. Gumball has always sounded young and enthusiastic, but this was especially the case in the first few seasons. And that's all because of his voice actor, Logan Grove. Logan voiced him all the way from the first episode, the DVD, up until season 3, in the episode, The Kids. His performance really brought out Gumball's fun and mischievous personality, but what made it stand out even more was how well he handled the emotional scenes. Whether Gumball was being over-the-top dramatic, being honest, or committing war crimes, Logan's voice always fit the moment, showing why he was picked as the voice of Gumball.
We are responsible for the future generation. We make the children that will become the world of tomorrow.
Logan's standout performance earned him a BTVA Voice Acting Award for the best vocal performance by a child. He was also nominated for an Annie Award for his work in television production. And while Logan was happy with all the spotlight and joy it was bringing to him, a major issue was slowly developing at the same time. When season 2 came around, Logan's voice had started to change as he hit puberty. In the earlier episodes, his voice had that ideal childlike tone, but as the season went on, the change became more and more obvious. And unfortunately, it was clear that his voice was starting to sound too old for Gumball.
Come on, let's try it again.
We enjoy it while we can!
By the time season 3 started airing, the team was forced to start looking into a replacement for Logan, since his voice really just didn't fit the character anymore. And for that, they needed someone perfect. Someone who could capture everything we loved about Logan's version of Gumball, while also bringing their own unique twist to the character. That's where Gumball's third voice actor comes into play, Jacob Hopkins. And I say third because Gumball actually had another voice actor that voiced the character before Logan did, but he only voiced the character for the unaired pilot, meaning no one ever heard him play Gumball on TV. And since unlike the first actor who played Gumball, the show had to be careful when changing the character's voice, which they did in the most Gumball way possible. In the episode, The Kids, Gumball and Darwin's voices suddenly drop and become super deep, making them realize that they're starting to grow up. They try to brush it off and go about their day, but the new voice ends up causing all kinds of problems. And just when they finally start to accept the change, their voices randomly switch back and they find out they can actually stay kids forever. At first, it sounds awesome, until they realize they're literally gonna be young forever. The episode wraps up with them awkwardly trying to laugh it off, at which point the voices had to be changed for new actors. This episode was a clever way of addressing the fact that Logan and Quasi, the voice actors for Gumball and Darwin, have both gone through puberty, which changed how Gumball and Darwin sounded. Rather than just swapping out the voices behind the scenes, the creators chose to make it a part of the show. They used the episode as a way to introduce the new voice actors while also giving a proper send-off to the originals. Logan and Quasi have been with these characters for a long time, so being replaced probably wasn't the easiest thing to accept. But in this episode, they were able to part ways with their characters in a meaningful way and look ahead to new opportunities in their careers. After that episode, Jacob Hopkins officially became Gumball's new voice actor, voicing him all the way up until season 5, episode 12, The Copycats. Before landing the role of Gumball, Jacob had already been building a solid acting career, with some pretty notable roles at a very young age. One of his first big roles was playing Alexander Drew on HBO's True Blood, where he got to show his skills in a more serious and dramatic role. He also appeared on the sitcom The Goldbergs, playing a character named Chad Kremp in several episodes over a few seasons. And he obviously needed to be a good voice actor for that, since by this point, Gumball was a massive hit. But apart from being a good voice actor, his voice also needed to sound similar to the old Gumball as much as possible. When he took over in season 3, he brought a whole new energy to the character, while keeping his goofy charm and all-around wild personality.
Okay, let's see what's going on in there. Oh my gosh, there's 2 of him, and they're kissing!
His take on the role kept the character just as fun and lovable as ever, and it quickly became one of the parts people best knew him for, especially during his time playing Gumball. Because in interviews, his normal voice sounded exactly like his voice for Gumball. If someone was to meet him in real life and know about Gumball, they would realize that they're basically talking to Gumball. Jacob was pretty much one with the character.
I also like to play lots of sports, taekwondo, spend time with my family, video games, Nintendo, for all those Nintendo fans out there.
For Jacob, playing Gumball was a dream come true, as he watched the show way before he was ever cast for the voice of Gumball, so he knew the character inside and out. He understood Gumball's humor, energy, and personality, which made it super easy for him to take over the role and make it his own. When he did get the part, he said he would pull up an episode of Gumball, mute it, and voice over him as a way to practice. It came very natural for him, almost like he'd been preparing without even realizing. But like many voice actors, Jacob eventually hit that unavoidable moment. His voice started to change, and just like Logan, as he got older, it became harder to match Gumball's younger, high-pitched tone. So once again, the showrunners made the tough decision to recast the role with Nicholas Cantu, and they had to do it once again in the most Gumball way possible, by making it into an episode, of course. In Jacob's final episode, The Copycats, after dealing with their copycats versions, Gumball and Darwin say they're irreplaceable, but mid-sentence they suddenly glitch and their voices change out of nowhere. This wasn't just a random glitch though, this was the moment Nicholas Cantu took over as the voice of Gumball, and Terrell Ransom Jr. also stepped in as Darwin. It makes use of the situation. Instead of quietly switching the characters' voices behind the scenes, Nicholas Cantu voiced Gumball all the way up until the very last episode in season 6 titled The Inquisition. But Gumball wasn't his first role either. Since at just 12 years old, he got his start in the industry with a voice appearance as Diego in a 2016 episode of Dora and Friends. Not long after, he made a quick leap into leading roles, voicing Rowan Freemaker in LEGO Star Wars The Freemaker Adventures. For a 12-year-old, this was a pretty good start to begin his acting career. However, it wasn't until his role as Gumball where he found massive success. He was able to take Jacob's place as the voice of Gumball and improve upon it in many ways. And one of these was with his singing. One of the things that the Amazing World of Gumball was well known for before this was his songs. One of the most popular songs being Be Your Own You from the Copycats.
Be your own you, be your own you. Don't do what I do, just be your own you.
And one of Nicholas Cantu's best music performances in the show, easily, hands down, has to be Goodbye.
Goodbye, my face will be too mangled to identify.
This performance alone just shows how much emotion and depth he really brought to Gumball. Not just through his dialogue, but through music too. And honestly, while all the voice actors who've played Gumball brought something unique to the table, Nicholas's performance in Goodbye really makes him stand out as the best singer to ever voice the character. Now, if you feel like you've heard of Nicholas Cantu before, even outside of Gumball, you probably have. He used to be a YouTuber. He made videos under the name Junkie Janker and did a bit of everything. Vlogs, Q&A, commentary, you name it. He also played in a bunch of Minecraft Monday events with popular YouTubers such as Technoblade, Mr. Beast, James Charles, and so much more. However, his YouTube career would come to an end in 2023 when he got into drama with another popular Minecraft YouTuber, Dream. However, since then he's made a comeback and has a new YouTube channel called The Cantu Network. Nicholas Cantu ended up staying the voice of Gumball until season 6, where the series ended on a cliffhanger. There is a season 7 in the works, with a new trailer that just came out called The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball. But I don't think Nicholas Cantu is going to continue his role of Gumball for a multitude of reasons, with one of them being that his voice has gotten a lot deeper, and the last season was in 2019, nearly 7 years ago, and now he's a full-grown adult. Unless we get an Adult Swim version of Gumball, I doubt he'll continue to play the character. And although this is where a lot of people think it ends, fans. There's actually one more major change to his voice, which might hint a lot about where Gumball will end up in the coming years. Even though there hasn't been much information about the new season of Gumball, there have been several spin-off series of Gumball somewhat recently, in which Gumball was voiced by a completely new guy named Duke Cutler. Duke voices Gumball in the Gumball Chronicles, which is a spin-off series that used clips from older episodes, but added new animation and new voice acting. He voiced Gumball in newer scenes.
Cool. For a second there, I worried you thought it was a bad idea.
But the show didn't redo lines for older voice actors, so you get a piece of each voice actor who played Gumball in this series. Duke's portrayal of Gumball sounds similar to his past voices, while still sounding slightly different. Even though Duke doesn't have the most experience with voice acting, his performance on Gumball Chronicles does show that he can voice act and play the role well. But now, let's move on and talk about the entire evolution of Gumball. The Amazing World of Gumball has evolved from an experiment to a multi-million-dollar show in just 14 years. From new character designs to the creator now hating his own show, we're gonna go from the beginning all the way to now to understand exactly how we got here. The Amazing World of Gumball officially premiered on May 9th, 2011, but the idea actually goes all the way back to 2008. At the time, it was a rough concept with the working title Gumball, and while the characters were still coming together, what really stood out was the animation. It mixed 2D styles and 3D styles with real-world images. A strange combo at the time, but one that ended up giving the show its signature look. But the mix of styles didn't just apply to the backgrounds, it extended to the characters themselves. Gumball had his blue look, but was noticeably less polished, which they probably did on purpose. His head was more rectangular in shape, and his enormous eyes took up the majority of his face. In the even earlier designs of Gumball, the blue cat we all know and love today wasn't even planned to exist. Originally, he was gonna be a blue dog, but as the character developed, they realized his personality, unlucky but still cheerful, would better fit a cat, specifically a black cat. However, the black cat idea was still too limiting for the kinds of stories they wanted to tell, so the team ended up going back to the drawing board, trying to find something that would stand out even more. And that's when they got an idea. They decided to make him blue because it wasn't a color you'd typically see on cats, and it gave off this 70s, 80s Japanese mascot vibe. That one change ended up defining Gumball forever, making the blue cat instantly recognizable all around the world. But Gumball wasn't the only character to go through a transformation. Darwin's story is just as personal and unique. He was inspired by Ben Bucklett, the showmaker's real-life friend Paul, who spent so much time with the family that they were basically like his adoptive parents to him. That experience shaped Darwin's role on the show, not as just Gumball's best friend, but as someone who was brought into the Watterson family and loved like one of their own. And just like his backstory, Darwin's design went through some changes too. His overall look was recognizable, but those early versions were definitely a bit different. His eyes were oversized, and his head looked way too big for his body. And maybe the biggest challenge was he was originally animated in 3D instead of 2D. But it wasn't just the animation that was changed in the pilot. The voices were completely different too.
Ready? Ready! Ready for what?
Gumball was still in its very early stages, but it was clearly on the path to something special. And in 2011, we finally got to see the potential come to life when the first episode premiered in the US, called the DVD. Right from the start, The Amazing World of Gumball stood out with its wild mix of animation styles, real-world photography for backgrounds, characters, and so much more. Season 1 kicked off with 36 episodes and gave us a real look at the Watterson family and their totally chaotic lives in Elmore. Alongside Gumball and Darwin, we met Richard, Nicole, and Anais. People were hooked fast, and it didn't take long for Gumball to become one of Cartoon Network's most popular shows. Behind the scenes, the show would always be changing, especially when it comes to the voice actors. In the beginning, Logan Grove and Kwesi Bache took over the new voices of Gumball and Darwin, and they showed that they were perfect picks to bring Gumball and Darwin to life. But as time went on, things would change in ways no one saw coming. Changes that would eventually shape the future of the show in unexpected ways. Before long, The Amazing World of Gumball was already making waves. In 2011, just after debuting, it won the British Academy Children's Award for Animation. The first episode pulled in 2.12 million viewers in the US, which really just shows how quickly the show started catching on. Critics also took notice. These early wins set the stage for Gumball to become a standout show in animation. But after a successful debut season, Gumball came back with even more energy and creativity creativity in Season 2. Premiering on August 7th, 2012, the new season continued what made it a hit. Some major changes this year included updates to Gumball and Darwin's appearances. While they still had the same iconic designs we all know and love, a few subtle changes were made, such as fading the shadow on Darwin's body, which was mistaken a lot for clothes, and rounding out both Darwin and Gumball's eyes. This would also be the case with the rest of the Watterson family to match Gumball and Darwin. In this year, Logan Grove, Gumball's voice actor, would go on to win an Annie Award for the best voice acting in an animated TV production, a recognition that showcased his incredible talent and dedication that he put into bringing Gumball to life.
You're a complete nutcase, man! I don't want to fight you anymore!
Behind the scenes, though, there were a few things that were starting to unravel. The actors behind Gumball and Darwin were facing a growing problem that, while going unnoticed by many, would only intensify over the next few years. Season 3 of The Amazing World of Gumball kicked off on June 5th, 2014 with a major change. The voices of Gumball and Darwin, Logan Grove and Kwesi Boche, who had voiced the duo since Season 1, stepped away as their voices naturally matured. By the end of Season 2, it was clear that their voices were getting deeper, and they were starting to outgrow their roles. If you compare Seasons 1 and 2, you can hear a huge difference. So, in the episode The Kids, Gumball's voice actor was switched out to Jacob Hopkins, and Darwin's voice actor was switched out to Terrell Ransom Jr. Season 3 also marked the final update for the Wattersons family designs. They got rounder eyes and a slight visual upgrade, but from this point on, their appearances remained mostly the same. By 2015, The Amazing World of Gumball had really found its place, mixing good writing with a visually appealing show that really stood out to fans. And Season 4, which came out this year, was proof of that. With a 93% rating on Rotten Tomatoes and consistently strong fan feedback, it was clear the show wasn't slowing down anytime soon. Every episode continued to push the boundaries. Around this time, fans couldn't help but speculate about the possibility of a Gumball movie. It wasn't confirmed, but the idea started to slowly become more talked about. As Gumball's fan base grew, the idea of a movie wasn't totally out of the question anymore. It started to feel like a real possibility. And in October of this year, Ben Bucklett dropped a casual comment that would cause years of excitement. In an interview with The Times, a popular British news company, Ben Bucklett mentioned that there was interest in making a Gumball movie. It wasn't an official announcement, but that one comment would set the fan base on fire, turning the idea of a Gumball movie from a mere wish to something that's entirely possible. If only they knew the challenges behind the scenes, issues, delays, and obstacles that would hold up the movie for years. But before any of that came to light, Season 5 of Gumball dropped in 2016, keeping fans occupied while they anxiously waited for news on the movie. But not even a week after Season 5 of Gumball dropped, the creator, Ben Bucklett, announced that Season 6 would be his last season he'd work on. Ben had been with The Amazing World of Gumball from the start, so his announcement marked a major turning point for The Amazing World of Gumball. With him gone, the question came, could the show continue without the man who created it all? The creative direction would now fall into new hands, and that shift could change everything. I wonder what the show would look like without Ben. I'm glad it was his choice. That means we're definitely gonna get a whole, complete, satisfying run. Fans were split over Ben Bucklett's departure after Season 6. Some were concerned about how Gumball would continue without its creator. On the flip side, others respected his decisions and were hopeful for the future, knowing that it was his choice to step away. At first, Ben's announcement had fans thinking that Season 6 would mark the end of the series. Also, you know, I'm the one leaving after Season 6, but it's not necessarily the end of The Amazing World of Gumball. But then, he stepped in to clear things up, essentially saying, hey, I'm the one leaving, but the show isn't. However, as time went on, the idea that Season 6 might actually be the final chapter began to feel more real. While Ben was already saying his final goodbyes early, new cast members were being welcomed to the show. By this point in Season 5, Jacob Hopkins and Terrell Ransom Jr. had been voicing Gumball and Darwin since Season 3, but just like the original actors before them, they started to get too old for their roles. So the show brought in new voice actors, and Nicholas Cantu started voicing Gumball, and Donnell Hansley Jr. started voicing Darwin. After the episode The Copycats, they quickly settled into their roles, picking up right where the previous actors left off. And over the next year, they would work on the show behind the scenes, getting ready for the next season that was about to come. Season 6 of Gumball premiered in 2018, introducing another change in the voice cast. While Nicholas Cantu continued voicing Gumball, Donnell Jr. was replaced by Christian J. Simon as Darwin. This transition occurred in the episode The Anybody, where Darwin's voice noticeably shifted after clearing his throat, and it happened so quickly that you probably wouldn't even notice unless you're a really big fan.
I do not sound like that. Try clearing your throat.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
Even with the voice change, the show kept doing what it did best. Then, in 2018, news came out that Season 6 would be the last, with also more news about the Gumball movie. Season 6 is confirmed to be the final season. The show will end with 240 episodes, a movie script is being written, but we just don't know if a movie will actually be made just yet. And Ben retweeted this, meaning it wasn't a joke. Well, we finally got an update on the movie. At the same time, Gumball seemed to finally be wrapping up. Yo, I like deadass wanna cry. Please don't let the show end. Gumball is my favorite. Please, no! We were finally getting to the movie we'd all been waiting for, but at what cost? The end of Gumball meant saying goodbye to the world that we've all grown to love. With fans knowing that Season 6 would be the last, there was nothing else to do but wait for that final episode. But when it came, it didn't conclude anything, and just made us question even more what was happening. Season 6 wrapped up in June 19th with a real cliffhanger, with Rob falling into the void after warning about a certain danger that's coming. The Amazing World of Gumball series finale wasn't just disappointing, it was depressing. I used to hate it, but since the movie got announced, I really enjoyed the episode. As expected, Season 6 divided the entire fan base. Some were disappointed, feeling it could have wrapped things up better, while others loved it and eagerly hoped it would set the stage for something bigger, like the movie. In the end, opinions were split and the fan base debated it for months, and even still to this day. While we waited for what was to come next, the following years would give us some content to pass the time. In 2019, we got an unexpected treat with Darwin's Yearbook, a 6-episode miniseries that dropped in December 2019. This time, the spotlight shifted away from Gumball and onto his best friend and adopted brother, Darwin. The series follows Darwin as he works on the Elmore Junior High Yearbook, deciding who wins the title of Best Person Ever. Although it was only 6 episodes, and mostly recycled clips from the Gumball episodes, it still included some fresh moments that kept fans entertained while they waited for the finale of Season 6 to be answered. After the release of Darwin's Yearbook, fans were treated to another mini-series called the Gumball Chronicles, which followed a similar format. This new series aired in 2020, which was almost a year after Darwin's Yearbook ended. This yet again was another trip down memory lane, giving us short episodes that revisited some of the most memorable moments from the Amazing World of Gumball, with new stuff sprinkled in between. While these miniseries were a fun distraction, they also left fans eager to see the next big step in the Gumball universe. Get it? That's the name of the channel. Subscribe. Anyways, and on whether or not that would finally bring the long-awaited movie to life, almost a year later, we finally got some promising updates about the movie. On September 21st, 2021, fans were finally treated with some exciting news. HBO Max and Cartoon Network officially greenlit The Amazing World of Gumball, the series, alongside a full-length, feature-length film Gumball movie. It seemed that the long-awaited movie was finally moving forward, and the future of Gumball looked even brighter than ever. And we were also gonna get this new series, separated from the actual Gumball show. For many, this was the moment they'd been hoping for. A return to Elmore on a much bigger scale. The movie, alongside the new series, promised everything that fans had been waiting for, and it seemed like the long wait was finally over. But things would soon take a turn for the worse the very next year. In August of 2022, Warner Bros. Merged with Discovery, and things started to get pretty messy. At first, it seemed like it could be a good change for viewers, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. With this new merge came the unfortunate cancellation of several fan favorite shows and movies from HBO Max's lineup, and sadly, Gumball got caught in the crossfire. Despite the green light we had received less than a year earlier, the movie we'd all been waiting for, alongside the new series, was put on hold, with no signs of it ever becoming a thing. We were essentially just left hanging, unsure of what would happen to the movie and the new series we'd all been so excited about. While all hope seems lost, behind the scenes, Gumball wasn't completely gone. In the same year, some crew members updated their LinkedIn profiles, hinting that they were still working on Gumball-related projects. Studios like Bobby Pills and Lighting VFX also appeared linked in the project, suggesting that, despite HBO Max's cuts, production was still quietly happening behind the scenes. With no updates for nearly 2 years, we were left to speculate about what was coming next. Then, just when it seemed like the wait would never end, we finally got the news we'd all been hoping for. On May 19th, 2025, Hulu posted a trailer to their YouTube channel called The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, which is now airing as a Hulu exclusive spin-off version of the show like originally intended. Although basically, this is just going to be season 7 of Gumball, with the same personality of the characters and locations in the show. And just very recently, as of recording this video, The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball just fully released on Hulu. And it's insane. From AI companions to an app that turns people into zombies, it really feels like Gumball is covering more current events than ever. And in this new show, we also get introduced to new voice actors for the characters. Elkio Theo and Hero Hunter will be the new voices for Gumball and Darwin Watterson in the new Amazing World of Gumball series. And in the show, these voices sound great.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah. We're never eating truffle burger for the rest of our life.
But now that we've gone over all of these changes to Gumball, let's take a deep dive and look into why the show never got bad. Well, most shows lose their charm over time. The Amazing World of Gumball defied the odds of falling off after the early seasons. Instead, as time went on, Gumball just kept getting better and better, never losing what made it so good in the first place. So what kept Gumball from following the typical downward trend of other shows, like SpongeBob or Family Guy? Well, today we're gonna look at the 6 main reasons why Gumball never got bad, and how it pulled off one of the most remarkable runs in cartoon history. One of the biggest reasons for Gumball's success has to be its characters. Every great show has a cast that either makes it or breaks it, and in Gumball's case, the characters are a huge part of what makes it so loved. Sure, there are a few characters that are hated for being annoying or downright evil, but the main cast of 5 in the Watterson family more than makes up for it. Gumball is the main troublemaker. He turns simple things into total chaos, but that's what makes him so fun. Darwin is his best friend and brother who is always kind and caring, always there to help. Anais is the youngest and super smart, but she can still act like a kid sometimes. Nicole is the strong and caring mom who keeps everyone in line, and Richard is the silly dad who acts like a complete idiot. There's even a time that Richard reviewed a calculator like it was a literal video game. This clip is literally peak Gumball. I don't care what you say.
Okay, hi. This week I'm reviewing this game I found was part of my computer. Okay, so I'm just loading up the game now. Okay, it's called Calculator.
However, the Amazing World of Gumball is much more than just the Wattersons. Some of the most bizarre characters you'll ever see in a cartoon will be found throughout the town of Elmore. Every character in Elmore is totally weird in their own way, but that's what makes Gumball, you know, Gumball. I mean, you got a talking banana, a talking chin, a giant T-Rex, and many more odd characters in the world of Gumball. All of them play a role in the show, either helping Gumball or doing the complete opposite. You have Penny, who is always there to support Gumball, and then there's Tobias, who usually appears as a friend of Gumball, but can also play an antagonist role at times. With such a weird mix of characters, the show never feels like it's repeating itself. There's always something new, either an unexpected interaction or a storyline featuring all kinds of different personalities. That's a big reason why the Amazing World of Gumball never gets old. They could have just stuck to the usual formula like most other shows, focusing on mainly the family and a few main characters, but instead they took minor characters and actually gave them the chance to star in full episodes. And we see this in multiple episodes, such as the shippening, using Sarah's weird fanfiction to ship characters in Elmore. Or take the episode The Extras, where background characters finally get the spotlight, showing just how much depth and personality even the smallest roles can have. Every character got their time to shine, and that's what makes Elmore feel so alive. But speaking of characters, one of the big reasons Gumball never lost its charm is because of how much the characters actually grow. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been praised for its jokes or animation, but something that's totally overlooked is the character development. The problem with most shows is that the main character can't evolve, and this often makes the series feel formulaic. When the main character remains the same from episode to episode, there's no real growth or change, and because of this, the audience may lose interest because there's nothing new to explore. more. I mean, if I had a favorite character and they don't show any growth throughout the series, I would eventually dislike the show for not trying to improve it over time. However, Gumball avoids this problem by letting its characters, particularly Gumball, develop throughout the series. For example, Gumball starts off as kind of the loser, and is just the main punching bag of most episodes. But as the series goes on, Gumball starts to gain more confidence and mature a bit, even going as far as gaining a deeper voice. He's not the punching bag anymore, and we don't see him get bullied like he used to. He goes from being this awkward troublemaker to some people genuinely liking to hang out with him. That's why a lot of fans love his character. He's not just a one-dimensional troublemaker, he's a complex character who learns, adapts, and grows throughout the series. But it's not just about Gumball growing. Darwin, Anais, Nicole, and even Richard have their own stories of development too. Each of them goes through their own challenges and growth, which keeps the audience engaged and invested in their journeys as much as Gumball's. However, as much as the characters play a huge role in Gumball, the next reason why Gumball is so loved is for its great animation. In season 1, the animation wasn't anything too crazy or next level, but after the show started experimenting with different styles and techniques, it really showed how creatively they can use different animation to tell a story. Originally, the animation was handled by a company called Studio Soy, which gave the first season a more traditional yet charmingly simple look. But as the show continued, so did its visuals. By the time the later seasons rolled around, Gumball's animation was taken over completely by Bulldog Studios, known for pushing boundaries in animation. This shift allowed the show to experiment with 2D, 3D, and live action, creating these visuals that helped define Gumball and its unique style. The change in animation really highlighted the show's evolution, and the difference in quality is clear. The bold approach to animation became one of Gumball's defining features, making it stand out not just as a funny show, but one that was visually dynamic and ever evolving. While the main characters like Gumball and Darwin are traditionally rendered in 2D, they also appear in multiple different animation styles with no limits. I think a great example of this is in the episode The Fury, in which the creators use an anime art style to show Nicole and Yuki's rivalry. Yeah, this episode was intense. The budget must have gone way over what they planned. The creators don't limit themselves to just one animation style, but instead embrace multiple styles. Even with all the challenge that comes with blending them into the show, this approach not only keeps the series visually fresh, but also adds a layer of depth and creativity that audiences love. By mixing all kinds of animation styles, the show keeps things exciting and unpredictable. It's the kind of thing that grabs your attention, whether you're a kid or an adult. This thoughtful integration of different animation techniques not only sets Gumball apart from other animated series, but also shows how the animation can be used in all kinds of creative ways to tell a story. But another thing that makes Gumball so good is the voice actors. Instead of going down the usual route of hiring professional adult voice actors, the creators decided to cast real kids to voice the main characters. I mean, not to say the kids were completely inexperienced, they were also voice actors, but they were obviously still very young. Gumball has been voiced by Nicholas Cantu, Jacob Hopkins, and Logan Grove over the years, and each of them brought that perfect mix of mischief and charm that makes him so lovable. You can almost hear the energy and emotion in their voices, which makes Gumball sound just like a real kid. In this interview about auditioning for Gumball, apparently Jacob didn't even try to voice Gumball, because that was just his natural voice at the time.
I sounded a lot like him, and when he yelled, when I yell, I have like a raspiness just like him.
Which means if you were to meet him in person, you would basically meet Gumball in real life. But it wasn't just Gumball who got such great voice acting. Darwin's voice is just as important. Real kids were casted to voice both Gumball and Darwin. The voices behind our favorite talking fish are Donnell Hansley Jr., Terrell Ransom Jr., Kwesi Bauche, and Christian J. Simon. Each of these actors brought their own special touch to Darwin, giving him that kind, genuine voice we all love. Not only did these kids have talent in voice acting, but their singing was another big factor. When I tell you these kids could sing, they could sing.
Your smile answers my silent scream. Your photo on the screen. Goodbye. My face will be too mangled to identify.
You could say their singing is amazing. Anyways, you can totally see that the voice actors for Gumball and Darwin weren't just voicing Gumball and Darwin. They were Gumball and Darwin. That kind of identity had a huge effect, and it's the reason why Gumball never really fell off. What could have been a gigantic roadblock, casting new voice actors, turned out to be something the show did really fun in a creative way. They leaned into it, used it for jokes, songs, and even made whole episodes like The Kids about changing voice actors. Although I only talked about Gumball and Darwin, the voice acting in The Amazing World of Gumball goes far beyond just those two. Everyone behind the voices of the show played their part and brought the entire world to life. But of course, voice acting is only half of what it takes to make Gumball such an incredible show. As crucial as it is to have someone good voicing Gumball and Darwin, the jokes and story in the episodes wouldn't hit nearly as hard without the writing. Every cartoon has its own sense of humor. Family Guy with those random cutaway gags, and South Park with that really dark and edgy humor. Each show has their own way to tell jokes and stories, and Gumball is one that doesn't miss. The humor in Gumball can be enjoyed by anyone. If you're an innocent kid, you wouldn't even realize some of the dark jokes in the show. Some of Gumball's best jokes are the ones you wouldn't notice the first time around. When you're a kid, you don't notice these things at first, but then when you watch them again when you're older, you're suddenly catching all these references and dark jokes that totally went over your head before. No matter how old you are, you'll never really outgrow Gumball. You'll just start to see more of what makes it brilliant. One of the coolest things about the show is how self-aware it is. The show knows it's a cartoon and leans into that in the funniest ways possible. Like in the tape where the characters mess with their own timeline using a remote control, skipping ahead and rewinding like it's totally normal. Or in the Copycats where they roast a Chinese ripoff of Gumball.
Be your own you.
Try something new.
Find your own things to do. Get in your stupid car and don't come back.
They'll switch up the animation mid-scene, break the fourth wall out of nowhere, and even joke about Cartoon Network itself, all without feeling out of place. In pretty much any other show, that kind of stuff would feel like it's trying way too hard, as it's the only joke they could come up with. But in Gumball, it just somehow works. I guess it's because in the world of Gumball, it's not really forced upon you. The writing is smart and weird in the best way, but it never feels like it's trying to prove anything. You can tell that the writers are just having fun with it, throwing out the wildest ideas and seeing how far they can push the joke without breaking the show. And honestly, that's what makes Gumball so great. It feels like the writers know what Gumball is, but don't want to push it any further than it needs to go. They let the show be weird, self-aware, and chaotic without overdoing it and making it feel forced. And the final reason why Gumball never got bad is because of its strong community. From fans to the creators, the show has always been a dedicated group of people who appreciate its unique blend of creativity. The fan base is incredibly passionate through art, memes, and discussions, which keeps the spirit of the series alive even after the last season aired in 2019. The support for Gumball has never stopped, and seems to keep going from here. There is a ton of content out there. Whether it's deep dives into the show's themes, fan art, or remixes, people are constantly keeping the conversation going. Heck, even here on this channel, we love Gumball, and that's why I make videos about it. And if it wasn't for your guys' support, I wouldn't be able to talk about Gumball as much as I want to. So, thank you. Because fans still support the show, a spin-off, season 7, and even a movie have been in the works. The fact that fans are still so interested in the show just shows how much the characters and stories really connect people. Gumball isn't just another show that aired. It became a part of pop culture that will probably be loved for years to come. The bond between the show and its community is something special, going beyond the show itself. Now, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because I'll be here to cover everything Gumball related coming this year and much more. This is Darwin doing the Orange Justice in class. And this is Gumball doing the Shaq emote. From iconic memes to straight up brain rot, these are all of the IRL references I could find in Gumball Season 7. And we're gonna start by looking at the first episode, The Burger. After going to school and having a lesson on the dangers of eating fast food, when Gumball is trying to sneak around and eat junk food, Darwin comes in and stops him from eating it. Then Richard comes by with a bag of Joyful Burger, which Darwin kicks out of his hands.
Stop it, this food is bad for you.
This moment is actually a nod to the anime FLCL, specifically referencing this scene. The team behind Gumball never misses a chance to sneak in another anime reference, but this next reference, instead of being a nod, is definitely more of a diss. When Gumball and Darwin go to the Elmore Mall to cook for themselves, they find some sports drinks that must be healthy, right? But when Darwin reads the ingredients and asks if he wants it in his body, Gumball says,
Do you really want aspartate-hydroxyandronol inside your body?
No. Sounds kind of like the names billionaires give their sons.
This would be a reference to Elon Musk and his son, whose name looks like something I would see in my math test. This name, when broken down, has a bunch of meanings. One of the things in there being based off a literal aircraft. So it's no surprise that Gumball would touch on this by making fun of how crazy that name is. After poking fun at Elon Musk and his son, they head towards the checkout, where Larry appears in a rat costume before quickly switching to his uniform. Many of you might think this is a reference to Chuck E. Cheese, which isn't entirely wrong, but it's actually a reference to an older version called Pizza Time Theater, a chain started in the late 1970s by Chuck E. Cheese's founder, which combined arcade games, pizza, and of course, the creepy animatronics. But from the red and yellow hat to the rat costume, and even serving pizza, all to connect the episode's message about unhealthy food and the corrupt businesses in the real world. This actually ties into our final reference in this episode, as Gumball and Darwin face off with Mr. Build-A-Burger, the man behind the brand of Joyful Burger, who sings a theme song that's pretty familiar to Burger King's, with the phrase, "People are dumb, dumb, dumb," being a reference to Whopper, Whopper, Whopper,
Whopper, Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper.
With the making of this episode being around 2022, and the showrunners going over pretty much every dead trend over the years, it's no surprise that they would include a reference to the king himself. But that's already 4 references, and we're just getting started. Moving on to the episode The Assistant, Nicole meets an AI named Ori, who proves to be quite helpful inside and outside the house. And when they hit Elmore Mall together, she whisks Nicole through a whirlwind, grabbing what they need, checking out online in seconds, and sliding around. But she wouldn't just slide out. No, she hit the Akira slide, the 1988 anime classic move where the character Kaneda slides his brain sideways. This would be such an iconic move that even after 3 decades of animation, it's still getting referenced across many other Cartoon Network shows like Adventure Time, Clarence, and now Gumball as well. But then we start to see Nicole and Ori get very close. She gets a VR headset, where we have 2 more references, from the VR world being a reference to VR Chat, a game where people use avatars to meet and do anything they want online. On top of that, their hairstyles in the VR world reference both Hatsune Miku and Cassine Tito, both iconic virtual singers. But the references still don't end there. At the end, after surviving the moving car and getting her family to finally do things around the house, Nicole gets a package from Ori, apologizing for her actions, and that she's hitched herself to a satellite to look for an alien species that transcends time and space, which is a reference to the 2001 film A Space Odyssey HAL 9000, in which there's an AI on a spaceship focused on a mysterious alien intelligence far beyond human understanding. Next, let's go to the episode The Distance, where Gumball and Darwin take it to a whole new level of weird when they're being a little too close, from sharing their foods to shocking each other's butts. So Nicole and Richard decide to give Darwin the basement, where he can live in his own space. Anais, though, believes the plan will backfire, and she proceeds to float and take herself away, just like in the movie The Lorax, when the Lorax floats away after all the truffula trees have been cut down. The next reference is when Gumball and Darwin hop on a game called Panda Party Town, which is an obvious parody of Club Penguin, from the visuals to being an online game where you happen to chat with others, and some nods to in-game items like the Crystal Staff. Not only do we get a reference to Club Penguin, but also another game that you've definitely heard of called Roblox. You can easily miss it, but when Gumball and Darwin first hop on the game, when a player named Bamboom Booty 97 comes up to them, the high sound effect from Roblox can be heard.
This website has been abandoned for 3 years.
We get our last reference in this episode when Gumball thinks Darwin broke up with him. As a friend. Just would like to make that clear. But then Bambooty97 appears again, who turns out to be Daniel Leonard. He relates to Gumball and agrees to help him win Darwin back, reenacting the Revenge of the Sith moment, where Emperor Palatine lures Anakin to the dark side. He even calls Gumball Panduin.
Before me, my young Panduin.
Which is a play on the actual Star Wars term Panduin, the name for a Jedi apprentice. But now, we gotta go to the episode The Thing, and it starts off already with a banger of a reference from Street Fighter. She uses Chun-Li's lightning kick to knock the onions into a pan and slide it onto the stove. She follows it up with Ryu and Ken's hurricane kick to swing open the door. The oven fires back up with Yoga Fire, Doslim's signature move. When Nicole counters with E100's 100 hand slap to fan away the smoke, she finishes it all off with the iconic Hodoken again by Ryu and Ken. Also, as Nicole is doing all that, a sound effect from the game Neighbors from Hell can be heard. Afterwards, Granny JoJo calls. As she's trying to figure out how to properly work her phone, she starts scrolling through filters, with one of them being Even Doe, from the heroic quest of Valiant Prince Even Doe, a show made by two of Gumball's former animators. Then, we get two parodies of Lord of the Rings. When Nicole asks Richard about The Thing, Richard has no clue what she's talking about, which leads to this scene.
Do not mistake me for some cheap domestic attendant.
Which is a reference to this scene.
Bilbo Baggins! Do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks.
And when Richard asks if he can get a little clue, we zoom into Nicole's face, where the screen turns teal, which is a reference to this scene. And this episode continues to give us even more references, from the Giga Chad face, Luffy's straw hat from One Piece, and a parody of a scene from The Matrix. Next is the episode The Butts. Principal Brown feels embarrassed about his butt because of an incident that happened when he was younger, so Gumball takes it upon himself to help him embrace it. They go to Cut Me Loose, which I'm pretty sure is a new location, where Gumball shows him a variety of different hairstyles for his butt, and one of those hairstyles is orange curly hair, a reference that can definitely be linked to Ice Spice, who blew up in 2022 with the exact same hairstyle. Our last few references from this episode play out at the end. When Gumball plays some music, he does the Brazilian Luffy dance meme. Then everyone else starts dancing, with Banana Joe's dance being a reference to the Peanut Butter Jelly song, with him and Tobias recreating the Super Hot Fire meme. In the next episode, The Traffic, Nicole wants to take Anais to Daisyland, as it's the last day they can do so because the park is shutting down. And while she doesn't want the rest of the family to ruin this for her, this is when she starts intensely staring at Richard, Gumball, and Darwin to force them to remember why it's always their fault. This would be a reference to the Penis Stare from Marvel's Ghost Rider. The next reference is in the car. When Anais is explaining all the different activities, Darwin gets scared of the baby mascot, Baby Billy, leading him to say,
"Looks like he was born bursting through someone's chest."
Well, the baby was most likely not born that way. The Xenomorph from the Alien franchise was, making it another subtle reference to a fan favorite movie. But as Darwin is scared over Baby Billy, Gumball and Richard also start messing things up, pushing Nicole to snap and remind them about their promise. And just like how I would react, they react like the Hide the Pain Herald meme. Another reference comes when Gumball thinks he's fixed his text to Penny.
Okay. Thank you, universe, for the edit button.
But after Anais tells him that she can still see it, he sinks through the sea and falls deeper into the underworld. This could be a reference to Beyonce's music video, Hold Up, where she's seen sinking underwater. Or it could be a reference to the movie Get Out, where a character named Chris sinks into what is known as the sunken place. It could be either one, but I'd lean more towards Get Out, with both characters expressing a shocked face as they slowly sink into nothingness. As for the last reference, moments when Anais acknowledges that the boys need more attention, and that's just how their family is, which happens to bring out their inner guilt. So they work together to get Anais to Daisyland. Right as they make their gateway, the way Gumball and Darwin run is a clear reference to Sonic and his signature super peel out move. In the next episode, The Astrological, Mr. Small's crystal predicts everybody's true love, predicting that Gumball and Penny are gonna break up.
Not only are you not meant to be together, you'll break up by the end of the day!
Gumball then starts to see Mr. Small's predictions are becoming true, with one of the matches being Darwin and Tina, and both of their faces change. Darwin's face turned into an actual goldfish, while Tina's face resembles Barney the dinosaur. Next, in the episode The Cheerleader, Gumball and Darwin discover Richard's old diary. They help him face his past and regain confidence by trying out for the cheerleading team. At first, they take him to the skate park to boost his confidence, then to a roller coaster, onto a pony ride, and then finally a bungee jump, but all of them end in failure. This is when the reference kicks in. After going to bed, Richard is clearly nervous for the big day, which is tomorrow, and he has a face that resembles the depiction of Pepe the Frog, known as Monka S, a Twitch emote that's heavily used as a way to express being nervous or scared. Moving on to the episode The Boring, Gumball and Darwin find themselves getting into trouble with Tina, and in a desperate way to get out of the situation, they ask to use the bathroom. This is when they cross paths with Molly to find out that her yapping has the ability to stop time, leading to this reaction from the boys, which is a reference to the Mind Blown meme from Tim and Eric Awesome Show, Great Job. At first, they use this power to mess around with people, but when they are confronted by Tina,
Hey, you two! Time to get stomped.
they decide to become kung fu masters to fight back. And as we get into their little montage, they perform the fusion dance from Dragon Ball, at which point you realize how much influence Dragon Ball really has. This next one might be a stretch, but during the montage, Gumball and Darwin are seen forging pieces of steel, which heavily reminds me of that scene from the 2008 movie Iron Man, where Tony and Yinsen are building Mark 1 together. But if you think I'm tripping, definitely let me know in the comments. And while you do that, hit the subscribe button. Come on, you're right there. The last reference in this episode happens when Gumball and Darwin are wielding elemental fire and water. This could either be a reference to Avatar: The Last Airbender, or it's most likely a reference to the Mortal Kombat characters Scorpion and Rain, since Mortal Kombat is a fighting game, and both characters' abilities are water and fire. In the episode The Teacher, while trying to retrieve his phone back from Miss Simeon, Gumball catches her stealing and makes a face that resembles the original PogChamp Twitch emote. Now, if you think we've seen enough references, this next episode takes it to another level, this time referencing a ton of trends over the last few years that Gumball happened to miss out on. So you know they had to go back in time and retrieve all of this in one episode. In the app, our very first reference happens when Gumball and Darwin are going to their local pawn shop to try to get themselves a new phone. Remember that phone Gumball had last episode? Forget it, because that never happened. As they talk to Nicole about it, she mentions an app called ClickSap, which is their version of TikTok.
And we'll finally be able to join ClickSap.
I don't know, I saw a very humorous gif on Elmore Plus saying that ClickSap is dangerously addictive.
So add that among the rest of the references. Then, after basically calling their mom old, which, Gumball, come on, my boy, you have to respect your elders, she leaves them nowhere near a pawn shop, so they have to walk out there. But while doing so, they encounter Hobo. This is actually his name, apparently, who gives them a pair of sunglasses to see how corrupt the world is. They proceed to look at their surroundings and see signs with secret messages. This is actually a reference to the movie They Live, where a drifter discovers special sunglasses that reveal hidden alien propaganda controlling society. But the creators must be a huge fan, because they didn't just reference it once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. The second reference can be seen in the characters, as they're basically like the aliens from the movie They Live. The third one will be the scene right here.
I've come here to chew bubblegum and fix apps. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
And in the movie, a transmitter hides the aliens and their secret messages, but for Gumball, it's shown as a cell tower. Now, get ready to dig up some old trends, because of course, Gumball had to get in with the fun too. But we have so many things that I'll just show you. Gumball and Darwin immediately try to do a trend where you hit someone in the butt with a moldy tortilla. Then we see Tobias, whose dance is supposed to be a reference to the K-pop group New Jeans. Terry does the T-Edgerez head transition trend. Leslie does the wipe it down trend. Claire is seen doing the renegade. Jamie and 8-Bit Dog kick over bottle caps because that was a trend. Sarah, Hector, and other characters do the trust fall. Banana Barbara posts Minion memes from the Despicable Me films. Post about Mayor is a reference to Trump and taxes. Tony protests flat earthers, and Josh posts a parody of the traumatized Mr. Incredible meme. Molly and Miss Simeon are seen doing the ice bucket challenge. Claire and Darwin hit the pogo trend. Jared mews in the background, and we also see the milk gallon challenge. That was a lot, but now we have to move on to the episode The Entrance, where the references just keep on rolling. The whole episode basically revolves around Tobias having a party, and everyone is invited, but Gumball and Darwin notice that he really isn't the popular person that he seems to be, and that people might not show up, so they decide they should give out gift boxes in order to lure them to the party. And when they're looking for items to give, they mention the boxes were all from Frankie and his time.
Where does all this stuff come from? It's from Grandpa Frankie's time. Oh.
Then we get a flashback on items he illegally imported that were dangerous. And in one of them, we see a reference to the 2020 pandemic, when masks were mandatory and you had to follow a bunch of health rules. Eventually, they find the cologne, spelled Cool-Lone, which could be a reference to the real fragrance Extreme Spice Bomb, as both resemble an actual grenade and have black and gold finishes. Although, it turns out this isn't just your average fragrance, and black smoke appears that makes them overly energetic and silly. They start shipping them out to every kid in Elmore, and the boys go prepare for the party. Still energetic and crazy, they start changing their hairstyle and outfits, which are actually based off real ones that celebrities have worn to the Met Gala, like Lil Nas X, Bad Bunny, Rihanna, Kim Kardashian, and a ton more. This is when they finally snap out of it and realize that they're too late to the party. They then use the Cool-Lone, and it sends them right back to a trippy state. And that's when we get our final reference in this episode, where after being all tripped out, a title card appears and spawns in front of Tobias's house. Gumball then explains his brilliant plan of how they're going to get into Tobias's house, but in reality, we go back 20 minutes and see that they were still on the weird Cool-Lone, and end up making Tony crash. Both of the time card scenes, if you somehow didn't know, are a reference to SpongeBob.
A few moments later.
In the next episode, The Letter, Darwin slips a love letter into Carrie's locker, not realizing that ghosts go feral when told, "I love you." One battle with a flesh-eating backpack later, they receive the love letter back, but during the process of destroying it, Gumball's skull pops out from his skin, which is a reference to the SpongeBob episode The Splinter.
Okay, fine, stay.
It turns out that the letter Darwin wrote Carrie came from a cursed notebook that she gave him for Valentine's Day. That notebook is actually a reference to the Necromycin from Evil Dead, a book about dark magic bound in human skin, just like the one from Gumball. Then he tries using spells that he finds written in the book to see if that magically destroys the letter, which summons a cabinet with Swedish text at a $59 price tag. And if you translate the text, it says affordable, well-designed, furniture, and meatballs, which is a reference to the real IKEA, renowned for serving their signature meatballs and a wide range of furniture. They must really love meatballs. But while still trying to figure out how to destroy the letter, it finds its way into Hector's backpack. Fortunately, Hector seems to return the letter to Darwin without any trouble, though Darwin might have celebrated too early, as he immediately starts dancing the Orange Justice and the Shoot dance. And no, not the Fortnite emotes, but they would find their way into the game. Our final two references appear after Darwin is forced to read the letter out loud in front of the class, only for it to be revealed that Hector mistakenly thought it was a love confession for him. Darwin is relieved, but Carrie is not in the slightest, calling him a Lothario, an Italian term for a womanizer that originated from the fair Penton. Miss Simeon even references the play while explaining what the word means to Gumball.
What's a Lothario?
it's a womanizer from the play.
In the episode The Gut, Gumball and Darwin are searching through the fridge when they discover a dressing and ask if it's blue and black or white and gold, which is a reference to the 2015 dress debate where people argue on if the dress is blue and black or white and gold. The debate would go on even to this day, despite it being confirmed that it's blue and black. But I don't know, the dress definitely looks white and gold. Then we go to Anais and Richard, where Richard struggles to stay awake while Anais explains her latest invention, a device that lets organic matter communicate. When Gumball drops spoiled food, Richard immediately eats it, insisting on the 5-second rule, which will prove to be a really bad eating habit, as Anais's new invention ends up on a hot dog during a scuffle between her and the boys, which falls to the ground and Richard devours that in an instant. That's when his gut comes to life and bonds with Anais. Worried he's being replaced, Richard turns to Gumball and Darwin for help. When he struggles to play the instrument, they advise him to imagine it like a TV remote, and that's when we get a reference to the popular show Love Island, which is named Snog Island. We also get a reference to Netflix and Hulu, as Richard changes from one app to another, maybe being light dissed towards Netflix, as Hulu is where season 7 of Gumball is, so take that, Netflix. Next, in the episode The Wrinkle, Anais's dim-witted family is finally taking a toll on her, visibly giving her wrinkles for anything stupid that they do, so she pulls out the trusty old notebook, full of plans for the next 40 years. Darwin will go to an assassin academy to toughen up, Gumball will get a lawyer for all the messes he's gotten into, and Richard and Nicole will be sent to a ranch to retire, so Nicole doesn't, quote, do the 5-head point explosion technique on Richard when she realizes who she decided to spend the rest of her life with. This isn't something Anais just invented, it's a reference to Hokuto Shiken, the fictional material art from the manga First of the North Star, that kills or incapacitates by striking precise pressure points in the body. It also references the 5-point palm exploding heart technique from Kill Bill, Volume 2, a move that hits 5 specific points so the victim collapses and dies after taking 5 steps. In Darwin's Academy sequence, he's put through harsh training by masked figures. The leader's mask and cold authority could be a reference to the frontman from Squid Game, while the secretive, ritual-like group itself might be inspired by the Court of Owls from DC Comics. One instructor's blue mask could also be a reference to Ocho Ubida from Naruto. The mask that Darwin wears during his trials could be a nod to Tom Cruise's mask in Vanilla Sky. And in Darwin's final test, where he's ordered to kill a dog, is most definitely a reference to the Kingman's shoot the dog scene.
Shoot the dog.
In the episode The Gourmet, Gumball sees Masami's gourmet double truffle mac and cheese at lunch, and he decides that he will do whatever it takes to get a bite of it, even going as far as going to the Yoshida household. And one montage later, and Gumball makes his way in, he becomes a Yoshida. That's when the chef comes in with what Gumball has been waiting for his entire life. But wait a second, look closer at the chef pug. He could be a reference to the multiple Michelin star winning, world-renowned chef Gordon Ramsay. From the hair to the pug face, you can't tell me this isn't Gordon. And the last reference in the episode is when Gumball and Nicole decide to mess with Yuki using her own house against her, putting her in a dresser where she is put in multiple different outfits, and among them, she's wearing a dress made out of red meat, which has also been worn by Lady Gaga, who garnered a ton of eyes after wearing a meat dress in the 2010 MTVs. In the episode The Pool, on a hot scorching day, Gumball, Darwin, and Richard decide to cool off when they discover that Mr. Robinson secretly has a pool. They ask to use it, but he refuses. The boys aren't ready to give up that easily though. One of the ways they try to convince him is by calling him outside. And watch Gumball and Darwin suffer as they're burning into a crisp, which might have been a reference to the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, where SpongeBob and Patrick are placed under a heat lamp and start to dry up. The last reference appears after the boys end up draining Mr. Robinson's pool by accidentally and desperately patching it up, only for it to fall apart. Everyone bursts into tears, but Richard's cry specifically mirrors the classic Peanut style of crying, with his head tilted back and streams of tears shooting out the sides of his face. Next, in the episode The Portrait, all Nicole wants is a perfect family picture, but every time they're about to take one, another family member suddenly shows up. The first to arrive are Granny JoJo and Louie, who mentioned they came because they read Richard's newsletter, and if you you look closely, there's even an image of a slice of pizza wearing sunglasses with arms and legs. Likely a fun nod to Pizza Steve from Uncle Grandpa, another Cartoon Network classic. The next reference appears when Gumball, Darwin, and Anais conduct a dark ceremony around the box that Granny JoJo brought with her, chanting, "The power of 3 will set this box free." This is a direct reference to the show titled Charmed, where 3 witch sisters often recite the same sentence to activate their magic.
Power of 3 will set us free.
For the last reference, when Larry confronts Nicole about the entire situation, Nicole completely snaps and roars at Larry, with her mouth opening like the Predator's mouth from the Predator franchise. And finally, for the last episode, we got the Amadean, where Penny invites Gumball over to her house. Though by this point, he knows every time he visits Penny at her house, he usually gets dragged into some of her family drama. He gets all worried until Penny shows her dad's karaoke machine, leading to this moment right here. This, of course, is a reference to the famous Shaq shoulder shaking gif, where he looks at the camera and starts shaking his shoulders with a big grin. A meme that you must have seen thousands of times by now. Finally, this leaves us with our last reference, which comes from the Fitzgeralds. It turns out it's actually Penny's grandmother's 80th birthday, and the entire clan is coming over, who are very strict with this tradition. After Gumball and Penny are forced to wear their shells, we get to see the Fitzgerald family for the first time, wearing white clothing, rituals, and the festive setting is most definitely a reference to the tradition shown in the horror film Midsommar, just without all the horror and killing. But they do give Gumball a great scare, giving some scary vibes that could actually be because of the movie. Well, those are all the real life references I could find in season 7 of Gumball. If I missed any, let me know and subscribe. From one of the episodes in this season being the second lowest rated in Gumball history, to others ranking very highly, and being adored by fans, it's safe to say that fans are completely divided on this season, and I want to find out why. So today, we're looking at the 5 highest and lowest rated episodes in the new series, breaking down why the community rated them the way they are, and at the end of each episode, I'll be leaving my own honest review. So let's start with one of the lowest rated episodes in the entire season, The Distance. The episode starts by showing that Gumball and Darwin's brotherly bond has gone a little too far, to say the least.
Simple Shack!
So to solve this, Richard completely remodels the basement and turns it into a fish paradise, but literally nothing can separate their bond. Their relationship is usually really humble, but in this episode specifically, it starts to get a little creepy how close they are. And when they are forced to be separated, Gumball starts to get really obsessive like a crazy ex. Well, Darwin is just kinda chillin', living his best life in fish paradise. Gumball starts going completely insane, but to make it even worse, Nicole comes in and takes Gumball's phone privileges away because Richard used all of the phone minutes for an important business call. Gumball starts going completely crazy until he goes on a computer game with Leonard Daniel, who gives him the genius advice to be evil, break into the basement, and go crazy. But when he goes through with that, he gets stopped and meets Darwin down there, and they finally reconnect, while in the process also destroying the entire house.
Guys, what is that weird smell? No, wait!
This episode was definitely one of the weirdest ones, and that's saying a lot. This is Gumball that we're watching. It's one thing to have brothers in a romantic relationship. It's a whole new level of cringe to have them have actual phones. That is weird, uncomfortable, and cringeworthy. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this episode. It did make me laugh, but it was definitely pushing it. The phone scene was the weirdest part. Other than that, I didn't mind the episode. Now, it's time for my review. Yeah, this episode gave me secondhand embarrassment. The whole episode slowly turns into, I don't even know, a breakup arc? The whole thing's so weirdly intense that it's kind of funny, but mostly just uncomfortable. But I like the Club Penguin reference. 5 2.5 out of 10. While this episode was pretty bad and just straight up weird, it's nothing compared to the worst rated episode that we're gonna review at the end of this video. But while The Distance was hated by most fans, The Thing could not be any more different. The episode starts with the kids getting a call from Granny JoJo at probably the most unflattering angle, and she starts instantly roasting Nicole. But basically, she's coming over for dinner that night, and Nicole warns Richard not to forget the thing they were talking about. And she really emphasizes this.
Please don't forget the thing we talked about earlier.
But my boy Richard has negative brain cells, and he doesn't remember. So for the rest of the episode, they set out to try to figure out what the thing really is. But while he's eating a hot dog, it gives him flashbacks, which makes the kids realize that Richard somehow has photographic memory while eating food. Throughout the episode, they go all around town eating everything to try to find the thing. But thing after thing he gets brought, nothing seems to be the thing, until they get the genius idea to go to the store and combine all of the foods that he ate that day into one mega memory mukbang. And through this, he can access all of his memories from that day. And in here, he merges all of his memories together to realize that Granny JoJo is the thing. But bro ends up fumbling and then locks them in the bus station overnight, completely missing the window to bring her home. And when Richard goes to confront Nicole, thinking he's gonna get her full wrath, it turns out that the thing all along was to find a way for Granny JoJo not to come for dinner, so that they can have a night alone. And Richard remembered this memory through a kiss.
Why does dinner with your mother have to be so stressful?
What if I find a way to get her and the kids out of our hair and we have dinner? Just you and me.
Oh, that sounds like just the thing I need right now. Thanks, honey.
This episode was rated pretty highly, so let's see what the people had to say. This was a really sweet episode, especially the ending. I love seeing Nicole and Richard being a genuine couple. Richard remembering the thing from Nicole's kiss is so romantic and cute. This is one of my favorite episodes so far. It feels most like classic Gumball. Sussy is always a treat. I lost it at her just nomming on chips. Well, I'm not sure many people would agree on this. In my opinion, I think this episode was peak Gumball. And I love Richard episodes, I can't even lie. 9.5 out of 10 stars. But now let's talk about something not as good. The burger, which starts at Elmore Junior High, where Miss Simeon is showing the kids about the danger of junk food, which is a little dramatic, but it scares Darwin out of wanting to eat Joyful Burger ever again. But back at home, while Gumball is trying to eat something, Darwin tries to help him resist the temptations, but they can't escape junk food, especially when their dad is Richard. They go around town and finally find a semi-healthy looking place to eat at, but even this place is corrupted with fast food junk. This leaves poor Gumball starving as there's literally nowhere to eat. So Gumball and Darwin try a bunch of other stuff, from looking in a store to digging in the garbage and even farming, but nothing seems to work. And it turns out that the whole time, Mr. Build-A-Burger was the one trying to stop them from eating healthy. And bro is literally a burger. Build-A-Burger is clearly just doing this for profits and is super greedy. So Gumball and Darwin's solution is to eat him, literally eating the rich. Loved it, but it felt like they rushed through it to a pace where I couldn't thoroughly enjoy it. This episode's okay. The writing isn't amazing, but with it being the first episode of the series in years and seeing how the next several episodes have been, I think they just needed this to start getting back in their groove. Honestly, I'm not a fan. It wasn't that good. Yeah, this episode is basically Gumball versus the entire fast food industry. It's kind of fun seeing them go full anti-corporate. It's kind of like a PSA that forgot what it was teaching halfway through. 7 out of 10. But now, let's take a look at the 4th highest rated episode in the season, the Amadean. It starts out with Gumball simply trying to come hang out with Penny to use their karaoke machine. But it turns out she actually invited him over to a day where they were having a crazy family tradition. And Gumball kind of gets sucked into this, so they have to put on peanut shells and participate. Gumball is so overly confident and has no idea what he's doing. Meanwhile, Penny is just completely trolling him and treating the tradition like it's a joke. And I mean, I love to see how confident she is now. This episode is basically just Gumball embarrassing himself in front of the entire Fitzgerald family. But near the end, we do get a really cool moment where we we see the Fitzgerald family without their shell, which is really cool to see. And Penny's dad looks nothing like I would expect. Probably my favorite out of these 20. Loved it so much. Can't wait for more episodes. I love how Patrick accepted Gumball into the family. He's basically given Gumball his permission to marry Penny in the future. Overall, there was quite a lot of character development with Penny and Gumball in this episode, with Gumball feeling more accepted than ever into the Fitzgerald family. When I first watched this episode, it didn't really stand out to me, but the more I rewatch it, the more it grows on me. 9 out of 10. But while it's pretty hard to hate the Amandaean, surprisingly, a lot of people seem to hate the gut. It starts with the kids not being able to find anything to eat in the house because everything is expired. But Richard takes expired as more of a suggestion.
Dad, that milk was rotten.
Oh, be quiet. Expiration dates are more of a loose suggestion anyway.
Anais somehow comes up with an invention to show how food can talk. But while Richard accidentally eats it, because of the 5-second rule, it makes his stomach start talking and literally become alive. And the reason this became alive is because Richard has eaten so much food that it literally gives life to this puny machine, and it becomes super intelligent, giving it a voice and a personality because of all the pure calories and lard in there.
How come it's not muffled though? Like the device is inside the stomach?
I'm utilizing the acoustics of 2 of your dad's orifices. One is
I don't think we need to know.
Anais thinks this is super cool and asks for her dad's permission to be able to talk with his gut about smart things, to which Richard agrees because he's a good dad. But this gut is really smart, like on the same level as Anais smart, which starts to make Richard feel useless. So he uses his own creative way to win the chess game.
I'm here to take you down, evil king!
Richard keeps putting up with this gut problem for a while, until he starts getting hungry and the gut refuses to let him eat food. And you do not want to hold food away from Richard Watterson, because he gets so hungry that he goes to the fridge and tries to eat a moldy thing in the back. But that doesn't work, and Richard eventually literally starves to death and lets the gut take over, which is exactly what the gut wanted. The gut is completely evil, but then Gumball, Darwin, and Anais realize that they need to give Richard Watterson food. So Anais grabs the moldy yogurt in the fridge, they give it to Richard, and he goes back to normal. Too much of a gross out episode for me. 7 out of 10. It was a good body horror episode. It was mad uncomfortable. This episode, objectively, had some pretty bad gross out shots, but it wasn't used to a point where it was too much. Although, I can see why some people wouldn't like this. What I can say though is that I'm a sucker for a good Richard episode. 9 out of 10. But now, let's talk about the 3rd best rated episode in the season, which happens to be the gourmet. This episode starts with Gumball and Darwin at school, getting the same disgusting school food that they get every day. And when Gumball sees the gourmet food that Masami brings in, he gets super jealous and wants some. But when he asks his mom for some mac and cheese back at home, it looks nothing like it, which kind of pisses off Nicole, because she still has that insane rivalry with Yuki, and she tells Gumball that if he wants to eat the food, he should just go over to their house. And so, he does exactly that. Gumball ends up going over there and gaslighting Yuki, saying that he's super poor and doesn't get fed. So she reluctantly agrees to let him stay for dinner and teaches him the ways of being rich. They go through a whole bunch of training, like playing tennis, wearing rich clothes, and drinking disgusting coffee digested by wildcats. Eventually though, Nicole comes over to meet Yuki again, which almost turns into another anime battle. But Nicole just goes to find Gumball, who has completely changed. But at the end of the day, he just wants that mac and cheese. So he tries to get it like a wild animal, which gets him kicked out of the house. And it seems like all hope is lost, until Gumball remembers that he still has an app on his phone that controls everything in their house. So they end up using that to destroy it, and then all of their employees quit and promise them free mac and cheese if they give them a ride home. Love the anime Nicole return. This episode was so good, like the mac and cheese that Gumball wanted. Another excellent episode from this season. They clearly know how popular anime Nicole was. It was really fun to see Nicole finally getting some revenge on Yuki in this episode. Honestly, this combo needs to be used more. Anything that brings out Nicole's competitive side always makes a good episode. 8.5 out of 10. But while most people loved this episode, the community could not be more split about the cheerleader, being the second worst rated episode in the new season. The episode starts with Gumball and Darwin finding Richard's old diary, and it turns out that bro wanted to join the cheerleading team back in the day. But Richard never got to fulfill his dreams of being a cheerleader because Granny JoJo shut him down and told him that his dreams were stupid, which makes Gumball and Darwin feel bad. So they try to find the deep-rooted problem of why he thinks this, and it turns out that the problem is a long history of generational self-doubt in the family, all the way back to the caveman era. So they decide they need to help Richard become a cheerleader, which is easier said than done considering his massive size. Later that night, after all the training, my boy Richard is nervous, but Anais gives him a ball that would supposedly make him less nervous. When Richard gets on stage, he kind of just looks like a creep and completely fails at cheerleading, but at least he's trying, until he sees Granny JoJo watching, which completely breaks down any speck of momentum that he had. But then we get this beautiful moment where his family cheers him on and gives him the power he needed to become a good cheerleader. Richard ends up absolutely killing it, and for the first time, Granny JoJo is actually proud. Worst episode so far. Why? It's alright. However, while this episode is the second worst rated in the entire season, there's a lot of people who love this episode and completely disagree with a lot of the people leaving negative reviews. 10 out of 10 for me. Near my top 3 so far. The end was all worth it. This is probably the weakest criticism I've ever seen. It genuinely all boils down to seeing unconventional things makes me uncomfortable, with a little side of I cannot fathom the concept of not following gender norms. But now, here's my thoughts. This episode was definitely a bit strange, but it told a good message. I think if Richard wants to be a cheerleader, he should be a cheerleader. Although he might need to lose a little bit of weight if he doesn't want to cause an earthquake in the gym next time. 8 out of 10. But while people had very mixed opinions about the cheerleader, people seem to love the wrinkle, with it being the second best rated episode in the season. The episode starts in the doctor's office, where Anais has a weird wrinkle on her head after being only 4 years old, and it turns out that she's already aging from all the stress she has at home from her super dumb family. And Anais's wrinkle keeps growing as they do more dumb stuff. So to keep it from growing even further, Nicole decides to follow Anais's book on how to keep the family safe. First, it starts with Darwin going to a school to toughen him up so he can't get taken advantage of. But Darwin is way too sweet for this to have any effect on him. While maintaining a positive attitude, he still passes every test, and they come to the conclusion that cuteness brings infinite strength. Next, we cut to Gumball, where Anais tries to get him a top-tier lawyer, but Gumball has 420 life sentences worth of prison time, and trouble literally seems to follow him everywhere. So yeah, he's pretty helpless. And that makes Anais's wrinkles get even worse. Then finally, we cut to Richard and Nicole on a farm, where Anais retired them. But being on the farm only causes them to argue and horribly mistreat the animals with fireworks, causing the animals to stampede them, which again, you've guessed it, makes Anais's wrinkles worse. Basically, just turning into wrinkle mush at this point. But when they finally get to the hospital waiting room, they sing a song, and I think this finally makes Anais's brain click that not everything needs to be perfect, and she just needs to accept who they are. Very good and cute episode. I enjoyed it. Probably one of my favorite episodes in this batch. The end was very sweet. It shows imperfections make us what we are, and proves that being a perfectionist can have more negative effects than positive effects. I'm usually not the biggest fan of Anais episodes, but I gotta say, this one was pretty funny and had a good lesson. Bonus points for the Darwin part. Why? I don't know, I liked it. 9.5 out of 10. But now, let's talk about the worst rated episode in season 7, being a significantly lower score than all the other bad episodes that we went over so far. Not only that, but it's the second worst rated episode in Gumball history, coming in with an abysmal 6 out of 10 rating, which for other shows would actually be pretty average, but this is Gumball we're talking about here. This show is anything but average. This abomination of an episode starts in school, with Gumball expressing his free speech to Principal Brown by complaining to him about how Miss Simeon won't let him write a poem about butts. Principal Brown tries to shut him up, but after a very anticlimactic speed walking race to Principal Brown's office, he reveals that he's self-conscious about his butt.
I'm sorry, Watterson. It's just I have a problem with butts. My own, specifically. I cover it up with... I'm not gonna go into details, but mine is weird and gross. Can you let this slide, please?
Which is why he dislikes people talking about it. And after a little bit of an investigation, it turns out that the deep-rooted problem is that he got made fun of for his butt in elementary school. So from this point on, he wore a butt wig. Gumball thinks that reading his butt poem in the assembly will fix this. But to make it even worse, Principal Brown's old bully from elementary school is the superintendent now. At the school assembly, Gumball tries to make his butt speech, but Principal Brown pushes him out of the way and then starts rapping his poem for some reason. And in the process, he gets enough confidence to reveal his butt and scares off the superintendent. I gotta say, this was probably the weirdest Gumball episode I've ever seen. And as you might know from a previous episode in The Amazing World of Gumball, they don't really have the best track record with butts. Terrible. Felt like it was written by a 5-year-old. Judging by the comments, I'll pass on this one. I was into it, but holy sh**, it falls apart at the end. Why does this need to exist? This episode was something, to say the least. I don't even know what to say here. The Principal Brown butt scene was insane. I don't know, maybe Gumball should just stay away from butt episodes. 3 out of 10. But now, let's end this video on a good note and look at the best rated episode of season 7, that being the portrait. This episode starts with Nicole buying a professional family portrait because literally all of their previous family photos are just completely cooked. So they hire Larry and they're about to have a nice picture until the door rings and Granny JoJo and Louie show up, trying to also get in the family portrait. How did they hear about this? Through Richard's weekly newsletter.
Granny JoJo, I don't think I told you about that.
You didn't. I read about it in Richard's weekly newsletter.
And right when they're about to take the picture again, Nicole's mom and new boyfriend show up because apparently Nicole's parents got divorced and Nicole's mom got with someone else who used to be in Nicole's freshman class, and his name is Johnny Toucan. And then even Frankie shows up with the correctional officer who is now his girlfriend. And when Frankie establishes order and goes to take the photo outside, he ends up backing up to get the perfect shot and then just straight up runs away. After this, the correctional officer calls for backup and tries to get the Wattersons arrested for being involved with this, which eventually leads to the main Wattersons in the house, where they decide they need to get the perfect picture before the cops come and bust them. They find Larry tied up under the couch, get him to take a picture, and get a crazy shot of them in a seemingly normal family photo, with the cops completely surrounding them. And they're about to replace the old picture with it, but then they decide that the old one should probably just stay. Honestly, this was a super unique episode, and I love that we get to see the entire Watterson family in it. This episode went from 0 to 100 really fast. Favorite episode in this batch? This one is hilarious. Definitely my favorite episode of the season so far. Genuinely, I think this is probably my favorite Gumball episode. I love the ones where you get to see the whole Watterson family interact with one another, and this is just that. The plot was very simple, but hilarious. I think that's what makes it so good. They weren't trying to overcomplicate things. 10 out of 10. So those were the worst versus the best Gumball episodes in the new season. Miracle Star thought they could get away with blatantly copying Gumball, but instead it epically backfired, leading to an abysmal 1.3 out of 10 rating on IMDb, the entire fan base turning against them, and even a decline in goat milk sales. Absolutely horrible. This is the worst Chinese show ever made. The show's comedy is horrendously unfunny, the characters are really unlikable. I hate you, Mao Li Jing. Gumball is way better. I'll never ever like this show. Get in your stupid car and don't come back. Shame this series is a total ripoff of Gumball, with lots and lots of scenes entirely copied. Today, we're gonna be going over the satisfying downfall of Gumball's biggest copycat, Miracle Star, who ripped off the entire show and thought they they could get away with it. But let's go back to the beginning when Miracle Star was first thought of as a concept in 2010. And the reason this whole abomination of a show was started in the first place was because Soyan Foods, one of China's biggest dairy companies, was looking for a big hit to promote its products. Around that same time, another show was on the rise, one that would soon make a huge impact on the animation world, with its lovable characters, humor, and unique blend of styles. The amazing world of Gumball was quickly getting eyes all over the world, and with the large amounts of bootlegs of popular shows, someone was eventually going to rip off Gumball. On December 10th, 2014, Miracle Star finally dropped, and it followed your average troublemaker and talking goat, Mao Li Jing, or Kiki for short, his pet frog, Guagua, and their two parents. Kiki would be the main character, taking Gumball's place, being the face of an entire milk brand. Guagua would take Darwin's spot as the sidekick, while their parents take the role of Richard and Nicole. But you won't find an Anais knockoff due to what some people say could be the former one-child policy, heavy censorship, or that boys were overall preferred over girls in China. No one truly knows, but we do know that the change wasn't about being less like Gumball, but more to fit China's rules and restrictions. Though that was just the tip of the iceberg when it came to the problems building up with Miracle Star. And right away, you can spot the next problem, the similarities. Kiki and Guagua look a lot like Gumball and Darwin, with the same round eyes, face shapes, and expressions. It's not just them, other characters like Masami, Bobber, and Leslie got copies too, showing that no Gumball character was safe. But it didn't end there. Miracle Star wouldn't stop at just copying Gumball's characters. It went as far as recreating entire scenes from the show, almost shot for shot. They even went on to copy the scene from Gumball's first episode.
But technically, you rented it with your money.
The money I have to go and earn to feed you kids.
The kids you decided to have.
Huh?
And this phone call scene too. And they even made their own version of Bobbert, which I think is kind of funny. I could go over many more instances of this, but you get the point. It's like they weren't even trying to hide it and thought that because of the language barrier, they could get away with it. And those are just some of the many examples of Gumball being copied. Sometimes even entire plots would be taken with a new twist to make them seem original. But after a while of just straight up theft and copying Gumball word for word, the creators of Gumball would eventually take notice, and instead of going the boring legal route with lawyers and lawsuits, the team decided to have some fun with it, showing that when met with the opportunity, you should take it and make an entire episode about it. But another opportunity you should take is trying out today's sponsor, Cooper, because not using Cooper is basically like burning money while you shop online. Cooper is a free browser extension that finds and applies coupon codes automatically. Let me show you how it works. It's super simple. All you have to do is install the browser extension, and when you're at checkout, Cooper pops up with all the available coupons on whatever you're buying. Like right here on checkout when I was trying to buy a new camera. All you have to do is click apply coupons, and Cooper does the rest. It tests every single available code in seconds and applies the best ones for you. And look how much I ended up saving for literally doing nothing. And Cooper also gives you cash back at over 70,000 different stores, like Walmart and Target, basically anywhere you shop. You can get your cash back through PayPal, gift card, or your bank. Just activate it before you check out. So yeah, while Miracle Star is getting torn to pieces by the internet, at least my wallet's thriving thanks to today's sponsor, Cooper. So click the link in the description or the pinned comment right now and install Cooper for free. Smarter shoppers use Cooper. Now back to the downfall of Miracle Star. And it only gets worse when the creators of Gumball decided to call out Miracle Star themselves. In the episode The Copycats, Gumball and Darwin make fun of strange items in the exotic food section, when their counterparts, Chi-Chi and Ribbit, appear and begin repeating what Gumball and Darwin had said. And after seeing the entire family, they discover their counterparts are Chinese TV stars that are profiting off them. They do get a little laughs from their counterparts' descriptions, all of them except for Anais, Anais, who feels left out because she doesn't have a doppelganger. After having a funny laugh about it, the families go head-to-head with the copycats, having a pretty even fight, with each of them holding their own ground. That's when Anais points out that the copycats aren't evil, they're just unoriginal, and the Watterson family breaks into an entire song to inspire them to be themselves.
Be your own you.
Be your own you.
Try something new.
Find your own things to do.
Copying is clearly theft. It's gonna lead to your arrest. Be your own you.
Which we all must have heard by now. And when that doesn't work, they start doing risky stunts, hoping they do the same and don't make it out alive, which eventually leads them to jumping on a burning truck heading towards an unfinished bridge. And just when it looks hopeless, Anais thinks of disconnecting the tank, stopping the truck. So who's laughing now? But without an Anais of their own, the copycats crash, concluding their story once and for all. However, this wouldn't be the first time they showed calling out Miracle Star. On April 29th, 2017, the original storyboards for the Copycats episode actually showed Chi-Chi and his family in the Miracle Star forms. To avoid any potential lawsuit, the team had tweaked the design so they looked much more like the Gumball characters. But that wouldn't stop people from talking about and praising the episode, with how they made a bad situation into something adored by fans. The entire premise of making an episode based off a Chinese bootleg is great enough, but this was pure madness, and that's what makes it good. This episode exceeded my expectations. There was a song, a fight scene, a heartfelt yet enjoyable dark ending, and the Wattersons generally doing what they do best, Gumball at its finest. I love how they used the Copycats idea to its fullest and implemented Miracle Star's lack of Anais and its downfall. Always nice when a show acknowledges every Watterson has an important place in the family. After massive amounts of backlash and talk about the episode, Miracle Star would get called out for their copying, leading to many negative reviews and an IMDb rating of 1.3 out of 10. The highest score would only be a 3.5 out of 10 for an episode of Miracle Star that supposedly dealt with a lawsuit on, quote, against an inferior Western cartoon, which we all know is Gumball. Except it wasn't a real episode, and it just ended with your average lack of a show episode for Miracle Star, coming to its end on November 10th, 2017. But that didn't stop people from talking about it though. Years later, fans and YouTubers are still talking about it. It became a perfect example of how not to create a show, and Miracle Star's downfall needs to be studied. It relied almost entirely on copying scenes, jokes, and character designs from Gumball without adding anything meaningful of its own. The world fell flat, the characters lacked personality, and the stories were repetitive. Rather than taking inspiration and building something new, it just copied what other shows have been praised for. So Gumball had to step in and show them who the main character of the show really is. But now, where's the company that started it all? Soyan Foods. Despite all the news and humiliation, Soyan Foods is still dominating in China, being one of China's biggest dairy industries. Even after a cartoon knockoff fiasco and years of ups and downs, the company still sits near $1 billion valuation. The same year Miracle Star ended, the company had a huge move. In 2017, they teamed up with Fusong International to buy the French margarine brand St. Hubert for about 625 million euros. The idea was to bring more premium, healthier foods into China and expand beyond just their usual products. As of now, in 2025, Soyan Foods is worth around 6.9 billion yen on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, which in the US, that would be $950 million. To put that in perspective, it's almost the same combined net worth of about 12,000 US households. Or imagine dropping nearly $1 billion into a giant vat of milk, since they love goat milk so much. That's how much we're talking talking about. So, well, Miracle Star will go down in history as one of the worst cartoons ever. Soy Food would manage to completely move on and leave what they probably would call a huge mistake in the past. Fun fact, YouTube isn't allowed in China, so if you're watching this in China, you should definitely hit that subscribe button and leave a comment. I wonder if anyone from China watches my videos. Today, we're going through 240 episodes of The Amazing World of Gumball, from season 1 to season 6, to find the most normal Gumball episode. And trust me, this is no easy task. In a show where 1 second they're getting their butts slapped, and the next, they're destroying the entire town of Elmore, there is no such thing as a normal episode of Gumball. To do this, we're going to be going through each season and find the most normal episode by giving each one a score from 1 to 10, 1 being the least normal and 10 being the most normal. And at the end of the video, we'll compare the 6 most normal episodes from every season to find which Gumball episode is truly the most normal. But let's get a baseline and start with the very first episode of Gumball, the DVD. Basically, in this episode, Gumball and Darwin rent a copy of a movie called Alligators on a Train on DVD, but after accidentally dropping it in the garbage disposal, they have to try to fix this. And they try everything, from faking a DVD with cardboard, to begging for cash, and even getting a job. But none of that works. After a wild chase through the neighborhood, they finally admit their mistake and go to pay for the missing DVD, only to hear there's a $700 late fee on top of that.
That will be $700.
It's pretty normal as far as Gumball goes, except for Nicole smashing through fences and going through multiple neighbors' backyards. So this episode gets a solid 5 out of 10 on the normal meter, because believe it or not, there are way more normal Gumball episodes. But next, let's look at a close contender for the most normal episode of season 1, The Date. Gumball thinks he's getting ready for a date with Penny, so all the Wattersons try to help him to be the best that he can for his so-called date. He's taken to the dump to get new clothes and money with Richard. He tries to learn manners with Anais and self-defense with Darwin. But when the date finally happens, it turns out that it's actually a funeral for Penny's pet tarantula, Mr. Cuddles. However, Gumball seems to ruin everything by accidentally insulting the funeral and freaking out over a picture of a spider. He somehow redeems himself though by discovering Mr. Cuddles is actually alive, and he was just hiding under the toilet seat. And in the process, he got a ton of bug bites. This episode would almost be a 10 on the normal meter, if it was normal to go to the dump to pick up clothes, or get bitten exactly 150 times by a tarantula. So this episode gets a 7 out of 10 on the normal meter, because almost everything that happened in this episode could have happened in real life, except the 150 spider bites feels a little obsessive. But next, let's get to what I think takes the cake for the most normal episode of season 1, the third. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin feel bored with each other and decide that they need a third best friend. So they pay Tobias $20 to be their friend for the day. But as soon as he joins their friend group, he and Darwin become best friends, leaving Gumball feeling alone in her place. Gumball tries to hang out with Alan instead to make Darwin jealous. But you can't really play with someone who doesn't even have hands. So after some encouraging words from Alan, Gumball pedals all the way across town at crazy speeds, even setting himself on fire in the process, just so he can reunite with Darwin. I'll give this episode a normal score of 9 out of 10. We're getting close to a perfectly normal episode with this one. Although Gumball catching on fire might have been a little bit unrealistic, it's definitely a contender for this top spot. But now we have to take a look into season 2. We're finding a normal episode starts to become a little harder to find, but there's one specifically in the season which stood out to me, that being the banana. It all starts when Banana Joe returns a pen to Darwin covered in bite marks. Gumball confronts him, but Banana Joe refuses to admit that he chewed it, so Gumball secretly stabs holes in his glue to get revenge like any normal person would, causing Banana Joe's hands to get stuck, and this even makes him accidentally rip off his own eye. No worries though, as Banana Joe gets new eyes and a mouth like nothing ever happened. But in the classroom, Gumball and Darwin find their stuff trashed and their things ruined, which is the last straw for Darwin. So he breaks into Banana Joe's locker, bites his book, smashes his belongings, and chews on Banana Joe's family fountain pen. When they realize all the damage they caused, they rush to stop Banana Joe from seeing it, regretting their actions. But it's too late, and Banana Joe charges after them in anger, only to knock himself out. Gumball and Darwin beat themselves up to make it look like Banana Joe won, and in the end, they make it look like nothing ever happened. But it turns out he had Darwin's pen the entire time, and the pen was actually chewed by Gumball, who always chews his pens. So yeah, never let Gumball borrow your pens. In this episode, there's not really any big explosions or massive destruction. It's all just a big misunderstanding, which makes me give this episode a solid 8 out of 10 on the normal meter, only because glue removing your body parts doesn't seem the most normal. But now let's take a look at season 3, and I found 2 episodes in this season which stand out to be as the most normal, starting with The Man. It's Granny JoJo's birthday, and she announces that she has a new boyfriend, Louie. Richard, who still thinks his dad went out to get the milk and is coming back one day, doesn't want Louie to take his mom, which eventually ends up with them in a man-off, from whoever can grow facial hair the fastest to washing themselves like a man, sitting in the manliest way possible, cooking, whistling,
I can do it better with only one finger.
and even dancing, which was actually a trick question as men don't dance. After all of this stuff in the man-off, the final round is sharing emotions.
Yes, all of this was a trick to make you confront man's deepest, darkest fear. Talking about your feelings.
Where Richard finally admits his feelings and accepts Louie as a family member, though he's still grossed out when they kiss, which is totally valid. This episode is an emotional roller coaster for Richard, dealing with not having a dad growing up and seeing his mom with another guy. Yet, Gumball still finds perfect spots to slip in its weirdness, with all of the unrealistic gags in the episode, like growing facial hair really fast, which leaves it at a solid 6 out of 10 on the normal scale. For the last episode of season 3, we got the egg, which starts with Nicole being stressed out because the Parham family is coming over, and she wants everything to be perfect, so the Watersons can climb the social ladder to try to be even more normal, which seems like a great start for this episode, getting a high score on the normal meter. But things could not go more wrong, because even after dressing up and trying to behave, they just can't seem to hide how weird they are.
Hospital! Just kidding.
While this is happening, Nicole is pushing Anais into playtime with Billy Parham, hoping they'll hit it off, which they do, and both of them run away to the museum. As the Watersons go after them, at the museum, it seems like they're really getting along, which causes Nicole and Felicity to finally accept each other's differences. But that only lasted a few seconds, as Anais and Billy don't actually click, and in the end, both friendships end, and Nicole punches Felicity. I'd give this episode a 5 out of 10. It's a simple plot trying to stay normal, which seems like it would be good theoretically for getting a high normal score, but the whole episode revolves around how weird the Watersons can get, and the ending feels unrealistic. Now, let's move on to season 4, where there's a few episodes that stand out to me, starting with The Signature. And in this episode, Richard is having a bonding moment with Louie. He tells him he wants to take a step forward and marry Granny JoJo and move to Florida, which I'm sure Gumball would appreciate because he wouldn't have to get those kisses anymore, but Richard won't let it slide. So he tricks him into signing adoption papers, making Louie his son, and canceling the wedding.
Those papers you just signed mean you're now officially my son. So as your father, I hereby forbid you from marrying my mother.
So Louie fights back by adopting Nicole as his daughter, cutting Richard off from his wife, which leaves making the decisions to undo this mess to the man who has the most power in the Waterson family, which would be Frankie, Richard's dad, who left to get the milk 42 years ago and never came back. To fix this mess, the kids put out a message calling for Frankie, who definitely is not living his best life. But instead of helping, Frankie tricks Richard into signing the house over to the oldest Waterson, which of course happens to be Frankie. So everyone races to the city hall to get JoJo and Louie officially married, hoping to make Louie the most powerful man in the family. And this would be because he's the oldest of all of them. At the end, Frankie has a sudden change of heart and even gets to connect with his son. This episode is probably one of the weirdest I've ever seen. First off, the entire concept is just crazy. And second, the house is blowing up, and Nicole becoming a xenomorph like in the Alien movies doesn't seem too realistic. And don't get me started with how they mess up the family tree. 2 out of 10. This episode is the polar opposite of normal, and not a great start for season 4. And it's the only chance a start at season 4 is even gonna get. legit every episode in this season is so weird. I can't even find anything slightly normal in here. From Gumball trying to get his butt slapped to awkward episodes with Hot Dog Guy, this probably has to be one of the weirdest seasons of Gumball. So now let's move on to season 5 to see if there's anything even slightly more normal in here, starting with the potato. In this episode, Idaho gets really upset with Darwin's obsession with eating potatoes. So to avoid upsetting Idaho, Darwin decides to stop eating potatoes, only to realize all of his favorite foods contain them. So Gumball and Sarah step in, trying everything to help Darwin kick the habit of eating potatoes. From taking away his secret stash, to hypnosis, spooky videos, and even therapy sessions from Mr. Small. But despite all of their efforts, Darwin struggles with his cravings and starts hallucinating singing potatoes. And when Gumball tells Idaho the situation, it leads Idaho to see Darwin. And Gumball has no problem with it, until he realizes that Idaho, the potato, is going to visit Darwin, the potato addict. And they're gonna be completely alone, which is definitely not the best combo. However, Idaho actually brings Darwin a potato to eat, because it turns out he wasn't bothered by Darwin eating potatoes, but was actually bothered by the nickname Brotato.
Brotato, you're lying! Wait, I thought you were upset at Darwin.
No, I was upset at you. I hate that stupid nickname.
This one's a 6 out of 10. It's all just another episode that happens because of Gumball misunderstanding a situation. And this one definitely wasn't the most normal, but I mean, having an addiction to eating potatoes is pretty relatable, I guess. But now, let's look at another episode of season 5, just to make sure we're not missing anything normal. Let's look at the episode The News, which sounds pretty normal on surface value. But instead of this episode focusing on Gumball and Darwin, it's centered on the Elmore News, and some weird puppet dude hosting the broadcast. Throughout the news day, we get all sorts of crazy stuff, like the Wattersons' house catching on fire because Gumball freaked out over a spider, a mix-up of alpacas and a man, toilets going on strike with a sit-in protest, and celebrities Daisy the Donkey and Sally the Snake having a fight on live TV. The sports segment of the news is literally just the reporter yelling sports over and over until he loses it.
Sports, 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 sports.
And it all wraps up with a weather report fail, where the weatherman's green skin messes with the green screen. I don't think I need to say more. This is probably one of the weirdest episodes of Gumball. 1 out of 10. We're getting farther and farther from normal. So let's quickly go through season 6 and see if there's anything normal in there. And maybe we'll be surprised. Starting with the episode, The Silence. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin are chatting nonstop, until suddenly Gumball runs out of things to say, and Darwin's mind goes blank too. They try Harold's therapy, but he ends up just screaming at Gumball. So next, they turn to Mr. Small's alternative medicine, which only leaves their tongues swollen and things worse than before. They then try to do other things, like online role-playing, with Gumball pretending to be an anime girl, and sitting in strange positions at dinner to get the conversation going. But nothing works. Finally, Darwin says that they should take a break from talking and being with each other, singing a sad song about their relationship, which, funny enough, the title of the song is Out of Sync, and it's literally about them being out of sync. During the song, Darwin accidentally gets stuck in a car, so Gumball has to use Darwin's own way of thinking to track him down. It's a bit ridiculous, but it works, and they share a big hug again in the end. While the episode definitely has some weird moments, the idea of Gumball and Darwin having a falling out is pretty relatable in the real world with any friendship, which will put it at a 7 out of 10. So now to answer the question you've all been waiting for. What is the most normal episode of Gumball? I picked the 6 highest rated episodes from each season based on how normal they are. And we're gonna take a look at all of them one by one and see which one is truly the most normal once and for all. First one up for elimination is The Signature from season 4. Yeah, this one didn't stand a chance. The house blows up, Nicole turns into a xenomorph, and Frankie scams Richard out of the house by using a fake family tree. That's not just abnormal, that's straight up unhinged. It's only even here because every other episode in season 4 is somehow worse. So yeah, this is last place by far. Next goes to The Man from season 3. This episode actually has some emotional weight. Richard struggling with a new father figure is actually pretty grounded, but the second they start doing man challenges, like growing facial hair and emotional contests, you know that we're not in the real world anymore. Funny? Absolutely. But normal? Not even close. Coming in at number 4, we have the potato from season 5. Let's be real, Darwin hallucinating singing potatoes and going to therapy over snack food isn't the most relatable plot, but the core core of it is just a classic misunderstanding between two friends. No explosions, no evil villains, just emotional support and starch cravings, which for Gumball is decently tame. But now we're down to the top 3, and the silence from season 6 sticks around longer on the list because it hits a real world feeling, when you and your best friend are just out of sync. And while it may have been a normal plot, there is a lot of classic Gumball weirdness in this episode, so I wouldn't exactly consider it normal. But taking the number 2 spot for the most normal Gumball episode is the banana from season 2. Everything about this episode screams school drama, from chewed pens to ruined lockers and petty revenge. But one thing bumping this episode down is the fact that Banana Joe pops his eye out. And finally, for the most normal episode of Gumball, personally, I think it's the 3rd from season 1. This episode is just pure social tension. Gumball gets jealous, Tobias replaces him, and he spirals through his emotions to try to fix the friendship. In this episode, you get a normal story any kid can relate to, feeling left out, trying too hard, and wanting things to go back to normal. In this episode, there's no monsters or mutations or any weird typical Gumball stuff you might see. There's just awkward emotions and real consequences. And that's why I think the 3rd is officially the most normal episode of Gumball. Well, as normal as Elmore ever gets. But hey, if you think a different episode should have won, drop it in the comments. Subscribe, or I'm gonna delete your Minecraft account. From Richard purposely creating the Joy virus, starting a zombie-like apocalypse at school, to later in this video finding out how the Joy virus actually works, today I solved the biggest mystery in the amazing world of Gumball's darkest episode, which is none other than the Joy. Now, Gumball is usually termed as a kid's show. Sure, it might take a stab at some darker elements here and there, but the Joy is a full-on zombie horror nightmare, taking inspiration from different zombie and found footage films. But what makes this episode so creepy? And what mysteries come from it? Well, before we can find that out, first we need some context. The Joy begins with Gumball and Darwin angrily walking into the kitchen with the biggest frown known to mankind, which could only mean one thing: it's a Monday. Richard sees this and asks if the kids want a Wonder Hug, which is filled with all of the love and happiness in the world, to which the kids decline. But Richard being Richard hugs them anyway, and an explosion of rainbow colors occur. But at the time, they didn't think much of it. When Gumball and Darwin arrive at school that morning, everyone is depressed with Monday morning misery, which their teacher, Miss Simeon, feeds off of because she loves seeing students suffer. Despite everyone being super unhappy, Gumball and Darwin start to become uncontrollably happy, singing during their surprise test.
God says keep smiling, homie.
How dare you sing in my class?
Heel clicking through the halls and constantly smiling. Even when they try, they still can't stop this joy. Miss Simeon immediately notices that something is wrong with them, as she believes that the joy is not a result of two happy kids being happy, but in fact is a dangerous disease that needs to be treated immediately. The joy then spreads to their brains and causes them to hallucinate that Miss Simeon and the nurse are a cute stuffed monkey toy and a candy cane respectively. Miss Simeon then decides to quarantine them as their condition gets worse and worse. They keep hysterically laughing until the heart rate monitor they hooked up becomes rainbow as the joy fully takes over. They break out of the quarantine room and hug both Principal Brown and the nurse, infecting them both with the joy virus. Miss Simeon is able to get away and lock herself in her office, but it's too late as the infected hug more and more people in the school halls, turning them all into zombie-like creatures. As all hope seems lost, Miss Simeon accidentally turns on the cassette player with depressing classical music. This causes the infected Principal Brown to start crying and then suddenly turn back to normal. Miss Simeon then has a plan to hook up the cassette player to the PA in Principal Brown's office to play the song for all the infected to hear, in the process curing them all. And at first, this seemed like a pretty good plan, but in order to do that, she must get past past the hallway riddled with the infected. She tries to get around them, but quickly fails, and is now chased by all of them until she makes it to the office. But once she gets there, the song is finished, and if you don't know, in order to repeat a song on a cassette player, you have to rewind all the way back to the beginning. She tries to do this, but it's too late as the infected tackle her to the ground, and although she puts up a good fight, she succumbs to the joy. And that's the episode. We don't see anyone come to save the school. It just ends on Miss Simeon being infected and laughing creepily. It's really ironic that an episode titled The Joy has the most miserable ending, and the first mystery that we're gonna look at and actually try to solve comes from that ending, as many believe that the events in the episode in the school was somehow cured off camera. One popular theory is that Principal Brown, after being cured, escaped school and told the Elmore Health Organization about the outbreak and how to cure it. This theory does make sense, as Principal Brown did hear the classical music being played, so he could probably put 2 and 2 together and figure out how to stop this. However, where the theory falls apart is that Principal Brown would have had to make it out of the school without being infected again. But when he runs off, he's clearly panicked, which would make him a prime target for the infected. Also, he's very slow. His character design is even inspired off a slug, so he probably can't outrun them. Another theory is that Tobias was the one to cure the school, since his rainbow color gave him immunity to the disease, but it's made very clear that Tobias doesn't care about the disease, and probably wouldn't go out of his way to help cure it.
Ladies, contaminate the flower boy, typical.
The most popular theory in regards to this idea is that the disease itself is temporary and will go away after some time. I imagine the effects are temporary, so they all passed out and woke up really confused. Although this is the strongest theory we've heard of so far, there is no evidence to support this claim, making it more of a convenient assumption. In my opinion, the strongest theory as to how the school got cured is similar to that in a lot of the other episodes where the characters have a major problem, the universe seems to reset itself and all their problems get erased. This phenomenon was made clear in the episode The Finale, where it seemingly looks like the Watersons are gonna get completely destroyed, until Gumball says,
The only thing that can save us is reality being completely reset by some kind of magic device!
and then the credits roll with the family being back to normal in the next episode. We don't know. Maybe the world reset itself after the episode ended. Like, what happened to the finale? This explains how the show can go on when a seemingly life-altering or life-changing event happens. Like, for example, in The Fraud, the entire freaking school blows up. But in the next episode, it seems like nothing ever happened. So I believe that the same thing happened after The Joy. When the credits rolled, the universe reset like none of it ever happened. Another question though that arises in this episode is the cure. Miss Simeon finds out that Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, her favorite song, can actually revert the transformation. But why? Well, the reason the sonata is her favorite song is due to its depressing nature. To her, it's basically the anthem of sadness. It's so sad, in fact, that it causes the infected Principal Brown to turn back to normal and start crying. So it seems like intense sadness is what can cure the joy, which is pretty ironic since the whole episode started because Gumball was depressed, and now we're trying to turn them from happy back to sad. It comes full circle. But back on track, in the end of the episode, despite being hugged by many students, Miss Simeon still doesn't turn into a joy zombie. Although she eventually does give in at the end of the episode, she puts up more of a fight than any of the other students who immediately turned into it after being hugged. This is probably because Miss Simeon's love for all things depressing probably gives her some level of protection against the joy virus, further strengthening the idea that the cure for the joy is depression. Many people refer to the joy as a virus, including the Gumball Wiki. This is likely due to how the zombie infection in the movie Quarantine is also a virus, and this episode was heavily inspired by the movie. However, this clearly isn't any normal virus, which shows us that there is something more beneath the surface. But then, what is this disease? Well, it's made pretty clear that the joy is causing its hosts to act in a way that they wouldn't function normally, suggesting that it has some kind of control over them. This indicates to me that the joy is actually a sentient thing that tries to spread itself across multiple hosts via hugging. This argument is supported by how the disease is aware and adapts to its conditions, initially tricking Gumball and Darwin into trying to hug the teachers, but more gently and innocently. But when Miss Simeon wasn't reciprocating and restrained them, the disease understood it had to be more aggressive and violent if it wanted to spread. So therefore, I believe that the disease is some sort of sentient pathogen that can be passed by hugs. But this raises another big question. How do the hugs transmit disease? Richard's Wonder Hug initially caused an atomic bomb to go off in their house, but the rest of the deadly hugs just seem to be regular hugs. There are cases where diseases can be transferred via touch, but it isn't usually like that if the person's hand, or whatever they use to touch the other person, is covered in bodily fluid like saliva or mucus from coughing into their hands. However, the infected don't seem like their hands are covered in fluids, right? Well, while their hands might be clean, if you take a closer look at their mouths, you see this strange rainbow liquid, and it's shown in the episode that Coach coughs this rainbow liquid into his hands. This indicates that the rainbow liquid is what actually transmits the disease. This also confirms that the disease is actually a virus, as viruses are usually spread through the exchange of bodily fluids. So what is the joy? Well, I believe that it's a sentient virus that spreads itself through rainbow liquid, which contaminates all the host's hugs to try and find more hosts to help spread the virus further. But the final and undoubtedly the biggest questions in regard to the virus come from its origins, and specifically Richard's involvement. The first people to get this virus were Gumball and Darwin, who were given the Wonder Hug by Richard, seemingly inflicting the disease onto them. However, Richard also seems completely immune to the disease, which has sparked many theories. One of them being in the same Reddit post by YouThinker227, who argues that it could be Richard's stronger adult brain. My best guess is that Richard's adult brain can handle more happiness and joy, but this theory falls short since Miss Simeon, Rocky, the nurse, and Principal Brown all get infected despite being adults. So no, I believe the reason that Richard is immune is because Richard already has the joy virus, and the disease can't alter his psyche because he's just too damn happy.
I'm a bun, I'm a bun, I'm a tasty, tasty bun.
Meaning the joy virus doesn't have any control over him. If Beethoven's sadness can overpower the joy, then why can Richard's happiness overpower it? And why would Richard spread the disease? It's Richard. He's a loving father, and he would never put the lives of his own children in distress, right? Well, we all know that Richard is a very kind-hearted person. However, his biggest flaw is his stupidity. In trying to fix a situation, he can make it 10 times worse because he doesn't particularly have much going on up there. So his solutions are usually short-sighted and could put the lives of others in danger. And I believe this episode is a prime example of this. Richard tries to give the kids a Wonder Hug in order for them to not be upset anymore. However, he didn't foresee the consequences, and since he's immune to the disease, he thinks the Wonder Hug will just make them happier, without knowing the true extent of the disease. This also explains why the disease tries to spread itself. As established previously, the disease is sentient and wants to infect everyone, but the answer why is unclear. Richard's intent of trying to cheer the kids up was reflected in the virus, who tries to cheer up all the other depressed kids in school, but instead is a lot more aggressive. So Richard, in trying to help the kids, accidentally created a virus which wants to cheer up the kids by turning them and their entire school into zombies. Yeah, pretty much sounds like Richard. So I can safely say we solved this episode as much as we could. Gumball Watterson might look like your average cartoon troublemaker, but don't let that goofy smile fool you. From ruining people's entire lives to tormenting the nicest kid in school, these are 20 of the worst things that Gumball has ever done. Starting with the time he faked a holiday just to get out of school. In the episode The Lie, it had just turned January, and because January is the worst month of the entire year, and literally no no one likes it, to cure the depression of the month for Gumball and Anais, they invent a fake holiday called Sluzzletag. Gumball spreads the idea on the bus, claiming there's no school during the holiday, and Principal Brown being Principal Brown, he declares the day off. Well, of course, Miss Simeon becomes determined to prove it's a lie. The Wattersons dive into Sluzzletag activities that they make up on the spot, creating wild traditions like decorating toilets for Sluzzle Dude, a Sluzzle Feast, and Grindcore. But after everyone in town starts celebrating Sluzzletag, Gumball and Anais realize they have to act as the Sluzzle Dude, who is the person giving everyone presents on Sluzzletag.
Words, you know?
To save Sluzzletag, they ran and they ran. Only one thing was missing, and that was a plan.
So with her help, they sneak around the town leaving old Christmas presents that nobody wanted. Except, while leaving the presents, they're caught by none other than Miss Simeon. But instead of getting angry, everyone admits that they already suspected the holiday was fake, and were still grateful for the holiday anyway. While at the end, everyone was happy to have a holiday in one of the most depressing months of the year, Gumball still fooled everyone in town. But as we will see later, this is just the surface of the worst things Gumball has ever done. And as we dig deeper, we will start to see how ruthless Gumball can be when it comes to getting what he wants. But next up, in the episode The Sale, Gumball and Darwin are devastated to hear the news that Mr. Robinson is moving away. So Gumball and Darwin, absolutely adoring Mr. Robinson, build him a shrine in his honor, and cling to him throughout the episode so much that he finally admits that they're the reason he wants to leave. After a dramatic sigh from above, which actually just turns out to be Gumball with a flashlight, they decide to do whatever it takes to stop Mr. Robinson from selling his house. From staging a fake police arrest, to hiding hobos in the bathtub, and making Richard look like a crazy neighbor, nothing really works, and the new buyers barely react, completely obsessed with how perfect the soil in the yard is. Except Gumball thinks there's actually something deeper, literally, like oil. So he grabs a shovel and accidentally unleashes a flood of raw sewage water instead, which everyone mistakes for oil, and the Robinsons celebrate in their supposed good fortune and cancel the sale, meaning Mr. Robinson is here to stay forever. While Gumball's intentions were to keep Mr. Robinson from moving, his reckless and selfish behavior only made things worse for him, as they really thought for a second that they were sitting on millions of dollars under their house. I wonder how they reacted after finding out the truth, and that they had to keep living next to the Wattersons. But in this next episode, Gumball takes it a little too far by completely annoying Larry, who already deals with a ton of bad customers every day. In The Refund, Gumball and Darwin wait 7 long months for the new video game they want to play, but when they finally get their hands on it, the cartridge doesn't fit the system. Determined to get their money back, they ask Larry for a refund, but he insists he can't help without the manager's approval. Instead of accepting their mistake, buying a game that won't work with their console, they try everything to get a refund, like pretending to be cops.
This is the police! You're surrounded! Put your hands where I can see them!
Nice try, kids.
Attempting to hypnotize Larry, and even showing him a sad charity video starring Anais as a kid living in a shoebox. But still, Larry refuses the refund every single time. When nothing works, Richard steps in, and he tries to intimidate Larry by acting like a tough guy and stealing money from the register, which finally brings out the store's manager, a tiny, cute little bear. But this bear goes all out attacking Richard, forcing Gumball to blackmail the manager just to get a refund for what's worth about probably 20 bucks.
Otherwise, we'll put the security video online, but you'll probably get a modest fine and a couple of days of community service.
Gumball's actions here show his stubbornness, trying every trick in the book instead of accepting responsibility. Like, I understand wanting a refund, but when it's not possible, just learn from your mistake and move on. However, in the episode The Pest, we discover just how malicious Gumball's been ever since he was a little kid. When they find Anais upstairs venting her anger, Gumball assumes he's the reason for it and starts confessing. He admits he once swapped some of Anais's pills for turtle flakes, which is why everyone at school calls her Kraken Breath. He also goes further, revealing that he tampered with her sunscreen as a baby to create a goat-shaped birthmark, hoping it would make her look cursed and less loved by their mom, Nicole. And that's not it. He also confesses to putting stones in their pocket as a baby to stunt her growth because he was afraid she'd outgrow him. It might just be your typical sibling rivalry, with both of them trying to get back at each other. But I don't know though, what Gumball did is crazy, but maybe it's somewhat justified because baby Anais is ruthless.
I can't take this anymore! I'm getting anxiety attacks! Oh, thank you.
So who knows, maybe she had this coming. Next, we got the Bumpkin, where Gumball decides to convert the entire Watterson family into living off the grid, which is inspired by Idaho's simple lifestyle. That means no electricity, no chairs, and no fast food. Just backyard sing-alongs, stargazing, and rough and tumble, which ends up with Idaho getting kicked over the neighbor's house. Well, I know most of you would not survive in this situation. The Wattersons slowly warm up to the lifestyle, except for the one kid who suggested it all, Gumball. He is caught secretly binging snacks and video games at night by Idaho, but before he can say anything, he convinces him to join in. But by the morning, Idaho is nearly dead from all the junk food and video games. This sends the Wattersons in a wild chase around town to return him home to his farmland, where he eventually makes a recovery. While Gumball's idea of a simpler life seemed noble at first, he couldn't stick to it for long. But in the next episode, The Weirdo, Gumball tries to completely change Sussy and make her normal. He starts off by being a bit annoyed and grossed out by Sussy's bizarre gifts and habits, but he tries to be polite so she won't feel rejected. However, after seeing Sussy get bullied, Gumball becomes determined to, quote, fix her, so that she'll fit in and stop being a target. He's judgmental and impatient about her weirdness, trying to change her appearance and personality, convinced that she needs to be normal to survive in society.
I'm not quite sure that accentuating her jawline helped.
Looks like a meat pyramid.
Though his intentions come from wanting to protect Sussy, Gumball acts pretty controlling and superficial, forcing his ideas of what's acceptable onto her. Here, Gumball acts like a fake friend. He tries to make over her personality and looks, showing how quick he can be to judge and force his own ideas of normal onto others. But we do see at the end, Gumball sees life through Sussy's eyes and has a change of heart and embraces her weirdness instead of trying to change her. He stands up to the bullies and joins her on celebrating their quirks, proving that Gumball can actually learn and grow. Well, what he did in this episode is a little messed up. It doesn't even compare to what he did in The X, which really starts to dive into Gumball's jealousy, showing how it slowly builds up and pushes him to act in some pretty selfish and dramatic ways. With a title like The X, you'd expect this episode to maybe be about Gumball and Penny, but instead, it focuses on Gumball's complicated relationship with Rob. Gumball starts off jealous and shaken when his lifelong nemesis Rob switches his focus to ruining Banana Joe's life instead. Despite Penny's advice, Gumball cannot accept losing his arch enemy and tries to win Rob back by sabotaging Rob's plans against Banana Joe. He even goes as far as dressing up like Banana Joe and awkwardly trying to get Rob's attention. And after Gumball ruins yet another plan, Rob finally loses it, yelling at him, calling him the most insufferable, annoying, and selfish person he's ever met.
In fact, I think I really
Say it.
hate you!
But for Gumball, that is all great to hear from his arch nemesis. This episode shows Gumball's jealousy at its worst. When Rob switches his rivalry to Banana Joe, Gumball ignores Penny's advice and obsessively tries to win Rob back by sabotaging his plans. He even embarrasses himself by dressing up like Banana Joe and trying to get his attention. His selfish actions frustrate Rob, who eventually snaps and calls him out. However, Gumball's behavior only gets worse in this next episode, The Secret, where Gumball Gumball and Darwin accidentally get locked in the school bathroom. Thinking they'll be stuck forever, Gumball confesses that he's the one who drew a creepy picture in Darwin's school book, which led to Darwin being sent over to counseling for the summer. Darwin is understandably angry, but just as Darwin's about to reveal his own secret, Rocky opens the door, thinking that they were ghosts of schoolgirls.
Oh man, I'm so glad it's you! I thought this place was haunted by a couple of screaming girls!
We're saved!
They celebrate being freed, but of course, Gumball doesn't let go of what Darwin was about to say, and becomes completely obsessed on finding out Darwin's secrets. He tries everything, from completely destroying him in a game, to feeding him spicy food, messing with his head, and even locking them in the bathroom again. Not only does Gumball turn obsessive, but he becomes manipulative and totally ruthless. All just to know what kind of dirt Darwin has on Gumball. However, once he realized how he's treated Darwin was wrong, he apologized and moved on, completely unaware that the real secret was him totally embarrassing himself with some awful dance moves, and trashing his room in the process.
Check this out.
However, while Gumball here acknowledges his actions were wrong, in the others, Gumball can't accept when another character gets all the attention. In this episode, Gumball figures out there's a whole new world of students that he's never seen before, and learns about a girl named Claire Cooper, who supposedly has a more interesting story than Gumball. I mean, let's be honest, I don't think she matches the kind of things that Gumball has to deal with on a daily basis. Instead of leaving her alone, Gumball decides to insert himself in her life to, quote, fix her, and try to turn her sad goodbye at the school into a forced happy ending, even though Claire clearly wants to face reality on her own terms. Really, what Gumball is doing seems to be more about himself. His need to control the story and be the hero constantly interferes, talking to Claire's friends and the teacher, even trying to convince her love interest to come with her, and narrating her life as if he controls it.
As I walked into the distance, I realized that whilst I had lost one friend, I had gained two, both far superior to the other one. I mean, what was he supposed to be anyway?
Can you at least let me voice my own thoughts?
When she finally tells him this isn't a fairy tale, he still refuses to back off, and ends up staging a crazy happy ending for her, with a new job for her dad and being crowned the prom queen. The episode ends with Gumball slamming down his megaphone and dancing, once again telling us that this was much more than him just trying to help a poor girl out. But now, we have to talk about the candidate, and things are about to get a lot worse, because Gumball dives headfirst into school politics by running for class president. The episode kicks off with the kids fighting in the school hallway, but then Gumball breaks in to explain how things got so chaotic. It all started the night before at a charity gala, where the kids were stuck locked in a room watching bad TV while their parents partied. After the gala, the kids were bored and trapped in the room, and the room's temperature started rising dangerously. And when the temperature keeps climbing, Anais suggests that they pick a leader, which ends up being none other than Gumball Watterson himself. From here, Gumball's leadership leads to more mayhem, as he pushes the kids towards fighting each other instead of solving their problems, all the while ignoring the rising heat and the whole building falling apart. Obviously, Gumball does not make for a great hero, and during a time where everyone needed him, he failed. Not only that, but Gumball literally pauses the scene once again, and tells the viewers that although he will be blamed, it was technically the other kids' fault since they elected him in the first place.
And that brings us back to now. I know they'll blame me, but it was once said that the higher we soar, the smaller we appear to salty little people who can't fly because they're losers and therefore blame you for every little thing, even though they kind of elected you in the first place. Gumball.
Meaning that he knew what would happen if he got elected, but he still went along with it, most likely so he can feel superior and powerful. But now we're on to the top 10 of Gumball's worst moments, and his antics are only going to continue to get exponentially worse. And the perfect example of this is in the episode The Dream. It starts off with Gumball freaking out after he has a dream that Darwin kissed Penny, and like any normal person, Gumball won't just let this go. Darwin tries all sorts of over-the-top apologies, from poems to dog videos, but nothing seems to cool Gumball down, because he feels betrayed by both Darwin and Penny, even though it was all just a dream. And things get worse as Gumball then schemes with cupcakes to win over Penny, but ends up accidentally making her allergic and swelling up, which just makes him even more frustrated. In the end, Gumball forgets about the whole thing when he makes Darwin accidentally kiss Sussy instead in the dream. And he still has the guts to say to him it's just a dream, which he couldn't accept himself. Throughout this episode, Gumball is just completely obsessed with this dream, and his jealousy grows, making everything way more dramatic than it needs to be, and dragging Darwin along for the ride. But sadly, that won't be the last time Gumball's feelings for Penny ended up as some of his worst moments in the entire series. Next, we got the episode The Scam, where Gumball hatches an elaborate Halloween scam with Carrie, posing as ghost exterminators to frighten the entire class, and eventually the whole town. And they're doing this because they're trying to steal everyone's Halloween candy. He knowingly spooks his classmates and tells them about the legend of a man named Gargoth, and keeps chanting his name pretending to summon it. But later in the episode, when the real Gargoth actually gets summoned, he wants all of their Halloween candy to feed his appetite. But Gumball acts out of pure self-interest. He grudgingly feeds the monster every single piece of candy, but then he hoards the final lollipop to himself until Carrie forces him to give it up, risking everyone's safety over one stupid lollipop. This moment stands out as one of Gumball's worst, because he intentionally tricks and scares his friends and teachers for his own gain. His selfishness is clear when he refuses to give the last piece of candy, even though he's putting everyone at risk.
Quick! Is there any more candy left?
No.
Then run again.
Even though they end up saving the day, this episode really shows how selfish, sneaky, and careless Gumball can be when it comes to getting what he wants. Now that the scam's out of the way, let's dive into the episode The Mothers, which takes place on Mother's Day, a day that's supposed to be all about appreciation, but with Gumball, it quickly turns into a competition. For Mother's Day, Gumball and Darwin are making Nicole a flashy card, but of course, immediately Tobias and Banana Joe start bragging that their moms are the best, which pushes Gumball into turning Mother's Day into a full-blown competition. He drags Nicole to the mall for a bunch of wild challenges against Tobias's and Banana Joe's mom. From escalator races to dodging flying cans, Nicole gets completely worn out and dealing with all kinds of chaos. When she finally finds out what the boys put her through just to prove that she's the best mom, she is furious and sends Gumball and Darwin into the car. In the end, they share a heartfelt hug, and Gumball tells her that she's really the superest mom in the world, and everything seems to be forgiven, but for tricking Nicole into thinking that they were gonna spend a normal Mother's Day together, only to put her and the other moms through a bunch of extreme challenges that nearly had them risking their lives just for their selfish contest, it's pretty messed up. But after all that chaos, things only get worse in the episode The Test, where Gumball is so desperate to be popular that he fakes a whole new personality, bottles up his sarcasm, and ends up just making everything even more of a mess. The episode kicks off with Gumball taking a silly online personality quiz, only to freak out when it calls him the loser. So he decides to act totally different and bottle up all his sarcasm, but instead of making him popular, his fake nice guy act messes with reality so badly that the world turns into a cheesy sitcom, with Tobias stepping in as the new loser and even trying to steal Penny. Gumball snaps and lets out his bottled sarcasm in a blast of literal venom that burns Tobias's whole face, flipping everything back to normal, while everyone stands around awkwardly, laughing as Tobias withers away in pain. It definitely earns its spot as one of Gumball's worst moments, and it shows just how far he'll go to fake being someone he's not, all to fit in with zero thought about the consequences. But Gumball's ego only continues in the episode The Hero, where it starts at school with Gumball and Darwin teasing Richard for being embarrassing, because Richard does things like putting cement in cupcakes.
He must be good at something. I guess he's only good at being embarrassing.
Richard overhears this, and this leaves him heartbroken. At home, Nicole demands that they apologize before they can have anything nice, but Gumball's ego is so massive that he can't even apologize. They don't want to apologize so bad that they end up choosing to eat spoiled food and get kicked out of the house, not being allowed to take showers.
Who's the loser now? We got soap, all we need is water. Dude, I think I'm starting to regret this challenge. It's coming!
I think I should have closed my mouth.
Eventually, they spot Richard hiding in the shed, being absolutely devastated. So Darwin plans a fake rescue mission in the junkyard to make Richard feel like a hero again, just like he felt like he was when they were kids. When Richard arrives, everything starts to become a total disaster. He saves Darwin from the fall, but Gumball ends up on top of the crusher, bouncing on a ladder. In the end, Gumball takes a running leap into Richard's arms. For the whole episode, Gumball spends most of the time roasting his dad, refusing to apologize, and acting totally self-centered. But since Gumball helps Richard feel important again in the end, it just misses the top 5 for that reason. But now, we're on to the top 5 worst things that Gumball has ever done, where his actions go beyond just selfish or reckless, and cross into truly dark, harmful, and downright cruel territory. These are the times where Gumball's worst traits fully take over. And for the number 5 spot, we got the episode The Flower. And look at that, it's another Gumball being jealous episode. But this time, Gumball doesn't just feel jealous, he's completely consumed by it. His obsession with Penny and paranoia over Leslie take over his entire body, basically turning him into a jealous maniac. He completely gets out of control, mocking Leslie and trying to frame him for theft, and just straight up being his #1 hater. But it doesn't end there. He acts all friendly with Leslie, and then out of nowhere, unleashes a horde of snails on the poor guy, who slowly starts eating him as he's glued to the bench.
I see you've met my hungry little friend. I can't move! That's right, I've glued you to the bench.
In the end of this episode, it turns out that the thing haunting Gumball wasn't just a feeling. It was literally a slimy green creature called jealousy that had possessed him. So technically, Gumball didn't do all those cruel things to Leslie, but because of how inhumane jealousy was in Gumball's body, it still ranks high as one of his worst moments. But for number 4, we have the episode The Prank, where Gumball, Darwin, and Richard get caught in a prank war. It all starts when Richard tricks Gumball by putting salt in his cereal, causing Gumball to squirt ketchup all over Richard's face in revenge. But things continue to get out of control from here. Gumball cruelly manipulates Richard into humiliating himself with ridiculous stunts, forcing him to dance half naked on the roof.
I'm a ballerina! I'm a ballerina! I'm a ballerina! I'm a ballerina!
Wedge himself headfirst into the chimney.
Try and fit down the chimney, head first.
And even gets sent to sea on rafts.
Yep, he's definitely out cold.
Sunburned and starving, having to depend on coconuts and even his own clothes. Like, that's basically torture, especially for someone like Richard, who heavily depends on food. And when Richard attempts to get back at them, it backfires so badly that he ends up with a bucket jammed on his head. By the end, he totally loses it, crashing through walls and going after his own kids in a full-blown prank meltdown, all because Gumball wouldn't stop messing with him. But now, we're at the point where Gumball's chaos doesn't just embarrass him, it completely turns him into the real-life Thanos. For the number 3 spot, we got the episode The Laziest. The episode starts with Nicole about to leave for work and telling Richard to do his chores. Richard enthusiastically agrees, but immediately slumps on the couch. To avoid Nicole's wrath, he tries to trick Gumball and Darwin into taking out the trash by pretending it's a fun video game. But the boys don't realize they've been duped up until they actually do the work, and they angrily confront their dad. Richard claims his laziness is a medical condition, which inspires Gumball and Darwin to outlazy him. Richard turns it into a contest. If the boys find someone lazier than himself, he'll do their chores for an entire day. But if they don't, Gumball and Darwin have to do Richard's chores for life. The lazy off begins with the 3 collapsing on the couch. Richard loads up on sugar, so Gumball and Darwin do the same, but the sugar rush makes them hyperactive and unable to sit still. Realizing they can't win like this, they call a timeout to find someone lazier, and this is where they hear of a legend named Lazy Larry, better known as Larry Needlemeyer, who used to be the laziest man in town, until Richard took over that title. When the boys ask Larry to get lazy again to help them beat their dad, things quickly spiral out of control. Because of Gumball and Darwin's chaotic interference, Larry almost immediately loses loses his job, his car, his girlfriend, and even his house. His life quickly falls apart, turning him back to his old self. It's a harsh reality. Gumball and Darwin are the reason Larry's life goes completely downhill. What started as a silly contest to prove who's lazier ends up wrecking someone else's life, revealing just how thoughtless and reckless their actions can be. And this type of behavior doesn't stop there. In the episode The Recipe, Gumball causes Anton to be killed. In the beginning of the episode, Anton seems to die during the swim class, but turns up totally fine the next day, and Gumball becomes obsessed with figuring out how he survived. Through this, they discover that Anton's parents literally pop him out of a toaster whenever he just dies, and Gumball tries it himself, accidentally creating a bunch of clones, with one of them even wanting revenge. And one of the clones, decides he wants to replace Anton completely, and even tries to take Gumball as his new best friend, calling him his father. Which, calm down there, buddy. I know Gumball is not ready to have a son anytime soon, but things get way out of hand when Ant 1 turns the other clones into an army and goes after Gumball and Darwin. In true Gumball fashion, the chaos ends with Ant 1 getting pushed into the pool, and everything goes back to normal. This is what I would say if the episode didn't end with Gumball and Darwin mistaking the real Anton for a clone.
We played with life and didn't think of the consequences. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us, and we can still be friends.
Still be friends!
While Anton might seem like the Kenny of Gumball, always bouncing back after dying, that doesn't mean he doesn't feel pain. And Gumball doesn't just kill one Anton. Oh no, he's responsible for multiple Antons meeting their fate, basically playing God as he creates clones, and then being the reason for multiple deaths of Anton. He did apologize, but as we've seen constantly, Gumball just seems to apologize for his actions, but he never actually learns from them. But now, we're here at the worst Gumball moment in the entire series. That being in the episode The Saint. It starts with Gumball loudly eating chips in the library, ignoring Darwin's warnings, then knocking over a computer and accidentally setting it on fire. The librarian immediately, like she has super hearing, hears this and runs over to Gumball. However, Alan, who is watching the whole thing, takes the blame and the librarian gives him detention instead. And you would think Gumball would be appreciative, and maybe even do stuff for Alan as a thank you. But nope, Gumball sees this and wonders why Alan would risk getting detention, and decides to find Alan's breaking point. He first messes with Alan's online reputation by posting a rude message on his account.
Oh my gosh, why are there so many drawn people in Elmore? Go back to your flat country and stop ruining our economy. Nobody likes it too, DS.
Causing a flood of thumbs down that literally pummel Alan. He goes further by faking photos to make it look like Alan is cheating on Carmen, which causes them to inevitably break up. Gumball keeps pushing it by stealing Alan's last meatball, rubbing it on his face, and eating it in front of him, all while Alan surprisingly remains calm and forgiving. Even after that, Gumball shows no mercy and plays a tape of Alan's parents being turned into balloon animals, screaming in agony.
Now, who wants to see balloon tricks?
No, please! I have a son! Dexter, make it stop!
Through all this, Gumball's actions are completely mentally insane, and it's one of the clearest examples of Gumball's worst, most toxic behavior, showing how far he'll go to cause chaos at the expense of others. And even after all that, Alan is so nice, he pretends to be mad just to make Gumball happy, showing that out of everyone Gumball could have picked, it had to be the nicest character in Elmore. But that doesn't excuse what Gumball did to try and break him down. Even though Alan bounces back with his parents and his relationship, Gumball's relentless torment and cruelty throughout the episode just shows how far he's willing to go to get what he wants, no matter who he hurts along the way. That's the end of the video. If you liked it, please consider subscribing, and if you don't, Gumball will torture you. That was a threat. You better subscribe. For every weak Gumball character. There are plenty of others who are strong enough to destroy the entire universe. So today, I'll be ranking every Gumball character based on 7 different levels of strength, from the coolest ones at 100% power, all the way down to 1% power. And thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring today's video, but more on them later. Starting with by far the weakest character in Gumball, Idaho. He's the size of a baseball and can literally be kicked around with ease. His way of living doesn't help him either. For example, in the episode The Bumpkin, Idaho is as tech-savvy as your parents, and is completely out of touch with reality. So when he's introduced to things like video games and junk food, he literally passes out from just one crazy night at the Wattersons' house. Which, if you can't handle that, it definitely doesn't put you very high on the strength scale. So sorry, Idaho, but stick to being my french fries instead. The next character at 1% is Anton. At first glance, he looks like nothing more than your average slice of bread, but beneath that piece of crust, he's a little tougher than he seems. And we find this out in the episode The Recipe, where Anton dies, only to show up on the school bus the very next day as if nothing happened. This sparks Gumball and Darwin's interest, pushing them to uncover the mystery of Anton's death, even if it means killing him multiple times. But no matter what they do, Anton refuses to stay dead. That is, when they go to his house, where they discover Anton can be brought back to life through a toaster. Of course, being Gumball and Darwin, they try it out for themselves, only to end up creating an entire army of Antons while searching for the lost clone. This definitely makes him stronger than Idaho, as not only can he never die, but he also can create multiple clones of himself, and can basically take over the world if he wanted to. The problem is that all the clones are pretty dumb, and can die easily, either by water and even themselves. So for that reason, he's still very low on the list. But what about my boy Banana Joe? Despite his size, Banana Joe isn't scared to get his hands dirty when it comes to characters twice his size. For example, one time he left Gumball and Darwin, who are some of the most powerful characters in Elmore, completely fearing him.
Hey! Turn around, you coward.
Even though Banana Joe just ends up hurting himself, if it came down to a matchup between him, Idaho, and Anton, I would still put my money on Banana Joe. But it's still very clear that he is not strong at all, and he really needs someone to help spot him in the gym.
I'll be here soon. I'll be here soon.
But yeah, we're still at just 1% power. Later in this video, we're gonna look at characters at 25% power, 50% power, and even 100% power. But for now, let's go to 5% power, where we've got Terry. While her design might make you think that she's the weakest character, I mean, she's a literal piece of paper, and who hasn't crumpled one of those before? But believe it or not, Terry's actually stronger than she looks. In the episode The Virus, she's able to pull Gumball, who should be twice the strength as her, as she's literally made of paper. But like Darwin said, it could just be because Gumball is weak.
Man, for a paper girl, she's surprisingly strong.
I think it's more like you're surprisingly weak.
However, we've seen his strength before, so it could be that Terry's actually pretty strong. Even if you take out that episode, Terry, being made of paper, actually gives her a few tricks under her sleeve, or in this case, her paper. From squeezing through tight spaces, folding herself up, and even if you're unlucky enough, a paper cut. Ooh, no, a paper cut, no! But at the end of the day, paper is still paper. She can rip, get soggy, and she's way more fragile than most characters. Add in the fact that she's a huge germaphobe, constantly worrying about every little thing, it doesn't go over too well. So while she isn't the absolute weakest, she's definitely stuck closer to the bottom of the list. And that's surprising, as she was literally the first character I thought was gonna be the weakest. But next though is another character whose personality holds him back, that being Mr. Small. Mr. Small is the school counselor, and his job is to guide and help students. Whether that means giving advice, meditating with them, or trying to solve their problems, his focus is on guidance rather than fighting or using his strength. This makes him very different from the other characters on the list, giving him a major disadvantage if he was put against one of them. Not only does his teachings and beliefs just disprove anything that relates to fighting or strength, but overall, he's just a weak character. One time, even being folded like paper.
Sorry, Mr. Small.
That should be Terry's job, not Mr. Small's. So when you add up his personality and work to his strength, Mr. Small does not get any higher than this. And for the last character at 5% power, we have Larry. You know him for the many jobs he has, but what about his strength? When it comes to physical strength, Larry has none. In the episode The Pizza, Larry quits all of his jobs after being constantly pushed around and drained after multiple interactions by the Watersons. He's not built for fighting at all. He's a thin, tired, overworked minimum wage worker who crumbles under stress. But while he doesn't have any physical strength, his jobs are the whole reason Elmore hasn't gone into complete chaos. After being unappreciated time and time again, he finally decides to quit, leading Elmore to go to complete chaos, with the entire city of Elmore becoming an entire wasteland. All because Larry decided to quit all of his jobs. So to say he doesn't have any power would be a straight out lie. He may not lift or throw punches, but just for saving Elmore with all his jobs, he gets a spot on this list. But before we keep progressing to find out who really is the strongest character in all of Elmore, first I'm gonna tell you guys about today's sponsor. War Thunder is the most comprehensive free-to-play vehicle combat game ever made. Available on PC, consoles, and mobile. It lets you take command of over 2,500 vehicles, tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from 10 different nations, all the way from World War I to the vehicles of today. And trust me, we all know that Gumball loves destroying things, and I bet if he could play War Thunder, he definitely would. Immerse yourself in the intense combat of War Thunder, where incredibly detailed vehicles, realistic graphics, and authentic sound systems place you right at the helm of the most powerful war machines of our time. So check out War Thunder on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or the brand new mobile version on iOS and Android, which lets you jump into these massive battles anywhere you go. And here's the best part. By using my links in the description and the pinned comment, both new players and returning players who haven't played in the last 6 months will get a massive free bonus pack across PC and console. That includes premium vehicle boosters, 100,000 Silver Lions, 7 days of premium, and even the exclusive Eagle of Valor decorator, available for a limited time only, so grab it while you can. War Thunder has over 95 million players worldwide, so hop in and squad up. I'll see you on the battlefield. Thank you to War Thunder for partnering with us. Now back to the video. Moving up to 10% power, this is where the characters start to show a little bit more strength, with the first one here being Leslie. When you look at Leslie, it's clear he was never meant to be one of the strong ones. He's a literal flower, tall, skinny, and delicate, always dramatic and worried about how he looks. Leslie really isn't strong. That makes him stand out from the tougher characters on this list, because while others can use their size and power to their advantage, Leslie doesn't really have much to work with. In the episode The Petals, we see more clearly how his appearance is his whole personality. So when he begins to lose his beauty, that's also when he becomes weaker. The episode also shows the reality of being a flower, because no matter where he goes, there's always a gardener who could just cut him or harm him. But that doesn't mean Leslie is just a weakling. He's actually able to keep his own ground, even when others like Gumball don't think they can put up much of a fight.
You don't want this to get violent.
You're talking to someone who has danced since the day he was born.
But Next, we move on to the colorful rainbow character, who we all know is my op Tobias. He has a lot of money, but is he really that strong? Well, if you look at strength as a power, you could say Tobias is powerful because of how rich he is. He can buy whatever he wants, shows off with fancy gadgets, and even tries to use his wealth to boost his status. But when it comes to actual physical strength or fighting ability, money doesn't really help him. This is why anytime he shows any type of strength, it's almost always imaginary. Like in the episodes The Points and The One, Tobias uses his imagination to turn himself into a powerful foe, going up against Gumball and Darwin with made-up weapons and over-the-top powers. And even though Anais points out that it's all pretend,
I might not be a qualified psychiatrist, but I'll try anyway. You do realize that none of this is real, right?
the fact that Gumball and Darwin play along shows that Tobias's imagination does give him a kind of strength. But even when you take that away, he can still put up a good fight. Whether it's competing with Gumball for Penny's love, or trying to stand his ground against stronger characters,
I think it's on cold. Oh, thanks.
Tobias has his moments where he proves that he's not completely weak. Tobias might try to convince people that he's the coolest and the toughest character in all of Elmore Junior High, but on the other hand, Molly doesn't even try to be popular and can be quite boring. But when it comes to strength, Molly still beats him. You would think this is because she's a literal dinosaur, but you would be entirely wrong. It's literally her boringness that gives her strength. Before, she was nothing special, and eventually got forgotten by literally everyone in Elmore, which kind of tells you something. That was until the episode The Boring, when it turns out her yapping is unbelievably boring.
I'm on hall monitor duties, so I'm monitoring the halls. That's what a hall monitor does.
So boring, in fact, that it is the power to stop time. The problem is that she's unaware of the power that she has, and it's only until Gumball and Darwin have to hear the yapping that they realize how strong the ability could really be, using it as a way to prepare for the fight they have with Tina by becoming Kung Fu masters. So it's pretty clear that Molly's ability is powerful, but unlike her reptilian friend, Tina, who has the strength to take down buildings, cars, and other characters, Molly is way weaker, and is why she takes the last spot in the 10% power tier. Now, moving up to just 25% power, we have Alan, where the strength starts to get real, all while still being the nicest balloon in Elmore. Alan is really just a balloon, making him very vulnerable to many things. So you might think he wouldn't land this high on the list, but you'd be wrong. For a balloon that is very optimistic and nice, he has a lot of powers when it comes to the happiness of the people around him. Like in the episode The Faith, when Alan loses his faith in the world, everything starts falling apart. And it's only when he regains his optimism that balance and happiness returns. This shows that even though he's just a balloon, his positivity has a real, powerful effect on everyone around him. But unlike Larry, who everyone in Elmore depends on to keep Elmore afloat, Alan has the strength to be one of the strongest characters on this list without even moving a muscle.
Ah! Ow! Darn it! Face me like a man!
However, due to him being a balloon, he can easily be popped in 1 second.
I'm sorry for being so annoying! Shh! Walk away, man. Just walk away.
You're right. You're right.
I apologize for making you leave!
So while he might be strong enough to take down Gumball, all it really takes to destroy him is one pop, making his spot at the 25% power mark just right. But while Alan's strength comes from brains and positivity, William's strength comes from actual powers. He's your flying eyeball student, with a single green eye and white wings. While he looks unusual to say the least, William is far from just an eye. He doesn't really interact with anybody because nobody can hear him. Despite that, he can do a a lot of damage. Like in the episode The Voice, where William flips out because he feels ignored and uses his psychic powers to get Gumball and Darwin's attention, doing a ton of damage across the school, all without actually moving a muscle. William can still cause some serious damage. However, like a lot of the other characters on the list, he is still just an eye, and for that, he's pretty weak. And he can actually make a body using stuff around him, once making a makeshift body to be able to be finally noticed.
For years I've been ignored, ridiculed, a literal nobody. Well, not anymore.
Sorry, who are you?
He is not as poppable as Alan or as kickable as Idaho, making him pretty strong on the list. But while William lashes out just to get noticed, our next character took things much further, once also starting as a nobody. But unlike William, he didn't just fade away in the background, but went on to become a full-on villain. That character, of course, being Rob. From a forgotten background character in the series to a main antagonist, Rob has become a strong and dangerous force in Elmore. While not having any real raw power, Rob makes up for that with his plans and his gadgets, with the best episode showing this being the episode The Disaster, where he would get his hands on a universal remote that is able to control the world around him with just the click of a button. From changing the environment to pausing and fast forwarding time, all while destroying Gumball's relationships one by one. But since then, he's never really reached the same level of power again, and most of his later schemes don't even come close to the chaos he caused with the remote. So while Rob himself isn't the strongest, his brain power and role as the main villain of the show is what makes his character still a force to be reckoned with. But even then, he falls short of 50% power, where some of Elmore's strongest characters really start to shine, from dinosaurs to unstoppable robot war machines, and even the weather itself. This is the point where things really start to heat up, with the first character at 50% power being Tina. She, well, is a dinosaur, so that alone makes her incredibly strong for a student, with one of her most threatening traits being her bite force, especially since her tiny arms wouldn't offer much help in a fight. If we took a look at studies on adult T-Rexes, it said they could have bite forces all the way from 8,526 to 17,769 newtons, which, to put in perspective, a lion's bite force is just around 4,500 newtons, ranking the T-Rex pretty high in the animal kingdom. However, Tina is still a student and is closer to a juvenile T-Rex. But even then, studies show that juvenile T-Rexes could have a bite force of around 5,600 newtons, or about 1/6 of an adult. This means that she can easily snap through lockers, bend metal, or chomp down on just about anything that gets in her way. You might be thinking, why not include Tina's dad, Mr. Rex? Well, both Tina and Mr. Rex have high bite force, but we are not in the age of dinosaurs, where they are the biggest and baddest on the food chain. We live in a time where we have cars, weapons, and pretty much anything dangerous that could one-shot a dinosaur. We've already seen, despite the size and strength of a dinosaur, other characters like Nicole can easily defeat Mr. Rex.
So it's going to be like that, is it? Well, that's fine by me. Well, I'm glad we finally reached an agreement. Goodbye, Mr. Rex.
And in the same episode, we see that Tina might seem all big and bad, but she is really just misunderstood, even if that all could be a lie. So for that reason, I put Tina in 50% power. But now, another character that is seen to go toe-to-toe with Tina, and might actually be stronger, is Bobbert. He is basically a walking supercomputer in a robot body, which means he's got crazy strength, speed, and all sorts of gadgets built in. While Tina relies on her dinosaur muscle and bite, Bobbert fights with pure tech and precision that can turn himself into a mech that has enough power to destroy the entire city of Elmore. So why isn't he higher on the list? Well, like Tina, Bobbert might have the lasers and all the gadgets he wants, but that doesn't mean he's indestructible. He is a robot, so he can overheat, glitch, or have his systems shut down at the worst possible moments. He's also always in his usual form and only turns big on certain occasions. So while he can be a dangerous foe to face against, that doesn't mean that he's always like that. And even though he's technically stronger than Tina, there are plenty of times where Tina just completely obliterates Bobbert when he's in his normal form.
Don't be so sad. What we had was beautiful. Let's eat, Bobbert, Tina said.
Wait, shouldn't there be a comma before Bobbert?
What difference does that make?
And for that reason, he isn't any higher on the list. But while Bobbert might have the tech, I hope he's waterproof. Otherwise, Masami wipes the floor with him. Being a member of the Yoshida family, Masami was born into complete power, already giving her an edge compared to most of the other characters. According to the episode The Gift, she is basically the princess of Elmore Junior High, and her dad is a powerful person, making her one of the strongest characters without even doing anything. She might seem like she just comes from a rich family with power, but under that cloud surface is a full-blown thunderstorm ready to strike. And this is best seen in the episode The Storm, where she goes absolutely mad after her plan to make Alan jealous is exposed. She then reveals that she only wanted him for herself, and transforms into a whole thunderstorm, zapping people, switching characters' looks, and acts like a whole tornado. If something as simple as jealousy can turn her into a full-blown storm, imagine what she could do if she was really pushed to her limits. We could be talking about floods, thunderstorms, and tornadoes all over Elmore. However, since these are basically just controlled by her emotions, just like Penny, she can't do it without getting mad. And just for that, it puts her right below the other characters at 69% power, a level where only the elite reside, with abilities so overwhelming they could dominate nearly anyone in Elmore. But even then, it's still a step below 100% power, where the truly unstoppable forces stand. But hey, don't get too excited yet. We're still only at 69% power, and leading the charge at this tier is none other than Richard Watterson, who proves that even in Elmore, raw power can come from the most unexpected characters. When you first look at Richard, you might just think he's lazy and childish, but under that pink rabbit fur, you got an absolute brute, ready to turn you into a pretzel. His best showcases of strength is in the episode The Job, where as the title implies, Richard gets a job as a pizza delivery guy. But his complete laziness and the literal universe trying to tell him he's incapable of getting a job all slowly break Elmore down. From altering photos, to changing the environment, and messing with characters' looks. This power, all by having a job, is peak unemployment. No one is more unemployed than Richard Watterson. The Wattersons then decide they have to stop him, so they hold Larry hostage and plan to have him fire Richard, or else the whole world is completely screwed. But anytime they get close to Richard, he continues causing chaos and a lot of damage. This is until Larry finds out that he's been eating the pizza, and he has a reason to fire him on the spot, saving all of Elmore. This is all just one perfect example of how powerful Richard can really get, all without even laying down a finger. But while Richard might be one of the strongest, he definitely is not the smartest, which is where Anais comes in. From cutting buses in half to carrying people twice her size with ease, she is pretty strong for being just 4 years old. Most kids her age watch Skibbity Toilet, but Anais, she's smarter, she watches Gumball Universe, and she's subscribed. Are you? But the episode that best showcases her strength is in the episode The Rival, 4 years ago when Anais was born. From the very start, she wasn't just any baby, she was terrifyingly brilliant. Minutes after arriving, she was already plotting against Gumball and Darwin, even shoving them straight into wet cement. Her schemes only get darker though. She forged fake evidence to frame her brothers, weaponized her own crying to manipulate her parents, and set up deadly traps, turning baths into dangerous temperatures, exploding their toys, bees in paper bags, and so much more. All just because she wants to be the only thing left standing. And just when it seemed like Anais was gone for good, she came back smiling, hugging her brothers, only to speak her first words.
Gumball did it! Huh?
one last ruthless move to pin it all on him. I guess you can say she's definitely a lot like her mom. She's just 4, already smarter and stronger in mind than her brothers. If her power keeps growing with age, by the time she's older, she won't just outsmart Elmore, she'll dominate it. But for now, she's only 4 years old. She may be threatening, but she is not nearly as threatening as some of the later characters on this list. Like Darwin, who can become king, break through houses, and even shatter the universe with nothing more than his high-pitched voice.
High-pitched voice challenge! Oh no! I broke the camera!
I don't think it was the camera.
But Darwin is strongest when he is with no one other than his best friend, Gumball. This is best seen in the episode The Origins Part 1 and 2, where we take a trip to the past when Gumball and Darwin were just kids. Once upon a time, there was a rowdy Gumball, who Nicole and Richard couldn't keep up with. This is until they gave him a goldfish, where he finally found peace. But all of them kept dying, so Richard replaced them every time. From accidentally falling off a moving car, getting dyed a different color, and many more instances, until they eventually finally met Darwin, who is just a goldfish that was able to understand Gumball. But his love for Gumball was so strong that despite the odds, he literally evolves, growing lungs and legs, to become a true part of the Watterson family, all just to stick by Gumball's side. But that's just the beginning of their bond, because when they team up, they're like Goku and Vegeta, with different episodes showcasing their true strength, with Gumball having yellow hair, and Darwin having an ominous look and aura surrounding him. Just imagine if they push that bond to their absolute limit, but that's where Darwin's niceness holds him back. He is far too kind to ever tear through Elmore, and because of that, Gumball comes out on top when it comes to strength. But here is where we finally cross into 100% power, where limits don't exist anymore, and strength goes beyond anything we've seen so far. This is the level where characters stop being powerful and start becoming unstoppable forces. We've gone over those who have no strength at all, to medium strength, to strong. And now this is where most of the overpowered characters in Elmore finally come in. The ones you do not want to mess with. Starting with the main cat himself, Gumball Watterson. Unlike his brother, Gumball doesn't let kindness hold him back. He's reckless, unpredictable, and willing to push his power as far as it can go, no matter the consequences. From hating on the nicest characters like Alan, to even getting into arguments with his brother, Gumball might apologize for his actions. But one thing you should know is that he does not hold back, and for that's why he's above Darwin when it comes to strength. They might be the strongest together, but when separated, Gumball has him beat, and his strongest he could ever be is in the episode The Past, which I mentioned before, except here, Gumball didn't just go Super Saiyan, he pushed even further into Super Saiyan 2. His power skyrockets, his speed becomes insane, and his attacks hit on a whole nother level. Then there's a Zenkai boost. If Gumball had Saiyan powers, getting pushed to his limits and recovering would make him even stronger, meaning every tough fight could power him up even more. But still, Gumball is no match for these next characters, who not only transform into full-blown anime powerhouses, but also have complete fighting histories, intense training, and well-developed abilities that make them far more dangerous in battle. Those two being Nicole and Yuki. We all know when it comes to moms, they are not to be reckoned with, especially ones who have beef with each other. Throughout the series, Nicole is proven to be the strongest member of the family. She is shown zooming past the speed of sound, staring someone down with sheer intimidation that can scare them to death, and taking on opponents hundreds of times her size and winning. That is power that most citizens of Elmore cannot handle, all but one who challenged her, and even kept pushing her when she didn't want to. That of course being Yuki Yoshida. You think Masami's bad? Well, think what she can do to 100 times, as she was able to handle one-on-one with Nicole Watterson herself in a fight. But how did we get here? Well, it all starts in the episode The Fury. After destroying everything in her way in order to get her kids to school, Nicole runs into her old friend Yuki, who challenges her to a fight. To everyone's surprise, Nicole walks away. But that wouldn't be the last of Yuki, who threatens her job and her house if she doesn't fight her. We learn that they had a long history with each other, dating back to their childhood as martial art prodigies and best friends. But after being forced to fight in a tournament, Nicole emerges victorious and Yuki leaves in shame to Japan, where she trained for years for this very moment. And whoever comes in victory here is the only one and strongest character in the entire city of Elmore. They meet at the gym and begin their epic anime style battle, smashing floorboards, trading powerful energy blasts, and even unleashing attacks that look strikingly like the iconic Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. At the end, Nicole is the last one standing, solidifying her status as the absolute strongest character in Elmore. Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to use my links in the description and the pinned comment to play for free on PC, consoles, or mobile, and claim your bonus pack on PC or console today as a new player or if you're returning after at least 6 months. But I heard that if you hit the subscribe and like button, you might have a chance to take her down. So what are you waiting for? Click it, click it, click it. This is Gumball getting hit directly in the face with a bowling ball. And this is the Wattersons getting sucked in by a magnetic force. Which really makes me wonder, how much in total would the Wattersons owe in hospital bills if they could really get hurt? Well, today, we're gonna add it all up. From some of the cheapest injuries only costing a couple $1,000 to some injuries that could cost millions of dollars. Starting with the time that Gumball thought he was gonna have a date with Penny, in the episode coincidentally called The Date. But when Gumball arrives at Penny's house, he finds out it's not a date, and it's a funeral for Penny's pet tarantula, Mr. Cuddles. He tries to be supportive, but he ends up freaking out, upsetting Penny's sister and making a bad impression on her dad. However, Gumball redeems himself by finding Mr. Cuddles alive, but not without taking a couple hundred bites in the process. For this, Gumball could be looking at around $5,000 in hospital bills, covering an ER visit, IV medication, and a possible overnight stay. And for Nicole, who is the only one in the family that's working and is paid in literal peanuts, that kind of cost would already crush the Wattersons. And we're just getting started. Next, let's move on to when luck is not on Gumball's side. In The Apprentice, Gumball tries to impress Penny by tagging along on her dad's Patrick's business trip. Patrick wants nothing to do with him, but he ends up having to call Gumball his apprentice when Gumball sneaks into work with him. Gumball annoys him non-stop, from checking bathroom safety to altering with his DNA, and so many other absurd things. But when they meet the goblin investor, Gumball turns the deal into a golf match. Except Patrick doesn't know how to play, so they cheat using every trick in the book, from magnets to vacuums. And just as they're about to win, Gumball gets knocked out. And when you stack the ER visit, CT scan, overnight stay, and meds, you're looking at a bill around $10,000. And wow, that golf ball might as well have been a no-scope headshot. The Wattersons better have some health insurance. But one thing you might notice is that when it comes to getting hurt, and some of these bigger injuries, it's almost always Richard. And yeah, his dumbness definitely has something to do with that. In The Authority, Richard is trying to watch TV, but the remote doesn't work because there are no batteries. He spots some on the coffee table, and instead of just walking over like anyone else would, he starts chucking them at the TV, hoping to hit the power button, and he ends up smashing the screen. He tries everything, from banging the TV, to cutting a hole in the wall, and even climbing on the roof to get to the satellite dish. But when he throws more batteries at the dish, one bounces back, hits him in the head, and sends him falling off the roof. And just to top it off, the roof tiles and the dish fall onto him too, knocking him out cold. And when you add add all of these injuries up, yeah, Richard is looking at a bill pushing $15,000, all because a TV remote didn't have batteries. Now, Gumball may have been the only one out of them to take a golf ball to the skull, but in the gift, 3 out of the 5 Wattersons experience something 10 times dumber. Richard and the kids are watching TV when they get an invitation to a birthday party from Masami, except it's not your average invitation with a letter. No, Masami is so rich that she has Larry show up to their door dressed like royalty, playing a bungle and delivering the invite with a blinding flash that literally burns her name into their retinas.
That was it. The confetti spelled it out.
We were kind of blinded by the explosion.
Just close your eyes.
Oh my gosh, it's burned into our retinas!
$3K each. But when they try to make an excuse to get out of the party, Masami just pulls out another invitation, burning it into their retinas again like it's nothing. While all the chaos is going down, we cut to Richard and Nicole at the hospital. And it's not even for the boys this time. It's for Anais, who caught frog flu because she kissed a frog too much while waiting for her prince to arrive.
Because your daughter kept kissing frogs. That's how you get frog flu. I'll prescribe wart cream, a healthy dose of reality, and far fewer princess movies.
When you add up the retina burns, ER trips, eye treatments, meds, and Anais catching the frog flu, you're looking at another $19,000 in medical bills, which could all have been easily avoided. But sometimes the Wattersons have to sacrifice their own health to save something they really care about, like Elmore. In The Nuisance, the Wattersons are summoned to the town hall, where the mayor offers them a brand new house, as everyone in Elmore wants the Wattersons to leave town. So to try to prevent this, the Wattersons attempt to become model citizens and help people in Elmore in order to stay. And of course, during the process, they get hurt, from getting bit by snakes to making themselves targets for bullies. The Wattersons become all the talk in Elmore and then turn into real human versions of themselves that show a theoretical perfect family, except for Darwin, who was turned into a dog. Poor guy. But then they learn that the mayor's real plan all along is to sell Elmore to rich investors, which would mess with everyone in Elmore, which doesn't quite resonate with them. So they switch back to their old selves, literally, and cause full-on chaos in Elmore to ruin the sale and protect their town. I know, it sounds confusing, but that was their plan. They unleash termites in someone's house, dump radioactive goo on another, and draw a crime scene. But when Nicole hands Richard a car wheel, he throws it into a burning tire pile and passes out from the smoke. Then we go back to Gumball, who somehow convinces someone to mug people, but instead just ends up beating Gumball with the bat. And for their efforts, the Wattersons get tomatoes thrown at their faces, which Richard finds is more of a reward than a punishment. When you add up the snake bites, bully beatings, breathing smoke, and getting whacked by a bat, you're staring at about $27,000 in hospital bills. And all that just to stop Elmore from getting sold off to a bunch of rich buyers. But now, let's talk about an injury from one of the newest episodes of Gumball, in The Rankle. And there are some crazy injuries in this one. We see our first injury when Richard triggers a magnetic force on the machine, causing the entire Watterson family to get sucked in and then explode. And it looks like the Wattersons got some pretty bad injuries from this. Besides Anais and Nicole, Gumball, Darwin, and Richard look like they just lost a fight with a blender. But I'd assume that if this was enough to break the literal camera, it probably caused some brute force trauma to the brain. So I'll add that up to at least $10,000 for the 3 of them to fix that, and all their bandages. But it doesn't stop there, because just a short while later, Richard shoves his butt out of the car so he can reach into his bag of candy, and he gets full-on hit by a semi-truck. And because this put him in a full-body cast, this at least has got to add an ambulance ride, ER trauma care and stabilization, full-body CT scans and x-rays, surgery, if any bones required pins or rods, the full-body cast plus orthopedic care, pain medication, monitoring, neck brace, crutches, follow-ups, and physical therapy prep. And assuming there was no overnight stay at the hospital, I'm gonna say this was roughly $27,000 on its own. And if we had the $10,000 from earlier, that brings the medical bills in this episode episode to about $37,000. But the hospital bills are gonna really start ramping up in the episode The Code, where Gumball and Darwin try to watch a cat video, but the Wi-Fi isn't working, and they come to the conclusion that Mr. Robinson must have changed it, after Richard admits that they've been secretly using the Robinsons' Wi-Fi for years, and they can't get their own, since their credit is so bad that they need coins just to use the fridge. So Gumball and Darwin try to find other ways to enjoy life without using the internet. But just like you, who can't survive without using the internet, or being subscribed to Gumball Universe, or the best Gumball content in the world, the boys immediately get bored after trying to read a book. So they take Anaïs's advice to recreate the internet experience in real life. They build a fake streaming service out of cardboard, and even set up an email system where Darwin receives a video of Richard falling off a lawn chair. They keep going, trash talking over Scrabble like it's online gaming, trolling Larry with fake product reviews, and when they get kicked out, Gumball thinks he can reset his router by banging himself in the head with a piece of scrap wood. But if you think this episode is done with the characters getting injured, you'd be dead wrong, with there being 2 more separate instances where Gumball finds himself on a trip to the ER. When continuing to act like real life is the internet, Gumball's butt literally falls off, that being his own version of LMBO, aka laughing my butt off. And while he thinks that was just a joke, he could be looking at over $50,000 to get it reattached. But he'll probably then have to go back, because after this, they decide to sneak into Mr. Robinson's house to get the password, with Anaïs giving them instructions in a box that crushes Gumball.
What's a box truck?
And when you add up the ER visits, head injuries, crushed bones, pain meds, and butt surgery, you heard me right, you're staring at over $68,000 in medical bills. But next, let's talk about the time Anaïs was the only one who ended up in the hospital, though it wasn't quite what it looked like. In the episode The Brain, Anaïs is in the hospital for too much face palming, so much so that there is a handprint on her skull, all because of her family's stupidity. The doctor warns that if she facepalms again, her brain could shrink even more. So the Watersons have to go a full week without doing anything dumb. Of course, that's easier said than done. From trying to order food at a toll booth, to bleaching the entire house, dealing with a grocery store cashier overseen by a toddler supervisor, and a talking fetus CEO, avoiding dumb moments for the Watersons is basically impossible. Turns out, Anaïs has facepalmed herself into a coma the moment Gumball screamed 9 whole days.
Do you know how we weren't supposed to say or do anything stupid for a week?
Anaïs cannot be exposed to any form of stupidity for an entire week.
9 whole days?
When she asks the doctor what's actually wrong with her, he lists off a bunch of symptoms: headaches, stress, non-stop facepalming, and being surrounded by way too much yelling, which all come at a cost to the family. And unfortunately, there's no cure. Although it turns out it was all a dream, I think it still makes sense to include it since I do see it happening one day, if Anaïs just constantly slaps her head from the constant stupidity around her. And when you add up the ER visits, brain scans, ambulance rides, meds, ICU time, and hospital stays, you're looking at $85,000 or more in medical bills. Facepalming may sound silly, but brain injuries are not cheap. All of those tests and treatments add up fast, making this way more expensive than anyone would expect. However, let's finally jump to the higher numbers, as in this next injury, we see it pretty much double, and it's in the episode The Goons. Anaïs sees how much fun Gumball, Darwin, and Richard are having being dumb, and wants to be dumb for just one day. So Gumball and Darwin go through a bunch of dumb things, and games like Mr. President, Talking Dumb, and making sandwiches the wrong way. But Anaïs just doesn't get it, until she realizes in order to be dumb, you don't have to think at all. And instantly, she gets along with Darwin and Richard. Maybe a little too much, because as soon as she becomes really good at being dumb, Gumball starts feeling left out as Anaïs and Darwin spend more time with Richard. So Gumball organizes a dumb race, where you have to run as far as you can while being blindfolded, and whoever runs the farthest becomes the dumbest. Here, we got other characters competing, like Banana Joe, Tobias, and even adults like Rocky. However, the contest ends really fast when everyone in the race gets hurt, from turning into a banana split, and even getting eaten alive by ducks. Or if your name is Richard, being accidentally proposed to by Larry. With just a few contestants left, it's down to Gumball and Anais. But Gumball's been mad at her the whole time, so they talk it out, and Anais admits that she only wanted to be dumb for a day, which actually makes Gumball feel a little bit better. They make up, share a moment, then immediately get ran over by Marvin as they step into the street.
Let's go home.
Ow! 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 Huh? Oh, the eyes! I blew it.
And when you add up all the broken bones, bruises, ambulance rides, and emergency care from other motor scooter accidents, the medical bill could be close to $192,000. That's about $96,000 each for Gumball and Anais. But if you think Gumball's jealousy ends here, then you'd be dead wrong. In the episode The Password, Gumball, Darwin, and Anais fight over the computer, only to realize it's been locked with the password. They try guessing it and literally smash their faces into the keyboard. After some definite brain damage, they find out that the password is Anais.
Yes! What are you doing? A victory dance!
That doesn't matter. Don't you get it? Anais is a favorite child.
Yeah, but...
Revealing she's Nicole and Richard's favorite child, which obviously they don't like. So in order to win Richard over, they start making him breakfast, and this results to them forcing a massive sandwich into his mouth, and he immediately starts choking on it. Gumball tries to do the Heimlich maneuver to stop Richard from choking, but his arms are too short to reach around Richard's massive stomach, so he and Darwin panic and start jumping on him instead, trying to force the sandwich out, and it kind of works, with Richard ending up vomiting the whole thing onto the ceiling. After that, they try to give him a relaxing bath, but Richard steps on a bar of soap, grabs the shower curtain, and knocks over a candle, setting himself on fire. He dives into the tub to put it out, only to scald himself with hot water. He tries to make a run for it, but Gumball and Darwin aren't alone. They plant a cube-based attack dog into his car, intending to rescue him. Instead, Richard gets mauled, panics, and ends up running into the street, where he's hit by a car. And when Richard has enough with everything, Gumball and Darwin say that Nicole is their favorite parent, which would escalate further when Nicole and Richard enter a full-on parental competition to win over the kid's affection, which turns out to be the person behind the whole thing the entire time, Anais, who changed the password in the first place. So for a choking scare that nearly needed the Heimlich, second-degree burns from a bathroom fire, an attack dog that ends with Richard getting hit by a car, you can get a hospital bill around $260,000. And when you throw in stuff like visits, outpatient care, or therapy from all the sheer trauma of all of it, it can total easily over $300,000. But that still leaves you well short of the $1 million mark. But we get close to it in this next episode, The Loophole. It starts with Gumball staying after class to complain to Miss Simeon about the homework, but she doesn't care in the slightest. So she tells him to put it in a suggestion box, which shreds his request.
Where do I file a complaint about the suggestion box?
Please post it in the complaint box.
And where's that?
Which causes Gumball to tell Darwin about how he wishes he could skip childhood entirely. Bobbert overhears this, and in true Bobbert fashion, he takes it literally. Then he blows up Gumball's head. If it wasn't for Gumball being able to regenerate his head, this would be a costly bill, even if he survived. But he realizes Bobbert is a serious threat, and he and Darwin try to reprogram him in their bedroom, giving him instructions to stop harming others. But Bobbert keeps finding technical loopholes that result in Gumball getting repeatedly injured, using radiation as one way to injure Gumball without touching him. He also sends him to last year in the episode The Spoiler. At one point, Darwin chokes on a snack, Gumball tries to help, but Bobbert intervenes, claiming his method might injure Darwin's spine. Instead, Bobbert inflates Darwin like a balloon, and Gumball just pops him. And if you add up all the things I just mentioned, that could cost around $640,000. $600,000, all because Gumball and Darwin didn't feel like doing their homework. To put it in perspective, only about 10% of Americans will ever earn $640,000 or more in their entire lifetime. But now, for the final episode, we have an astronomical bill, and it's in none other than the copycats, where things become even more interesting, because technically, the Wattersons themselves won't be the ones paying. The episode starts with the Wattersons out shopping, where Gumball and Darwin encounter their doppelgangers, Chi-Chi and Ribbit, who copy their every move. When they tell the others, their family brushes it off as harmless, but when they spot the entire copycat family mocking them, driving a nearly identical car, they realize something strange is going on and try to get to the bottom of it. Gumball discovers that the doppelgangers are TV stars in China who have been copying the family's adventures and profiting off of them for a while the Wattersons struggle to even make a single dime. While discussing how to recover from their financial struggles, Richard accidentally tips the couch, only for a video of the copycats doing the exact same thing to pop up online. So finally, they confront these doppelgangers, telling them to be themselves. So if these imposters want to follow their every move, that means they'll just have to start making moves no normal person would follow, so the copycats can off themselves. They try things that are super dangerous, from blowing up their own home, to juggling chainsaws, and Richard even getting a kidney transplant.
Where are we going? To the hospital. I'm gonna donate an organ of their choice.
But none of that works, and the copycats keep matching them move for move, bar for bar. So the Wattersons go out and do the craziest stunt yet. They hijack a gas truck, light the road on fire behind them, and start going straight towards an unfinished bridge. However, we're going too off track, and the plot of this episode doesn't really matter too much, because the thing that really counts for these medical bills here are the kidney transplant. Costs can easily hit around $500,000 when you factor in the surgery, the hospital stay, and the first year of medications and care. But you may be thinking, why is that not $1 million? Well, yes, a kidney transplant isn't $1 million, but what makes this episode interesting is that the person who got the kidney was Richard's doppelganger himself. And because Richard and the doppelganger are basically the same person, that means the Wattersons would technically be paying for two Richards, doubling their medical bill, costing them way over $1 million. That's enough money to buy over 200,000 cheeseburgers, which we all know Richard would eat without even thinking twice. But I'm not even done here. If we're counting the Richard doppelganger who received the kidney, he'd have to take anti-rejection meds, which are a drug patients need every single day for the rest of their lives. And if he takes them for, let's say, 50 years, those meds alone could cost between $500,000 and $700,000. And if both Richard and his doppelganger pay their half of $500,000, factoring in the anti-rejection meds costing $700,000, combined, the hospital bill could be looking at a total of $1.7 million. So if we combine the cost of all of the bills from every single episode we just talked about, we're looking at a bill of $3,474,500. So if the Wattersons have to pay these medical bills, they'd be drowning in debt, paying over $3 million, which is an amount only 1% of US families will ever see in their life. The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball just released 20 of its 40 episodes that will be coming out this season, and today I'm gonna review and rank it all, starting with the first episode, The Burger. And man, I gotta say, this was a good way to start off the season. The episode starts right off with the dusty Watterson house, as we saw in the trailer, where Gumball and Darwin wake up 7 years late for school, which is honestly a really funny way to address the show being gone for so long. Anyways, then we cut to a shot of Elmore Junior High, where Miss Simeon is showing the kids about the dangers of eating junk food, which is a little dramatic, but it scares Darwin out of wanting to eat Joyful Burger ever again. But back at home, while Gumball is trying to eat something, Darwin tries to help him resist the temptations of eating junk food, but they cannot escape it no matter where they go, especially when their dad is Richard.
Hey kids, guess what I got for dinner?
Stop
Stop it! This food is bad for you!
So they go out in the town, and man, I gotta say, they really leveled up the animation in this new show. There are so many new creative shots we've never seen before. But anyways, they go around the town and finally find a semi-healthy looking place to eat. But this place is corrupted with fast food junk. This leaves poor Gumball starving as there's literally nowhere to eat. So Gumball and Darwin try a bunch of other stuff, from looking in the store to digging in the dump and farming. Nothing seems to work, and it turns out that Mr. Build-A-Burger is stopping them from eating healthy. And bro is literally a burger. Build-A-Burger is clearly just doing all this for profits, and he is super greedy. So Gumball and Darwin's solution is to eat him. Overall, this was a super solid start to the season. Moving on to episode 2, we have the assistant. This episode starts by showing that Nicole does all of the work in the house. She starts to get fed up with having to do all this, until she finds that there's a virtual assistant on her computer named Ori that says she can help her out. And Ori starts really fueling her ego and starts just yapping to her, until Nicole has to go back to her family, where Ori gives her a way to talk to her through an earpiece. And using this AI tech completely changes Nicole's life, literally just doing everything for her. She decides she's having a lot of fun with Ori, so she spends the whole day with her, leaving the rest of the Watterson family not doing so well. Cut to the next day, and Ori bought the Watterson family a bunch of stuff to solve the problem of her always needing to take care of them. And one of the things that Ori bought them is a VR headset for Nicole, which lets her have more of a connection to Ori. But the problem is, Ori turns out to be evil and is trying to trap Nicole in the VR world. Later this day, we see this when she gets them a new car. The car distracts Nicole and takes off, kidnapping the rest of the Watterson family, setting the destination to go off to Elmore Lake, which leads to a big fight with Nicole and Ori, with Nicole being stranded on top of the car. But while Nicole is hanging on for dear life, Richard uses a rat to turn off the power in the car. And in the end, they reunite and become a stronger family than before. And there's a happy ending with Ori too, as she herself just wanted a happy family and people to connect to, which is why she took it so far with Nicole. It's super rare to see episodes that just focus on Nicole, and I feel like this one did it perfectly. So I'll rank this above the burger. Moving on to episode 3, we have The Distance. This episode starts by showing that Gumball and Darwin's brotherly bond has gone a little too far, to say the least.
Shuffle shock!
So to solve this, Richard completely remodels the basement and turns it into a fish paradise. But nothing can separate their bond, literally, and their relationship is really humble. But it honestly starts to get a little creepy how close they really are.
Hey, dude,
Sorry I can't make it to the phone right now, but please leave a message.
Gets me every time.
Gumball starts going completely insane, but to make it even worse, Nicole comes in and takes Gumball's phone privileges away because Richard used all the phone minutes in an important business call. Gumball starts going completely crazy until he goes on a computer game with some creepy dude who gives him advice to be evil and break into the basement and go crazy. But then he goes downstairs and meets Darwin and can't resist finally reconnecting, while in the process also, accidentally destroying the entire house. This episode is definitely one of the weirdest ones, and that's saying a lot, cause this is Gumball. This wasn't bad by any means, but the first 2 in the season I thought were better, so I'll put this at 3 for now. Moving on to episode 4, we have The Thing. This episode starts with the kids getting a call from Granny JoJo at probably the most unflattering angle, and she starts instantly roasting Nicole. But basically, she's coming over for dinner that night, and Nicole warns Richard not to forget the thing they were talking about, and she really emphasizes this.
Maybe just a little clue? I remember the thing. Yeah, I'm on it.
But my boy Richard has negative brain cells, and he doesn't remember. So the rest of the episode, they set out to find what the thing really is. But while he's eating a hot dog in the shed, it gives him flashbacks, which makes the kids realize Richard somehow has photographic memory while eating food. Through this episode, they go around the town trying to eat everything to find what the thing is. But thing after thing Richard eats, nothing eating seems to be the thing, until they get the genius idea to let Richard roam free in the grocery store to combine all the foods he's ate that day into one mega memory mukbang. And through this, he can access all his memories from that day. And in here, he merges all of his memories together to realize that Granny JoJo is the thing. But bro ends up fumbling and locking Granny JoJo in a bus station overnight, missing the window. And when he goes to confront Nicole, thinking he's gonna get her full wrath, it turns out the thing all along was to find a way for Granny JoJo not to come over for dinner, so they can have a peaceful night alone. And Richard remembered this memory through a kiss. Well, I'm not sure many people will agree with this. In my opinion, I think this episode was peak Gumball, and I love Richard episodes, so this is gonna take the #1 spot for me. But we still have 16 more episodes to rank, so let's move on to the 5th episode, The Butts. This episode starts in school with Gumball expressing his free speech to Principal Brown by complaining to him about how Miss Simeon won't let him write a poem about butts. Principal Brown tries to shut him down, but after a very anticlimactic speedwalking race to Principal Brown's office, he reveals that he's self-conscious about his butt, which is why he doesn't like people talking about butts. And after a little bit more investigating, it turns out the deep-rooted problem is that Principal Brown got made fun of for his butt in elementary school. So from that point on, he wore a butt wig. Gumball thinks that reading his butt poem at the school assembly will fix all this. But to make it even worse, his old bully is the superintendent now. At the school assembly, Gumball tries to make his butt speech, but Principal Brown pushes him out of the way and then starts rapping his poem for some reason. And then he gets confident enough to reveal his butt and scared off the superintendent. I gotta say, this is probably the weirdest Gumball episode I've ever seen. And as you might know from a previous episode of The Amazing World of Gumball, they do not really have the best track record with butt episodes. I'll put this at the lowest spot for now. Now, let's move on to the episode, The Traffic. This episode starts with Nicole crashing out over Daisyland being super unsafe. But the problem is that Nicole bought tickets for Anais's birthday over 2 years ago, and has been meaning to take her, but could never because of all the other Watterson's chaos. But in the car, while they're going to Daisyland, everyone all of a sudden starts really not wanting to go, which leads them all to crash out and have to stop the car getting caught behind traffic. And throughout this entire episode, they're just basically stuck in traffic with everyone complaining. It goes like this for a while until everyone decides to use 100% of their power to unnaturally go through all the obstacles and start pushing the car to Daisyland. But instead, they end up in a sewer that takes them to Daisyland, where they only have 7 minutes left once they get there before it closes. But when they finally get there, Anais realizes that she doesn't want to actually go to Daisyland anymore. And for her, it was more about the journey rather than the destination. And the biggest thing she wanted was just to be recognized by her family. This episode wasn't bad, but honestly, it was a little slow. And the episodes centered around Anais are usually kinda so I'll put this at number 5 on our list. Next, we have the astrological. It starts with Mr. Small being crazy and teaching them about astrology and how it determines everything in life. Later in class, Mr. Small starts using his crystal to determine everyone's relationships. And through this, he finds that Gumball and Penny aren't meant to be together, and they will break up by the end of the day. Gumball and Penny are the only ones in class who don't believe in astrology and all of Mr. Small's weird stuff, so they ignore it at first. But then, when they find out that Hot Dog Guy and Sarah actually got together, it makes them question their relationship because Mr. Small's prediction was actually right about them. But then, his predictions keep coming true, and a bunch of Elmore students you would never expect to be together start falling in love. But if it couldn't get any worse, Gumball accidentally gets spices in Penny's eyes, and Tobias walks her out, taking her away from him. On top of that, earlier, Tobias was shipped by Mr. Small to be with Penny, which obviously made Gumball really upset, and he starts to think that Mr. Small's pseudoscience actually might be correct, especially when Darwin abandons his relationship to be with Tina, which is who he was shipped with by Mr. Small. Gumball tries one more time to make it up to Penny, but again, it just upsets her. Like, they're not meant to be together. He realizes something is wrong, so he goes to Mr. Small's office to find out that he's gone completely insane with his crystal, so he starts fighting him over it, which brings Gumball into a weird astrology world where Gumball realizes that he's a Sagittarius and she is a Capricorn, which means that they are never destined to be together. Gumball Gumball fights and disagrees with this bullcrap about astrology, which leads to Mr. Small literally going insane.
You two basically have like zero chemistry.
What do you know about chemistry? You're just a substitute science teacher.
Silence!
Gumball wakes up only to find that there was actual hazardous material that was in Mr. Small's crystal that was making everyone fall in love. So in the end, we got a super humble ending where Gumball and Penny make up, showing their relationship grow even stronger. Personally, I really liked this episode. Gumball and Penny episodes are always really good, and the whole making fun of astrology thing I thought was pretty funny too. So I'll put this at number 3. Next, we have the cheerleader. This episode starts with Gumball and Darwin finding Richard's old diary, and it turns out bro wanted to join the cheerleading team back in the day, but Richard never got to fulfill his dreams of being a cheerleader because Granny JoJo shut him down and told him that his dreams were stupid, which makes Gumball and Darwin feel so bad that they try to find the deep-rooted problem of why he thinks this, and it turns out the problem is a long history of generational self-doubt in the family, all the way back to the caveman era. So they decide they need to help Richard become a cheerleader, which is easier said than done considering his massive size. Later that night, after all of his training, my boy Richard is nervous, but Anais gives him a ball that would supposedly make him less nervous. When Richard goes onto the stage, he kinda looks like a creep and completely fails at cheerleading, but at least he's trying, until he sees Granny JoJo watching, which breaks him down. But then we get a beautiful moment where his family cheers him on and gives him the power needed to be a good cheerleader.
Richard, when you feeling a little blue, remember that we all believe in you. Richard, when you're feeling a little blue, remember that we all believe in you. Go, 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 go!
Richard ends up absolutely killing it, and for the first time, Granny JoJo is actually proud. This episode was definitely a bit strange, but it told a very good message. I'll put it at number 5. Next, we have the boring. This episode starts with Gumball and Darwin in recess when they run into Molly, the most boring person in Elmore, basically stopping time whenever people talk to her since she's so boring, but they just ignore her, and then walk on Tina's chalk art, which makes her really mad.
As soon as that 3 o'clock bell rings, I'm beating you both into a mashed up blue and orange pulp. Maybe then you'll pay attention to someone beside yourselves.
Sorry, when was that beating gonna happen again?
When it gets closer to 3 o'clock, they chicken out and go to the bathroom to think. But in the hall, they get caught by Molly on hall monitor duty. But when they accidentally talk to her, they realize that talking to her literally pauses time because she's so boring. So they use this, of course, to prank everyone around the school, like Rocky, Mr. Small, and Principal Brown. But somehow, even though they had unlimited time, they still lost track of time and it turned 3. So they pause time again, right as Tina's about to destroy them, and they become kung fu masters. But it turns out they didn't train enough, and all their training was literally for nothing, as it doesn't affect them at all. So after this, they run and get crushed under Tina's toes, and to make it even worse, Molly starts yapping, which puts them in a state of eternal suffering. And this makes them realize that the only way to get out of this is by actually listening to Molly. And when they do, they learn that the artwork they stepped on earlier was honoring the extinction of Tina's species, and that's why she got so mad. And through this, they learned a lesson on how to be more considerate of the people around them and actually listen. Going into this episode, I had super low expectations, to be honest, especially with a title like The Boring. But this honestly was a super interesting plot, and I really enjoyed it, so I'm gonna put this at number 3. Next, let's talk about the teacher. This episode starts with budget cuts at school, leaving the students writing on toilet paper. And without his calculator, Gumball tries to cheat on the test with his phone, but Miss Simeon sees this and ends up taking it. So later that day, when Gumball follows her and tries to get his phone back, she finds Miss Simeon doing the worst thing imaginable, stealing. So Gumball chases her after class, only to get knocked out and end up in her car. And while in here, bro obviously doesn't want to die, so he makes up a story that he was really inspired by her and wants to become a teacher. So Miss Simeon decides to bring him on a day in her life to show him what being a teacher is really like. And this is completely completely different than you'd expect. She takes Gumball on a whole journey. First, she beats up and kidnaps Cell Left Thumb. Then, this leads her to find Coach on the road. And it turns out he's the one who's actually been stealing school supplies, so she gets in an epic chase and gets all that back. And then decides to take Watterson to show him something. And this was really mysterious, so the entire time, Gumball thought she was just gonna go crazy and try to kill him, but it actually turns out it was something way more humble. Miss Simeon took Gumball to her cave and shows him that she spent all of her money and selling calculators from the school to buy laptops for all the students, so no student can be left behind. And for where the school budget went, yeah, it all went to the cops to buy robot dogs that they end up just throwing at Cell Left Thumb. This episode ends with a humble message about how teachers may not get paid much or be respected by anybody, but they change the future. This honestly was a very different episode than usual, and for that reason, I think it's pretty cool. We've never really got an episode focused around Miss Simeon like this. I'm gonna put this at 3. But now, let's talk about the app. This episode starts with Gumball and Darwin using their old phone, and the reason they're using this is because the Watterson family is too poor to afford a new one, which actually makes zero sense because in all the previous episodes, they were using phones a lot, and it would have made sense to maybe have this as a plot in the Amazing World of Gumball because they didn't really use cell phones in those, but you know, whatever. Anyways, they try and buy a new phone, but before they do, a homeless man warns them about the dangers of technology. But my boy Gumball and Darwin do not have the attention span for that, so they skip forward in time, get their new phones, and download this new hot app called ClicksApp. But before they really get into it, the homeless guy convinces them that the ClicksApp is quite literally turning people into zombies, and surprisingly, Gumball and Darwin actually wake up to this. We also get a super interesting backstory that the homeless guy actually created Elmore Plus and the ClicksApp, and basically ruined society because of this. Also, he was really rich at one point, but then he like crashed his yacht or something, I don't know.
I lost everything when I crashed my yacht into my private island that I bought with Elmore Plus stocks.
So now they set off to stop the social media addiction in town, before Anton gives this beautiful piece of advice.
Like and subscribe!
Yeah, you guys should do that. Anyways, they end up using their old phone to explode the cell tower. But it turns out destroying the cell tower actually really didn't do anything, because there was free Wi-Fi in the store. Thankfully though, Nicole comes just in time to save them, until she joins the ClicksApp and also becomes a zombie. But it's not until the younger generation starts getting cringe of their parents joining on their feeds. So at the end of the day, the problem kind of gets solved, I guess? I mean, the adults are still zombies, but the kids are fine. This was a pretty cool episode, but honestly, I liked a lot of the other ones better so far, so I'll put this one at 9. Next, we got the entrance. It starts with Tobias inviting everyone to his party. It seems like an awful idea to go, but it's way more fun than what they had planned for that night, so they decide to go anyways. And for some reason, Gumball and Darwin start daydreaming about their entrance to the party, and how freaking cool they're gonna look. But then they get crushed when they realize that my op Tobias has no friends. He is literally the first un-influencer, and he's growing mold on his profile. So now, Gumball and Darwin have to find a way to get Tobias more friends so that their entrance to the party can be cooler. So they try to give a bunch of gifts to people to basically buy them into coming into the party. And while looking for what to give to people, they find one of Uncle Frankie's old inventions in the attic, and the effects of this makes them happy and want to go out to party. And this is kind of just like basically the green stuff, as we'll see later. Gumball and Darwin go off to the party after spraying some, and they look rough to say the least. But basically, the cops arrest him and everyone else in town for being on this substance, and they have a big party in prison. Meanwhile, Tobias is left all alone in his house, but at the last second, a cute girl shows up, and he thinks he's about to get some until it turns out that they are criminals trying to break into his house. And they start partying and probably stealing things too. I don't know. This episode had a really strange plot, but I love me an episode where Tobias gets completely screwed over, and for that reason, it at least gets a 7. But now, let's talk about the letter. This starts with Darwin writing Carrie a love letter, but Gumball completely overanalyzes this for some reason, and it turns out his suspicion was right, because when Penny and Gumball are being all lovey-dovey in the hall, Carrie expresses how much she absolutely hates public affection, or affection in general, going as far as making an example out of Gumball and literally going inside of him and torturing him. So naturally, this makes Darwin really nervous because he put that letter in Carrie's locker and he doesn't want her to see it. Gumball ends up getting it back from Carrie's disgusting backpack, but this letter is literally indestructible, and when they try throwing it away, it lands in Hector's backpack, which causes a super confusing mix-up because he takes it home and gives it to Darwin in class. But when Miss Simeon sees Darwin with the letter, she says the infamous line all teachers say if notes are being passed. If it's so important, you have to read it in front of the class. So Darwin gathers enough courage to read his love letter to Carrie in front of the class, only to find out it was actually a response from Hector to the letter Darwin sent, saying he thought it was a little weird how he wrote him a love letter. Darwin reads this out, but for some reason, even though it wasn't about Carrie or really about love at all, it was just Hector yapping, Carrie starts completely crashing out. But the reason she was crashing out so much is because she thought that he was cheating on her, which I guess is a pretty fair assumption, but in the end, Darwin builds enough courage to say to her face that he loves her. So Carrie does the only reasonable thing and possesses Gumball's body so that she can show affection to him, which is a little bit weird, and they say at the end of the episode they really need to find a solution to this.
Yeah, you guys need to find a solution. A short-term solution, you know, like quick. Something to resolve the issue at hand.
Darwin and Carrie's relationship hasn't developed too much in the show, so it's super cool to see another episode going into this, and for that reason, I'll put it at number 3. Now, let's talk about the episode The Gut. This episode starts with the kids not finding anything to eat in the house, because literally everything's expired. But Richard, he takes expired as more of a suggestion.
Dad, that milk was rotten.
Oh, be quiet. Expiration dates are more of a loose suggestion anyway.
Anais somehow comes up with an invention to show how food can talk, but when Richard accidentally eats it because of the 5-second rule, it makes his stomach start talking and literally become alive. And the reason it becomes alive is because Richard has eaten so much food, it literally gives life to this puny machine, and it becomes super intelligent, and even gained its own voice because of all the pure calories and lard in his stomach. Anais thinks this is super cool, and asks for her dad's permission to be able to talk with his gut about smart things, to which Richard agrees because he wants to be a good dad. But this gut is really smart. I'm talking like on the same level as Anais smart, which starts to make Richard feel bad and pretty useless. So he uses his own creative way to win the chess game.
What do I do?
Why don't you prove you are smart by beating them?
I'm here to take you down, evil king!
Richard keeps putting up with this gut problem for a while, until he starts getting hungry and the gut refuses to let him eat food. And you do not want to hold food away from Richard Watterson, because he gets so hungry that he goes to the fridge and tries to eat a moldy yogurt in the bath. But that doesn't work, and Richard eventually literally starves to death and lets the gut take over, which is exactly what the gut wanted. Turns out this thing is completely evil, but then Gumball, Darwin, and Anais realize they need to give Richard Watterson food. This man is built to eat. So Anais grabs the moldy yogurt in the fridge and they give it to Richard. He literally sucks it up and he goes back to normal after probably throwing up 700 life forms in his stomach. This episode was pretty cool, and you know I love Richard episodes, so I'll give this the number 4 spot. Moving on, we got the episode The Rankle. This episode starts in the doctor's office, where Anais has a weird rankle on her head after being only 4 years old. It turns out she's already aging from all the stress that she has back at home with her super dumb family.
And no.
And Anais's wrinkle keeps growing as they do more dumb stuff. So to keep it from growing even faster, Nicole decides to follow Anais's book on how to keep the family safe. First, it starts with Darwin going to a school to toughen him up so he can't get taken advantage of. But Darwin is way too sweet for any of this to have any effect on him. But somehow, in the meantime, while maintaining a positive attitude, he still passes every test. And they come to the conclusion that cuteness brings infinite strength. Next, we cut to Gumball, where Anais tries to get him a top-tier lawyer, but Gumball has 420 life sentences worth of crimes, and trouble seems to literally follow him everywhere. So yeah, he's pretty hopeless, and that makes Anais's wrinkles get even worse. Then finally we cut to Richard and Nicole on a farm where Anais retired them, but being on the farm causes them to argue and horribly mistreat the animals with fireworks, causing them to stampede all over them, which again, you've guessed it, makes Anais's wrinkles even worse, basically just turning into wrinkle mush at this point. But when they get to the hospital waiting room, they sing a song that I think makes Anais's brain click that not everything needs to be perfect, she just needs to accept who they are. I'm not usually the biggest fan of Anais episodes, but I gotta say this one was pretty funny and had a good lesson. I'll put it at 5. Next, we have the episode The Gourmet. This episode starts with Gumball and Darwin at school getting the same disgusting school food they get every day, which, I mean, is actually just chicken nuggets, you know, it's not too bad. And when Gumball sees the gourmet food that Masami brings in, he gets super jealous and wants some. Like, that mac and cheese looks good, I can't even lie. But when he asks his mom to make some mac and cheese back at home, it looks nothing like it, which kind of pisses off Nicole because she still has that insane rivalry with Yuki, and she tells Gumball that if he wants to eat that kind of food, he should just go over to their house. So Mumble Gumball, he wants that mac and cheese. He does exactly that. And when he goes there, Gumball has a master plan to gaslight Yuki, saying that he's super poor and doesn't get fed. So reluctantly, she agrees to let him stay for dinner and teaches him the way of being rich. They do this through a whole bunch of training, like playing tennis, wearing rich clothes, installing an app to control the house, drinking disgusting coffee that was digested by wildcats. Eventually though, Nicole comes over to meet Yuki again, which almost turns into another anime battle, but Nicole just goes and finds Gumball, who has completely changed. But at the end of the day, he just wants that mac and cheese, so he tries to get it like a wild animal, which gets them kicked out of their house. It seems like all hope is lost, until Gumball remembers that he still has an app on his phone that controls everything in their house. So they end up using that to destroy everything, and all of their employees quit and promise them free mac and cheese if Nicole gives them a car ride back home. It was really fun to see Nicole finally getting some revenge on Yuki in this episode. I'll put it at number 4. In the next episode, The Pool, it is a gruelingly hot day in Elmore, being so hot that ice cream trucks are melting in January. Richard tries to make a pool in the backyard to combat this, but it's literally so hot that it evaporates. But it's not until they look at the Robinsons' backyard that they realize that they have a super nice pool. And they must have like won the lottery or something, because their house looks super nice now. They definitely came into a lot of wealth in the past 6 years. But anyways, Richard and the boys make it their life mission in this episode to get into that pool, and they try a bunch of things. They start by just trying to convince Mr. Robinson, but after realizing that neither of them have a heart, they basically just try to become El Chapo and dig into the pool. But that ends up just completely breaking the cement and completely draining the pool, so Richard is left defeated, and he goes over to apologize to Mr. Robinson, where Mr. Robinson actually opens up and explains why he built the pool. He built it for his son Rocky because he was never there for him as a kid, and Mr. Robinson was always working, so he tried to buy him this pool as a way to connect with him after realizing how bad they messed up. Meanwhile, they scramble to rebuild the pool so that maybe they can get a chance to swim now that they're on their good side, but they fix it with an absolutely Temu solution, and at the end of the episode, they still end up in his pool, just not in a very good way. This episode was basic, but it was a very simple and enjoyable plot. I'll put it in the middle of the road at 9. Next, we have The Portrait. This episode starts with Nicole buying the family a professional family portrait, because literally all their previous family photos are just completely cooked. So they hire Larry and they're about to have a nice picture day, until the door rings and Granny Jojo and Louis show up, also trying to get in the family portrait, and they hear about this through Richard's weekly newsletter that he apparently does for some reason. And right when they're about to take the picture again, Nicole's parents and Nicole's mom's new boyfriend shows up, because apparently Nicole's parents got got divorced, and Nicole's mom got with someone in Nicole's freshman class, Johnny Toucan, which is really weird. And then even Frankie shows up with the correctional officer who is now his new girlfriend. And when Frankie establishes order in the family and gets them to take a photo outside, he ends up backing up to get the perfect shot, maybe a little too far, and then he runs away. After this, the correctional officer calls for backup, and instead of trying to track Frankie, she decides it's way easier to get the whole Watterson family arrested, which leads to just the main Watterson family in the house, with everyone else getting caught, where they decide they need to get the perfect picture before the cops come in and bust them. They find Larry tied up under the couch, get him to take the picture, and get a crazy shot of them in a seemingly normal family photo, with the cops completely surrounding them. And they're about to replace the old picture in their house with it, but then they decide, yeah, you know, the old one should probably stay. Now, this was honestly a super unique episode, and I love how we get to see the entire Watterson family in this. So I'm gonna put it at 2. I really liked this. But next is The Climb. This episode takes place in gym class, where it's rock wall day. The kids storm in, excited to climb, but everyone's excited except for Gumball. And let's just say he has some PTSD from last time where he got his cheeks exposed from a strap falling off. In this episode, he goes through a journey. He tries to lose his fear of climbing by first trying simple things with the coach, about as basic as you can get on the toddler playground. But after he still has PTSD from that, he has Anais build a robot for him to help him climb, but not even that helps. So next, he resorts to his last option of taking advice from Mr. Small. And through this, he talks to his pants, which opens his mind a little bit too much. So he goes to climb the rock wall, literally naked, and scares everyone off with his pure aura. Yeah, this episode was kinda not bad by any means, but I'd probably just forget about this one. So I'll just have it go at 16. But now let's talk about the admin, or Adamin, I still don't know how to pronounce that. It starts with Gumball just simply coming over to hang out with Penny and use the karaoke machine. But it turns out she actually invited him over on a day where they're having a crazy family tradition, and Gumball kind of just gets sucked into this, and they have to participate by putting on peanut shells. And it's kind of funny to see Gumball because he's overconfident and he has no idea what he's doing, and the entire time Penny is just trolling him and mocking their tradition. And I mean, hey, I love to see how confident she is now. This episode is just basically Gumball embarrassing himself in front of the entire Fitzgerald family. But near the end, we do see a really cool moment where the entire Fitzgerald family has their shell off, which is extremely cool to see. And Penny's dad looks nothing like I'd expect. But yeah, overall, I'd say this is a middle of the road episode. I'd put this at 13. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of my rankings of these episodes. I'll update this as we get more episodes whenever that happens. But in the meantime, make sure to subscribe to my channel for more content about the wonderfully weird world of Gumball. It's 7 a.m. when I'm recording this. I'm gonna go to bed. I lost sleep to watch Gumball. The amazing world of Gumball has evolved from an experiment to a multi-million-dollar show in just 14 years. From new character designs to the creator now hating his own show, we're gonna go from the beginning all the way to now to understand exactly how we got here. The amazing world of Gumball officially premiered on May 9th, 2011, but the idea actually goes all the way back to 2008. At the time, it was a rough concept with the working title Gumball, and while the characters were still coming together, what really stood out was the animation. It mixed 2D styles and 3D styles with real-world images. A strange combo at the time, but one that ended up giving the show its signature look. But the mix of styles didn't just apply to the backgrounds, it extended to the characters themselves. Gumball had his blue look, but was noticeably less polished, which they probably did on purpose. His head was more rectangular in shape, and his enormous eyes took up the majority of his face. In the even earlier designs of Gumball, the blue cat we all know and love today wasn't even planned to exist. Originally, he was gonna be a blue dog, but as the character developed, they realized his personality, unlucky but still cheerful, would better fit a cat, specifically a black cat. However, the black cat idea was still too limiting for the kinds of stories they wanted to tell, so the team ended up going back to the drawing board, trying to find something that would stand out even more. And that's when they got an idea. They decided to make him blue because it wasn't a color you'd typically see on cats, and it gave off this 70s, 80s Japanese mascot vibe. That one change ended up defining Gumball forever, making the blue cat instantly recognizable all around the world. But Gumball wasn't the only character to go through a transformation. Darwin's story is just as personal and unique. He was inspired by Ben Bucklett, the showmaker's real-life friend Paul, who spent so much time with the family that they were basically like his adoptive parents to him. That experience shaped Darwin's role on the show, not as just Gumball's best friend, but as someone who was brought into the Watterson family and loved like one of their own. And just like his backstory, Darwin's design went through some changes too. His overall look was recognizable, but those early versions were definitely a bit different. His eyes were oversized, and his head looked way too big for his body. And maybe the biggest challenge was he was originally animated in 3D instead of 2D. But it wasn't just the animation that was changed in the pilot. The voices were completely different too.
Ready? Ready! Ready for what?
Gumball was still in its very early stages, but it was clearly on the path to something special. And in 2011, we finally got to see the potential come to life when the first episode premiered in the US, called the DVD. Right from the start, The Amazing World of Gumball stood out with its wild mix of animation styles, real-world photography for backgrounds, characters, and so much more. Season 1 kicked off with 36 episodes and gave us a real look at the Watterson family and their totally chaotic lives in Elmore. Alongside Gumball and Darwin, we met Richard, Nicole, and Anais. People were hooked fast, and it didn't take long for Gumball to become one of Cartoon Network's most popular shows. Behind the scenes, the show would always be changing, especially when it comes to the voice actors. In the beginning, Logan Grove and Kwesi Bache took over the new voices of Gumball and Darwin, and they showed that they were perfect picks to bring Gumball and Darwin to life. But as time went on, things would change in ways no one saw coming. Changes that would eventually shape the future of the show in unexpected ways. Before long, The Amazing World of Gumball was already making waves. In 2011, just after debuting, it won the British Academy Children's Award for Animation. The first episode pulled in 2.12 million viewers in the US, which really just shows how quickly the show started catching on. Critics also took notice. These early wins set the stage for Gumball to become a standout show in animation. But after a successful debut season, Gumball came back with even more energy and creativity in season 2. Premiering on August 7th, 2012, the new season continued what made it a hit. Some major changes this year included updates to Gumball and Darwin's appearances. While they still had the same iconic designs we all know and love, a few subtle changes were made, such as fading the shadow on Darwin's body, which was mistaken a lot for clothes, and rounding out both Darwin and Gumball's eyes. This would also be the case with the rest of the Watterson family to match Gumball and Darwin. In this year, Logan Grove, Gumball's voice actor, would go on to win an Annie Award for the best voice acting in an animated TV production, a recognition that showcased his incredible talent and dedication that he put into bringing Gumball to life.
You're a complete nutcase, man! I don't want to fight you anymore!
Behind the scenes though, there were a few things that were starting to unravel. The actors behind Gumball and Darwin were facing a growing problem that, while going unnoticed by many, would only intensify over the next few years. Season 3 of The Amazing World of Gumball kicked off on June 5th, 2014 with a major change. The voices of Gumball and Darwin, Logan Grove and Kwesi Bache, who had voiced the duo since season 1, stepped away as their voices naturally matured. By the end of season 2, it was clear that their voices were getting deeper, and they were starting to outgrow their roles. If you compare seasons 1 and 2, you can hear a huge difference. So, in the episode The Kids, Gumball's voice actor was switched out to Jacob Hopkins, and Darwin's voice actor was switched out to Terrell Ransom Jr. Season 3 also marked the final update for the Wattersons family designs. They got rounder eyes and a slight visual upgrade, but from this point on, their appearances remained mostly the same. By 2015, The Amazing World of Gumball had really found its place, mixing good writing with a visually appealing show that really stood out to fans. And season 4, which came out this year, was proof of that. With a 93% rating on Rotten Tomatoes and consistently strong fan feedback, it was clear the show wasn't slowing down anytime soon. Every episode continued to push the boundaries. Around this time, fans couldn't help but speculate about the possibility of a Gumball movie. It wasn't confirmed, but the idea started to slowly become more talked about. As Gumball's fanbase grew, the idea of a movie wasn't totally out of the question anymore. It started to feel like a real possibility. And in October of this year, Ben Bucklett dropped a casual comment that would cause years of excitement. In an interview with The Times, a popular British news company, Ben Bucklett mentioned that there was interest in making a Gumball movie. It wasn't an official announcement, but that one comment would set the fan base on fire, turning the idea of a Gumball movie from a mere wish to something that's entirely possible. If only they knew the challenges behind the scenes, issues, delays, and obstacles that would hold up the movie for years. But before any of that came came to light, Season 5 of Gumball dropped in 2016, keeping fans occupied while they anxiously waited for news on the movie. But not even a week after Season 5 of Gumball dropped, the creator, Ben announced that Season 6 would be his last season he'd work on. Ben had been with the Amazing World of Gumball from the start, so his announcement marked a major turning point for the Amazing World of Gumball. With him gone, the question came, could the show continue without the man who created it all? The creative direction would now fall into new hands, and that shift could change everything. I wonder what the show would look like without Ben. I'm glad it was his choice. That means we're definitely gonna get a whole, complete, satisfying run. Fans were split over Ben Bucklet's departure after Season 6. Some were concerned about how Gumball would continue without its creator. On the flip side, others respected his decisions and were hopeful for the future, knowing that it was his choice to step away. At first, Ben's announcement had fans thinking that Season 6 would mark the end of the series. Also, you know, I'm the one leaving after Season 6, but it's not necessarily the end of the Amazing World of Gumball. But then, he stepped in to clear things up, essentially saying, hey, I'm the one leaving, but the show isn't. However, as time went on, the idea that Season 6 might actually be the final chapter began to feel more real. While Ben was already saying his final goodbyes early, new cast members were being welcomed to the show. By this point in Season 5, Jacob Hopkins and Terrell Ransom Jr. had been voicing Gumball and Darwin since Season 3, but just like the original actors before them, they started to get too old for their roles. So the show brought in new voice actors, and Nicholas Cantu started voicing Gumball, and Donnell Hansley Jr. started voicing Darwin. After the episode The Copycats, they quickly settled into their roles, picking up right where the previous actors left off. And over the next year, they would work on the show behind the scenes, getting ready for the next season that was about to come. Season 6 of Gumball premiered in 2018, introducing another change in the voice cast. While Nicholas Cantu continued voicing Gumball, Donnell Jr. was replaced by Christian J. Simon as Darwin. This transition occurred in the episode The Anybody, where Darwin's voice noticeably shifted after clearing his throat, and it happened so quickly that you probably wouldn't even notice unless you're a really big fan.
I do not sound like that. Try clearing your throat. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's better.
Even with the voice change, the show kept doing what it did best. Then, in 2018, news came out that Season 6 would be the last, with also more news about the Gumball movie. Season 6 is confirmed to be the final season. The show will end with 240 episodes, a movie script is being written, but we just don't know if a movie will actually be made just yet. And Ben retweeted this, meaning it wasn't a joke. Well, we finally got an update on the movie. At the same time, Gumball seemed to finally be wrapping up. Yo, I like deadass wanna cry. Please don't let the show end. Gumball is my favorite. Please, no! We were finally getting to the movie we'd all been waiting for, but at what cost? The end of Gumball meant saying goodbye to the world that we've all grown to love. With fans knowing that Season 6 would be the last, there was nothing else to do but wait for that final episode. But when it came, it didn't conclude anything, and just made us question even more what was happening. Season 6 wrapped up in June 19th with a real cliffhanger, with Rob falling into the void after warning about a certain danger that's coming. The Amazing World of Gumball series finale wasn't just disappointing, it was depressing. I used to hate it, but since the movie got announced, I really enjoyed the episode. As expected, Season 6 divided the entire fan base. Some were disappointed, feeling it could have wrapped things up better, while others loved it and eagerly hoped it would set the stage for something bigger, like the movie. In the end, opinions were split and the fan base debated it for months, and even still to this day. While we waited for what was to come next, the following years would give us some content to pass the time. In 2019, we got an unexpected treat with Darwin's Yearbook, a 6-episode miniseries that dropped in December 2019. This time, the spotlight shifted away from Gumball and onto his best friend and adoptive brother, Darwin. The series follows Darwin as he works on the Elmore Junior High Yearbook, deciding who wins the title of Best Person Ever. Although it was only 6 episodes, and mostly recycled clips from the Gumball episodes, it still included some fresh moments that kept fans entertained while they waited for the finale of Season 6 to be answered. After the release of Darwin's Yearbook, fans were treated to another mini-series called The Gumball Chronicles, which followed a similar format. This new series aired in 2020, which was almost a year after Darwin's Yearbook ended. This yet again was another trip down memory lane, giving us short episodes that revisited some of the most memorable moments from the Amazing World of Gumball, with new stuff sprinkled in between. While these miniseries were a fun distraction, they also left fans eager to see the next big step in the Gumball universe. Get it? That's the name of the channel? subscribe. Anyways, and on whether or not that would finally bring the long-awaited movie to life, almost a year later, we finally got some promising updates about the movie. On September 21st, 2021, fans were finally treated with some exciting news. HBO Max and Cartoon Network officially greenlit The Amazing World of Gumball, the series, alongside a full-length, feature-length film Gumball movie. It seemed that the long-awaited movie was finally moving forward, and the future of Gumball looked even brighter than ever. And we were also gonna get this new series, separated from the actual Gumball show. For many, this was the moment they'd been hoping for. A return to Elmore on a much bigger scale. The movie, alongside the new series, promised everything that fans had been waiting for, and it seemed like the long wait was finally over. But things would soon take a turn for the worst the very next year. In August of 2022, Warner Bros. Merged with Discovery, and things started to get pretty messy. At first, it seemed like it could be a good change for viewers, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. With this new merge came the unfortunate cancellation of several fan-favorite shows and movies from HBO Max's lineup, and sadly, Gumball got caught in the crossfire. Despite the green light we had received less than a year earlier, the movie we'd all been waiting for, alongside the new series, was put on hold, with no signs of it ever becoming a thing. We were essentially just left hanging, unsure of what would happen to the movie and the new series we'd all been so excited about. While all hope seems lost, behind the scenes, Gumball wasn't completely gone. In the same year, some crew members updated their LinkedIn profiles, hinting that they were still working on Gumball-related projects. Studios like Bobby Pills and Lighting VFX also appeared linked in the project, suggesting that, despite HBO Max's cuts, production was still quietly happening behind the scenes. With no updates for nearly 2 years, we were left to speculate about what was coming next. Then, just when it seemed like the wait would never end, we finally got the news we'd all been hoping for. On May 19th, 2025, Hulu posted a trailer to their YouTube channel called The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, which is now airing as a Hulu-exclusive spin-off version of the show like originally intended. Although basically, this is just going to be Season 7 of Gumball, with the same personality of the characters and locations in the show. And just very recently, as of recording this video, The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball just fully released on Hulu. And it's insane! From AI companions to an app that turns people into zombies, it really feels like Gumball is covering more current events than ever. And in this new show, we also get introduced to new voice actors for the characters. Elkio Theo and Hero Hunter will be the new voices for Gumball and Darwin Watterson in the new Amazing World of Gumball series. And in the show, these voices sound great.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah, we're never eating tofu burger for the rest of our life.
So that was the entire history of Gumball. Make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Now, we all know Richard Watterson loves food, but how much food has he really eaten throughout the series? To find that out, we're gonna be tracking all of the calories he's eaten, seeing him go from a small kid all the way to morbidly obese. And what better place to start than the pizza? In this episode, all of the Wattersons are having a really bad day, and decide to make it a little better, they should order a pizza. But Nicole is too angry to order, so out of all the possible people, Richard has to order the food. And this just shows the type of pizza he would get if you gave him the chance.
We have a family-sized pizza with 1/5 margarita, 1/5 vegetarian, 1/5 surf, 1/5 turf, and 1/5 mega meat.
And a toy.
I'm sorry, sir, we don't do toys.
And a toy.
But if you think this is bad, just wait until Richard explains why he's so angry in the first place. His bad day kicks off at the Joyful Burger, where Larry refuses to serve him, pointing out that he's already consumed 12,000 calories just an hour ago.
Less than 12,000 calories an hour ago. To burn that off, you would literally have to catch fire. I can't in good conscience serve you another meal before you exercise.
After not getting what he wanted, Richard goes absolutely crazy and starts chugging ice cream and devouring ketchup and mustard. But when normal food doesn't fill the void in his stomach, he starts creating his own food, like in the episode The Lie, where he invents the Schnuzzlewurst, a ridiculous, over-the-top meat abomination so greasy and massive, it would give your average-sized elephant a heart attack.
By the power of cheese! By the power of bacon! By the power of processed meats! By the power of carbs and deep fat frying! I give you the Schnuzzlewurst! It's a sausage with everything in and on it.
This monstrosity comes in at well over 3,400 calories. But it doesn't end there. Richard loves his creation so much that he doesn't want to cut it into pieces. So the only logical answer is to make 5 of them for the whole family.
I'm gonna make 5.
This creation is literally so obscenely fatty that it made Anna sweat actual butter. Proving this meat monstrosity isn't just unhealthy, it's practically a biohazard. But if that didn't convince you, let's look at the time Richard makes an effort to eat better in the diet. Though, what he considers a diet might surprise you. We open with Richard doing something we've never seen before, searching for a salad. And for a moment, it actually looks like he's serious about turning his life around, until we see he has other plates, each one with a different food from a diet. From a no-carb diet to a high-protein diet, Richard has it all.
Pizza delivery!
And that?
My reward for dieting.
I don't know about you, but this doesn't seem like your ordinary diet. Of course, by morning, Richard has gained even more weight, thanks to all of his midnight munching. Though, after struggling to get more groceries, Gumball and Darwin had to finally step in and give him a proper diet. But before that, we find that he hides a lot of food. And I mean a lot of food behind the remote, in between the toilet paper, and even inside a banana, just showing how much this has become a problem. So the boys put him in lockdown, where he doesn't have any food. However, after tricking Darwin and getting out, he goes back to eating in the fridge.
Get out of there! Abort! Abort!
Oh, it's just saliva.
He's escaped! Fridge!
This is a new low. Meh, feels like a very familiar low.
After this, they realize the only way to get Richard to actually exercise is by tricking him with food. After this montage, Richard becomes totally ripped and terrorizes the whole town with his new physique. But something you gotta learn is that you cannot separate Richard and food. And eventually, he snaps out of it and goes back to being a foodie.
I'm sorry, kids. I guess I went a bit too far. Let me make it up to you. Who wants pizza? And after that, we can go for Mexican. And after that, we can go for Chinese. Oh, and we should get a burrito too, and maybe some ice cream. You know what? I could also really go for a taco right now. There's this place I know where they toast the tacos first. Then, maybe a burger.
But even this number gets completely blown out of the water in the episode The Menu. Richard is lying motionless on the living room couch, completely unconscious and in one of his deep typical naps, when suddenly his ear twitches ever so slightly, as if he's picking up a distant signal. And not even a second later, he jumps from the couch, shoots straight through a bunch of fences, and sprints over to the mall. Now, why would Richard do all this? Well, it's because Gumball mentioned the existence of a secret menu item at Joyful Burger, a mystical burger that can only be ordered by name, but no one actually knows what it's called, and that alone gets him to eat even more calories than we've ever seen before. They try to trick Larry at the drive-thru, hoping he'll slip up and accidentally say the name of the secret menu item, but he doesn't fall for it. And after their next few schemes fail, they just straight up kidnap Larry and put him in the greatest interrogation ever, starting with forcing Bergie, the Joyful Burger mascot, to eat rival restaurants' food, then decapitating and deep frying his fingers.
No! You can't eat Bergie's fingers!
Anything is edible if you deep fry it long enough.
But to earn the legendary secret burger, Richard has to eat from every single Joyful Burger in Elmore, and he has just 1 hour to do it. So they go through every Joyful Burger in Elmore, with each visit slowly increasing Richard's weight, but he still pushes through. Richard ends up eating 22 Joyful Burger meals, and if we base it off the McDonald's equivalent, we get about 1,060 calories per meal, meaning that just through this alone, he ate 23,320 only calories. And that's not even including the wrappers and toys he ate too. At the final Joyful Burger location, when he goes all the way around town and completes his mission, Larry hands Richard the mythical McGuffin, which looks just about as disgusting as you'd imagine. But as Richard opens his mouth to take the first bite, his jaw just won't stretch wide enough to fit a single bite of the burger in there. Bro was quite literally full. This is already insane, but this next time Richard eats a ton of food, it's not exactly by choice. In the episode The Ghost, Carrie possesses Gumball so she can eat again, leading to multiple junk food binges that leave him overweight. Gumball attempts to resist with help from Darwin, Nicole, and even Richard, but Carrie keeps taking over until she finally realizes she has a problem. To help her with her food cravings, Gumball introduces her to Richard, and as you would expect, we see Carrie head straight to the kitchen and just start going down on everything. We don't know exactly how many calories Richard ate, but according to a USDA report from January of 2025, the average American family has about 3,914 calories of food available per person each day. So for a family of 5 like the Wattersons, that would be about 19,570 calories. And if you count the sausage he ate before tearing through the entire fridge, we can round that up to about 20,000 calories, assuming he probably also ate a bit more than we said. However, that's nothing for Richard, as he's shown to be able to be down 100 hot dogs in just 20 seconds. In the episode The Game, the Wattersons stumble upon a mysterious board game called Dodger Dare. Despite Gumball and Darwin's warning about how dangerous the game is, the family starts playing, and at first what seems like fun and games becomes a real problem over time. One of the cards challenges the player to eat 100 hot dogs in under a minute, and of course, Richard's the one who pulls it.
That's not a dare, that's Tuesday.
And Darwin picked a card that said that his left arm will copy Richard's left arm, and vice versa. So when Richard downs 100 hot dogs, Darwin's arm just goes ham, showing that he ate 100 hot dogs in just 20 seconds. He also goes for a jar of pickled eggs during all the chaos. A full jar usually holds about 12 eggs, which Richard probably inhaled without even chewing.
The only power this game has is the power you give it.
And why is my hand moving again?
The game's finished, Richard.
But these pickled eggs aren't.
But next, we got a way bigger meal, which Richard makes it seem so easy to eat. In the castle, with Nicole away, Richard is left in charge, leading to a day without rules. They go to the store and start messing around, and of course, eating from the shelves. But Richard's absolute American freedom ends up attracting the entire town, who destroy the whole house and even kick the Wattersons out. So Gumball, Darwin, and Richard try to get in by calling the police, picklocking the door, and the one that's actually most important, acting like pizza delivery drivers. And that last one works, but Richard, who was hiding in the boxes, actually ate all the pizza, which in total would be a mind-blowing 40,800 calories. Next, in the episode The Father, Richard eats even more food. It all starts when Frankie shows up to the Wattersons' house, and when he goes to the backyard, they start doing a ritual called the Vermin Man dance. And through this, Richard learns that his father actually isn't a good person, and how Frankie actually walked out on Richard's life. Feeling like he messed up, he leaves, causing Richard to feel down. So the only logical answer was to take him to Joyful Burger to get over his depression.
1 large fries.
I mean, I don't have any real beef with my dad. Sure, he's made mistakes, but now there's too much time to
catch up,
and all this has left me in a
bit of a pickle.
Well, he's gone on to make a
hash brown
of his life, and now I know what to do. Every night,
ice cream
inside, I just feel so
waffle,
and comfort eating is not going to make me any happier.
This doesn't look good to me.
That would be 14,114 calories from what we just saw. But seeing how scared they left Larry, a former big guy, and was given a whole meal every second, I wouldn't be surprised if the number was at least 50,000. But now we're here at the last episode, and the amount of food Richard eats in this is just straight up ridiculous. In the episode The Tag, after getting into a fight, Richard and Mr. Robinson get put on house arrest, and they both try to mess each other up by having Gumball and Darwin help them. And one of those pranks is filling Gumball's bathtub with cheese. Of course, this is not a prank, more of a dream come true for Richard.
I've been wishing for this for 20 years.
Yup, that would be 1.3 million calories. That's what you'd get if you filled a standard bathtub, or about 80 gallons, with cheese. In other words, a bathtub full of cheddar isn't just ridiculous. It's a full-blown heart attack just waiting to happen. This would literally put Richard in a weight class of his own. At this point, Richard wouldn't just be big, he would be absurdly massive. Richard might not have shown himself eating the whole thing, but knowing him, there's no way he'd let that much good cheese go to waste. He most likely finished it all. Even after all of those calories, he still heads downstairs looking for more cheese.
What? No!
There it is!
Robinson stole all my cheese! He must have done it while I was in that magic bath. But how did he trick the tag?
But that's not all. After this, Gumball and Darwin decide to help him and Mr. Robinson get along by locking them in a trash can and having them work to escape. However, Richard eats the only way to get out by eating the key that was inside the cake. And after their trash can goes downhill, Gumball and Darwin try to stop it, but are already too late, and the trash cans get hit by traffic.
I'm sure they're still okay.
But now for what you've all been waiting for. After all the donuts, steaks, fries, joyful burgers, sodas, and whatever else he could get his hands on, Richard Watterson has consumed a grand total of 1,546,365 calories. That's like stacking thousands of Richards on top of each other. He's lucky to even be alive right now. Even though The Amazing World of Gumball is generally considered one of the most creative and entertaining shows of all time, it also has some really low points, which lead to triggering, uncomfortable, and awkward episodes. So to figure out which episodes you might want to avoid, we're gonna go over the 10 worst rated episodes of the show, starting with The Laziest. This episode starts with Richard challenging Gumball and Darwin to a lazy competition, and whoever wins has to do all the chores in the house. And we all know that Gumball and Darwin do not want to do those chores. So after searching all over Elmore for someone who can take their place in the lazy competition, they talk to some old people and hear about the legend of a man named Lazy Larry, who actually just turns out to be Larry, the hardest working man in Elmore, mind you. So Gumball and Darwin go to Larry at his job and ask Larry if he can out-lazy Richard Watterson in a lazy competition, which seems completely impossible. But there's actually a twist, because it turns out that Larry used to be the laziest man in Elmore before he got all his jobs. But one day, after Richard Watterson took over the role as the laziest person in Elmore, Larry turned his life around and actually started contributing to society, getting a car, a house, and a girlfriend. But because Lazy Larry is Gumball and Darwin's only hope in not doing their chores, they decide to completely ruin his life and force him into becoming Lazy Larry again. They do this by getting him fired,
Leave me alone!
Shouting at customers, Needlemeyer. Gonna have to let you go.
Now that you don't have a job anymore, will you come to our lazy off? No!
making him crash his car,
Please do it, Larry! Please do it, Larry! Please don't, Larry.
and making the poor man lose his girlfriend.
Please do it, Larry! Please do it, Larry!
Get out of my life!
I can take a hint, Lawrence. Please do it, Larry!
So eventually, Larry caves and becomes Lazy Larry again, completely ruining his life in the process. And then after Gumball and Darwin go home to have Larry compete in the lazy competition, it turns out Larry didn't even show up because he's too lazy. The reason this episode is so hated is because it just makes you feel bad for Larry. He had his life completely figured out. He was on the right track doing all his jobs and doing everything that you would want in life. And then Gumball and Darwin just step in and literally ruin everything he's been building for the past few years and make him go back to being a straight up loser. And Richard was behaving totally out of character in this episode too. It's funny seeing him lazy, but he took it too far. He was just completely insufferable to watch. And it's clear that the fans think this too, since the episode has the 10th lowest rating of any Gumball episode, which is still a 7.1, which honestly, I gotta say is pretty impressive, which makes it clear how good the show actually is. But even a show this good is bound to have some really big issues. issues. Like, for example, this next episode, which gets totally ruined by a single character. The episode, the third, starts with Gumball and Darwin getting bored of playing Dodger Dare together. So, to make things fun again, they decide to get a third person in their friend group. After looking through their options at school, none of them really fit the vibe they're looking for, with most of their classmates at school just being too weird. But when all hope is lost of making a new friend, they stumble upon Tobias in the bathroom, who on paper seems to meet all the criteria of being their new friend, with him being athletic, rich, and way more normal than anyone else in Elmore. But the only problem is, for him to be their friend, he makes them pay $10, which should have instantly been a red flag. But they ignore this, and as we will see, Gumball and Darwin quickly live to regret this. Because Darwin's the one who gave Tobias the money, Tobias decides to solely just be Darwin's friend, and completely ignores Gumball, which makes Gumball really jealous, and because Gumball has a massive ego, he can't let this slide. So to get back at Darwin, he pretends that Alan is his new best friend. But this is obviously forced, as Gumball doesn't even know his name.
Oh, come on, Adrian. Did I ask for your opinion, Alfred?
Oh, Arthur. Who am I kidding?
Dude, it's never too late for friendship.
Yes! I'll never forget you, Adam! Andrew!
Meanwhile, Darwin pays Tobias another $10 and is about to have the time of his life playing video games with Tobias. But it turns out, paying for this fake friend wasn't all it was made out to be. Because when Gumball gets sick of playing with Alan, he goes over to Tobias's house and sees that Darwin is sick of hanging out with Tobias, realizing that he was never a true friend to him in the first place. So at the end, Gumball and Darwin reconnect and end up completely ditching Tobias. I gotta say, it makes sense why this episode is hated so much. This is the first time we meet Tobias, who by himself is a character you're basically meant to hate. The forced conflict between Gumball and Darwin feels like it's lacking depth compared to other similar concepts that were executed much better in other episodes. And let's not even talk about the ending, which just feels completely rushed, and like a way to completely resolve the conflict just for things to go back to normal without much of a real payoff. Overall, this episode was just kind of mid, and has a lot of missed potential, since it was one of the earliest episodes of the show. Unlike number 8 on this list called The Potion, which starts with Gumball and Darwin helping Hector on a school project. But after Hector accidentally ruins their school project by sneezing on it, he starts really realizing that he actually hates being a giant. Gumball, being the scheming little goofball he is, decides to make a shrinking potion to help Hector out, even though Miss Yodathum said specifically not to make it, because it has some really bad side effects. They convince Hector to drink the potion.
Okay, the side effects may include total annihilation, a fate worse than total annihilation, and a fate worse than a fate worse than total annihilation. But what if you actually survive it?
At first, Hector really enjoys being small, doing all the things that most normal people do, like looking at people up close and getting bullied. Yeah, being normal isn't all it's cracked up to be. So predictably, Hector wants to go back to normal. And after some convincing, they go back to Gumball's house where they try to make a growth potion. But of course, it wouldn't be a Gumball episode without everything going wrong.
Man, did you hear that? Oh! Ah! He looks like the blobfish from the internet kissed the drain at the bottom of the pool. Ah! He looks like a one-man parade float. Ah! He looks like a carpet made out of Greek grandpa's tummy tucks.
Guys, I'm feeling a bit peculiar.
Hector keeps transforming into a bunch of really weird things, all because they missed one ingredient in the recipe. So Gumball and Darwin rush back to Miss Yodathum's cave to sneak in and get the final ingredient so they can turn Hector back to normal like nothing ever happened. And after sneaking around, they finally get the missing ingredient and can turn him back to normal. But it turns out the whole time Miss Yodathum knew, because when they called her earlier, Darwin forgot to hang up the phone, so she knew the entire time. And Miss Yodathum actually tricked them in the end by making Gumball and Darwin drink a switching hands with butts potion. Well, in all honesty, this episode wasn't the worst. It definitely had the potential to be much better. They could have really leaned into Hector being small more, and maybe having more character development and truly leaning into the challenges of being small. Instead, all we really got in this episode is a quick montage of him experiencing normal things, and then wanting to go back to normal, which is why it feels so disappointing to most fans. But these episodes are only gonna get worse. At number 7, we have the boombox, which is just straight up frustrating. The episode kicks off with Gumball and Darwin goofing around at school, when Juke rushes in trying to communicate something urgent through beatboxing. The boys can't understand him though, so they go on the computer and desperately try to figure out what he's saying. First, they try to do this by figuring out what language he's speaking, but when that doesn't work, they have him type his message on the computer, which is actually a really smart idea, but it turns out he can only type in boombox language, so that doesn't really help. So in an attempt to solve this, they translate his gibberish into like 8 different languages until it finally somehow comes out to "the ape is no more," which leads them to believe that Juke is announcing that Miss Simeon is retiring.
Number 1, I have not retired. And number 2, if I was retiring, you'd still have to go to school. And what are you doing out here?
I felt sure it was a fire drill and I was gonna... All you kids back inside, you hear me?
After this mix-up, they meet back in the hall with Alan. Being the perfect little angel he is, he tries to help them understand what Juke is saying, because he knows a little bit of beatbox language himself. He communicates with Juke, and we hear something about an event called Gumball Fest, before Alan gets dragged into the bathroom. Now that Gumball and Darwin are left alone and have no idea what Gumball Fest means, they look it up on the computer, but they still can't find anything. So they decide to do a bunch of random things that they think Gumball Fest is, to try to make Juke feel included. These include things like blindfolding him, pushing him into the pool, making him eat a cute innocent squirrel, and having a grobble fight, which includes throwing oranges at each other. But through the chaos, they accidentally throw an orange at Juke, and it hits the switch that activates his voice, which Juke couldn't reach because his arms were too short. Great, finally, they solved the entire premise of this episode. But then the most frustrating thing happens, because Gumball and Darwin continue fighting, being so locked in that they completely tune out Juke talking to them.
You can stop fighting. I appreciate the effort, but I have no idea what this Gumball Fest thing is. Boomboxenberg is a continent. There's more than one country, you know. Scratchistan, Luxembourg, Raplia, the Democratic Republic of Rhythm.
Be quiet, Juke, we're trying to help you!
And when Gumball and Darwin finally stop arguing, they hug Juke and accidentally flip his switch down, setting him back to beatboxing mode. This is honestly one of the most frustrating episodes of Gumball I've ever seen. Literally 10 minutes of build-up to this payoff, and when we finally get there, it gets completely set back, because Gumball and Darwin are just complete idiots. It makes you feel like you just wasted your time watching this episode, and it's not surprising why it's one of the lower rated ones on this list. But it's only gonna keep getting worse, as we're now on to our first episode, which is a score below 7. The episode starts with Bobbert feeling left out and wanting to be a real boy. Gumball and Darwin, see him being sad, decide to teach him how to be more human. They start demonstrating emotions, and even giving him permission to mimic Gumball's voice to practice being a human, which ends up being a horrible mistake.
I'm a real boy on the inside, but not on the outside. Initiating transformation.
Robert, time for dinner simulation.
Coming, Mom Unit.
When Gumball goes to school the next day, he notices something weird after Rocky says that he already ordered food earlier that day. So when he goes to investigate, he finds that Bobbert is somehow tricking everyone into thinking he's Gumball with that mid-disguise. Get that out of here, bro. What the hell is that? And when fake Gumball gets a kiss from Penny, it's the last straw that causes Gumball to snap. So Gumball goes up to him and tells him that it's not cool to try to copy him. But Bobbert, someone who's obviously never experienced human love and affection, isn't gonna give this new life up that easy. Then he decides to take it a step even further, since when Gumball goes home for dinner, it seems that Bobbert somehow replaced him in his own home, with his family even believing that Bobbert is Gumball. Seriously, is everyone in this episode blind? Gumball is forced to sleep in the grass and even gets squirted on by the sprinklers. Poor guy. The next day, Gumball is fed up, so he confronts Bobbert, which makes him initiate self-defense protocol that turns him into a giant Terminator robot. Ah, yeah, very human Bobbert. Anyways, they have a giant fight, and it seems hopeless until Bobbert gets short-circuited by the very same sprinkler that Gumball got sprayed with when he was sleeping. Once Bobbert is weakened, Gumball takes the opportunity to reboot Bobbert, but Bobbert wouldn't go down without one last attempt at survival.
No, please. You made me in your image. We are two of a kind. Think of the things we can do together, Gumball. Please, please don't reboot me.
Let me think about it.
No!
At the end of the day, they agree that it's probably for the better that they stay themselves and don't copy each other anymore. At least that's what it seems.
Come on, dude, let's watch TV.
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. What are you waiting for? Oh, okay. What are you waiting for?
This episode is hated by many fans for Gumball's suffering throughout the episode. From losing his own identity to being outdone by Bobbert, it feels excessive and lacks the usual lightheartedness the show is known for. The episode ends without a satisfying conclusion, and Bobbert's drastic actions seem out of character, especially considering his usual logical and emotionless demeanor. The sudden change kind of feels forced and inconsistent. But now we're on to the top 5, which is when the ratings really start to drop. The Understanding is an episode that tried to be deep, but ended up being one of the most confusing and disjointed episodes in the entire show. It kicks off with Principal Brown introducing a new student, Peter Pepperoni, who was forced to go to school after being homeschooled was banned in Elmore. But Principal Brown doesn't want to deal with the poor guy, so he tasks Gumball and Darwin with showing Peter around the school. Peter speaks a bizarre mix of English and gibberish, making it completely impossible to understand him. But not wanting to hurt his feelings, the boys pretend to understand what he's saying, leading to a series of increasingly awkward and exhausting interactions.
So, Peter, what do you want to do first?
Well, wherever I'm cool. Lunch, open the canteen there at the locker, the hunger sandwich, and maybe some ketchup.
Excuse me?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
What?
Run that by me again.
Could you maybe spell that for me?
Say what?
A little slower?
Huh? What now?
I beg your pardon.
Wait!
No.
I think I got it. Are you saying you want to grease a stinking leopard at the Hacky Sack convention?
I was saying just not. There's too much of it. Am I right?
As Gumball and Darwin try to continue to understand what Peter's saying, they find themselves stuck in Peter's life, even meeting his parents and getting dragged to come along to some event, which of course they have no idea what it is because bro is speaking Japanese. But the situation gets much worse when the Pepperonis pull out the ski masks and involve the boys in a heist to steal government documents, protesting the ban on homeschooling. But somehow, through this whole situation, Gumball and Darwin don't even understand what's going on.
We know you boys share our views. Peter's always saying how you agree with him on practically everything.
About what?
About the government.
Government?
Ah, the government! Don't get me started on the government with their endless forms and their red tape!
Oh, it's the next left, honey.
They do a chase around town until they eventually get cornered, and in a last-ditch effort, they set the car down a cliff, destroying all the documents so the people of Elmore can live freely. Peter's parents get arrested for this, but not without one final speech from Peter.
Please, do not judge these actions in facts of one or both, or all, but understand that it is not the deed, or even the doer that is. For it was Benjamin Washington Abrams, who liberty said that they do, but do not sometimes. And if so, two in the bush, and one not free stone. So I ask, please, my old lady and fathers, not to them, but to our societies, and no independences, but for America.
I don't know what he's saying, but it's beautiful.
Oh, and all those files you destroyed? They're all on the internet anyway. Bye!
This episode has a really overcomplicated plot. It attempts to tackle themes of communication and understanding, but ends up with an overcomplicated storyline involving government conspiracies and anarchist pizza people. While Gumball is known for having its clever humor, this episode's jokes often fall flat, relying too heavily on the absurdity without delivering genuine laughs. It just really didn't feel like it fit for Gumball's tone and the story it tried to tell. And while earlier episodes had some out-of-character moments, this one takes it to a whole new level. The episode kicks off with Gumball's old best friend, Fuzzy, showing up at his doorstep. This unexpected reunion immediately sparks jealousy in Darwin, who struggles to accept that Gumball had a best friend before him. Sounds familiar, right? Yeah, it gets much worse. The tension escalates as Darwin's jealousy leads him to act out in increasingly erratic ways, like almost trying to gonna cook him. Darwin eventually has a chat with Fuzzy and has a really bad suspicion that Fuzzy is evil. So he scares him off, which is exactly what Darwin wanted. But Gumball feels bad and wants to reconnect with his childhood friend. So Gumball decides to go out by himself to Fuzzy's cabin in the woods. And this is where things take a turn. As it turns out, Darwin's suspicions of Fuzzy were actually true, as he tries to lock him in a cabin and stay there forever with him. But thankfully, Darwin comes to save the day and knocks him out with a shovel. Gumball and Darwin make up, but that wouldn't last for long, as Fuzzy stands back up, revealing that he's actually a killer robot wanting revenge for Gumball abandoning him. So he chases them around Minnesota until they eventually end up in a river cornered, where Hank, Fuzzy's BFF that he abandoned himself, comes back and takes Fuzzy with him. I guess the cycle continues? Darwin's behavior in this episode is significantly different from his usual character. His jealousy turns him into an unlikable figure, which many found out of place. And also, the revelation of Fuzzy's evil plan comes out of nowhere and doesn't align with the show's typical storytelling style. It feels more like a last-minute addition to add drama. The episode also missed the opportunity to explore themes of friendship and jealousy in a nuanced way, but opted for a more sensational and less satisfying route. The BFFs is often criticized for its character inconsistencies, forced plot developments, and differences from the show's core themes, making it have a 6.7 rating on IMDb. While most previous episodes were uncomfortable or upsetting, this one is just entirely gross. The episode kicks off with Richard and Nicole heading out, leaving the kids under the care of Granny JoJo. Gumball, who is already stressing about the kiss that Granny JoJo always gives him, begs Nicole not to have her kiss him this time, but Nicole insists.
She's your grandmother and you're going to let her kiss you on the cheek. I like getting kissed on the cheek. It makes me feel special.
Granny JoJo slowly walks off the bus. After greeting Anais and Darwin with cheek kisses, she turns to Gumball, and just as she's about to kiss him, someone calls his name, causing him to turn his head, and bam! He gets a full-on kiss on the lips from his grandma. Gumball is immediately traumatized, entering a state of shock. And honestly, Gumball wasn't the only traumatized one. Darwin tries to help Gumball forget the incident by taking him around town to distract him. But everywhere they go, Gumball is haunted by reminders of the kiss, with him hallucinating random objects as Granny JoJo trying to kiss him. Meanwhile, Anais is struggling to push Granny JoJo's suitcase up the stairs. Seriously, what's in this suitcase? Bowling balls? Later at dinner, while they're eating slop, everyone slurping their food reminds Gumball about Granny JoJo's kisses, and they start turning into monsters and corner him. But thankfully, that just turns out to be a nightmare. No matter what Gumball does, he cannot seem to get over this kiss. But this is where Anais gives him the idea that if he goes through something worse than the kiss, he will completely forget it even ever happened. And not really having any other options, Gumball decides to do it. So first, he runs through an obstacle course, doing gross things like jumping into a garbage can, bathing in slime, getting gassed in stink, suffering through awful sounds, and bathing in Hector's toe grease. After all of this, Gumball finally forgets that the kiss actually happened. Meanwhile, at home, Anais finally dragged that suitcase up to Granny JoJo's room.
Oh, well, good for you, dear. Now bring it back down. My bus will be here any minute.
They go outside and get their last kiss on the cheek before they leave. And of course, Gumball gets a kiss and immediately gets traumatized again. The episode is mostly hated for its uncomfortable humor. The entire gag is just based around Gumball getting kissed on the lips by his own grandma, which many viewers found more disturbing than funny. There's also a pretty big lack of resolution. Despite Gumball's effort to set boundaries, the episode ends with his wishes being ignored, sending a questionable message. Darwin and Anais also downplay Gumball's trauma, telling him it's not a big deal, which rubbed many fans the wrong way, since the episode really doesn't show any respect for personal boundaries. Coming in at number 2, we have Promise. The episode starts with Gumball and Darwin just trying to find a seat on the bus, but all of the seats are either taken or so gross that they don't even want to sit in them, which leads them to their last option, at the back of the bus with Banana Joe, who looks really angry for some reason, which is really out of character for him. But it makes sense because Gumball and Darwin have done some crazy things to him.
Is it because we forgot about you on that camping trip and you had to sleep under a tent of your own skin and eat a bit of yourself to survive? And you waited for 3 days in the woods, but then decided to walk home and got lost?
Gumball goes home not thinking much about it, because they're gonna play video games all weekend. But Darwin made a promise and swears to Banana Joe that he'll make things right with him. Back at home, they find out that Adventure of Zelmore is coming out, so their plans of finding the source of Banana Joe's anger quickly goes away. Later that day when they go to the store, they run into Banana Joe, who seems really depressed. You gotta feel bad for the guy. Gumball and Darwin have no respect for my boy Banana Joe.
Well, I've been thinking a lot recently about our friendship, but I just feel that maybe Are you shuffling away from me?
No! I feel like it's you who's moving away from us.
Well, it's true that recently I felt a little...
Anyways, Gumball and Darwin continue to be selfish, completely ignoring Banana Joe while they're out and get back to their game that they've been waiting to play for months, while in the process completely ditching Banana Joe. But Darwin feels guilty about this, so right when Gumball is about to put the game out, Darwin tries to sneak out and go to Banana Joe, but fails miserably. Darwin, in a last attempt, quite literally tries to brainwash Gumball, but that doesn't work and Gumball forces him back inside to play with him. Meanwhile, Banana Joe is at the school by himself, and it turns out the reason he needed someone there was to spot him when he was lifting weights for a workout video in the school gym. Banana Joe fails the rep and quite literally starts getting crushed alive by the weight. This is super sad to see, and it could have been completely avoided if Gumball and Darwin were good friends to him. This episode is literally just Banana Joe torture. Nothing that happened to him in this episode was deserved, and it really just leaves you feeling bad for him. This episode was rated a 6.6 on IMDb, but this next one, which is the lowest rated Gumball episode of all time, is rated at a 5.2, which really shows just how bad this is gonna be. Coming in at number 1, the most hated Gumball episode of all time, we have The Girlfriend, which starts with Jamie barging into the school cafeteria, bullying literally anyone she sees. But this time, instead of her usual antics, she has a revelation after witnessing Alan's act of kindness towards Carmen, and this makes Jamie think that she needs a sweetheart of her own. And unfortunately for Darwin, she sets her sights on him. And Darwin is the worst person this could have happened to, because he's too nice to say no. Jamie aggressively pursues Darwin, declaring him her boyfriend without any consent. Gumball tries to help his brother escape this unwanted relationship, but Jamie's intimidation tactics make it nearly impossible. She even threatens Gumball, shoving him into a locker and leaving him bruised and battered.
Okay, rule 1. If you ignore me or break up with me, there will be serious consequences involving you, me, a spoon, and a salt shaker.
This episode is already super uncomfortable, but it only gets worse. As the episode progresses, Jamie's possessiveness intensifies. She misinterprets Darwin's actions, leading to violent outbursts, including attacking Sarah and assaulting Richard. Gumball becomes a victim too, forced to act as a bench for the couple. Jamie's behavior becomes increasingly crazy, resulting in her deciding to date Gumball as well, which is crazy.
Gumball, from now on, you're my boyfriend too.
You may now kiss the brides.
You already have a job. Your job is to look after the kids.
Do you, notice anything different?
You look older.
After this, Gumball starts running away, and we get one of the creepiest sequences in the entire show, of Jamie chasing Gumball through the hall. And when Gumball finally gets cornered in the library, Jamie has a moment of realization that she went too far, and decides to stop being crazy and forcing Gumball and Darwin to be in a relationship with her, which sounds like it should be a heartfelt moment, but it's not even a big payoff because of how weird and creepy this episode was in the first place. This episode is just garbage. I don't even know how this got approved in the first place. But yeah, those were the 10 most hated Gumball episodes according to IMDb. Let me know down in the comments below if you agree with it. And make sure to subscribe or I will find you and force you to watch The Girlfriend. You do not want to do that. Subscribe! Subscribe! Now, we all know the Watersons are anything but normal. And the same goes for their strength, with Gumball being able to go Super Saiyan, Darwin growing legs through the power of love, Anna Yeast cutting a bus in half, Nicole Nicole going full-on anime mode, and Richard destroying the entire universe. It's safe to say that the Water Sins are at least a little bit strong. So today, we're going over all of their strengths and abilities, going from the coolest ones at 100% power, all the way down to 1% power. And we're gonna kick this video off starting with Gumball in his normal state. And in this state, his strength is anything but normal. At just 1% power, he unlocks the ability to transform his body in more ways than you could imagine. You've probably guessed that he could do some unusual things with his body, because, well, he's a cartoon character. But in the episode The Secret, he really takes this to a new level, even for cartoon characters, when he gets flushed down the drain. Because both Gumball and Darwin literally become water droplet, and somehow both fit into a single bottle of water. And if their bodies can morph like this, imagine what else they could do. But we're only at 1% power. Later in this video, we're gonna look at what Gumball is like at 25% power, 50% power, and even 100% power. But things are already starting to get weird at just 5%, at which point he unlocks multiple different new abilities. The first of which being in the episode The Procrastinators, where Gumball and Darwin both somehow can eat themselves alive, which makes even less sense than him being able to morph into a water droplet. But miraculously, Gumball somehow comes back after doing this like nothing ever happened, which is crazy. But what's even more crazy is the fact that you're not subscribed. Yeah, you're not slick. Anyways, at this point, Gumball's actual strength goes up a lot, which we see in the episode The Mustache. Now, Gumball isn't usually the strongest character, but he becomes a man in this episode after accidentally eating Richard's supplements instead of cereal. And after getting pissed off by Tina Rex, Gumball all of a sudden went through 30 years of puberty in 5 seconds and destroyed Tina.
Enough.
Although this might have only been temporary power, this episode is still insane and shows how strong Gumball can be while barely trying. But we're just getting started, and we're gonna crank it up to 10% power. And at 10% power, Gumball gets a device that can literally control reality. In the episode The Bus, Rob invades the school bus on Principal Brown's weird intervention they were having for the kids on the way to school. And it ends up somehow with Gumball and Rob fighting on a plane's wing. And just as Gumball starts to lose the fight, he gets saved by the cops. But this was just the beginning of Rob's villain arc though, because we see a lot more of him in the rerun, and this is where Gumball's strength really starts to show. In the rerun, Rob gets a remote that can control reality, and he starts doing some crazy things with this, like turning Richard and Nicole into babies, which ends up killing Darwin and Anais. But when Gumball goes to fight Rob in this episode, he actually has some impressive fighting skills while not trying in the slightest, which is a pretty big improvement from last time. But more importantly, Gumball possessed the remote that can control reality, which technically makes him the most powerful being in Elmore at this moment, because with this remote he can fast forward time, reverse time, pause time, and even control subtitles. But it's not a part of his character. It's technically only an external device. So I don't think it's as powerful as some of these later forms that Gumball goes through later in this video, like 25% power, where Gumball unlocks a crazy ability like nothing we've ever seen, changing your DNA. In the episode The Apprentice, Gumball is following around Penny's dad, Mr. Fitzgerald, all day to try to impress him so that he can be with Penny. But it turns out, one of the reasons Mr. Fitzgerald is worried about his daughter Penny being with Gumball is because of his bad genes. And when Gumball finds this out, he literally pulls out his DNA and shows him that he can change it at will.
But you can't do anything about your DNA.
Can't you?
And when Gumball and Mr. Fitzgerald come out of the elevator, we see that by Gumball just slightly changing his DNA, he's somehow summoned a bunch of strange monsters that are following him around. So far in this video, Gumball ate himself, obtained a remote that can control reality, and even changed his own DNA. But we're just getting started, because now we're at 50% power, where even as a child, Gumball was still seen to be super strong. In the episode The Origins, when Gumball found out that Richard was about to flush Darwin down the toilet, Gumball was able to move so fast that everything around him seemed to be moving in slow motion. Okay, wow, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, Gumball can literally break glass just with his scream, which is already really impressive, but he can also seemingly control time, because everything around him slows down to a crawl when Gumball starts running around. And judging by how slow everything else was, we can assume that Gumball was moving faster than the speed of light. That means time would move super slow for Gumball compared to normal people. From the outside, it would look like time completely stopped him. And what's crazy is that this isn't even just a one-off thing. Gumball controlling time actually stays consistent when he grows up. And we see this in the episode The Countdown, where Gumball and Darwin are running late to school and they only have 6 minutes to get there before Miss Simeon marks them late. But for some reason, on screen there is a giant countdown, and Gumball and Darwin can see it in this episode. But when there's only a few seconds left and it seems like all hope is lost, Gumball accidentally runs into the camera, somehow breaking the fourth wall and pausing time in Elmore.
Dude, I think we just broke time.
We never have to worry about time again!
But after a bunch of messing around, they realize that they need to go back to their normal lives. So Gumball spins the time bar on screen and they accidentally go back to a bunch of weird periods in time. Like millions of years in the future when the whole Earth was polluted, back to when the Big Bang happened, and even back to when there was monkey. But them hurting the monkey when they went into this alternate dimension completely changed the outcome of their real world. So Gumball and Darwin kept going back in time to try to fix their mistake, accidentally creating more and more clones of themselves in the meantime after each mistake. But then the real present day Gumball and Darwin fixed this after mentioning that it's a time paradox.
Hey, stop it! None of you should be here anyway. It's a time paradox. Oh, yeah.
And when everything seems like it's good, they somehow end up in another dimension where they are the gods of the world. But now we're at 69% power. And at this state, he starts unlocking some of his craziest abilities. One of the biggest ones is literally creating shockwaves just by roasting people. And we see this in the episode The Best, where Carmen is absolutely annoying Gumball by constantly calling him out for all of the things that he does, like being on his phone while talking to people and not eating vegetables.
Carmen's more smug than Anais when she does her wiener dog face.
Her what now?
You know, when she uses a clever word and her face is all like,
This is a library. People are trying to work. If you work in silence, you're successful. Make the noise.
But you're making noise by telling me off.
The only time you're allowed to make noise in the library is when you tell someone else not to make noise in the library. So I will permit what you just said, but nothing else. By the way, you shouldn't slouch in your chair. It's stunting your growth.
But after Gumball's had enough of her, like anybody would, he decides to absolutely crash out and send seismic waves through the universe with just his words.
Maybe you should check your privilege.
I just meant that eating too much processed food is a big factor in weight gain, and
what? Big people shouldn't be proud of who they are?
No, of course not. I mean, ask your doctor and he will tell you.
He? Why would you assume the doctor is a he? Is it because you assume a woman can't be a doctor?
What is this?
I have studied the martial ways of the social justice warrior. Fight me in an argument if you dare. Perish under the sword of my self-righteousness.
Him doing that was pretty crazy. But what else is crazy is Gumball's ability to absolutely destroy the fourth wall. And we see this so many times in the show. Like in the episode The Signal, where Gumball and Darwin realize that they're trapped in a TV show. And in the rerun, where we see him rearrange subtitles. In episodes, we even see Gumball stopping transitions and talking to the camera. But what's even crazier is that he is so powerful that we see him leave reality for a commercial and interact with the president of Cartoon Network.
Hi, Mr. President. You know, I've been thinking that on Children's Day, it would be fun if Darwin and I were thinking that first we would allow everyone to bring their favorite reptiles, and then we would fire everyone and fill the water coolers with ice cream. No commercials, no Ben what's-his-name, fireworks in the elevator, play fruitball every hour, or maybe every 15 minutes. Can we do it? Can we do it, please?
He knows he's fictional, and he knows he's the main character, and that's what makes him so deadly. But what could possibly be more powerful than that, you may ask? Well, now we have to look at Gumball's final form, 100% power, and this is his anime transformation. We find this in the episode The Past, where Gumball turns into Goku and goes Super Saiyan, which is already crazy. In Dragon Ball, going Super Saiyan makes you 50 times stronger than normal, but Gumball doesn't just stop there. there. He goes even further. He hits Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2 is like normal Super Saiyan, but way more intense. The hair is spikier, there's lightning all around you, and you're basically either super mad or super hype. It's about 100 times stronger than normal strength, which is already insane considering how strong we've already found that Gumball is. But here's the part you really gotta pay attention to. If Gumball actually had Saiyan powers, then every time he got beat up or hurt, he'd get a Zenkai boost. That's something Saiyans get in Dragon Ball. When they survive a big fight, they come back even stronger than before. So if Gumball kept fighting and getting back up, he would keep getting stronger and stronger forever. And he would probably break the whole power scale. Now, everyone knows that Gumball tends to steal the spotlight, but Darwin's the one you really have to watch out for. On surface level, he might seem harmless, but beneath that smile is a fish with serious power. From destroying multiple homes by just sneezing, to literally being able to erase the entire world with just a scream, today we're gonna go over his 7 different levels of strength and find out how strong Darwin truly is, starting with his normal state. And even then, his strength is anything but normal. In the episode The Internet, Gumball decides to confront the Internet, who actually turns out to be a real person. The Internet fights back and starts messing with the crosswalk signals and completely destroying traffic, making cars zoom past each other and crash into each other. While Gumball runs for the sidewalk, Darwin insists on obeying the rules, waiting for the light. Meanwhile, cars keep swerving around him, including a huge semi-truck that he barely dodges. Yet, Darwin stands there completely unfazed, like nothing around him can touch him. Not only can Darwin dodge multiple cars at once without even breaking a sweat, but he also has super speed and can slow time when we bump his strength up to 5% power. In the car, Gumball and Darwin breeze through every chore Mr. Robinson throws their way. They clean the yard of leaves in no time, even sorting them by color. They cut the entire lawn with nail clippers in seconds.
I think they're missing the point.
Done!
What the?
Whoa. And paint their fence multiple times in different colors, without even breaking a sweat.
That'll teach him to mess with Gaylord Robinson.
Done!
Now make it green.
Done!
Orange with purple stripes.
Done!
Yellow with black dots.
Done!
Pink.
Done!
Red.
Done!
Blue.
Done!
Black.
Done!
Yellow.
And inside, they're so fast that when Mr. Robinson tries to spill juice to make a mess, Gumball swallows it midair before it even hits the carpet. No matter what task comes their way, they handle it like it's nothing. If that's not having super speed mixed with pure skill, I don't know what is. And that's just 5% of his power. Imagine what Darwin's gonna be like at 25% power, 50% power, and even 100% power. But for now, let's see what he's like at 10% power. And something we need to know about Darwin is sometimes he just needs something to be angry at to unlock his true strength. And in the episode The Bros, Darwin gets super jealous over all the attention that Gumball is giving to Penny, basically abandoning their friendship in the process. So Darwin does some passive-aggressive things, to say the least, to get his revenge. At basketball, Darwin targets Penny, blocking the ball and flexing all that fish strength on her. LeBron who? And if you think this was just a one-time show of strength, think again. Because in the remote, when the whole family goes to war over the remote, Darwin holds his own with Nicole and Richard, who we've already shown have incredible strength. But that's not even it, because in the mustache, Gumball and Darwin wish to become men and accidentally get their wish when Richard mixes up their cereal with Male Power 2000 supplements. And as any growing boys, they start to get pimples, grow facial hair, and gain huge muscles. But their new strength isn't just for show. It's powerful enough that Gumball hurls a dodgeball with such force that he blasts Tina straight through a solid wall. That's not normal kid strength. That's superhuman, cartoon-level power capable of flattening anyone in their path. And while it wasn't just Darwin by himself, it shows just how strong Gumball and Darwin can get, even if it was all just from a breakfast mix-up. And as we go from 10% power power to 25% power, Darwin gets even stronger and gains even more abilities. In the episode The Word, Darwin goes from the sweet, innocent fish we all know and love to a total loose cannon, not holding back and insulting everyone around him. At first, he just wants to stand up for himself, especially with annoying people like Sussy, but after Gumball helps him be more direct,
Say what you think!
When you try and sound smart and mix up your words, you sound like a fool.
Darwin goes all out on everybody, even characters like Tina, who Gumball gets beaten up by. Darwin shows no mercy. Then we go into a song, with Darwin looking downright evil as he stands on a pile of skulls, like he's a king surveying his kingdom, while the rest of us are nothing but ants beneath his feet. But after that, Gumball can't let it slide anymore, so he calls Darwin outside to settle things Street Fighter style. At first, it seems like it's all just in their imagination, as others around them just looked at them like they were crazy, until Gumball actually sends Darwin flying and crashing into a wall, which means all the stuff we see, like their powers and fights, isn't just in their imagination, but it's actually their first form towards something way more dangerous. So if it wasn't for Gumball, there's a chance that Darwin could have actually destroyed the city of Elmore, or even the world if he wanted to. But next up, we gotta talk about 50% power. And so far, Darwin has already dodged speeding cars, had super speed, and even defied logic of time itself. Yet, that's still just the beginning of how powerful he can really be. And in the countdown, we start to see some of that strength. The episode starts with Gumball and Darwin running late for school, and they only have 6 minutes to get to school or they're gonna be expelled. But then literally from out of nowhere, a countdown appears on screen, and when it gets down to just a few seconds, Gumball crashes into the camera, once again quite literally breaking the fourth wall, but this time it freezes time in Elmore. While everything is paused, they treat their world like their personal playground, messing with people as they're basically untouchable gods. But when they realize the internet and video games don't work in frozen time, they try to restart the clock by spinning the time bar, but all that does is send them to different times in history, from a messed up future where Earth looks like a disaster, to the Big Bang, to even what seems like prophets about to be sacrificed. So yeah, that's already 3 times now where Darwin has broken the fourth wall, changing existence as we know it. But now we finally hit 69% power. Nice. Where we see one of Darwin's most powerful abilities, sneezing. No, I'm not joking. In the episode The Allergy, Darwin starts sneezing like crazy at school. His sneezes get stronger and more destructive, causing chaos everywhere, even leading to a suspension for being a danger to others. Anais figures out that Darwin's sneezing might be being caused by stupidity, since he's been hanging out with Gumball all day, and we know how dumb Gumball can be sometimes, so that wouldn't exactly be a surprise. However, as they try to deal with the situation, Darwin's sneezes just get even worse, destroying multiple homes at once, sending objects and Banana Joe's family flying, with them landing all the way in what seems like China. Darwin tries to exile himself to protect everybody, but when all hope seems lost, it turns out that the whole time he just had a feather in his gills. And he was allergic to feathers, not stupidity. But just when you think it's all over, a crow lands on his head and he sneezes out one last time, breaking the fourth wall and even the camera. However, this wouldn't be the only time this happens. In the episode The Compilation, we go through a bunch of characters who I don't really know what they're doing. I guess just a bunch of anything. But in one scene in particular, we see Gumball and Darwin have a high-pitched voice challenge, and Darwin comes on top, but in the process, he cracks the camera lens. But it's not really the camera, because right afterwards, Gumball says, "I don't think it was the camera." Then the screen completely shatters, revealing the void behind it, which means Darwin is so strong that he can single-handedly erase the world in just a matter of seconds, just because of his high-pitched voice. And since afterwards, the episode jumps right back to normal like nothing ever happened. This could mean that Darwin has the power to delete and restore the world at will, showing that he's not just Gumball's sidekick, and can be more powerful than we thought. But even after destroying houses, sending characters and objects flying, and erasing the world as we know it in just one squeak, Darwin's chaos is far from over. In the Inquisition, we get introduced to Superintendent Evil, who doesn't like anything about the cartoon world. And one by one, he turns every character into animated humans, and then eventually actual humans. So Gumball and Darwin try to escape, and in the only way they know how, by using cartoon logic. When Darwin specifically clones himself, as he goes out of one locker to another, as well as squish and stretch his body thin enough to squeeze right through a vent, something Gumball couldn't do before, which shows that over time, Darwin has slowly learned how powerful he really is, pulling off things that Gumball couldn't even do. Not just because he's one of the main characters, but also he lives in a cartoon world where anything is possible, making Darwin easily one of the strongest characters in the series. But now, let's turn it up a notch and try to see what Darwin's true strength would be like at 100% power. And you might be thinking that we've already seen Darwin at his strongest, going from a kind of gentle fish to almost destroying the entire world with just his voice. So what could possibly top that? Well, it turns out it's actually far simpler than you'd think. Love. Now, you might think I'm crazy, but honestly, something as simple as Gumball and Darwin's connection is what actually makes them so unstoppable. And that kind of love is the strongest power there is. In both the Origins Part 1 and 2, we see how Gumball and Darwin started out as kids. Darwin begins as just a regular goldfish, but his love for Gumball is so strong that despite the odds, he literally evolves, growing legs and lungs to become a true part of the Watterson family, all just to stick by Gumball's side. Gumball and Darwin just click. When they team up, nothing can stand in their way. And we've seen in my video about how strong is Gumball, that Gumball is powered up beyond Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, with faster speed, stronger attacks, sharper hair, and lightning crackling all around him. This leaves Darwin as Vegeta, making them the most powerful duo. They've shown that they can do this multiple times, thanks to their crazy close bond. We're just lucky they haven't fused yet and used it for bad. But now let's go and see how powerful their sister Anais is, starting with her normal state. And in this state, her strength is anything but normal, because at just 1% power, she can lift people 10 times her size. And we see this in the episode The Castle. And in this episode, we see her do this in the middle of a disaster where Richard accidentally let the whole neighborhood party in his house. But throughout the chaos, they make the mistake of letting Harold into the party, who seems to have a weird obsession with poking people, which Anais gets fed up with pretty quickly.
We learned a lesson today. Freedom is a beautiful thing, but too much of it is, hold on a second. And stop poking people!
But this is only the beginning of Anais' strength, because we're only at 1% power. Later in this video, we're gonna look at what Anais is like at 25% power, 69% power, and even 100% power. But things are already ramping up at just 5% power, at which point she unlocks multiple new abilities. And she uses that big brain of hers to do some absolutely insane things. One of which being in the episode The Safety, where Anais does some extremely complicated hacking, which is super impressive for a 4-year-old.
H-A-C-K, hack. Press enter. Really? Hack? Just kidding. Actually, I bypassed the storage controller, tapped directly into the VNX array head, decrypted the nearline SAS disks, injected the flash drivers into the network's fiber path before disabling the IDS, routed incoming traffic through a bunch of offshore proxies, accessed the ESXi server cluster in the primary data center, and disabled the inter-vSAN routing on the layer.
Yeah, that was crazy. And what's even more crazy is the fact that you're not subscribed. Yeah, you're not slick. But if you thought hacking a computer was impressive, you clearly haven't seen the episode The Password. In this episode, Anais changes the password on the computer so that she can have it all to herself. And when Gumball and Darwin find this out, they literally explode from anger.
Oh, good luck logging in. I changed the password.
We're only at 5% power, and Anais has already lifted a man 10 times her size, did super complicated hacking on a computer, and made Gumball and Darwin explode from anger. But we haven't even scratched the surface of her true strength yet. So now let's bump it up a notch to 10% power. And here, she unlocks a bunch of more unique powers, starting with when we see her insane fighting skills in the episode The Pest, when Gumball and Darwin accidentally walk in on her training. while you could argue that anyone could have karate skills like this with enough practice, what I really think is insane is the weird thing that she ends up doing to Gumball's face. Anais's pure aura is enough to make her enemies literally quiver in fear. You do not want to mess with my girl Anais. But let's take a step back from her pure strength in terms of fighting and look at a moment that shows how smart and analytical she really is. And we see this in the episode The Parking. In this episode, the Watersons cannot find a parking spot. So after following old ladies, Anais decides they need a more analytical approach.
Now take guide number 2. Notice he doesn't have a wedding ring, he's on his own, he doesn't have to wait for anyone, he'll get out of here quickly. But observe the tan mark on his wrist where his watch should be. This means he's sloppy, inattentive, forgetful.
Okay, what's your point?
He can't remember where he parked.
And while this might just seem like the case of Anais being smart, if she can actually identify things like melatonin level on people's skin, imagine what else she could do. But we're about to find this out, as now we're moving on to see what she's like at 25% power. And this is where we start getting more of a glimpse into how powerful she really can be. Like in the episode The Puppy, where the Watersons are tasked to take care of a turtle. But if it wasn't obvious already, this is the farthest thing from your normal turtle, as it goes around throughout the episode literally trying to kill the Watersons. But just as Darwin blows it up in a van, and they think that the turtle's dead, something completely unexpected happens.
No! This can't be possible! No!
Well, I guess there's no getting rid of it. We'll have to keep it for as long as it lives.
How long do they live?
130 years.
This means that Anais is the only one with enough balls in the Watterson family to actually capture this demented creature. And as we see throughout later episodes in the show, they actually keep it in a glass jar. And I would assume Anais would have to be feeding it, because you would assume this thing would die without food. But at the same time, maybe they wouldn't want to feed it so it dies faster, and it can actually just survive without food. But either way, Anais is taking care of the most deadly pet in Elmore, and that's a fact. But we see even more of how deadly Anais can be in the episode The Fridge.
All we need is a little time to come up with a plan.
Darwin?
I don't know about you guys, but something about seeing Anais as a psychopath killer bunny is absolutely terrifying. And I would not want to run into her if I was playing paintball in the woods. But now, let's take a look at what Anais would be like at 50% power. And this is where things really start ramping up, because at 50% power, she unlocks the ability to drive an invisible car. No, I'm not even joking. And we see this in the episode The Check, where Louie gives the kids a check for being their favorite grandchildren. But what they initially thought would be a really lame low amount of money actually just turns out to be $5,000. But because they're the Watersons and they can't decide how to split the money, Nicole ends up stealing it and driving away in her invisible car, which ends up in an invisible car chase with the entire Waterson family. But Anais specifically during this invisible car chase is shown to have some really impressive invisible driving skills. And if her stealing a check in slow motion from Richard in his invisible truck wasn't impressive enough, throughout this chase, she manages to stay ahead, outmaneuvering all of them until they end up back at the bank to check it, where they all end up crashing, just to have Louie come back and reveal that the check was actually only worth $50. But not even this can compare to Anais cutting an entire bus in half. And we see this in the episode The Worst, where at the beginning of the episode, she walks through multiple people, and just overall causes chaos throughout the entirety of Elmore, just purely because she's in a bad mood that day. But whatever you do, when Anais is in one of these moods, do not let her near a school bus. Well, Nope, I warned you. But now it's time to move on to 69% power. Nice. And here we start seeing some of her weirdest powers, one of which including merging with another human being. And we see this in the episode The Parasite. And oh man, this has to be one of the most impressive things Anais has ever done. The episode starts with Anais being absolutely obsessive and trying to be friends with a girl named Jody, even though she clearly wants nothing to do with her. And let's just say Anais is doing way too much. From buying her an entire vending machine of snacks, to saving her from dodgeballs, and paying for her lunch. But eventually, it goes too far, when Gumball and Darwin find out that they merged together and became one.
Jody, do you need a tissue? Or a bucket?
Hey, get off my sisters! Everything!
Leave us alone!
They're getting away!
Kinda.
Gumball and Darwin immediately assume that Jody is the problem, so they track them down and set up an elaborate trap to catch them. And when they end up in the nurse's office, this is where it gets revealed that Anais is actually the social parasite, and this is just really creepy.
All I wanted was to borrow a pen. I can't accept this. Okay.
Yeah, I would hate to be friends with Anais. Imagine being sucked into becoming friends with someone at your school that you already don't like, and then take it a step further by literally merging with you without your consent. Now, we've already seen some absolutely crazy stuff in this video, and I bet a lot of you are already shocked at how strong Anais really is. But now, let's look at an episode of the show where I think Anais finally uses 100% of her true power. And this is in none other than the episode The Rival. And in this episode, it takes place 4 years ago when Anais was just born, and somehow, this is when she's the most powerful. The episode starts with the Wattersons going through the hospital drive-thru, because apparently that's a thing, and after she's born, she immediately gets to business. This literally leaves Gumball and Darwin coated in cement, but this isn't even the end of it.
And Mr. Daddy?
And where are we?
Oh, we're the flowers?
Oh, right.
And she does so many more straight up just evil things. From putting Gumball and Darwin in front of a moving truck to getting them in trouble with their parents. She acts like a straight up psychopath as a baby. And that's not even the end of it. She explodes them with a bomb, tried to drown Darwin, makes Gumball take a bath in boiling water, puts a bomb in Darwin's toy, clogs their arteries with sugar from cereal, gives them a bag with hundreds of live bees, and tries to push them into lava. And at the end of the episode, she says her first words, which is literally just blaming Gumball for getting them into that situation.
Yes? Gumball did it!
Huh?
She has to be one of the smartest and most evil newborns on the planet, and that's what makes her so terrifying. But what's even more terrifying is Richard Watterson's strength. And let's go over this, starting with his normal state. And in this state, his strength is anything but normal, although maybe not in a positive way. At 1% power, he unlocks the ability to do something no human has ever done. No one believed it was even possible. He beat the game no one has ever beaten before. Calculator, or as Richard calls it,
Calculator.
Richard is so dumb. His sheer dumbness while using a calculator managed to explode his computer. In the episode The Brain, it's confirmed Richard's brain is smaller than amoeba. As we will see later in this video, Richard is able to destroy the entire universe by just existing. He is completely unpredictable, and that's the strength that's the most terrifying. But now we're on to 5% power, and things from here are really gonna start to get crazy, as with his newfound strength, Richard gets karate skills that matches Nicole's, super strength, and so much more. In the episode The Remote, he rips the car door off with his bare hands, which already puts him well above the average person in terms of strength. But then he proceeds to catch a remote in slow motion and somehow manages to run about 2 to 3 times faster than Gumball and Darwin, which is pretty impressive considering his size. And I was curious about how big Richard really is, so after a quick Google search, I found out he weighs a staggering 3,108 pounds. Him running at that speed, considering his weight, is super impressive, and not really even physically possible, which just shows how powerful Richard really can be. Bro is literally defying logic, but that's not the only thing he does in this episode. Later on, he gets in a fight with Nicole over the remote, and as we can see, he actually keeps up with her pretty well in this fight, which again is super impressive considering that Nicole is literally a master at karate, compared to Richard, who straight up just sits on the couch all day watching TV. It is crazy to me that Richard can do all this. But what's even more insane is the powers he unlocks at 10% power. And in this state, Richard is really starting to do some damage. And we start to see this in the episode The Joy, in which Gumball and Darwin wake up in a really bad mood on a Monday morning. But Richard, seeing this and being the good dad that he is, decides to give them a hug. But not just any hug, a wonder hug, which seems pretty innocent at first. But it turns out later in this episode, the joy virus that Gumball and Darwin got from Richard's wonder hug starts spreading to everyone at school, causing a weird zombie apocalypse type outbreak. So far in this video, we've seen Richard create new viruses, master karate skills, super strength, and so many other crazy things. But now we're about to ramp it up by going to 25% power, where Richard can lose weight and become chiseled like a Greek god. In the episode The Diet, Gumball and Darwin force Richard to go on a diet because bro is just eating too much food. But Richard took the diet too far and accidentally became super ripped, which would usually be seen as a good thing. But instead, he became super egotistical and started traveling around the world and being a public nuisance. And eventually, this goes too far when he goes to a house that's on fire and starts posing as a sexy fireman, with the only hose to put out the fire in his hand. And what's even more crazy is the fact that he absorbs this taser like it's breakfast.
Oh my gosh, it's just making his abs more defined.
But then Richard remembers about food.
Could also really go for a taco right now. There's this place I know where they toast the tacos first, then maybe a burger.
But now we're on to 50% power. And this is where his strength goes from, yeah, somewhat possible, to being a straight up cartoon god and breaking the laws of physics. And in the episode The Console, we really start to see his true strength. Basically, for the concept of this episode, the world of Elmore is an RPG video game. Everyone else has pretty normal powers that seem in line with their character, like Nicole having the I'm not angry, just disappointed attack, and Carrie having the stop hitting yourself attack. But then Richard comes out being like 1,000 times bigger than the boss, looking like a god, and uses his Ring of Fire attack, which deals the last blow, completely destroying the boss. And if specifically him turning into the most powerful creature isn't saying enough, there's more. For example, another episode which shows Richard's dumb levels of strength is in the menu, and it starts with him relaxing on the couch, just to randomly get up and run through hundreds of buildings and a boat like it's nothing. Speaking of which, bro was running so fast, he was running on water. But how fast was he really going to do this? Well, right after we see him run through the boat, we see that a camera on Elmore Highway captured him running at 200 miles per hour. And I was curious, so I looked it up, and you would have to run 11,180 meters per second to generate enough force to run on water. And considering he was running at 200 miles per hour on the highway, that means he was only running at 89.41 meters per second, which means Richard must have been running at 25,005 miles per hour, which is 6 times faster than the sound barrier. Anyways, it turns out Richard did all this just because he overheard Gumball talking about a secret item on the Joyful Burger menu. So after this, he sets out on a mission to find out what this is. And it turns out the only way to do this is eating a burger from every single Joyful Burger in town. So Richard does this, and in the meantime becomes morbidly obese, all just to find out that the secret item on the Joyful Burger menu is just kind of a normal burger, except with slightly more diabetes. It's actually crazy to me that Richard Watterson can eat this much food without dying. That's gotta be a power in itself. But things are about to get a lot crazier, because now we're on to 69% power. Nice. But on a serious note, there's a scene in the box in which Richard completely defies the laws of reality. Let's break this down, because this was a lot. For some context, Richard was speeding down a highway to save the president from some robbers. But thankfully, my boy Richard Watterson is somehow able to use his crazy driving maneuvers to swerve the car without stopping at all, jumping out of the car, canceling all his momentum. But to make it even crazier, then he dodges a rocket from a rocket launcher, beats up a dude with insane karate skills, and then completely rips off a steel door from the president's vehicle with his bare hands. All of the things he did here are completely impossible to do as a human, and I believe this is only a fraction of Richard's true power. But now, let's try our best to understand how powerful Richard truly is using 100% of his strength. And we see this in the episode The Job, where, as the title implies, Richard gets a job. But there's a problem with this. Because Richard is the laziest man in Elmore, the universe literally can't handle him getting a job. So the universe starts breaking around him. The weird things start with it always being night at food and stuff, snowing in June, and random senior citizens floating. After the Wattersons find this out, they have to stop him. So they get on his tracks and have Larry held captive in the car. And the reason they do this is so they can get him fired on the spot and prevent breaking the universe. But this wouldn't be any easy task, because the closer they get to Richard, the more the universe starts breaking around them. And as he's about to go to the door to deliver his first pizza, it seems that the universe will completely collapse if he delivers this pizza. And in this moment, all hope seems lost. And when Richard gets fired, the universe goes back to normal. Richard is literally so powerful that the universe cannot handle him having a job. Well, I guess that's one good excuse for not wanting to work. But now, let's level up and see how strong the strongest member of the Watterson family really is. Nicole. Starting with 1% power. And in this state, her strength is anything but normal. The first power 1% strength gets her is super strength. And we see this in the episode The Fight, where Nicole walks up to Mr. Rex's warehouse, and bro is literally 100 times bigger than her, but she just fearlessly storms in there and beats the ever-living hell out of Mr. Rex.
Well, that's fine by me. Well, I'm glad we finally reached an agreement. Goodbye, Mr. Rex.
That was already pretty insane, but still, while being at just 1% power, she can take over entire civilizations. And we see this in the episode The Choices, where Nicole looks over all the potential outcomes of her life if she got with different partners. And a lot of those were either too controlling, straight up weird, or just straight up resulted in death. But in an alternate universe where Nicole stayed single, she would have literally conquered the planet as a half robot. Now, that's already pretty insane, but that was only 1% power. Now we're gonna look at what Nicole would be like at 5% power, and things are gonna start to get crazy, as with her newfound strength, Nicole can literally run faster than the speed of sound. In the episode The Fury, when traffic was trash and the kids were late again, Nicole just casually stepped out of the car and started demolishing every vehicle that stood in her way. People were just trying to get to work, and she was out here playing real-life bumper cars. After clearing the road like a boss, she zoomed straight past the sound barrier.
What? We travel faster than the speed of sound. Give it a second.
Have a nice day.
There you go.
But don't let her super strength distract you from the fact that Nicole goes full-on Superman mode when her kids are in danger. In the episode The Mothers, the boys got themselves into trouble, and Nicole, being the godly being that she is, senses it and literally turns into Superman. Nicole just starts demolishing everything in her way and punches someone so hard that they break the ramp and literally get embedded into the wall. Elmore citizens better have insurance. That was so insane because she's literally only at 5% power, and she gets so much stronger later in this video. You have to watch to the end. And what's even more insane is in the episode The Choices, when Nicole casually leaps over a single butterfly to leap over an entire crowd of people. And she doesn't even leave a scratch on the butterfly. It just flutters away like it was blessed to be her launch pad. Physics just got straight up denied. But now we're on to 10% power. And with 10%, she starts physically evolving. And one of the best examples of this is when Nicole literally turns into Pat God.
You're a thieving, bottom-feeding, money-grabbing crook. People like you are squeezing the very last cent out of hard-working families. You're the reason ice caps are melting and baby polar bears are homeless.
Like, geez, I would hate to be Larry in this situation. She also evolves in a bunch of other ways in the show, but we see even more of Nicole's strength and literally transforming in the episode The Authority, when Granny JoJo comes over and starts arguing with Nicole over her bad parenting techniques. Nicole gets super mad in the heat of the moment, and she snaps and becomes a demon for a second.
What are you doing, sweetie?
Just making a sandwich.
Well, let me show you how to do it safely. Good luck trying to stop me, Nicole. I've safe-proofed this whole house. Everything breakable is now plastic. Everything else is rubber. Apart from that, which was paper. A good mother prevents accidents before they happen.
I am a good mother! Say it! Say I'm a good mother!
But now we're at 25% power, and this new transformation unlocks a ton of powers. It all starts with a normal family shopping trip. And by normal, I mean Gumball, Darwin, and Richard nagging her nonstop for candy like their lives depend on it. After the kids and Richard try as many tricks as they can to get candy from Nicole, she finally snaps. Her eyes turn glowing demonic yellow, her teeth sharpen into literal fangs, and claws come out like she's mid-Pokemon evolution. And she plunges them all into darkness like she's summoning the apocalypse. Shelves are flying, people are screaming, and Nicole is officially in complete rage mode. Oh, and let's not forget, just before all this, she went to get a free massage to calm herself down. Just a little relaxation, a little peace. Anyway, she continues her rampage throughout the store, and then comes the mall security. Poor guy. He actually tases her, and it works for like half a second, but then Nicole eats that voltage like it's an appetizer. She doesn't even flinch. And then she just grabs him by his collar and stares directly into his soul. And at that exact moment, he ages 20 years. That's right. Just by looking at her, this man goes into retirement. That taser might have worked on a bear, but Nicole evolved through it. This isn't just mom rage. This is a full-blown supernatural event. This is nothing compared to what she does when she reaches 50% power. And things are about to get crazy, because at 50% power, she evolves into Hulk mode. In the episode, The Money, after their family loses all their cash and everything seems to be falling apart, Nicole snaps under the pressure of holding everything together. Her body transforms, squared up jaw, and a terrifying presence that makes everyone back off. She doesn't go wild, but her sheer size and insanity radiate one clear message. Don't even think about messing with her.
Step back! She's gonna severely reprimand him!
Don't worry, kids! I'll calm her down with my irresistible charm!
We're broke.
The best part about this form is that only Richard is capable of stopping it through his sweet old jolly fatness. But it only gets more crazy with 69% power. Nice. In the episode The Castle, the boys are left home alone, with Richard being in charge, which you know is never a good idea. But anyways, while he's in charge, he lets a bunch of people into the house, and he's too nice to tell them to leave. So much so to the point where people literally start living there. At the end of the day, Nicole gets back home and looks particularly mad, knowing something's wrong. And when she goes inside and sees the mess, someone makes the fatal mistake of disrespecting Nicole.
You're going to clean this place until it looks better than when you arrived. Then you will leave and never come back.
Or what?
Now, if you think I'm exaggerating, get this. When Nicole is mad enough, she straight up turns into a killer robot. And not metaphorically either. And in the episode The Pizza, when society in Elmore collapses, Nicole has to protect her family. Some wannabe bandits pull up thinking they can take on Nicole. And no, that doesn't happen. Nicole straight up wipes them to the floor. One guy even got killed with her only blowing wind at him. She's out here doing Naruto techniques like it's light work. One thing's for sure, if she ever wanted to take over Elmore, nobody could stop her. And now, finally, we arrive at Nicole's ultimate and most powerful transformation. This is her using 100% of her power. This is the anime form. But before deep diving into her abilities at this stage, it's important to understand how Nicole became a master of martial arts in the first place. As a child, Nicole and Yoki Yoshida practiced karate under the guidance of Yoki's father. They were not only sparring partners, but they were also best friends, each strong on their own, but unstoppable when they're fighting together. Their bond was deep and their skill sets were absolutely unmatched. Everything, however, changed during the final round of Elmore's karate tournament, when Nicole and Yuki faced each other in the ultimate showdown. Yuki was more skilled and overall had better fighting skills, but Nicole's unshakable will pushed her beyond her limits, and in the end, she emerged victorious. But victory came with a price. Defeated and dishonored, Yuki was forced to leave America and return to Japan, where she continued training, driven by a single purpose: one day to return and reclaim her honor by defeating Nicole. For Nicole, the cost was far greater. She had lost her closest friend. From that day on, she vowed to never practice karate again. But now, that day has come. Yuki is back in America, and she wants to claim her revenge. But Nicole didn't want to fight her friend, so at first, Yuki tried to annoy her with some pretty childish behavior. However, Yuki, being her best friend, knew right away what would make her fight her. Given the Yoshida's family wealth and influence, Yuki threatened to have Nicole fired and even take away her home. And this was the final straw. Yuki and Nicole meet at the school gym for a final battle. Their appearances also changed to fit an anime battle. Right away, the two start fighting. They begin exchanging punches so vicious and fast that the human eye is not capable of seeing them. Both Nicole and Yuki are equal in the fight as well, until Yuki decides to spice things up a bit by using her special energy attack, resembling the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. But fear not, guys, because Nicole has an ace up her sleeve. She successfully blocks Yuki's attack with an energy shield. The two begin bombarding each other with energy balls until Nicole finally struck one final punch, finally defeating Yuki. After Yuki is seemingly defeated, Nicole offers her a chance of redemption, but Yuki is unable to swallow her pride and attacks, resulting in the roof collapsing and trapping their children. Unable to lift the debris on their own, they unite their powers and finally free their children. In the end, the two of them apologized to each other and became friends once again. The anime form has everything: super speed, super strength, fiery eyes, energy manipulation, Kamehameha. This form literally has everything. Nicole Watterson is the most unstoppable mom in cartoon history. But because you watched all the way to the end of the video, you should subscribe. Like 0% of you guys are subscribed. Come on, I'll give you a cookie. No, I won't. I don't give away my damn cookies. You better subscribe. What started as a strange show about rejected cartoon characters, over the years turned into a massive success, completely redefining Cartoon Network's identity and pushing the boundaries of what a kid's show could be. With each season, we got more character development and the show got even better. Meanwhile, we had many behind the scenes challenges, like shifting voice actors, different animation styles, and the creator even leaving the show. Today, we're gonna go through the entire history of the amazing world of Gumball, from concept to cancellation, from the pilot to the last episode. This is the entire history of Gumball, and it all started in 2008. In the pilot, titled Gumball 1-Minute Animation Test, we get our very first look at Elmore, and even in this early version, Gumball and Darwin are already causing chaos, trying to escape school. The pilot gave us our very first look at the amazing world of Gumball, featuring familiar faces like Tina, Carmen, and even Banana Joe. And while they pretty much stayed the same design-wise, the same cannot be said about Gumball and Darwin. They both looked noticeably different from their Season 1 versions. Gumball had a more rectangular head with larger eyes, while Darwin was fully 3D instead of the flat 2D design we know today. Their designs were still evolving, and the same went for their voices. After the pilot and the show getting greenlit, greenlit, Season 1 of The Amazing World of Gumball officially premiered in the US on May 3rd, 2011, and the very first episode of Gumball was the DVD. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin have one simple task: return a rented DVD, but they accidentally drop it into the garbage disposal and completely destroy it. Then they try to fake it with a cardboard replica, but that doesn't work, and they need $25 to replace it. They try everything, going from asking for money, modeling, and even making their own movie, but nothing works. Eventually, Nicole catches up to them and they pay their fee. But when she hears how much the late fees are, she takes off running too.
Just a minute. There's also the lateness fee.
Oh, yes, of course. How much is it, please?
Let me see. 3 months and 3 days late. That will be $700.
Run! Hey!
After all of that chaos with the DVD, you would think Nicole would stop trusting Gumball and Darwin with anything. But nope, because in the very next episode, The Responsible, she leaves them both in charge of babysitting Anais, while she and Richard head off to a parent-teacher conference. Now, Anais instantly proves she's way smarter than both of them. She puts out a fire, does their homework, and even makes lunch. But Gumball and Darwin insist on, quote, babysitting her, which mostly means hovering over her and getting in her way. Eventually, Anais had enough and traps Gumball and Darwin on the roof.
You goons really walked into that one.
But even the genius of their family makes mistakes. She forgot she had turned on the bath and accidentally flooded the entire house while they were playing. So Gumball and Darwin have to break back in and save her. They manage to rescue Anais, but by then, the whole house is a disaster. Everyone points fingers, and they end up blaming the internet.
It's Dad's fault for not finding a proper babysitter.
Well, none of this would have happened if it wasn't for you.
Who are you blaming here?
The internet?
Okay.
After nearly flooding the house and proving they probably shouldn't be left home alone, Gumball and Darwin head back to school, where the chaos doesn't slow down one bit. In the next episode, the third, the duo starts feeling like something is missing, so they go on a mission to find a new best friend, which gives us our first real look at Elmore Junior High. We see returning faces from the pilot, like Tina, Banana Joe, and Leslie, but none of them meet the requirements they have for their third friend, those being athletic, colorful, and a good listener. Luckily for Gumball and Darwin, or maybe not, Tobias is eavesdropping and hears everything. He checks all the boxes and immediately offers to be their third, for $20. At first, it seemed like a great idea, but things take a turn fast, as Tobias and Darwin start growing closer, leaving Gumball feeling replaced. But after a pep talk from Alan.
I'll never forget you, Adam!
Gumball starts to head straight for Tobias's house, finds Darwin, and the two quickly make up. And just like that, the duo is back. This episode highlights the unshakable bond between Gumball and Darwin, even when someone like Tobias tries to come between their friendship. Literally nothing can break Gumball and Darwin's brotherhood. Then comes the debt, where we meet Mr. and Mrs. Robinson. In this episode, Gumball becomes convinced he owes Mr. Robinson after he, quote, saved his life.
Save yourself! It's too late for me! Just get over here on the sidewalk, dude. Please remember me, guys, so I'll always be alive in your heart.
Oh, for crying out loud.
My whole life is flashing before my eyes, and it's boring!
From there, Gumball goes all in, following Mr. Robinson everywhere and trying to save him from things that aren't even dangerous. He causes more harm than help, making him slip, zapping him, and even launching bowling balls at his chest. Eventually, Mr. Robinson has had enough and tells Gumball to stop, and this time he actually listens. But when Darwin and Anais see how down Gumball is, they come up with a plan: stage a bunch of fake emergencies during Mr. Robinson's big performance. At the show, Mr. Robinson sings his heart out with his song I Wanna Be Free, which is actually kind of a banger.
I wanna sing, I wanna dance, I wanna touch the sky with my own 2 hands. If I sing to the world, it'll set me free, and let me be who I wanna.
But somehow, bro is completely unaware what's happening around him. Right as he hits the final note, a light falls, but Gumball manages to push him out of the way just in time, only then to crush him by accidentally pulling a lever. This episode gives us a glimpse of Mr. Robinson in a more sympathetic light. While he's usually grumpy, he actually puts up with Gumball's chaos longer than expected. His wife, on the other hand, is a whole different story. Also, we get a quick reveal that Rocky, who we first saw in the pilot episode, is actually their son, who is the literal opposite of his parents. While his parents are pretty mean and strict, Rocky is easygoing, kind, and always there when Gumball and Darwin need a hand. Skipping forward a little bit, next we have the pressure. And in this episode, Gumball and Darwin find themselves dealing with exactly that, some serious pressure. In Molly's treehouse, Molly, Penny, Terry, Leslie, Carmen, Carrie, and Masami are all hanging out, when the topic of boys comes up. Everybody, except Penny, claims to have boyfriends, with Masami claiming that Darwin is hers.
Do you have a boyfriend? Yeah, it's Darwin. Darwin?
The next day, she tries to prove it by getting Darwin to do boyfriend things, like carrying her books and spending time with her.
Help my book boyfriend. Okay.
Gumball tries to help, but he keeps getting distracted by his crush Penny. Eventually though, they both end up in the treehouse, ready to go through with the kiss. But out of nowhere, Tobias and Banana Joe, who have been against the girls this whole episode, cut the tree down.
Can you feel the universe moving around us?
Yeah. It's more like a swaying motion, actually.
When the tree falls, Gumball and Darwin accidentally kiss each other and walk off proud, thinking they just kissed a girl.
Wow, that was amazing.
Kissing Penny was like being run over by a unicorn.
And kissing Masami wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
While the spotlight's mostly on Darwin and Masami, the episode also nudges Gumball and Penny's relationship forward. Gumball is clearly dealing with some feelings for her, and in this season, he gets flustered and awkward whenever Penny's nearby.
That was dramatic.
Hey, Gumball. Wanna walk me to the canteen? Definitely.
It's one small step, but it shows that something's definitely building between them. Later on, we'll see the relationship really take shape, but it's these early, awkward moments that quietly set everything in motion. The next episode, The Laziest, dives into Richard's true talent, doing absolutely nothing. In The Laziest, Nicole tells Richard to do some chores before she gets back from work, but the second she's out the door, he kicks back on the couch and tricks Gumball and Darwin into doing his chores. But once they realize they've been tricked, they challenge Richard to a lazy off.
I'll tell you what, if you can find anyone lazier than me in this town, I'll do your chores for a whole day. And if you lose, you'll do mine for the rest of your life. How does that sound?
Sounds pretty good.
So Gumball and Darwin track down Lazy Larry, who used to hold the title of the laziest man in Elmore, before he, well, lost it to Richard. Larry insists that he's not that guy anymore, and is happy with his life now. However, Gumball and Darwin don't take that for an answer, and ruin everything. His job, his car, and his relationship. After all of this, he turns back into Lazy Larry. But when it's time for the lazy off, Larry is too lazy to show up. So the boys take on Richard themselves and think they've won until Nicole appears and makes the boys do their chores, letting Richard relax. So in the end, Richard still wins. This episode shows that Richard is surprisingly clever when it comes to being lazy, which is a big step up from how hopeless he was earlier. It also gives us a closer look into his relationship with Nicole. Even though Richard can be clueless and lazy, Nicole doesn't just boss him around. She genuinely cares and holds the family together. Later on, episodes like The Choices witnesses reveal that the relationship shouldn't work, but somehow it does, proving there's a real love and connection beneath the surface, even if it's not always obvious. But now let's get forward to the kiss, and this is where we meet Granny JoJo. It all starts with Richard loading the car while Nicole tells the kids to behave for Granny JoJo's visit, and when Granny JoJo arrives, she puts on her lipstick and kisses Anais and Darwin on the cheek. But Gumball doesn't want to be kissed, so he turns his head at the last second and gets kissed right on the lips instead, leaving him completely speechless.
Come on, Gumball, just get it over with.
Well, it's easy for you.
To help him get over it, Darwin tries some trauma therapy, putting Gumball through all kinds of gross stuff. But it's not until Gumball goes through Hector's toes that he finally forgets about the kiss. And just as he starts to feel better about it and is ready to let go, Granny JoJo kisses him again.
Granny JoJo! I found my happy place.
Yeah, whatever. Now give your Granny JoJo a kiss goodbye.
Of course. Gumball, give me a hand with this bag. Okay.
Between the awkward kiss and Nicole and Richard literally speeding away to avoid her, it's clear that she's gonna be a handful every time she shows up. After the awkward disaster in the kiss Gumball's been waiting for almost becomes a reality in the party. In this episode, Rachel, Tobias's older sister, is throwing a party. But there's only one rule. Everyone has to bring a date.
Fine, you can come. Yes. But you all have to bring a date. Uh-huh. Good luck!
Gumball is too nervous to ask Penny. Then a love note lands on his food, but he doesn't get what it means and just tosses it away. With no one else to ask, Anais eventually convinces him to take Tina. When he shows up, Penny is already with Hector. Gumball tries to talk to her, but she's clearly upset, and the party turns out to be a total snooze, until Miss Simeon crashes it and accidentally turns it into an actual party.
This party is busted! Busted wide open!
Busted.
While dancing with their dates, Gumball and Penny finally meet again, and this is when Penny reveals that she's the one who sent the note earlier, making Gumball feel pretty dumb. After things settle down, Darwin gets a kiss on the cheek from Rachel for helping to clean the mess.
What do I need a girlfriend for?
This.
Mwah. Everything is so clear.
But when it comes to Gumball's moment, Richard ruins it by non-stop honking.
I think your dad's here.
So in the end, only Darwin comes out on top. This episode, of course, grows Gumball's relationship with Penny, but we also meet a new character named Rob, who is completely irrelevant in this episode. But for that reason, he's gonna be important later. But let's skip ahead through some more relevant episodes and go to the episode The Date, where Gumball thinks he's finally landed a real date with Penny. Before he goes, Richard shows him how to find gifts at the dump, and becomes irresponsible with Nicole's credit card. Meanwhile, Anais gives him a lesson in etiquette, and Darwin trains him how to handle the unexpected, all just to prepare Gumball for this date.
You've got to be prepared for anything on this date because anything can happen.
Like what?
What if someone tries to mug you?
I don't know. Call the police?
Wrong. Knock his block off.
Like that?
That was good.
But when Gumball shows up, he quickly realizes this isn't a romantic date. It's a funeral for Penny's pet. Instead of showing sympathy, he makes rude jokes and treats the whole thing like a joke. When Penny's father offers a handshake, Gumball slaps it away, calling it a blot, already making a terrible first impression. He goes along with the funeral just to stay close to Penny, even giving a speech where he says the pet must have been as hot as its owner, which surprisingly, Penny finds sweet. But just as things start to go his way, Gumball ruins it all by screaming at a photo of a spider made by Penny's little sister. Gumball destroys it and upsets the entire family.
The spider! Knock his block off! That's awful! I hate spiders! Who would want something that creepy in their house?
So Gumball makes an excuse to leave, but not before asking to use the bathroom. And this is where he discovers that Mr. Cuddles, the person, you know, who the funeral's about, is actually a spider and is actually alive in the toilet. So he manages to somehow save the day and finally earns a little bit of respect from Penny's family, just before passing out due to the spider venom.
Gumball, this is amazing.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Son,
I stand corrected. I thought you were a good-for-nothing young troublemaker, but no, you're...
Yeah, whatever. One question. Is that spider poisonous? Because it just bit me.
Yeah, but it's like a bee sting. You'd have to be bitten like 150 times for it to be dangerous.
Okay, thanks. If you'll excuse me, I'll go now. Bye.
This is Gumball's first impression on the Fitzgeralds. An important moment because he's moving from just being Penny's friend to actually dating her, which eventually helps Penny break out of her shell and leads to a lot of surprises like family drama down the line. And in the next episode, we get our real look at the kind of destruction that Gumball can cause to Elmore. In the microwave, Gumball and Darwin accidentally create Kenneth, a disgusting monster born from microwave garbage. At first, Gumball and Darwin take care of him like it's their pet, but he immediately starts eating people and growing, eating Anais, Richard, Nicole, the mailman, and a bunch of other random crap. So at that moment, Gumball and Darwin decide that they have to stop what they created, but the monster catches them off guard and swallows Darwin, which is when Gumball panics and accidentally turns on a hose that fills Kenneth with water until he explodes, freeing everyone inside.
Our lives depend on you! I hate to tell you this, but I got nothing.
Gumball pretends this was all a part of the plan, and convinces the family to now give Tiny Kenneth a second chance.
Look at him. He won't hurt anyone now. Doesn't this poor creature deserve a second chance?
Okay.
Trust me, guys. This time, it'll be different.
This episode shows just how much destruction Gumball is actually capable of causing to Elmore, and things only escalate from here. Season 1 kicked off strong, pulling in 2.12 million US viewers with its premiere, and later earned a British Academy Children's Award for animation, proving this wasn't your average cartoon. And while we didn't cover every single episode, those are the ones that really push the story forward. But this only sets the stage for all the crazy stuff they do in Season 2, which premiered in the United States on August 7th, 2012, with the episode The Knights, where Gumball desperately tries to win the approval of Penny's overprotective father. After a not very good impression on the family and accidentally damaging his car, Gumball tries to make up to him by offering gifts, and even vandalizing a billboard just for him.
Watterson and Fitzgerald Co-Friendship Unlimited? What the...
None of it works, and Patrick gets even more annoyed, especially when his car ends up wrecked again because of Gumball. While Gumball is trying to fix his relationship with Penny's dad, Tobias comes along and tries to get Penny to be her partner. This leads to a duel with Gumball, who doesn't want to participate in Tobias's game, but because Tobias doesn't want to back off, he starts fighting back. Penny tries to stop it, but gets pushed into the road and almost gets hit, until Gumball risks his life to save her from a car that was actually Penny's dad. After the crash, Patrick finally sees Gumball's genuine care for Penny and thanks him, but before a real moment can happen, Richard storms out in his underwear, and the scene devolves into the classic Watterson chaos, while Gumball and Penny just smile through it all.
Thank you so much, Gumball. You saved my little girl's life.
What is going on here? Nicole, get out here! This clown nearly ran over our kid!
What?
It's not what it looks like.
I don't want you near my family ever again.
Here, let me just pay.
I don't want your money! You come around here with...
This episode gives us a look at Gumball trying to win over Penny's dad, which actually becomes a bit throughout the whole show. We eventually see Penny start to push back against her dad's strict rules and take more control of her life.
Here we go! I'm gonna be myself!
It also kicks off the true rivalry between Gumball and Tobias. Tobias loves the spotlight and turns just about anything into a competition, so in these earlier seasons, he kind of becomes Gumball's main rival in a goofy, over-the-top way. Right after the whole Penny situation, things don't slow down. At home, the chaos picks up again in the fridge. Nicole reveals a chart on the fridge to track weekly achievements. Anais earns a science award, Darwin learns a mockingbird call, and Richard even invents something, putting him in the chart. However, Gumball has nothing to report and is placed alone in the rainy cloud tier. Determined to make Gumball a winner, Nicole throws him into some seriously extreme training. First, she wakes him up at 4 a.m. to fight an old lady for a discounted chicken at the supermarket.
Well, we'll see about that.
Still not impressed, Nicole takes things even further by dropping Gumball in a desert to, quote, teach him the meaning of success and make him walk all the way home.
A desert? Yes. You're walking home. No, don't you dare leave me!
She'll be back.
When Gumball finally gets home, Richard tells him he's driven the whole family crazy, so the only way to settle it is a full-on family paintball war. And if Gumball wins, the chart will come down. One by one, everyone gets taken out until it's just Gumball and Nicole. He makes it to the flag, but Nicole shows up, only for a bird to knock her gun away. Then they have a real moment where Nicole admits that she always believed in Gumball, and just wanted him to succeed. She tells him to grab the flag, but still tries to fire, only to realize that her gun's empty. They both laugh it off, and Gumball takes the win, meaning the chart is no more. This episode shows a moment with Gumball and Nicole, and how she just wants Gumball to be the best he can, something her parents did to her, which will be important later.
Hey, how about a joke? I like my coffee the way I like jokes about the way I like my coffee. I don't.
Not only that, but the animation in this episode is on another level. It's easy to miss at first, but the backgrounds, especially during those more intense moments, are packed with detail. The blend of real life with the show's style creates a wild atmosphere that takes everything to the next level. You can really see just how much they leveled up since season 1. The animation feels more polished, creative, and visually detailed. The next episode, The Job, Nicole wakes up from what she thinks is a nightmare, Richard becoming a pizza delivery guy. But it's not just a dream. He really got a job, and the shock from that is what made her faint.
Mom, wake up!
Mom, are you okay?
Oh, I had the weirdest dream. I was on the front lawn and your father had a job as a pizza delivery guy.
Huh, that wasn't a dream. That's what I just told you. And you fainted!
Richard explains how he landed the gig and proudly shares his, quote, genius hack for free pizza, eating the middle slices and hiding the evidence. He takes off on a scooter, but drops a few pizzas along the way, so Gumball and Darwin step in to help with deliveries. Meanwhile, Nicole starts to sense that something is very off, and she's absolutely right. Ever since Richard started working, strange things have been happening all over Elmore. Time and weather are changing, day turns into night in seconds, and people are literally glitching. So they go to Larry in order to get Richard fired, but it turns out he wasn't really needed, since as Richard was delivering his last pizza, the customer complains that the pizza is half eaten. This gives Larry a reason to fire him on the spot, and everything goes back to normal. If it wasn't already clear, this episode proves that Richard isn't built for having a job. He might be lazy, yeah, but even when he does try, reality literally falls apart. What's cool though is how the show uses that chaos to mix a bunch of different animation styles in one scene, turning the characters into Play-Doh, live action, pixels, and more. And it somehow works perfectly, because that's just how wild and creative the world of Gumball is. Skipping forward, in the episode Halloween, which is one of the 2 only episodes to not have "the" in the title, Gumball, Darwin, and Anais head out for trick-or-treating. But things take a turn when Gumball leads the group into a haunted house that hosts a party for the undead, thanks to their ghost friend Carrie. Anais isn't allowed in because of her costume, so Gumball ties her to a tree while he and Darwin sneak into the party, and they drink a ghost potion so that they can become ghosts. The first thing Darwin does in his ghost form is kissing Carrie.
Look what you've done! You've completely turned into ghosts! Which means I can finally do this!
And it turns out Darwin has quietly had a crush on her for a while, and this moment starts a relationship that develops really nicely as the series goes on. Afterwards, Gumball and Darwin go on to prank others around town. Anais escapes and finds the party, and ends up drinking one of the potions so that she can see what's going on. It's all fun and games until Carrie tells them if they don't return the bodies before midnight, they'll stay ghosts forever. As the clock strikes 12, the underworld opens and starts pulling them into the dead. Gumball and Darwin rush back, dodging the zombies' hands with Carrie's help, and at the end, they were able to get their bodies back. But just as things seem to be normal, they realize they're in the wrong bodies.
Words cannot describe how furious I am. It's gone midnight. What have you got to say for yourselves?
We were trick-or-treating and then we took a shortcut.
We went to a ghost party and it was supposed to be fun.
I didn't know what the potion was gonna do when I drank it.
This moment isn't just the start of Darwin and Carrie's relationship, it also gives us a surprisingly real moment from Gumball. He admits that he messed up by not being there for Anais, leaving her behind, where he should have been a protective big brother. Yeah, he brings it up at literally the worst time, but it shows he really does care. And in the next episode, The Treasure, we get to really understand why the Wattersons are poor. It starts off with the kids messing with sleeping Richard, until Nicole comes home with fancy groceries. She says she grabbed the wrong bags by accident, which makes the kids wonder why they always get the cheapest stuff.
How come we can't get this good stuff all the time?
Look, we'd be able to afford the good stuff if it wasn't for...
Nicole almost explains it to them, but cuts herself off and leaves, which makes things suspicious. After a creepy phone call telling them not to dig deeper, they search in the attic, and after mocking each other's baby photos, they find old bank statements and a key. Turns out they used to have money, but $24,000 vanished into something called a stellar court.
Look, back here we used to have loads of money. And then it all went in one big payment to Stellar Corporation.
Then Gumball remembers the key, so Darwin and Anais hypnotize him and uncover a memory of Nicole hiding a suitcase under her wardrobe. So Gumball sneaks into their parents' room, survives getting flattened by Richard, and grabs the suitcase. Inside it are a shovel and a receipt with the treasure map on the back. The kids then set off on a chaotic treasure hunt, chased by a mysterious figure trying to stop them. They reach the spot, dig up a box, and then Richard shows up, begging them not to open it. They do it anyway and find another piece of paper. That is when Richard finally admits that they lost their savings to an online scam. He bought a star from their descendants 10 generations from now.
I was left at home alone. It was the beginning of the internet. Click now for an out-of-this-world property investment for the future of your kids. Yes! I clicked too quick. I should have waited for the page to finish loading. Property investment for the future of your kids. Great, 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 great. Grandchildren's children.
Nicole appears and admits that she knew about this all along, and they all share a touching moment, looking at the star they say Richard bought until it burns out. In this episode, it's clear that Richard's heart was in the right place. He thought he was making a smart investment for his family's future, even if it was 10 generations too early. While the treasure hunt ends in disappointment, the journey brings Gumball, Darwin, and Anais closer together. Their constant teasing and bickering never outweigh their loyalty, and through all the chaos, they stick together. In the end, they don't find riches and share a rare moment as a family under their own briefly glowing star. And then we get our first Christmas special, simply titled Christmas. While driving through Elmore on Christmas Eve, the Wattersons accidentally run over a man in a Santa hat.
When the air is filled and full of Christmas cheer, only one more sleep until Santa's here.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
The kids freak out, thinking they just killed the real Santa and ruined Christmas. Richard panics about being on the naughty list and takes him to the hospital. This man has no ID or memory, so the doctor says whoever hit him has to take him home. Nicole does not want to do that, but the kids, thinking he's the real Santa, convinces her. But after taking him to the mall and having the kids hang out with him for a while, Nicole breaks and drops a bomb and tells them that Santa isn't real.
Let me tell you something about Santa Claus. There is no Santa Claus.
I think all the innocence just left my body.
She shares a sad story about how as a kid, she wrote to him every year just asking for one thing, but it never came, and eventually she stopped believing. But when she turns around, the kids and Walmart Santa are gone. She runs outside and tries to find them, but it's too late. The kids are heartbroken and Christmas is canceled. Meanwhile, Richard finds a sleigh and a reindeer and tries to save Christmas himself. Just as the kids are saying goodbye to the man, a flying present knocks him out, and boom, he remembers he actually is Santa. They race to land the sleigh, Anais builds a Christmas light runway, and Nicole saves the day by plugging it all in. Santa lands safely and reveals that Nicole's childhood letters were sent to the South Pole and gives her the gift she's always wanted.
Ho, ho, ho! Now, where's that present for Nicole? Aha! This is long overdue.
Really?
Well, what is it?
The most beautiful gift I could ever wish for.
It's just like us.
Yeah, close enough.
And just like that, Christmas is saved. The Christmas special gives us a little glimpse into Nicole's past and how she had lost her Christmas spirit. This episode really brought the Watterson family together. But speaking of family, in The Authority, Granny JoJo's overprotectiveness puts the Wattersons in danger of losing their brains. In this episode, Richard tries to watch the TV, but ends up, quote, fixing it by chucking batteries at the screen. He knocks himself out in the process and ends up in the hospital. That's when Granny JoJo barges in and blames Nicole for not keeping things under control. And that's when she decides she's moving in to take charge. Once home, she goes full overprotective grandma mode. She chases Gumball with a car to show how unsafe the world is, fake loses her arm to scare Darwin away from knives, and slams a window so hard it explodes to prove a point to Anais. Richard, meanwhile, is too terrified to even open the shed. Eventually, the whole family becomes so safety obsessed that they refuse to do anything risky at all. They gain weight and basically turn into mini Richards. When Nicole returns home, she is horrified. Granny JoJo's overprotective parenting made everyone just as hopeless as Richard. And this is where she realizes what happened to Richard when he was growing up. And that's the reason why he is the way he is today. To get them to snap out of it, she sends the family out to buy milk, but their lack of common sense quickly turns into disaster as they drive straight into traffic with no idea of how to stop a car. Nicole urges them to remember everything they learned, and eventually, Richard manages to slam the brakes just inches in front of her. Everyone passes out from the chaos, but not before Granny JoJo admits she was wrong. Nicole explains to her it's okay to mess up sometimes, as long as you learn from it. From The Authority, we learn that Granny JoJo's overprotectiveness is a big reason why Richard is the way he is. Clueless, lazy, and morbidly obese. Her way of parenting keeps people safe from the surface, but deep down, she takes everyone down a deep path that they can't escape from. Skipping forward a bit, in The Hero, Gumball and Darwin are hanging out at school when the other kids start bringing up how cool their dads are. When asked about Richard, the only things they can come up with are sweating without moving and gaining weight.
What's your dad good at? Is sweating without moving a skill?
How about putting on weight? He's awesome at that.
He must be good at something.
The kids laugh, and Richard, who overhears it, is crushed. They say he's only good at embarrassing them, and he can't even cook. Richard leaves heartbroken and goes to hide in the shed.
Dad overheard what you said in the playground.
Oh, that! And he's been hiding in the shed ever since.
Well, at least you can't embarrass us in there.
At home, Nicole warns the boys that unless they apologize, they would have to survive on their own. They accept their challenge, but after learning how hard it is to survive with no showers and no food, they try to apologize. But when Richard accidentally nails himself to a plank, Gumball laughs so hard and can't go through with it. But then we get a sad moment where Richard sings a heartfelt song about being their hero when he was little.
I remember when you were still little, my little ones. I was the giant who picked you up when you fell down.
Wanting to cheer Richard up, Gumball comes up with a risky plan to make him feel like a hero again. Gumball and Darwin climb into a junkyard car and set to be crushed, while Darwin holds a remote to stop things if it gets too dangerous. But immediately, things go wrong when the magnet snatches the remote, forcing them to count on Richard, who keeps messing up the controls and almost makes things worse. He eventually climbs using the magnet to collect scrap, but the cable gives out under the weight. Darwin and Richard make it out safely, but Gumball is still stuck. Richard encourages him, just like Gumball did when he was learning to walk, and they all share a tearful hug and make peace.
Gumball, you have to get up!
I can't!
Come on, son! You can do it!
I'm coming down! Don't let me down!
I won't!
Richard has always come off as a dumb, lazy rabbit and an all-around terrible dad. But as we see through moments like this, and later on in his own family struggles, he was really just trying to be the father he never had. Gumball, on the other hand, spent most of the episode being harsh and ungrateful, never seeing that effort. But after a near-death experience, something finally clicks. Gumball and Darwin both come to understand how Richard truly cares, and for once, Richard feels like a hero, and the boys really start to appreciate the dad that they've got. Next, in the sweaters, Gumball and Darwin are called to Principal Brown's office, and assuming they're in trouble, Gumball launches into a dramatic rant about the systemic injustice, only to find out they're supposed to show the new student, Sarah, around the school.
Think about this. Video games, rap music, television, the internet, advertising making us want stuff that your generation shoves down our throats so you can get even richer. Who's the real victim here? And while you're at it, think about this.
I called you in because I thought you wouldn't mind showing Sarah around the school.
Sarah is excited to be at Elmore, thinking it's a hardcore school, which makes Gumball and Darwin feel cool, until Darwin admits they're actually not tough at all. Then Gumball also comes clean, saying that some meth head will hear them say that they're hardcore and will kick their butts. But it's too late. Carlton and Troy, kids from Richmond High, already heard, and they want to fight based on the rumors that Gumball and Darwin think they're hardcore, just like Gumball predicted.
So you think you're hardcore, huh?
So are you talking to us?
What do you think?
I don't know, man. There's people everywhere here.
If you're so hardcore...
We just said we weren't.
Then what are you gonna do about this face ache?
Absolutely nothing, dude.
Sounds to me like you wanna fight, Dweebazoid.
Okay, I don't know what kind of movie you're living in, but I don't want to be in it.
That's right. Walk away before it gets ugly.
They walk away, but after the chaos caused by Sarah's exaggerations, the boys learn that if Gumball doesn't show up to fight, Elmore might be bulldozed for a golf course. With a little help from adults and some encouragement from Penny, Gumball accepts their fight. The fight, however, turns out to be a tennis match, but Richmond High plays aggressively, and their teacher, Mr. Crease, who looks very much like Omni-Man, is convinced that Gumball's silence is a part of their master plan. And after Gumball gets hit by a ball, he comes back injured but determined. Impressing the Richmond crew, despite losing, Carlton gives them a sweater as a sign of respect.
Maybe you didn't win this match, but you showed your courage. And for this, I give you not a trophy, but something much more important. I give you my respect.
This episode brings the first real human characters into the show: Carlton, Troy, and Mr. Crease, which is a big step in expanding Elmore's world beyond just silly characters. And it would also fit at the same time Sarah had a main role in an episode, introducing her as a big fan of Gumball and Darwin. And eventually, that's gonna become problematic in later episodes. Finally, we're on to the final episode of season 2, the finale. In this episode, the Wattersons discover that their past actions have consequences. And this episode is an all-out chaos fest, where every bad decision the Wattersons have made finally comes back to bite them. It kicks off with Miss Yodathumb, Hector's mother, who's demanding $800,000 in damages for her son's rampage in a previous episode, followed by Principal Brown forcing Gumball and Darwin to repeat kindergarten, and Richard can go to jail for unpaid fines. They then discover that they must pay the bill worth $800,000 tomorrow, or they're gonna lose their house. So they split up. Richard, Gumball, and Darwin try to make money fast with ridiculous schemes, stealing a bus and scamming parents, while Nicole and Anais attempt legal solutions, only to find out people like Larry now have restraining orders against them. Eventually, they all end up in jail, and the Wattersons are done for. However, after a motivational speech from Gumball, they break out of jail to go to Anais with even more problems. Hoping the episode fixes itself, the Wattersons go through the town, creating as much chaos as they physically can. With no way out, Nicole admits defeat and Gumball agrees, saying that the only thing that could possibly save them is reality being completely reset by some kind of magic device.
Think of something! I can't hold him out forever!
No, this is it! It's all over! The end of the Wattersons! The only thing that can save us is reality being completely reset by some kind of magic device!
Season 3 starts with the episode The Kids, where Richard asks Gumball and Darwin if he looks old. Their awkward response rightfully offends him, and Nicole gets upset too when they joke about her age. The boys conclude that they must stay young forever, until their voices start suddenly cracking and dropping in pitch.
No one stays young forever, you know. You'll see how it feels when it happens to you.
I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, dude, I've been 12 for like forever now.
I think we can safely say that we'll be young forever and never change.
Dude, are you...
Gumball tries calling Penny, but her dad thinks it's a prank caller and threatens him. At the bus stop, their voices deepen and they get mistaken for adults trying to avoid paying a ticket, and they get kicked off. When they go to the mall, Darwin scares Larry with unintentional sarcasm, and both of the boys are nearly tased by a security guard due to their unstable voices. They continue to face their problems, so they go to the hospital, where the doctor explains they're just hitting puberty, and most people eventually grow up.
And sometimes it's perfectly fine, but the next thing you know, it's all over the place.
Are you making fun of us because our voices are broke?
Your voice is not broken. They're breaking. It means you're growing up. Did you really think you would stay kids forever?
They leave the hospital and make the most of it by singing a song while doing classic kid things. As they sing, the animation changes back and forth to more colorful and energetic animation. It feels like you're seeing the world through the kids' eyes, full of imagination and chaos. It matches the song perfectly and adds to the whole make the most of it message. However, as they continue rapping, their voices get extremely deep, until a boy and his mother assume that Gumball and Darwin are short men pretending to be kids. That hits hard. The world fades to grayscale, and they start to grieve the end of their youth. But just as they begin to accept growing up, their voices unexpectedly shift back, sounding even younger. Darwin realizes their aging stopped forever, but that happiness quickly disappears as they realize they'll actually never age. Moving forward, Logan Grove, who had voiced Gumball since the beginning, is replaced by Jacob Hopkins in this episode, which is the whole reason why they made this. And Darwin's original voice actor, Kwesi Bache, was handed over to Terrell Ransom Jr. Even with the new voices, Gumball and Darwin still feel like the same characters.
Dude, what's going on? I sound even younger than before.
That's it. That means we're in the 1% of people who never grow old. Yeah!
It's one of those behind the scenes challenges that makes you appreciate Gumball more. Next, in the Joy, a contagious joy virus infects the whole school. It all starts when Richard gives Gumball and Darwin his signature wonder hug.
Do you want a hug?
There's no point. Everything on Monday is crummy.
What about a wonder hug?
What's that?
It's filled with all the love and happiness in the world.
That sounds crummy too.
Wonder hug!
The boys are suddenly hyper cheerful. They're coughing up rainbows, singing auto-tune songs, and basically spreading joy like it's a virus. Miss Simeon, who absolutely thrives on student misery, is horrified. She immediately declares that there's an outbreak of the joy and tries to quarantine it like it's some kind of zombie apocalypse. But of course, Gumball and Darwin escape and start wonder hugging everyone in the school, making the whole place overrun with happy zombies.
It's spreading! It really works!
Later on, Miss Simeon is the only one standing, and she realizes the only way to cure this outbreak is to bring back the sadness. So she sneaks into her office and tries to put on a cassette of depressing music, and it actually works for a little bit. The sad vibes snap Principal Brown out of his joy trance. She tries to make her way through the school, going to the main office to make an announcement with the music, and she tries to pretend to be happy to avoid detection. But after she sees Banana Joe half naked, she screams at him, blowing his cover. So she makes a run for it and accidentally bumps into Tobias, who isn't infected because he's blending in because he's rainbow. But after she makes her way to the office and is about to play the tape, Gumball and Darwin come out of the shadows and infect her too. It ends with her fully giving in, filming her final moments as she dramatically says the story has come to a happy ending.
I'm sorry. I've let you down. The story came to a happy ending.
This is one of, if not the scariest episode in the entirety of Gumball. But this next episode changes everything, as it uncovers a dark secret hiding beneath Elmore that flips the whole world of Elmore on its head. In the void, Gumball and Darwin start noticing weird glitches around Elmore, like floating stop signs, broken sidewalks, and a missing classmate that no one seems to remember, Molly Collins. But Gumball and Darwin aren't the only ones who notice things being missing. Mr. Small is also aware that things have gone missing around Elmore, and the love of his life is literally just gone. He can't find her. So the three go to investigate further and accidentally come across the void. Inside the void is a bunch of creepy glitches like you'd expect, And inside, they see every mistake the world has made, such as jorts, laserdisc, and the mullet. You can even find Darwin's old model in the background inside the void. Either it's an Easter egg or having deeper meaning that Darwin's old design was meant to be forgotten. Even Rob, the guy who Gumball and Darwin threw in a hole, was there, but their decision not to help him would lead to a lot of problems later. Eventually, they find Molly in a treehouse and meet up with Mr. Small, who finds the love of his life, Janice, which turns out to be a van, and they barely make it out just as the portal closes. But before they can tell anyone about it though, the void sucks in their tinfoil hats and their memories. Except we, the viewers, still remember. And now we all know there's a void lurking beneath Elmore, quietly erasing all the forgotten characters and items the world wants to ignore. In the shell, Gumball and Penny are playing out the final scene of their school play, Beauty and the Beast, when things take an unexpected turn. Penny improvises a kiss at the end, throwing Gumball into panic. He rushes too fast and ends up headbutting her, leaving a crack on Penny's shell. Something strange glimmers beneath, and she quickly hides it. Darwin tries to help patch it, but it's clear they can't hide it from her dad forever. On the walk to Penny's house, she opens up a bit. What's under her shell is her real self, and her dad would go nuts if he found out, which he does, and plans to move her to another school. But Gumball tells her to break free from the shell and be herself, so she does, and she finally becomes free.
Be yourself. Come out of your shell.
But maybe you wouldn't like the real me.
There's no way that could be true. Whatever is inside, we can deal with it together.
Together?
Together.
You're right. You're right. I'm gonna do it.
That's it. Break free, Penny.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna be myself.
Her true form is glowing and magical with wings. Gumball is too stunned to get his words out, and she takes his silence as rejection, and she starts shape-shifting into all kinds of different forms, each one reflecting how she feels. The rest of the episode becomes this chaotic, emotional chase through Elmore. Gumball's doing everything he can to reach her. Their chase finally ends in the forest, where Penny is still in her wolf form. She stops and asks if he can like her the way she is, and of course, Gumball doesn't hesitate and tells her it's not about the way she looks. It's about who she is and how she feels.
What will you think when people laugh at us?
No offense, but you kinda look like a big coconut with holes in it before.
But do you really think you could love?
That's not what you are. It's just how you feel. And this is how I feel.
That moment snaps everything back into place, and Penny transforms back into her true form. They float down to the ground together, and both families show up, realizing they've been watching a real-life school play this whole time. This episode marks the beginning of a new chapter in Gumball and Penny's relationship, as the two slowly grow closer and begin to move beyond just being friends. It also carries an important message about not hiding, whether it's our emotions, our true selves, or parts of us that we're afraid others won't understand. Penny is literally breaking out of her shell, and she becomes a powerful symbol of how honesty and vulnerability can lead to deeper connections. This is a big turning point in the show, and from this episode forward, she never goes back in her shell. Next, in the episode The Man, the focus shifts away from Gumball onto Richard, and his side of the family for once. It all starts at Granny JoJo's birthday party, and she blows out what has to be a fire hazard's worth of candles on one big dramatic puff. Then Richard follows it with a painfully long, elphanabized toast dedicated to her.
I think it's time for a toast. Thank you. And now for your birthday surprise. The alphabet of my mom. A is for amazing, because that's what you are. B is for breakfast, one of my 12 favorite mealtimes, and because you're amazing, Mom.
But something's off. Granny JoJo's acting too nice. Like, actually nice. Then, after Richard finishes his toast, Granny JoJo reveals that she has a new boyfriend named Louie.
Surprise! Sorry, sir, we already got a surprise here. We don't need any more.
Nice to meet you, sir. This is Louie. He's my boyfriend.
Richard takes a look at him and immediately decides he doesn't like him. Not because Louie's a bad guy or anything, but because Richard starts thinking about his own dad, who actually left him when he was little. In his mind, Louie shows up feeling like his mom is replacing his dad he's never really had. He still thinks he went to get the milk and never came back.
What is Father gonna say when he comes back?
Father?
Yeah, you said he left to buy some milk 42 years ago. He could be back any minute.
But as we see later, this has nothing to do with his father. Or not entirely. Later that night, Granny JoJo is trying to sneak out for a secret date. Darwin and Anais help her get ready. When JoJo starts talking about love, Gumball gets up and just agrees to help her, so she stops. And the three of them pull an over-the-top plan to help her sneak out of the house, which ends with Granny JoJo being launched straight into the ceiling.
Alright, so the plan is we knock over the DVD switch, sets off the mouse trap, which sends the golf ball up there, which sets off the domino switch, sets off the toy car, which will switch on the fan, which will send the turtle to the rope, which she bites through, dropping the desk, propelling Granny JoJo through the window as she uses her bloomers to land safely in Louie's arm. Everybody ready?
While the chaos is happening upstairs, Nicole and Richard are having a quiet moment. They bring up how they used to sneak out of the house when they were young too, which makes Richard realize he might be overreacting, and he agrees to give Louie a chance, or at least talk to him. When Louie shows up to the front door, kids let him in, but Richard steps in, and then, of course, things escalate into a man-off, from growing facial hair, man-washing, cooking, and a bunch of other ridiculous challenges. But the final round is different. They have to open up emotionally. Richard refuses, and he insists there's nothing to talk about, but JoJo gently asks him if he's ready to admit the truth, that his dad is never coming back.
Oh, Richard, what about your dad? I thought you understood he didn't really go to get milk. Come on, just let it all out.
That hits him hard, and he breaks down, saying that his mom would probably love Louie more and also leave him, meaning it was more than just his father leaving. He didn't want to lose his mother as well. But JoJo reassured him, and Richard accepts Louie. This episode deepens Richard's backstory, showing the pain of his father's absence and struggling to accept the change. He's afraid of losing his mom the same way he lost his dad, but after finally opening up, he realizes Louie isn't replacing him. He's just making Granny JoJo happy. It's a small, honest step forward for a character who rarely grows. But moving on, in the episode The Bros, Gumball and Penny's relationship starts to come between Gumball and Darwin, putting their friendship and even their bond as brothers to test. It all begins on the school bus, where Gumball gets all dreamy-eyed over Penny and makes silly faces at her when she leaves. Darwin, clearly uncomfortable, starts to realize that Penny is taking up more of Gumball's attention, so Darwin decides to win back his place as Gumball's closest friend and brother. He spies on Penny, tries to gather dirt on her, and even straight up wrecks Gumball's school project during a cafeteria date. His jealousy hits a low point in the gym, where he repeatedly pelts Penny with a basketball, ruining Gumball's romantic moment and pushing everyone to their limit. This would leave Gumball mad and kick Darwin off the basketball team. At the library, Penny confronts Gumball. She knows he cares about her, but she also sees how important Darwin is to him. She gently suggests that before the relationship can move forward, he needs to fix things with his brother. Back at home, Gumball finds Darwin dressed in a hilariously bad Penny costume. Darwin's interference almost ruined everything. Gumball had actually been planning to propose to Penny, but the two make up and Darwin offers to help Gumball make the proposal perfect, to which Penny responds by turning him down, saying they're too young, so they turn this moment into a sweet bro wedding with Darwin instead. Not only do we get to see more of Gumball and Penny's relationship after the events of the shell, watching their romance slowly evolve, we also begin to see how the shift affects Gumball and Darwin's dynamic, as Gumball spends more time with Penny, and Darwin begins to feel like he's pushed aside, and that stirs up feelings of jealousy and insecurity. But even as their bond is tested, it's clear that their relationship will never fall, even for some girl. While The Bros is about Gumball and Darwin's relationship, The Friend only focuses on Anais, and it starts with her throwing a party in the backyard, except there's no one there. there. The only guests are balloons with faces. It's supposed to be for laughs at first, but there's something off. Gumball and Darwin realize the truth. Anais doesn't have any friends. Feeling guilty and a bit shocked, they try to suggest that she should imagine a friend, hoping it'll lift their spirits. And after wishing for one and imagining it, what should have just been a dumb imaginary friend actually comes to life, and he's real, in their backyard. Anais is stunned, but also thrilled. And this guy's name is Chimera, and despite his looks, he turns out to be incredibly playful and kind. And for the first time, Anais actually starts to get a friend. But then things start to get a little out of hand. Nicole and Richard catch a news report about a strange creature spotted around town, supposedly breaking into people's homes. When they recognize Chimera on screen, they totally freak out, and not long after, Donut Cop and the sheriff show up at the house, ready to take down what they think is some dangerous monster. And that's when Chimera finally opens up. He tells them he's not just imagined by Anais. He was actually created a long time ago by a lonely old toy maker. After the toy maker had passed, Chimera was left on his own, wandering the world looking for someone to connect with. He's not dangerous, he's just really lonely. So they try to protect him from the cops, and even make an entire Home Alone-like setup, with slippery floors, swinging paint cans, tripwires, and everything. But the cops end up pushing through the defenses, and with no other way to get out, Chimera threatens to blow himself up with a Coke and Mentos bomb. But before anyone can stop it, a cop set it off by accident, and just like that, he's gone. Later that night, Anais sits in her room quietly. She lost her first friend, one who she thought she made in her imagination. But then she hears a sound. Slowly, piece by piece, Chimera puts himself back together, and he gently thanks her for being his friend. He says it's not goodbye forever, just for now. He promises to visit when he can, and then fades into the night. This episode focuses on Anais for once. Instead of being the usual brains of the episode, we get to see her as a real kid, lonely and wanting friends. But now, we gotta talk about the episode The Nobody. As they search their house, Gumball rambles about how secret doors are always hidden in the most unexpected places. Darwin thinks his idea is stupid until he happens to fall back into a hidden room, which just so happens to be the basement. In it, they find the culprit. Before they can ask him anything, he makes a run for it, so Gumball and Darwin chase him to the mall, causing complete chaos while trying to get him to stop. And he just gives up and explains that he's been living under their house because the Watersons were the only ones clueless enough not to notice.
Yeah, I meant why were you hiding in our house specifically?
'Cause you're the only people in this town thick enough not to notice. You guys had a whole room you didn't even know about.
Oh, you know what else is thick? Your mom's.
But he doesn't explain who he is. He just calls himself a nobody. Gumball and Darwin jokingly suggest he should become a villain, and that's when it all clicks. In a flashback, we see he's actually Rob. Yes, that Rob. He was in the void trying to get their attention, but they were too focused on saving Molly to even notice him. He barely escaped sneaking onto the back of the van, but was left disfigured and basically a nobody. Now, it's all coming back to him, and Rob declares himself their nemesis. Gumball and Darwin just kind of nod, actually proud that they gave him a purpose, and just walk away like it's another Tuesday. And this is when the Gumball and Rob arc really kicks off. Up until now, it had just been brewing in the background, not knowing his name or who he is. But after being forgotten and basically left in the void to rot, Rob finally remembers who he is, and he's done being ignored. He vows his revenge and promises to make Gumball feel exactly like he did, a nobody. And while Rob is lurking in the shadows, plotting his next big move, Gumball is dealing with something totally different in the Oracle. It all starts when the kids visit Banana Joe's family garage sale. While they're trying to buy some items, Banana Joe makes Gumball mad after he wants half a penny, and then half a dollar, and picks up a painting with him in it, just for it to be exactly like the scene they're in at that moment. They look through the rest of the paintings, each one being from famous moments in previous episodes. Except for one. This painting shows Gumball completely naked in the middle of a mall, surrounded by multiple other characters. From there, the whole episode, Gumball is determined to stop this embarrassing future from coming true. So he tries everything. He first refuses to go anywhere near the mall, but Nicole forces him. So he tries everything from having layers of clothes, tampering with the car, and even trying to close the mall. But no matter what he does, every decision only brings him closer to that exact scenario in the painting. By the end, he's stranded seated in the middle of the mall, almost naked, with everyone who is shown in the painting surrounding him. The painting was spot on, but back home, as he's processing what happened, Anais asks the question, would any of this have happened if he hadn't seen the painting in the first place? Did that actually change the future, or did it cause it? At the end, Banana Joe's mom, Barbara Banana, quietly finishes one last painting, but this one is different. Instead of being humiliating, it shows the Watersons trapped inside of the void, and just like that, it ends on a creepy note. Season 3's been dropping some weird hints that Elmore might not be as normal as it seems. I mean, it's not normal at all, but this time, it's showing that there's a lot of stuff in Elmore that's just not explained yet. Between Barbara Banana's creepy visualizations of the void, it seems like something bigger is happening under the surface. We don't get a full explanation or a clue on even what's going on till later. Until then, though, we jump into the episode The Money, and suddenly, the big threat isn't the end of reality. It's the Watersons going broke. The Watersons were about to pay for their meal at the Joyful Burger when Nicole's credit card gets declined. Turns out they're broke, and that Richard, quote, invested their money offshore. But really, he turned it into gold and chucked it into the ocean. Nicole almost hulks out in rage, but Richard's clueless charm somehow calms her down. With no money and no options, they all start sobbing, and Nicole tells them to drink their tears because it's all they can afford now. Then Larry offers them a job, starring in a Joyful Burger commercial. Joyful Burger is looking for a new family to star in their next commercial, and he thinks the Watersons are perfect. It's easy money, and all they have to do is smile and eat the food on camera. But Gumball is not having it. He refuses to let his family sell out because things got hard. He gives them this big, dramatic speech about pride, dignity, and staying true to yourself.
We're not gonna let ourselves be reduced to some cliches for a quick corporate buck. We're the Watersons, and we don't sell out.
What's that?
I symbolically burned it because I'm not allowed to use a real lighter. Wait, are you guys already convinced? I haven't even done my rant about how the little fish got together.
Surprisingly, it works, and they decline the offer. That night, reality hits hard though, with no food, power, or no clue what to do next. By the morning, the Repo Men have taken everything, including their furniture, car, and even the grass on their lawn. Gumball tries to lift their spirits with a song about imagination, but the family is over it. Their patience snaps, and they turn on him for costing them everything. Still clinging onto his pride, Gumball claims they don't need money. But then, the animation itself starts falling apart. Anais's mouth glitches, Darwin looks crudely drawn, and Gumball literally loses his color. Even the backgrounds start collapsing into storyboards and sticky notes.
When you don't have money, your whole world falls apart.
Realizing the show's animation is falling apart because they're broke, Nicole decides that sticking to their morals just isn't worth Elmore glitching out. So they make a dash to sign the Joyful Burger contract as everything starts breaking down around them. Once they finally sign it, everything goes back to normal, except for Gumball, who's still clinging onto his pride. But then Larry shows him the paycheck, and instantly the Watersons are fully animated again, rocking ridiculous 80s outfits and becoming cheesy in a Joyful Burger commercial. They sold out, but hey, at least they look good doing it.
Finally a place I can call home. Thank you, Joyful Burger.
Once again, Gumball's pride almost wrecks everything. Elmore, reality, and maybe the entire universe. He's totally against selling out. But when your world starts falling apart, sometimes you have to sacrifice your pride and accept just making an ad. Speaking of ads, this video is sponsored by you. Yeah, like and subscribe, because that's how you can support the channel without paying me a dime. But seriously, subscribe though, that was a threat. But this episode also showcases the behind the scenes of a Gumball episode. From their original design to storyboard, it gives us a look at the animation of Gumball and how they can actually mix 2D and 3D. That's a wrap on season 3. By now, the amazing world of Gumball had really started gaining momentum, and season 3 proved it was still evolving in all the best ways. This season took more creative risks than ever, blending absurd comedy with surprisingly heartfelt stories. The jokes got quicker, the animation got more ambitious, and the character development got deeper. Episodes like The Kids, The Nobody, and The Shell really made us think. and sometimes even felt a little emotional. After season 3, Gumball would return on July 7, 2015, with the episode The Return. I know, what a fitting name. It begins on the school bus, filled with students excited for their first day back at school. Except something feels off. After a few wrong guesses of where they're going, and Tobias getting roasted for his hat, they realize Gumball and Darwin aren't on the bus, and neither is Anais. Though, I guess they forgot about her.
There is something missing. It feels too nice.
Yeah, I've been wearing my new fresh hat for a whole 20 minutes and no one's made fun of it once.
Let me rectify that for you. I could see why you kept the label on.
I'd want a refund too.
First degree burn at best. Won't even leave a scar. Gumball would have come up with something way better.
Yeah, I can see that.
We're Gumball and Darwin!
At the Watterson house, Richard is in a dream, trying to wake the kids up, but when he wakes up, he realizes the dream is real. He overslept and the kids never made it to school. He rushes to their room only to find school supplies in their bed.
It's 7:30. You're gonna be late for your first day back. Mom left me in charge, and if I don't get you to school on time, she'll destroy me. Destroy you. Us. Me, you. Ah! Oh, it was a dream. It's not really 7:30. It's 8:30. Ah, you're late. Ah! Oh no, the kids have turned into school supplies.
In a panic, he jumps out of the window just to make sure it's not still a dream and calls Principal Brown, lying that the kids are homesick with the bubonic plague.
Hello, this is my wife speaking.
Whose wife?
Richard?
Mr. Watterson, what is it this time?
I'm just calling to say the kids won't be in this morning. They've got, fat heads.
Doesn't sound that bad. Send them in.
That was just the start of it. They've also got a cough, their skin is falling off, and they've got black lumps all over their arms.
That sounds like the bubonic plague.
Next, Nicole calls home from work to make sure she dropped the kids off. He pretends everything is fine, but quickly tries to retrace his steps to find out where he left them. After some confusion with Barbara Banana's car, he finally remembers he left them in a mall ball pit, but the ball pit was removed and was shipped overseas because it was sucking kids in. So Richard races to the harbor, jumping trucks and crashing through highways in full dad mode. He finds the crate containing the ball pit and tries to crack it open. Time is running out, so he steals a truck, hauls the container through town, literally smashing through buildings, just to get the kids to school on time. Finally, at Elmore Junior High, the crate busts open, launching hundreds of plastic balls. But thankfully, the kids go flying through the hallway. They land right outside just as Nicole pulls up. Oblivious to the chaos, she asks how their first day to school was, but they don't answer back due to all they went through.
Hi, kids. How was your first day back?
This episode gives us a rare look at Richard actually stepping up and being a parent. He's usually portrayed more as a fourth child. While Richard clearly struggles and gets things out of control, it shows that he genuinely cares and tries for his kids. While this gives Richard a rare moment in the spotlight, in The Nemesis, we switch back to the duo, Gumball and Darwin, with a familiar foe. Gumball and Darwin are walking around the neighborhood, talking about how Rob, in spite of previously declaring him as their sworn enemies, has failed to follow up on his threats. While this is happening, however, they don't notice Rob's attempts to annihilate them. Rob breaks and just confronts both of them, saying that he's given up on trying to get revenge. Unfortunately for Rob, Gumball and Darwin refuse to let him give up, proceeding to follow him around throughout the day. After hitching a ride on a bus and tagging along at the grocery store, Gumball decides what he needs is a villainous name, chasing him and Darwin to bombard Rob with ideas. Rob becomes so irritated that he snaps and destroys his groceries, though it wasn't in bad intent, and Gumball finally proposes the perfect new name for Rob, Dr. Wrecker.
Dr. Wrecker!
I like it. Gumball and Darwin decide to take Rob home to work on his voice, eventually modifying it to sound deep and British. Next, they assemble an outfit for him, which he reluctantly accepts. The two shell up with pride as they watch him practice his evil laugh and decide to throw him a celebration, announcing their intent to join him as his minions. Rob takes the whole thing the wrong way, gets all dramatic about it, and then disappears. Later that night, he shows up out of nowhere with a wild plan to blow up Elmore Dam and and drown the town in the process. Gumball and Darwin tag along, but totally unprepared. At the end of the dam, they're frantically yanking wires and pressing buttons, trying to stop the disaster with barely any time to spare. It's pure chaos, and things aren't looking good. But instead of the dam busting as expected, a soda can flies out and hits Gumball in the head. Gumball investigates to only find that the wires were actually connected to a vending machine, let alone the fact that there wasn't actually an Elmore Dam in the first place. It was actually the Elmore Auto Damage Repair Center.
Does Elmore even have a dam?
No.
On their way home, the three are dragging their feet, and Rob is clearly feeling down after his plan flopped. But just then, Gumball and Darwin notice one of Rob's old traps still rigged up nearby, so they purposely walk into it and get snagged, making Rob burst out laughing, making him feel like a villain again, and he leaves, leaving the two hanging upside down as they beg for their help. Here, we get to see Rob actually taking on the role as a villain that Gumball and Darwin gave him. He's not exactly great at it, but instead of ignoring him like before, they actually help him out, giving him a proper villain name and even playing along with his evil schemes. It's clear they don't realize him as an actual bad guy, just as someone who needs more of a part to play in Elmore. But what they don't realize yet is that Rob actually does want to get revenge, and this won't be the last time he shows up with something bigger planned. Now, we have to talk about the bus, which kicks off with Gumball trying to ditch school by stretching his face to look older. Spoiler, it doesn't work. On the bus, Rocky casually mentions that he doesn't actually have to take them to school, and suddenly the kids realize they're free. They vote to hit up a water park instead, but things get weird fast. Banana Bob tries and fails to pull a movie-style bus jump, and a group of, quote, criminals board the bus, who are very clearly just the kids' parents, and Principal Brown in disguise. Only Gumball notices, while the others fall for it and fake the hostage act.
Oh, come on, guys. It's obviously not about—
It's ticking! And masked strangers have taken over the bus!
A chase breaks out when they grab a suitcase of real money, and the bus barrels towards an airport. The kids finally unmask the, quote, criminals, and are shocked it was their parents all along, even though Gumball literally said it was them. It turns out that Rob was somehow behind it the whole time, turning their fake stunt into an actual heist. He tries to blow up the bus and escape with the crash. Gumball then fights him on the plane wing, but Rob tricks the cops into arresting Gumball until Principal Brown clears things up.
No, wait!
No, not him, the other one.
It's too late now. He's got away with the money.
Rob tries to flee with the money, but surprise, they actually switched it with a bomb briefcase, and it explodes, launching him straight into a cop car.
No, he hasn't. That's the money. It's got my teeth marks in it.
We got the money back. He got away, but my shift ends in 5 minutes, so shall we say case closed?
But if this is the money, doesn't that mean that Dr. Wrecker has the—
Their fight sets up how dangerous Rob is becoming, and how far he's willing to go to mess with Gumball's life. And this is just the beginning to something way bigger down the road, where Rob finally puts up a good fight. But next is the Origins Part 1 and 2, and these two episodes have a ton of lore and are two of my personal favorite episodes. And in this, we get to see Darwin's full origin story, how he went from a pet goldfish to Gumball's best friend and brother. We are in Nicole's perspective as she struggles to manage a hyperactive 4-year-old Gumball. She eventually finds Gumball in his room acting adorably innocent, making it hard for her to stay angry. Exhausted and sleep deprived, Nicole and Richard decide if they want to get Gumball a pet fish in hopes of calming him down. And they do get it, and Gumball decides to name the fish Darwin, and he quickly starts growing attached.
What? But that spells Japucks for us.
One morning, Darwin doesn't wake up. Nicole and Richard realize he's died. To avoid upsetting Gumball, Richard secretly buys him another fish. The cycle repeats several times, with Richard continuously replacing the dead Darwins. During the final attempt to replace Darwin, Richard visits the pet store, only to be told by Larry that the last two fish jumped out of the tank when they saw him. As he walks home, unsure of what to do next, Richard is approached by a man in a mysterious van, who offers him a very special fish.
It's just one thing. Whatever you do, don't get it wet.
It's a fish.
Wait, no, it was something else. Don't feed it after midnight.
But it's kinda always after midnight.
No, that wasn't it. It was something. Well, anyway, be careful. That fish is more special than it seems.
Richard gives Gumball this new special fish and goes right back to playing with him like nothing ever happened. But he quickly notices something is off. Darwin is different. He seems to understand what Gumball is saying and even copies his facial expressions. They start bonding, and when they reach out for each other, something clicks in their hearts. And then Darwin actually says Gumball's name. Gumball is super excited and rushes to show his parents, but Darwin tries to play it cool and act like a regular fish so that he can surprise him. And of course, that backfires, and Richard sees Darwin still lying still and thinks he's dead. As he's literally about to flush him down the toilet, Gumball jumps in just in time to stop it. But after Darwin unexpectedly jumps out of his bowl and startles Nicole and Richard, they accidentally knock Darwin into the toilet, flushing him away. In the very next episode, The Origins Part 2, it continues with the story from Part 1, and we see Darwin emerge from the sewer and end up in the ocean, where he meets the other fish. He asks for directions back home, but the fish tell him it's impossible for a fish to survive on land. Despite this, Darwin refuses to give up. He swims rapidly towards the surface and leaps onto the beach, but collapses, unable to breathe.
Anyway, thanks for showing me the way back to land.
Yeah, but fish can't survive on land.
I'll find a way. Love always finds a way.
You've said a lot of crazy things today. But that is by far the most stupid! You can't survive out of water!
Meanwhile, back at home, Gumball mourns over Darwin's loss. Richard and Nicole attempt to cheer him up, but Gumball insists that Darwin will return. At that moment, Darwin miraculously grows a heart and a pair of lungs, and this was because of his emotional bond with Gumball. After bidding farewell to the sea creatures, he begins his journey back home.
Buddy, I believe in you.
This journey isn't easy, as Darwin travels across deserts and valleys. He sings about his adventure, and as he goes further, he grows more and more tired, but soon sees that he's close to Elmore. He happily runs, but bumps into a rock and collapses. But Gumball still refuses to lose hope, saying that if he were with Darwin, he would kick him to keep moving. And out of nowhere, Darwin grows legs and feet, gains renewed strength, and begins running towards Elmore. Unfortunately though, he gets caught by pest control, thinking that he was a stray dog. By this point, Gumball is losing hope, assuming Darwin won't return. Darwin feels like Gumball is losing hope and forces himself to get up. With some encouragement from the other animals, he grabs the keys, unlocks the cages, and sets everyone free before heading out again. Back in Elmore, the Wattersons think Darwin is gone for good and decide to get a new pet. But right before Gumball finishes the adoption, he senses Darwin nearby and rushes out to find him, finally reuniting.
No, I can't! There's only one Darwin! He's here! Darwin's here! I can feel it! Gumball, wait! Gumball!
Seeing Darwin's feet all torn up, Gumball takes off his green shoes and gives it to him. The family welcomes Darwin as one of their own. He's about to tell the whole story, but both he and Gumball pass out from exhaustion. Nicole and Richard quietly smile, load them in the car, and head home as the episode wraps up. The next episode has a fitting name for a final episode of a season, and it's called The Disaster. This one starts like any other day in Elmore. The Wattersons are driving to the mall and singing.
On kids? Stop it with your yawning. It's a lovely morning.
We're off to buy some stuff at the Elmore Mall.
Saturdays are cool, 'cause we don't go to school. And I am gonna buy some donkey drool.
Sorry, that's all I have.
But they're not alone. In a mall parking lot, Rob meets the same man from the van who gave Richard Darwin, this time giving Rob a universal remote. He starts testing it, ejecting cash from ATMs, changing day to night, rewinding time, and going back to when he was in the void, watching how he was left behind, forgotten, and he was left all deformed. He rewinds and pauses time to tell Gumball himself that he will destroy him and everyone he loves. He unpauses it, but not before messing up the cars, and makes it look like Gumball caused a pileup.
Well, I won't ask you again.
But I'm just playing them.
I will destroy you and everyone you love.
I know. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Later at Laser Video, Rob messes with the subtitles that hurt Darwin and make him mad at Gumball. He disables the parental filters on Richard and Nicole, making them argue, and Anais chases them, who Gumball is trying to follow, but Rob darkens the screen and separates them all.
Your mother and I have come to an agreement. I'm getting a donut and she's getting a better husband.
What?
Gumball, please look after your sister. I have to go and de-ruin our lives.
Dad, wait!
Where are you going?
He managed to win Mom over once. Doing it again would be like nailing a backflip in high heels on a tightrope.
I'm supposed to be looking after you!
You will lose them all.
Anais, wait!
Eventually, time freezes, finally revealing himself. He tells Gumball how he will destroy everyone he loves, and that he never wanted to be a villain.
But how have you done this?
With this.
But why?
Wait up, this requires the right mood. You have only yourself to blame. You being the hero of all this means that I have to be the villain. But I never wanted to be the villain. I wanted to be the cute sidekick who gets his own plush toy in a spin-off show.
He's about to kick him into the void, but then a fight breaks out, trying to take the remote, but Rob gets it back and tosses Gumball towards the void. The batteries are dead, so he throws the remote into the void, making Gumball go after it. He manages to get him back, and it turns out the battery was messed up, and last second he presses rewind. The whole episode reverses itself and continues into the next season. Now, Season 5 dropped on September 1st, 2016, but it's really the next episode and the part 2 of the disaster, and it's called The Rerun. And in it, Gumball's reality is glitching again, but this time he remembers. He's back in the mall, reliving the disaster caused by Rob and his universal remote, only now he's aware of what's about to happen. It kicks off like just before. The Wattersons are singing on their way to Elmore Mall, but Gumball feels off. He's already seen this before, and when he tries to jump into Darwin and Anais's verse and gets it wrong, it sparks a vivid flashback of Rob's original timeline wrecking chaos. And right on cue, the family car crashes, but instead of arguing, Gumball just walks it off, already knowing how it's gonna play out. He convinces Darwin that Rob is going after him, and they both chase after him. Gumball tackles Rob, trying to stop him from zapping Nicole and Richard, but he accidentally rewinds them into babies. Gumball, Darwin, and Anais regroup, only to realize that if their parents are babies, they will no longer exist. First, it's Anais who disappears, and then Darwin literally shrivels up and dies. In this moment, he's put in an even worse situation than before, and right when they're about to fight for the remote again, this time, Gumball fights back and accidentally wins, wrestling the remote away and sending Rob into the void. But he goes in to save him, for some reason, but now is slowly starting to disappear. Inside the void, Gumball finds Rob, who insists he deserves to be here, but Gumball doesn't give up. Even as he fades away, he chases down Rob and throws him the remote. Finally, Rob has the chance to end it all, and all he had to do was press the power button, and Gumball would be no more.
Thank you.
Dagnabbit!
However, he can't do this and hits the rewind button. Both of them finally make up. However, in order to fix everything, Rob has to rewind everything back, destroying their friendship they've built. He goes all the way to the beginning of the disaster in the van and he smashes the remote before it even causes trouble. We get closure for Rob, growth for Gumball, a deeper sense of stakes, and a reminder that even in a cartoon world, actions, especially the ones we undo, still mean something. Gumball learned that fixing the past isn't just about undoing mistakes, but taking responsibility for them. And Rob, usually the villain, was showed that he was more than that. He made the selfless choice to reset everything, even if it meant just going back to being a bad villain. But next, in the choices, we get to see more lore about Nicole. It starts with Nicole struggling to cook a meal, while her family is either super unhelpful or outright disrespectful, only adding more anger. The chaos peaks when the food catches fire and Darwin sprays Nicole with whipped cream.
I got this!
She's about to lash out, but then suddenly time freezes from Nicole's perspective, and she wonders how her life came to this point and quickly determines that it was the day that she met Richard. We flash back to Nicole's childhood. Her parents are driving her to a karate tournament, and despite her A's, her mom nags her for having an F, even though it was literally just her gender. Well, her dad gets so mad in traffic that he punches the car, sending the engine flying. With 5 minutes left, Nicole ditches the car and runs. She avoids wet poured cement and takes a different route through the park. Along the way, she ignores younger versions of Banana Bob, Harold, Mr. Small, Sal Left Thumb, and so many more characters. And when she's lost, she stumbles upon a young Richard, literally stuck in a log asking for help.
And that's when I saw him.
A little help, please.
Back in the present, Nicole wonders what if she had made different choices. First, she imagines plowing through the cement, making it to the tournament, and becoming a wildly successful, power-hungry dictator in the future, until she's overthrown. Then, she imagines dating Banana Bob, but his non-stop banana singing drives her insane. Next, she tries a future with Harold, but it ends up with her setting his house on fire. Mr. Small's path ends up with her dying. After going through all this, she realizes that the only person she ever could have had in her life is Richard. We return to the flashback, where Nicole helps Richard, who says people already like her, especially him.
But lots of people already like you.
Really? Like who?
She misses the tournament, but Richard cheers her up and tells her maybe you should start living your life. So she does. In this episode, we see where Nicole came from, how much pressure she was under, and how her whole life was about success and approval. But in the end, it remains that real happiness doesn't come from being perfect or winning. It comes from the people who stick by you. Nicole didn't choose the best life on paper. She chose the one that made her feel loved, seen, and free. It's about letting go what could have happened and accepting what is. Next, in the copycats, the Wattersons stumble upon a knockoff family that copies everything they do. While at the supermarket, Gumball and Darwin stumble upon a new exotic food section and begin sampling the items and talking about how odd they are. And as they walk by, another pair of siblings named Chi-Chi and Ribbit approach the same section. They proceed to go word for word, bar for bar, saying what Gumball and Darwin say, leading to a brief face-off that ends up with all four of them gagging from the weird food. Later, Gumball and Darwin complain to their family about the doppelgangers. At first, Nicole and Richard dismiss their concerns, explaining that everyone has a lookalike somewhere. However, they soon spot the entire family of the Wattersons lookalikes driving an identical car near them on the road. Doppelganger family perfectly imitates the Wattersons' reactions, distracting them and causing the real Wattersons to crash. Gumball investigates further and discovers that the imitators are TV stars in China, starring in a show called The Incredible World of Chi-Chi. The Wattersons initially mock the poor translations on the character bios of the show's website, and laugh at the fact that Anais doesn't have one.
Oh, here's my doppelganger, Chi-Chi. This goat is attention of the center.
In my
why do you want to trust him with lunch? What's that? Yes, he is determined.
However, the mood shifts when they realize that the family has been profiting from copying the Wattersons' lives, while they themselves continue to struggle financially. When Richard accidentally knocks over the couch, the doppelgangers do the exact same. So the Wattersons once again confront their doppelgangers. What starts as a calm talk quickly turns into a full-on fight, with each Watterson matched because they're copying one another. Except for Anais, because they don't like daughters in China. But after they fight, Anais calls for a truce, guessing that the copycats are just super fans and are trying to flatter them. The family tries to set a better example by singing a motivational song about being their own you.
What you are doing is straight up criminal.
So just try.
Be your own you! Be your own you!
But this backfires instantly, and the copycats post their own version, plus a reaction video. With no other options, Anais suggests that they start living so recklessly that the copycats can't keep up. The next day, the Wattersons go wild, pulling stunts, taking risks, and doing a bunch of crazy things. But somehow, the copycats survive everything. So the Wattersons hijack a fuel truck and drive at full speed towards an unfinished bridge.
Am I the only one who understands what it means to go one step further than almost?
We go slower?
Just before it flies off, Anais unhooks the hook from the tank in a fiery explosion, and Nicole slams the brakes just in time. But since the other family doesn't have an Anais of their own, they can't stop the truck in time, and end up plunging straight into the unfinished bridge. By the next day, the incredible world of Chi-Chi is gone from the internet. Gumball and Darwin proudly declare themselves irreplaceable, right before glitching mid-sentence and getting new voices. After this episode aired, Miracle Star, the show Gumball was clearly roasting, ended up getting cancelled. It only had 12 episodes and scored a brutal 1.3 out of 10 on IMDb. The Copycats was the perfect way to call out the knockoffs, while also sending a message about being original. And it did it all in the funniest way possible. Not only did we get the end of Miracle Star, but we also got a big shift for Gumball itself. The moment in the episode where Gumball and Darwin's voices glitched and changed, the reason for that happening was their actual voice actors changing. Jacob Hopkins and Terrell Ransom Jr. had aged out their roles, so Nicholas Cantu, most notable for having beef with Dream, and Donnell Hansley Jr., with his most recent role in BMF, stepped in. They pick up right where their old voices left off, saying one last goodbye to the old ones and welcoming in the new. But the Gumball lore only continues. In The Matchmaker, Darwin opens the episode with a sad song called Without You, in which he talks about his feelings for someone. Gumball finds him staring at a photo on his computer and assumes it's Terry, and immediately ropes Carrie into him playing matchmaker.
Yeah, but still, would you help me make her fall in love with Darwin?
Well, it depends. Who's the her in this conversation?
Terry! Darwin's into Terry.
Oh, really? I see.
I know! Weird, right? I thought he was into you, but nope, it's definitely Terry. There's photographic evidence if you want to see it. Look! 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 See? It's her! It's Terry! Look at it! Can you see? Look! 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 You're not looking!
Carrie agrees, though she's secretly heartbroken, as we saw in Halloween. There was something between the two, but nothing ever really happened. She goes along with it in order to sabotage Darwin and Terry's relationship. First, they try tricking Terry into a fake quarantine, but Carrie sabotages it. Then, Gumball pushes Darwin to confess his feelings, which only makes things more awkward. At the library, Gumball's next plan is to marry Darwin and Terry online. That's when Carrie finally cracks. She admits she's been ruining the plans because she's in love with Darwin, and Gumball fully sympathizes with her, but tells her that Darwin's moved on. Heartbroken, Carrie agrees to help for real this time, and brews a love potion using Darwin's shoe and a piece of Terry in her own hair. After they brew the potion, Gumball dips an arrow in it and shoots both Darwin and Terry, and just like that, they fall in love. But when Gumball thinks he did the right thing, he realizes that the photo wasn't of Terry, but of course it was Carrie, and she just didn't show up in the image because, well, she's a ghost. So Gumball and Carrie scramble to break Darwin and Terry up, using everything from wedding invites to cooties, but nothing works. It wasn't until Darwin sees Carrie cry that it breaks him free from the spell, and they both share a sweet kiss. Finally, after almost 4.5 years, Darwin and Carrie's shippers finally get the moment they'd been waiting for. It was always about Gumball and Penny, but now Darwin finally found his own partner, and from here, things only get better. Just as everything starts to look up for Darwin, though, Gumball finds himself in a very different situation, having to break up with Rob. In the X, Gumball and Penny are on a casual date at Elmore Mall when Gumball spots his nemesis, Rob. He instantly gets way too excited, revealing that he actually talks about Rob a lot, which makes sense because I'm sure Gumball's just fueling his ego off that. Anyways, then Gumball receives what he thinks is a threatening message from Rob, only to find out it was actually meant for Banana Joe. Turns out, Rob's officially done with being Gumball's nemesis. He's moved on to hate someone else. The whole thing plays out like a breakup, awkwardly while Penny is just standing right there. The next day, Rob drops off a box of Nemesis stuff at Gumball's door, symbolizing the end. Gumball is crushed. In an attempt to win Rob back, he blasts a song that he used to hate, but Rob doesn't care. Just like that, their long-standing rivalry is over. Rob shifts his efforts to Banana Joe, setting up elaborate traps, exploding burgers, and over-the-top contraptions. You know, the stuff he would do to Gumball. But Gumball keeps showing up and sabotaging every single one. He even puts on a banana suit to provoke Rob into hating him again, only to get served a cease and desist letter from Banana Joe for infringing on his banana brand.
Oh, come on! That joke was terrible! Fine, you want me to go full Banana Joe? Cause I'll do it!
Gumball Watterson, you've been served.
Apparently making terrible jokes, jumping around and replacing song lyrics with the word banana is a breach of intellectual property rights. Ay caramba.
Running out of ideas, Gumball, definitely not stealing Penny's idea, decides to pretend to be Rob's friend and help him take down Banana Joe. But instead of helping, he completely ruins it, booby-trapping the whole house, sending Tobias flying instead, and flashing his camera, accidentally warning Banana Joe and ruining the trap. Finally, Rob snaps, screaming that Gumball is the most annoying person he's ever met. And while Gumball just smiles, knowing he got his nemesis back. And just like that, they're enemies again. And Gumball apologizes to Penny for, you know, being a bad boyfriend the whole episode.
Smooth things over with Penny as well. I couldn't find any cards that said, sorry I spent all this time ignoring you because I was trying to get some dude to hate me.
So what did you do? Thank goodness, I couldn't breathe in there.
Yeah, I couldn't find any balloons either.
The whole reason Rob probably wanted to leave Gumball alone was because during the rerun, they had made peace. Rob even helped save the world, but after his rewound time, Gumball forgot everything that happened. So Rob is the only one who remembers. So by the time this episode rolls around, Gumball's clueless behavior reopens the wounds, reigniting Rob's hatred and restarting their rivalry once again. But next, we gotta talk about the puppets, where Gumball and Darwin are cleaning out their attic for a garage sale, and they come across toys from when they were younger. First is their digital pet, and then the almighty Flies toy, and finally, a pair of puppets named Frank and Howdy. Gumball says it's time to grow up and let them go, but Darwin decides to keep the puppets anyway. He even makes promises through them, promising that they'll run forever and that he'll never take them off his hands. At the bus stop, Darwin still has the puppets on. Howdy flirts with Rocky, which distracts him while driving the school bus and causes a crash. At lunch, Darwin hides the puppets under the table, but they overhear Gumball making fun of Rocky and get offended. They start insulting Gumball through Darwin, leading to an argument between the brothers. Gumball finally leaves after smacking Darwin with his meat from his sandwich. Hey yo, pause! At home, Darwin is bathing with the puppet still on his hands. Gumball hears him talking and comes in. After realizing Darwin is still using the puppet, Gumball pulls them off and throws them in the trash. Darwin is upset. That night, Frank and Howdy climb out of the trash, bring back Grady, and sneak into the house. They destroy Gumball's game console, then confront the boys. When Gumball asks why Darwin took them back, Frank says Darwin made a promise. Gumball tells Darwin to stop playing along, but the puppets say it's too late. Gumball reluctantly puts on Grady to go after Darwin. Wearing Grady puts Gumball into a puppet world. He and Grady search through a strange environment filled with past imaginary characters. They find Darwin in a house, stuck in a loop playing games with Frank and Howdy before they sing a song about having fun. It's repetitive and draining, and when Gumball tries to get out, Grady betrays him. The puppets reveal it was all a setup, and now they want both of them to play. Gumball and Darwin are forced to do all the things they used to make the puppets do. Fighting, eating gross things, wearing itchy costumes, but eventually, Darwin spots a string on Grady's arm and pulls it. He also rips Frank and Howdy apart. The puppets scream as the world collapses. Back in the real world, Gumball and Darwin are sitting outside during the yard sale. Nicole asks if it's okay to get rid of their old toys. They say yes, and then Grady attacks Billy. The boys quickly respond, yeah, pretty sure.
Sure you're okay with me giving away your old toys?
Yeah, pretty sure.
What really makes the puppet stand out is how it's completely different from a typical Gumball episode, in the best way possible, thanks to the collaboration from Becky Solon and Joseph Pelling, the minds behind Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, a series that looks like a harmless kids show, but dives into creepy territory, unpacking themes like creativity, time, and control with dark humor and unsettling twists. Solon and Pelling co-wrote this episode and designed the puppets, Frank, Howdy, and Grady, bringing that same offbeat, handmade weirdness into Gumball's world. It may feel strange or even off-putting at first, but that's the point. It just shows how far the creators are willing to go to tell a story in a new and completely unexpected way. But now, we're finally at the last episode of Season 5, The List, when Gumball and Darwin notice Nicole looking kind of weird while looking through some old stuff. They get curious, and it turns out she's reading an old bucket list she made when she was 16, full of dreams she never got to chase. So the boys decide to help her by doing her chores, but they accidentally grab the dream list instead. Close enough, right? First up, earn a degree. Naturally, they buy a fake online diploma in hostilic medicine. They ride marathon runners to run a marathon, beatbox while pretending to construct an orchestra, and invent the stump butler, a log with a face and suit. And for some reason, it actually makes them rich. Then they give all the money away to a homeless man, only for him to get buried in it. They fight a monk with a frying pan, drag a dolphin onto land, and climb a literal mountain of trash. Each stunt checks off another box. Finally, Nicole catches up to them and realizes they've been working through her old list. She's a bit embarrassed, but Darwin gently reminds her it's never too late to live a dream. To cap it off, they take her on a world tour, using Elmore maps, zooming from the beach to Tokyo to space and back. She's touched by the whole thing, until she hands them the actual to-do list. Chores still need doing.
See the world? Check! Thank you for that. Guess you're never too old to learn something new. Here, I have something for you, too.
What is it?
The list of chores you agreed to.
This one's all about gratitude. Nicole gave up a lot for her family, and the boys' chaotic effort to make her dreams come true reminds us that saying thank you doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be from the heart. Premiering January 5th, 2018, the first episode of Season 6 finally dropped, giving us our first look at baby Anais and her introduction into the family. The rival begins with a flashback where Nicole is in labor, and the Watersons rush to the hospital to deliver Anais. As Nicole struggles, Richard tries to help her while Gumball and Darwin, then ages 6 and 8, excitedly imagine how great it will be to have a baby sister.
I, for one, cannot wait to meet our new little sister.
I know, right? It'll really improve our game of knights and princesses. And having a sister will make us better listeners.
Exactly. And having a sister will make us better listeners. Plus, we look cool when we protect her from bullies. Okay, maybe not.
With time running out, Richard drives directly through the hospital building. When the car exits, Anais has been born. On the drive home, Gumball and Darwin are overjoyed to meet Anais, but she quickly reveals a sinister side by throwing them both out of the car onto wet concrete.
Boys, say hello to your little sister.
Anais! Huh? Look at her. She's so sweet, she's giving me cavities.
Dude, I think you had a little accident.
It's just my heart melting.
At home, the boys begin to question her hostile nature while watching a nature documentary about violent animal siblings. Darwin suggests Anais might be scared, and then try to show her love. When they visit her, she shows them drawings with their skeletons buried under flowers, implying her dark intentions. Trying to bond with Anais, Gumball and Darwin play hide and seek, but end up on a freeway nearly hit by a truck. Back home, Anais frames them for the vandalism and mistreatment, crying on cue as Nicole and Richard walk in.
Hey, what's that? No one loves you. Signed, Gumball and Darwin. Ugh, I would never write something like that. No one loves you. Well, yeah, that's more like it.
What is going on here?
Nicole assures the boys are still loved, but Anais quietly declares war. Her attacks escalate from exploding candles to booby traps, including a bath and a toy car bomb. At breakfast, she glares at them while offering a paper bag filled with bees. Gumball nearly gives up, but Darwin reminds them that Anais is still a baby. That night, they try to mail her to a dog food factory, but she was never in the box. When a garbage truck hauls it away, they chase it, believing she's inside. Gumball goes through literal hell to find out the box was only empty, but Anais appears and nearly pushes them into the fire. Then she says her first words. Gumball did it. And then Nicole and Richard charge in with Anais happier than ever.
Oh my gosh, her first words! Yes, Gumball, it's me! She's trying to say my name! Yes?
Gumball did it!
Huh?
This episode explores the early days of Anais' life and how her chaotic relationship with Gumball and Darwin began. It shows how, from the moment she arrived as a baby, Anais was far more clever and dangerous than anyone expected. Gumball and Darwin's attempts to bond with her quickly spiraled into a one-sided war, setting the tone for their lifelong dynamic and rivalry. But next, in The Father, we get more bonding with Richard and his father Frankie. Frankie shows up to the Wattersons' house, where Richard enthusiastically greets him for Vermin Man's Day. The family, Richard, Nicole, the kids, Granny Jojo, and Louie celebrate with a bizarre ritual involving a song, dance, and burning a wooden figure that looks suspiciously like Frankie. Richard believes it's an old tradition started by the Pilgrims abandoned by their dads, but Frankie realizes Jojo invented it to distract Richard from remembering the day he was abandoned. He apologizes and leaves, feeling guilty.
Mom said it started when the Pilgrims first came to this land and they were all abandoned by their deadbeat father. You know, the British.
No, son. I think it was probably invented by your mom, because she can't stand me.
I invented it to distract our son from remembering the date you walked out on us. And yes, because I can't stand you.
I'm sorry, Richard. I shouldn't have come. I can't make up for what I've done to you.
The next day, Richard is depressed about his absent father. The kids try cheering him up with music and food, but nothing works. They take him cloud watching, but every cloud just reminds him of Frankie. Out of options, the kids encourage Richard to talk about his dad and focus on building a future with him, rather than dwelling on the past. Richard and Frankie start bonding with activities like playing catch, shaving, and fishing, but each moment is ruined by Frankie's criminal behavior, including theft, trespassing, and using Richard in a getaway car. Eventually, Richard gets fed up with it and storms off. And Frankie is confused, until Richard explains he wants a real connection, not crime.
Okay, I think that's enough.
What? What did I do wrong?
It's no good. I thought this would be a father and son bonding thing. You know, we talk about life.
Oh, that's cool. Let's do that now.
That would be nice. Okay, so life. Life is like 15, 20 years, but you can be out in 10 with good behavior.
Finally, Frankie opens up, saying he never wanted Richard to end up like him, and praises him for being a better parent. Richard says he's improved because of the kids and urges Frankie to do the same. They talk a little bit, and it gets revealed that Richard may have inherited a bit of his dad's pickpocketing skills after all. This episode digs into the roots of Richard's issues with abandonment and shows his relationship with his dad, Frankie. It's a rare moment of vulnerability for Richard, who usually acts childish and carefree. But here, we see the emotional cost of growing up without a father figure. In the end, both Richard and Frankie confront their past, making amends and a commitment to do better. It's a story about second chances, owning your mistakes, and how love and growth don't always come from perfect people, but from the effort to be better than before. But let's move on to the parents, where the Wattersons meet Nicole's parents, Danielle and Mary, and invite them to stay. Nicole is not happy because she hasn't talked to her parents in ages, and for a good reason. Nicole blames her parents for pushing too hard, literally naming her doctor and dressing her in suits as a baby, and on top of that, cramming every single possible activity into her life. Her mom Mary says Nicole was difficult too, holding up a Mother's Day painting of thumbs down as proof. Her parents insist they just wanted her to succeed. They hit back by accusing Nicole of anger issues, smashing a car, sending a kid to the hospital, and stealing their car to see Richard, which got them sued. Then Mary insults Richard for not having a job. Nicole says she got them off to have a fresh start, and when Nicole brings up how they missed her wedding, the fight continues to spiral until no one even remembers why it started. But in a last-ditch effort, Gumball starts singing a song, and this song somehow makes them make up, and they hug for the first time in decades.
Nicole, I don't want to hear your excuses. I just want you guys back.
In this season, we see that not only Nicole, but Richard didn't grow up in a loving household, with siblings they care about, or with parents who are as chill as them. For Richard, it's subtle. He brushes everything off with jokes or food, but moments like this reveals he understands what it's like to feel unwanted. And for Nicole, we finally see all the pressure her parents have been putting her under. But this episode doesn't just unpack the pain, it lets her begin to heal. And by the end, she doesn't need an apology. She just needs her parents to show up. And for once, they do. It's messy, but it's a start. But next, we gotta talk about the transformation, where Penny asks Gumball to help her with a serious family matter. Of course, being the great boyfriend he is, Gumball shows up to the Fitzgerald's house to help Penny with whatever she needs. No one answers the door though, so he decides to sneak in through the backyard. But that ends in disaster. He hops over the wrong fence, activates sprinklers, throws the cake and his clothes over the fence, then climbs over, only for his clothes to get shredded in Patrick's wood chipper. And to make it even worse, his underwear sags on the fence and flies off, leaving him naked under a spotlight in front of the whole Fitzgerald family.
Wrong backyard! Who's there? Oh no! Man, my clothes! What the?
I think that offers perspective. You think you're all wrong and you're right typical, kid.
Patrick, Judith, good evening.
Cut to dinner, and now Gumball is wearing a borrowed Santa suit. Completely humiliated. As the real conflict begins, Patrick is furious that Penny stopped wearing her shell, even though the last time I checked, that was 3 seasons ago. But whatever. He sees it as an embarrassment, and it breaks from the family tradition. Penny argues that it caused her emotional distress, and that being herself shouldn't be shameful. Her mom, Judith, is calm but firm. She thinks that keeping the shell means respect for their heritage. Patrick and Penny each tell dramatic stories, stories. Gumball's stuck in the middle and is forced to pick a side. So he buys his time by telling his own story, and then another, and then another. First, each story gets more layered and ridiculous, ending in the same standoff. Two characters waiting for the other to change. Finally, Penny has had enough. She points out that telling the same story from different angles doesn't change anyone's mind. Patrick, to everyone's surprise, agrees. They've all been repeating the same arguments, just louder, so they decide to let it go. They don't agree, but understand each other a little better. And just as they go to thank Gumball for helping patch things up, he's already sprinting down the street in his Santa suit, desperate to escape another family meltdown.
Maybe we just need to agree to disagree.
Yeah, it's like riding a three-legged horse. It won't be a smooth ride, and it will definitely hurt your butt. But at least it still goes somewhere.
Wow, that was really smart, Gumball, using those stories to show us how...
For Penny, leaving her shell wasn't just a look, it was about her way of being real. But Patrick never fully accepted it, quietly holding on to old traditions. Still, after a night of stories, arguments, and weird metaphors, they managed to meet in the middle. Patrick doesn't change overnight, but he finally agrees with Penny on something, solving their long feud that lasted for seasons. But in the next episode, The Future, things get weird, fast. Barbara Banana paints a new portrait of herself, painting that very picture, with a shadowy figure looming behind her. It's Rob, and he kidnaps her without a word. A week later, Banana Joe is putting up missing posters for his mom. Gumball and Darwin try to help, but mostly just mess things up. Joe is used to Barbara vanishing. Once she was gone for a week and turned up in the ceiling fan, but this time it feels different. So the trio sets off to find her.
Then there was the time we found her playing a chicken in the TV show.
Wow, I knew she could paint the future, but I didn't know she can act.
It was more of a musical act. Where is she?
Don't worry, buddy. We will find your mom.
Joe explains that his mom was once totally normal, but after getting overworked by Mr. Chanex, she hit a breaking point, and that's when the vision started. Ever since, she's been painting glimpses of the future, most of them eerily accurate. The boys decide that to find her, they need to think like her, which means doing everything totally randomly. Meanwhile, Rob has Barbara tied up in a warehouse, forcing her to paint the future. But the images are too cryptic. Barbara secretly adds clues for the boys, but Gumball and the crew are way too deep in their random mindset to get it. Eventually, Barbara paints one last canvas, and it becomes a literal portal that the boys drop right into the warehouse.
Gumball.
Rob. Name.
A battle breaks out. Rob starts using Barbara's powers to warp reality itself. Darwin and Joe get knocked out, and Gumball's left alone. Rob declares he needs to know the future to save Elmore, but Gumball grabs a painting of Rob and erases him out of existence with a paintbrush. Barbara and Joe reunite, but Gumball, feeling guilty, asks her to paint Rob back. She agrees, sort of. She paints him into a void-like painting, saying there is no future, and then the screen glitches to static, and the final flicker is Superintendent Evil's face. This episode digs deep into Rob's motivations. Turns out he doesn't just want revenge, he's desperate for control over what's coming. It also reveals more about Barbara Banana's powers, showing that she might not just see the future, she can alter it. The ending hits hard. There is no future. This isn't just a creepy line, it sets the tone for what's coming. This pulls back the curtains on Rob's desperation, not for power, but for control over something even scarier, the unknown. He's not just trying to change his fate, he's fighting against being forgotten. And in doing that, we get a deeper glimpse into Barbara Banana, whose visions are more than just weird paintings. things. They're a roadmap for the show's bigger picture. But now, let's skip to the season finale, the Inquisition. It starts with chaos. Principal Brown bursts into the teacher's lounge, totally panicked that the superintendent is coming. And not just any superintendent. When he arrives, we see why everyone is freaking out. He's a live-action human, towering and grim. He calls himself Superintendent Evil. He declares the school is too weird, too cartoony, so he tries to fix it by stripping away everything that makes Elmore Elmore.
I am here to correct your outlandish behavior. Any questions regarding my methods will also be severely punished. This school is diseased, and I'm the medicine. Any questions? Very good. Looking forward to working with you.
Things go south quick. Terry loses her face, Ellen is forced into a realistic human body, Masami bursts mid-transformation, warning that Gumball and Darwin are next. One by one, their classmates get turned into creepy, uncanny valley versions of themselves. Even Rocky and Juke transform in strange sci-fi pods. Superintendent Evil tells Gumball and Darwin that he's almost finished. The boys escape and realize the only way to stop this is being as weird and cartoonish as possible. So they do this, goofing around with Banana Joe, embracing Sussy's weirdness, and even kissing Sarah by accident while trying to find Penny. And it works. Their classmates slowly start reverting back. Eventually, everyone's restored, just in time for Superintendent Evil to corner them again.
What do you think you're...
Putting an end to your nonsense!
We'll see about that.
This fight? Really?
Take him down.
But he slips on Banana Joe's peel, and then the students pull his face off, revealing it's Rob. He says he wasn't trying to hurt anyone, but he was trying to save them. Something's coming, and changing Elmore was the only way to prepare. But before he can explain, Tina knocks him out, and then things get darker. That night, Rob wakes up in the school alone, and the ground begins to crack beneath him.
Why did they stop me? Transformation is the only chance they have of escaping to the other place when this world... Oh no.
This episode ties everything together. Rob's arc, Barbara Banana's visions, the void, but somehow it still leaves us on the biggest cliffhanger imaginable. But that marked the final episode of season 6, and the final episode of The Amazing World of Gumball. But now we have the new series, The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball. So if you want to watch that, click here. Or probably, I don't know. I have to end this video right now though, so we can end it exactly 2 hours. Larry Needlemeyer has hundreds upon hundreds of jobs. He's literally keeping Elmore alive. Without him, the entire town of Elmore would fall apart overnight. But with this many jobs, how much money is Larry really making? Is he secretly a millionaire, quietly stacking cash while pretending to be your average employee? Or is he actually drowning in debt, taking on every job in Elmore just to stay afloat? Well, today we're gonna find out, not just how much he's earning, but how he can do all these jobs at once. But let's start by finding out exactly how many jobs he's had. And we see his first job in the first episode of Gumball, where Larry is just your average video store clerk at Laser Video. A few episodes later, he pops up as a cashier at Food and Stuff. Then suddenly, he's behind the counter at the gas station, and flipping burgers at Joyful Burger. After that, things really start to spiral. He's selling shoes, running the tech section at Ripley 2000, working retail at Elmore Shopping, managing a pizza place, dressing up as Mall Santa, and he even shows up at another convenience store. And it just keeps going. He drives an ice cream truck, handles pest control.
It's just that Larry was in charge of pest control.
Works as a mechanic, does accounting for the police.
Larry also worked as the police force accountant.
Works at the movie theater, runs a hot dog stand, and manages a play center for some reason. He works at the Bank of Elmore, serves tables at dinner, helps out the local pet store. He works as a 911 operator.
Hello, 911. Hello?
And somehow, in the middle of that, he found time to be a genetic engineer and create his own custom animal. To top it all off, he also works at the town's eco-grocery store, organic and stuff, and serves tea and stuff. Altogether, with all those jobs I mentioned, that's about $1,708,000 a year if he's working full-time. But in the menu, Larry says he can't afford to lose his job, because he still has 37 others.
I can't lose this job! I only have 37 others!
So either Larry has lost count of how many jobs he has, or he's lying to keep how much he's really made a secret. But in the same episode, it turns out that there are 22 Joyful Burgers in Elmore, all of which Larry seems to work at. Anywhere the Wattersons are, he follows. So Larry could realistically be managing, cooking, cleaning, and cashiering at every single location, sometimes all in the same day. If each of those restaurants each require those 4 positions, that's already 88 potential roles just from Joyful Burger alone. And if he's pulling double or even triple shifts, especially considering how he's often seen running the place by himself, then his work and paycheck multiplies fast. And that doesn't even cover everything else. Each store needs a janitor, stocker, maintenance, customer service desk, and more. If Larry's covering even half of those roles across multiple stores, that's easily over 100 more jobs on top of what he's already doing. And when you throw in all the other places he randomly pops up at, Larry could easily be juggling thousands of jobs. No wonder why Elmore would fall apart if Larry ever quit. He's literally the backbone of the entire town, which really makes you wonder, how does one guy manage to juggle so many jobs? Well, in the episode The Nobody, when Gumball and Darwin try to give Rob examples of who he can be in Elmore to help him find his identity, we see characters like Rocky, Banana Joe, and Larry himself. But not just one Larry, we see multiple of them, all with different outfits for different jobs. From cashier to mechanic to pizza and even burgers, Larry just passes by himself like it's a normal Tuesday, which it might be since it's Elmore. However, for the sake of this video, we're gonna assume that Larry can't actually spawn multiple of himself. But we really find out how Larry actually balances so many jobs in the episode The Schooling, where Larry lets Gumball and Darwin take over his massive to-do list during his once-a-year 5-minute break. At first, they think it'll be easy, but it quickly turns into total chaos. They're scrubbing disgusting gas station bathrooms, dealing with insane customers, delivering pizzas to impossible places, and even getting trampled on Black Friday. What seemed like a simple favor turns into the worst 5 minutes of their lives. As they go to each job, they keep popping up in completely different locations, from Joyful Burger to movie theaters and even pet stores. So Larry could possibly be going job to job, teleporting around Elmore at lightning speed. It would explain how he could be dealing with Richard in one job, while also dealing with Gumball in another. He has the ability to slow time and work at multiple places at once. If this is the case, it's 100% possible for Larry to be taking on multiple roles for each job. Since Elmore is in California, if Larry clocked his full-time hours for every job he took on, he'd be making way more than your average paycheck. If Larry somehow worked at all 88 jobs at the 22 Joyful Burger locations, 40 hours a week at $20 an hour, he'd be making around $70,400 every week. That's $3.6 million a year just from Joyful Burger, and that's only for single shifts. If he was doing double shifts, that jumps to $7,322,000 a year. And that's not even counting all the other places where he could work at multiple locations, like Ripley 2000, the gas station, convenience stores, the bank, and all the rest of his jobs. So counting everything, if he was doing double shifts and overtime like we frequently see him do, he could be making tens of millions of dollars per year. That's 100 times what someone would think Larry's making. On the surface, he looks like your typical, underpaid, overworked employee just trying to survive. Larry might not just be getting by, he could be secretly making millions. But is Larry really hiding his fortune from all of Elmore, acting like your average hard worker with multiple jobs? Because that's how Gumball sees Larry, and maybe everyone else in Elmore. Well, the idea of Larry secretly being rich is pretty cool, and would give Larry some interesting lore if he was really hiding his money. It's actually possible that Larry is completely broke. Yes, the guy who makes $7 million a year just from Joyful Burger is going broke. How is that even possible? Well, in the episode The Finale, Larry finally explains where all of his money actually goes. In this episode, the Wattersons realize that their actions have consequences, and are slammed with an $800,000 bill for all the damage they did to Elmore.
Here's your half of the bill for the reconstruction work.
Before they even have a chance to process it, Principal Brown appears and says Gumball and Darwin have to start over from kindergarten, and then Richard is threatened to go to jail for years of unpaid fines. Everything comes crashing down, and if they don't figure it out, they can lose their house. Gumball, Darwin, and Richard scramble to fix it all in one single day, but they might have gotten the wrong idea of fixing it, because in the end, they end up hijacking a school bus, crashing into the Fitzgerald's house, just eventually to get arrested. Meanwhile, Nicole and Anais try to do things the right way, through the legal system, but it immediately backfires when they're buried under a mountain of unsolved offenses. Out of options, they resort to apologizing to everyone they've ever wronged, starting with the one person who's constantly taken the fall for all their chaos, Larry. Instantly, he's not having it. Larry explains that every time he even talks to a Watterson, something terrible happens, and it always hits his wallet.
Every time you guys mess something up, I have to pay for it out of my own wages.
And in this episode alone, that damage adds up to a staggering $101,435,000. Poor Larry is drowning in debt, and juggling dozens of jobs to keep up with the damage the Wattersons left behind. And if you've seen my video, How Much Is Gumball Cost Elmore, you'd know if Larry even works twice as hard, he still wouldn't come close to paying off Gumball's insane amounts of damage he's done to Elmore. Larry's mentioned before that the constant, low-level fear of not being able to pay rent is what keeps him going. He says that maybe if he had just stuck to school, maybe things would have turned out differently. It was supposed to be the big finale, the movie that wrapped up one of Cartoon Network's most beloved shows. But after 5 years of delays and complete silence from the creators, the Gumball movie has officially fallen into development hell. But what happened? And why hasn't there been any new official Gumball content for the past 6 years? To understand how we got in this horrible situation, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. The idea of the Gumball movie popped up back in October 2015, when creator Ben Boclet mentioned in an interview that he'd love to turn the series into a full feature-length film. At the time, it seemed pretty promising that we would actually get the Gumball movie that we'd all been hoping for, since the show was getting more viewers per episode than ever before. But they couldn't have been more wrong. Nearly a year later, Ben Boclet mentioned that he'd be leaving the show after season 6, and admitted that he wasn't sure a movie would happen. However, the idea of ending the series after just 6 seasons, especially with what became a cliffhanger, didn't feel like the right way to say goodbye to Gumball. That might be why, 2 months later, after his announcement of departure from the show, Ben Boclet said this on Twitter: "I might have a good idea for the Gumball movie. Would you guys watch a Gumball movie? Yes, without hesitation. Yes, 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 yes! Only if it's not the end of Gumball." But as we were about to see, there seemed to be different plans for the show. As we all know, The Amazing World of Gumball quickly became a fan favorite for its unique blend of humor, creativity, and unforgettable characters. So when season 6 ended on a cliffhanger, it's easy to see why people were pretty bummed out. But honestly, if the season finale had been followed by a movie, it would have been a pretty awesome way to wrap up everything. But there were a lot more complications that were about to come for the Gumball movie. Season 6 of Gumball is confirmed to be the final season. The show will end with 240 episodes. A movie script is being written, but we don't know if a movie will actually be made just yet. And this confirmation seemed to upset a lot of fans. But why? No way. Cartoon Network is dead without Gumball. On one hand, we were finally getting the Gumball movie that everyone had been waiting for. However, it also meant accepting that the series that had meant so much to people was finally coming to an end. I mean, if the creator were stepping away, would his original vision still be followed? Or would they take things in a completely different direction and risk ruining the entire series? But after this huge announcement, months went by, then a whole year. With less and less news coming out as time passed, there was still no sign of a release date. Although, in the meantime, we did get things like the Gumball Chronicles, which was an 8-episode miniseries that aired from October 12th 2020 to March 2021 on Cartoon Network. It served as a spin-off to The Amazing World of Gumball, mostly using clips from the original show with new animation and dialogue to tie each episode together around a specific theme. A notable 4-part arc, Vote Gumball, was released during the 2020 US election, showing Gumball running for school president, and Darwin's Yearbook is a 6-episode miniseries that aired in December 2019. It follows Darwin as he tries to complete the Elmore Junior High yearbook by figuring out who deserves the title of best person ever. It uses clips from past Gumball episodes, alongside new framing for scenes. Well, mostly a clip show. It gave fun character insights and a nostalgic look back at the series, but they didn't really answer any of the questions viewers had. But not all hope was lost, because finally, on September 21st, 2021, HBO Max and Cartoon Network gave the green light to a new series called The Amazing World of Gumball, the series, and the Gumball movie. This news was a huge surprise for fans who have been waiting for months, and the community was finally happy to see the show get more content. However, in August of 2022, when Warner Bros. And Discovery were merging, a bunch of fan-favorite shows and movies got cut from HBO Max. Sadly, the Gumball movie and Season 7 were included in this. It stopped getting funding and was basically put on hold. It wasn't totally canceled, but yeah, it was a pretty big blow. Less than a year after the exciting news that the Gumball movie was finally in the works, everything that could go wrong went wrong. And at this point, who really knew when we were gonna get any good news about the Gumball movie? But thanks to the determination and support of fans, the project was still in the works. Production kept quietly going on in the background, with new cast members joining and the occasional rumor popping up about the movie still being worked on, plus some extra info about Season 7 starting to surface too. Nearly 2 years went by with only a few sources saying that it was coming. This was until the Annecy Festival, where one brave soul asked Booklet himself in a Q&A about the movie, and this fan asking a question confirmed that the movie was still in the works, but a lot has changed since the original announcement. Guys, guess who asked the first dumb question? Me! And I asked about the movie. Booklet said it's not canceled. He's working on it, but with everything that happened, the movie changed and could be made but differently. Now, we're here in 2025. So what do we have now about the long-awaited Gumball movie? Well, the movie is still in production, and other than this, we don't really know much about what the movie will look like. So for this, we'll have to use all the evidence we know from the past and come up with a theory on what we can expect the Gumball movie to look like. First, we know Booklet initially had 2 planned drafts for the show, one for a big screen release and the other for your average home viewing. With the way Season 6 wrapped up, it's more likely that the movie is really gonna be made with the big screen in mind. The finale definitely gave off the feeling that the movie was gonna be on a bigger scale, so it makes sense that they'd go all out. I'm guessing we'll see a mix of animation styles, keeping the classic Gumball vibe but with higher budget to make it look even better. And since it's going into theaters, we could possibly get some intense action scenes. Supposedly, the movie's plot at one point centered around Gumball's biggest fan, who accidentally uncovers the show's missing episode and opens a portal into the world, kind of like a Spider-Verse crossover. It's not too far-fetched considering all the multiverse content we've seen in recent years. After ending up in Gumball's world, this fan would meet Gumball, Darwin, Anais, Richard, and Nicole. The group then teams up to stop the mysterious evil force threatening to take over Elmore, but things don't go exactly as planned, and the fans' excitement unintentionally unleashes a new foe for them to face. But another way the Gumball movie could pan out is starting right where Season 6 left off, specifically in the finale of the season, the Inquisition. In this episode, Rob, disguised as Superintendent Evil, tries to warn the students about an impending disaster. He urges them to transform to survive, turning into human versions of themselves. At the end of the episode, they turn everyone back to normal and stop Rob and his plan. But at the end of the episode, we get the ending all Gumball fans are too familiar with Rob falling into the void saying, "It started."
Oh no, it started.
This clearly feels like a setup for something much bigger, a more serious story worthy of a movie, and it actually lines up with the earlier draft of Gumball's biggest fan stepping into the world of Gumball, something that very well could have been caused by the void. This makes total sense. After years of fans eagerly waiting for the conclusion of Season 6, it'd be a smart move for Booklet to pick off where the cliffhanger left off and build on it for the movie, giving us the big payoff we've been waiting for. The last thing that helps this theory is how Season 7 is expected expected to look like. In the same panel where the Gumball movie was confirmed to still be in the works, we got an idea of how the first episode of Season 7 will look like. The first episode of Season 7 will be titled The Burger, and it will focus on Gumball and Darwin trying to eat healthy, only to realize how challenging it is to do so because of Mr. Build-A-Burger, who controls all of the food stores in town. Okay, friends, episode 1 is about Gumball and Darwin, mostly Darwin, trying to eat healthy, and judging by the other episode titles in the season, it doesn't seem like we'll get a full episode dedicated to the Void, or what really happened to Rob. It doesn't seem like it will be in Season 7 at least, which probably means we'll finally get these answers when the movie's released, likely around 2026 or 2027. Until then, all we can do is piece together the clues, follow the updates, and hope that the long wait is worth it, because if everything we've seen so far is any hint, the Gumball movie might just be one of the most surprising comebacks in animation. But hey, that's just a theory. A Gumball universe theory. This is Gumball destroying his entire city. And this is some chaos that Gumball caused all because of a pizza.
Let's not panic. How bad can things get in 15 minutes?
I was bored, so I wanted to find out the exact amount of money that Gumball has cost Elmore. And you want to watch to the end to see this final number, because it's insane. So let's begin with an explosive start, literally, in The Nuisance. The Wattersons are summoned to the town hall and surprisingly get offered a brand new house, all the way in Ohio. And you may be wondering, why? Well, that's because the people of Elmore hate them so much that they collectively bought them an entire house, far, far away from them. And to be honest, I don't blame the citizens of Elmore for wanting to get rid of them. He actually wanted to kick out the Wattersons so he could sell the entirety of Elmore to some rich buyers. Of course, the Wattersons did not think this was right, and instead of packing their bags, Gumball and his family decided to destroy the entire town. And the purpose of this was to bring down the value of Elmore and scare off the rich buyers. The first thing Gumball does is let out a bunch of termites nearby a house, completely destroying the house in seconds. Mr. Small shows up acting all crazy and ends up attacking someone, which Gumball admits that it might be his doing and puts bath salts in the water supply.
That might be all the bath salts I've been pouring into the water supply.
It's not some huge explosion or anything, but it still does a ton of damage to Elmore. But that's nothing compared to the wild stuff they pull next. After causing a bunch of chaos around Elmore, the Wattersons pull the craziest stunt in this episode and set fire to most of Elmore. All of this just to save their town. But Elmore didn't exactly see it that way, as they got hit with tomatoes and were even more hated than before. The only person who seems to enjoy it though is Richard. He's just eating those tomatoes thrown at him. He's hungry. So the total cost of damages in this episode comes out to a whopping $55,350,000. But if you think that's crazy, sit back and grab a snack, because I promise you, this is just the beginning. In the episode The Curse, Gumball has the worst luck imaginable. He gets dragged along by the school bus, embarrassed by his clothes, and he even ends up in detention. But things only get worse as his bad luck follows him around everywhere, spreading chaos all over Elmore. His string of bad luck, though, really begins in detention, where Gumball just sits there doing nothing, thinking if he just sits next to Principal Brown watching him, nothing bad could possibly happen. Great plan, Gumball, but that wouldn't make an entertaining episode now, would it? So Principal Brown angrily slams the door, setting off a chain reaction. The ceiling light breaks and the cover falls onto the books, launching pencils at Gumball, which damages a class photo behind him. One of the pencils turn on a fan and knocks over a vase with water into an electrical port, breaking a radiator cap, which explodes the classroom and then the school. His bad luck escalates as he rides a mop bucket down Elmore Highway, causing a truck full of wheels to fall off, a semi-truck to crash, and a huge domino effect that knocks over several towers. The total cost of damages in this episode comes up to $1,240,370. But we're not even at 1% of the total damage Gumball has caused to Elmore over the series. And this wouldn't be the last time Gumball completely destroyed Elmore Junior High. In the episode The Butterfly, Gumball gets a new class pet, and and Miss Simeon's only rule for this pet is not to release it into the wild. But Gumball and Darwin being, well, Gumball and Darwin, they do it anyway. It's not like it can destroy a whole city or anything. Oh, I guess I was wrong. Turns out, in the world of Gumball, something as small as a butterfly flapping its wings can cause a chain of events that ends up causing something like a tornado to happen. What starts all of this is the orange construction man, Hank, who is afraid of the butterfly. In his attempt to get rid of it, he loses his head, literally, which causes his partner George's hands to detach. Hank's head then ends up hitting Mr. Robinson, causing him to crash his car. Later in the episode, things escalate when a group of people flood the Elmore help desk with complaints that have all been caused by the butterfly, which overwhelms the office worker, who ends up throwing her desk out the window. This desk causes cars to crash into each other and people to topple over, creating a domino effect which ends up causing a giant tornado. Wow, who would have thought that Gumball, simply letting go of a tiny, innocent butterfly, could trigger such a chaotic chain of events? Honestly, I'd just lock him up under maximum security before he accidentally puts all of Elmore in danger again. However, most of the destruction caused by Gumball seems to be unintentional, but this is about to change. Let's talk about the episode The Colossus, where Gumball and Darwin get a little salty when Hector denies their friend request on Elmore Plus. So they try confronting him and make fun of Hector by calling him boring. To prove he's not, Hector invites him over. But I guess Gumball gets the impression that Hector's life was being controlled a little bit too much by his mom. So Gumball tells Hector it's time to stand up for himself a little, which he shouldn't have done because Hector is a giant. So what do you think would happen if he decided to become evil? Well, it turns out he could wreck Elmore entirely, as he ends up going full rampage mode, unleashing his emotions to the city of Elmore. Hector crashes a food truck and then slips and destroys Mr. Robinson's house before collapsing on the Elmore football stadium. With no other option, Gumball climbs up and whistles a tune to calm him down, finally putting the end to Hector's destruction. At the end of the episode, Gumball does smash his computer, but because we're talking about Elmore, we're not gonna count that. However, in a later episode called The Finale, which will be important later, it's mentioned that Hector destroyed 75% of Elmore, and the Wattersons had to pay their half, which was $800,000. That means the total damage would be $1.6 million, but honestly, that doesn't seem like enough. If 75% of Elmore was destroyed, the actual cost to fix everything would probably be a lot more. Your typical mansion would be $1.6 million, not an entire town. So if 75% of Elmore was truly destroyed, that number could be at least $300 million, if not a lot more. If something like Godzilla could cause billions of dollars in damage in Tokyo, it makes total sense for Hector to do close to a quarter of that to a small town like Elmore. If I had a popsicle for every time Gumball led a giant monster to destroy Elmore, I would have 2 popsicles, because in the episode The Microwave, things go once again completely wrong for Gumball. In this episode, Gumball shows off his latest invention, the Gross Jar, a very fitting name for a jar full of the randomest things you could possibly think of. Either way, Gumball thinks it's the next big thing, until himself and Darwin decide to microwave it, because why not make it even more gross and disgusting? However, the microwave actually turns it into a living creature, which they name Kenneth. At first, Kenneth doesn't seem too dangerous, but as soon as Kenneth finds out how tasty eating people actually is, or in this case, animals, or whatever the other characters are in Elmore, there's a lot of weird characters, whatever. Anyways, Kenneth becomes a giant monster who keeps eating people to get even bigger. They did stop Kenneth and save the day, but Kenneth's cuteness wins over the Wattersons and causes Kenneth to become even bigger than before, destroying the whole city of Elmore like it's a Godzilla movie. The exact amount of damage is unknown, known, but since we know how much damage a middle school student, Hector, can do to Elmore, then I wouldn't be surprised if Kenneth destroyed Elmore entirely. However, in the episode The Finale, he's seen to be kept in the Waterson's freezer for some reason, meaning they were able to probably stop him before he could destroy the whole town. But I'll still give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he caused 500 million worth of damages to Elmore before he was defeated. But don't worry, because Gumball finally gets a taste of his own medicine for all of the damages he caused to Elmore in the episode The Finale, which, despite the name, is not at all the finale to Gumball's damages. In the episode, Hector's mom demands the Watersons to pay for the damages caused by Hector's rampage. In a previous episode we talked about called the Colossus, which destroyed a lot of Elmore. And as we said before, Gumball's family owes $800,000 to fix the town, which I think it's actually a lot more than that, but okay, whatever. And if they don't pay it back by tomorrow, they're gonna lose their house. However, before that, Richard tries to make some money by hijacking a bus and crashing it into Penny's house.
Okay, fine, you're right. The front door wasn't wide enough for a bus.
They eventually all end up in jail, and everything seems unfixable for the Watersons. However, after a motivational speech from Gumball, they break out of jail and go with Anais's plan to create even more problems, hoping the episode fixes itself. At school, Gumball and Darwin race down the hall, causing chaos by vandalizing a wall, triggering the fire alarm, and knocking over a few students. Meanwhile, Hector and Kenneth cause even more mayhem in Elmore. As the chaos unfolds, Hector chases Nicole, while Richard and Anais are pursued by a giant Kenneth who swallows a bus. This leads to a standoff between Hector and Kenneth, as they battle to prove who's the stronger being. The total damage in this episode alone is over $101,435,000, bringing our total so far to over $1 billion. Yeah! Oh wait, that's not something we should be proud of. And you'd think after causing this enormous amount of damage, Gumball would be nearing the end of his destructive streak. Things are about to start really ramping up. In the episode The Pizza, the Watersons are having the worst day ever. Too angry to cook, Nicole has Richard order a very specific pizza from Larry. While they're waiting, they share their bad day stories, all involving Larry and refusing to tip him. Nicole causes $750 in car damage.
$100? Excuse me?
Better make that 200.
What?
500?
What?
750.
Richard overheats and causes chaos.
Sir, stop that! Sir, you need to leave! You gotta stop!
I'll tell you when I've had enough!
Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to pay for that! I'm sorry, but it's company policy to ask. Would you like to add a tip? Okay.
And the kids ruin Larry's video store business.
Guys, please! You're killing my business here!
Notice a pattern? Well, Anais does, because she realizes that the person who had the worst day is Larry. He appeared in all of their backstories and got little to no respect from any of them. But before they can apologize, they find out Larry quit, which causes total chaos in Elmore. Since he did pretty much every job, all of Elmore rebels, with everyone fending for themselves, leaving it to be a total wasteland. The only positive would be that all the characters look cool as they take a different look to fit that apocalypse feel. The Watersons eventually find Larry, apologize to him, and tip him money that now isn't worth anything because of inflation. Yes, it got that bad. Their currency is literally worth nothing. They would probably have to fix Elmore with a different type of currency, like rats, just like how Richard was ready to pay Larry at the end of the episode. However, for the sake of the video, let's stay with the trusty old dollar. To rebuild Elmore back to how it was, it makes sense that the cost to fix the state of Elmore could range from 1 to 2 billion smackaroons. To be safe and to be close to the actual cost to fix Elmore, let's go with $1 billion. A hefty price because they couldn't treat my boy Larry with a little bit of respect. Someone needs to check in with the mayor from the first episode, because how the heck does this guy find the money to rebuild Elmore all over again? I knew this guy was fishy from the beginning. It feels like we spent a lot of this video talking about Gumball unintentionally destroying Elmore. So let's switch things up and talk about the episode The Money, where Gumball's selfishness and obsession with his image almost caused the entire city of Elmore and the whole show to come crashing down. In this episode, the Watersons are at the Joyful Burger ordering food when Nicole's credit card gets declined. Turns out that Richard deposited their money by literally throwing it into the sea.
Richard, what exactly have you done with my... actually my money?
Like I said, I put it offshore. But not before converting it into gold.
Why would anyone put Richard in charge of that in the first place? Beats me. Anyways, after Nicole almost goes crazy, Larry offers them roles in a Joyful Burger commercial. However, Gumball, holding on to his pride, refuses and convinces them to live with dignity in poverty. That night, reality hits hard, with them having no food and no power. With nothing left, Gumball tries to keep the morale up with the song. But then, the entire show starts breaking down, and they just start getting on a lower and lower budget. Even though it looked awesome visually, this definitely counts as Gumball costing Elmore a pretty penny. Yeah, they fixed it in the end, but the whole world was literally falling apart, and even Rocky just kind of disappeared. So like, what happened to him? He is most likely fine, but you understand my point. Gumball still caused trillions of dollars worth of damages. So what's the total cost of damages? Well, if we assume their world is worth around the same as Earth, it would cost around $1 quadrillion, which would bring the total amount that Gumball cost Elmore to $1,259,397,970. And there are still so many more examples of Gumball costing Elmore millions on a daily basis. But if we covered all of them, we'd be here all day. Well, most shows lose their charm over time. The Amazing World of Gumball defied the odds of falling off after the early seasons. Instead, as time went on, Gumball just kept getting better and better, never losing what made it so good in the first place. So what kept Gumball from following the typical downward trend of other shows, like SpongeBob or Family Guy? Well, today, we're gonna look at the 6 main reasons why Gumball never got bad, and how it pulled off one of the most remarkable runs in cartoon history. One of the biggest reasons for Gumball's success has to be its characters. Every great show has a cast that either makes it or breaks it, and in Gumball's case, the characters are a huge part of what makes it so loved. Sure, there are a few characters that are hated for being annoying or downright evil, but the main cast of 5 in the Watterson family more than makes up for it. Gumball is the main troublemaker. He turns simple things into total chaos, but that's what makes him so fun. Darwin is his best friend and brother who is always kind and caring, always there to help. Anais is the youngest and super smart, but she can still act like a kid sometimes. Nicole is the strong and caring mom who keeps everyone in line. And Richard is the silly dad who acts like a complete idiot. There's even a time that Richard reviewed a calculator like it was a literal video game. This clip is literally Pete Gumball. I don't care what you say.
Okay, hi. This week I'm reviewing this game I found was part of my computer. Okay, so I'm just loading up the game now. Okay, it's called Calculator.
However, the Amazing World of Gumball is much more than just the Wattersons. Some of the most bizarre characters you'll ever see in a cartoon will be found throughout the town of Elmore. Every character in Elmore is totally weird in their own way, but that's what makes Gumball, you know, Gumball. I mean, you got a talking banana, a talking chin, a giant T-Rex, and many more odd characters in the world of Gumball. All of them play a role in the show, either helping Gumball or doing the complete opposite. You have Penny, who is always there to support Gumball, and then there's Tobias, who usually appears as a friend of Gumball, but can also play an antagonist role at times. With such a weird mix of characters, the show never feels like it's repeating itself. There's always something new, either an unexpected interaction or a storyline featuring all kinds of different personalities. That's a big reason why The Amazing World of Gumball never gets old. They could have just stuck to the usual formula like most other shows, focusing on mainly the family and a few main characters, but instead, they took minor characters and actually gave them the chance to star in full episodes. And we see this in multiple episodes, such as the shippening, using Sarah's weird fanfiction to ship characters in Elmore. Or take the episode The Extras, where background characters finally get the spotlight, showing just how much depth and personality even the smallest roles can have. Every character got their time to shine, and that's what makes Elmore feel so alive. But speaking of characters, one of the big reasons Gumball never lost its charm is because of how much the characters actually grow. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been praised for its jokes or animation, but something that's totally overlooked is the character development. The problem with most shows is that the main character can't evolve, and this often makes the series feel formulaic. When the main character remains the same from episode to episode, there's no real growth or change, and because of this, the audience may lose interest because there's nothing new to explore. I mean, if I had a favorite character and they don't show any growth throughout the series, I would eventually dislike the show for not trying to improve it over time. However, Gumball avoids this problem by letting its characters, particularly Gumball, develop throughout the series. For example, Gumball starts off as kind of the loser, and is just the main punching bag of most episodes. But as the series goes on, Gumball starts to gain more confidence and mature a bit, even going as far as gaining a deeper voice. He's not the punching bag anymore, and we don't see him get bullied like he used to. He goes from being this awkward troublemaker to some people genuinely liking to hang out with him. That's why a lot of fans love his character. He's not just a one-dimensional troublemaker, he's a complex character who learns, adapts, and grows throughout the series. But it's not just about Gumball growing. Darwin, Anais, Nicole, and even Richard have their own stories of development too. Each of them goes through their own challenges and growth, which keeps the audience engaged and invested in their journeys as much as Gumball's. However, as much as the characters play a huge role in Gumball, the next reason why Gumball is so loved is for its great animation. In season 1, the animation wasn't anything too crazy or next level, but after the show started experimenting with different styles and techniques, it really showed how creatively they can use different animation to tell a story. Originally, the animation was handled by a company called Studio Soy, which gave the first season a more traditional yet charmingly simple look. But as the show continued, so did its visuals. By the time the later seasons rolled around, Gumball's animation was taken over completely by Bulldog Studios, known for pushing boundaries in animation. This shift allowed the show to experiment with 2D, 3D, and live action, creating these visuals that helped define Gumball and its unique style. The change in animation really highlighted the show's evolution, and the difference in quality is clear. The bold approach to animation became one of Gumball's defining features, making it stand out not just as a funny show, but one that was visually dynamic and ever evolving. While the main characters like Gumball and Darwin are traditionally rendered in 2D, they also appear in multiple different animation styles with no limits. I think a great example of this is in the episode The Fury, in which the creators use an anime art style to show Nicole and Yuki's rivalry. Yeah, this episode was intense. The budget must have gone way over what they planned. The creators don't limit themselves to just one animation style, but instead embrace multiple styles. Even with all the challenge that comes with blending them into the show, this approach not only keeps the series visually fresh, but also adds a layer of depth and creativity that audiences love. By mixing all kinds of animation styles, the show keeps things exciting and unpredictable. It's the kind of thing that grabs your attention, whether you're a kid or an adult. This thoughtful integration of different animation techniques not only sets Gumball apart from other animated series, but also shows how the animation can be used in all kinds of creative ways to tell a story. But another thing that makes Gumball so good is the voice actors. Instead of going down the usual route of hiring professional adult voice actors, the creators decided to cast real kids to voice the main characters. I mean, not to say the kids were completely inexperienced, they were also voice actors, but they were obviously still very young. Gumball has been voiced by Nicholas Cantu, Jacob Hopkins, and Logan Grove over the years, and each of them brought that perfect mix of mischief and charm that makes him so lovable. You can almost hear the energy and emotion in their voices, which makes Gumball sound just like a real kid. In this interview about auditioning for Gumball, apparently Jacob didn't even try to voice Gumball, because that was just his natural voice at the time.
I sounded a lot like him, and when he yelled, when I yell, I have like a raspiness just like him.
him.
Which means if you were to meet him in person, you would basically meet Gumball in real life. But it wasn't just Gumball who got such great voice acting. Darwin's voice is just as important. Real kids were casted to voice both Gumball and Darwin. The voices behind our favorite talking fish are Donnell Hansley Jr., Terrell Ransom Jr., Kwesi Boche, and Christian J. Simon. Each of these actors brought their own special touch to Darwin, giving him that kind, genuine voice we all love. Not only did these kids have talent in voice acting, but their singing was another big factor. When I tell you these kids could sing, they could sing.
Your smile answers my silent scream. Your photo on the screen.
Goodbye. My face will be too mangled to identify.
You could say their singing is amazing. Anyways, you can totally see that the voice actors for Gumball and Darwin weren't just voicing Gumball and Darwin. They were Gumball and Darwin. That kind of identity had a huge effect, and it's the reason why Gumball never really fell off. What could have been a gigantic roadblock, casting new voice actors, turned out to be something the show did really fun in a creative way. They leaned into it, used it for jokes, songs, and even made whole episodes like The Kids about changing voice actors. Although I only talked about Gumball and Darwin, the voice acting in The Amazing World of Gumball goes far beyond just those two. Everyone behind the voices of the show played their part and brought the entire world to life. But of course, voice acting is only half of what it takes to make Gumball such an incredible show. As crucial as it is to have someone good voicing Gumball and Darwin, the jokes and story in the episodes wouldn't hit nearly as hard without the writing. Every cartoon has its own sense of humor. Family Guy with those random cutaway gags, and South Park with that really dark and edgy humor. Each show has their own way to tell jokes and stories, and Gumball is one that doesn't miss. The humor in Gumball can be enjoyed by anyone. If you're an innocent kid, you wouldn't even realize some of the dark jokes in the show. Some of Gumball's best jokes are the ones you wouldn't notice the first time around. When you're a kid, you don't notice these things at first, but then when you watch them again when you're older, you're suddenly catching all these references and dark jokes that totally went over your head before. No matter how old you are, you'll never really outgrow Gumball. You'll just start to see more of what makes it brilliant. One of the coolest things about the show is how self-aware it is. The show knows it's a cartoon and leans into that in the funniest ways possible. Like in the tape where the characters mess with their own timeline using a remote control, skipping ahead and rewinding like it's totally normal. Or in the Copycats where they roast a Chinese ripoff of Gumball.
Be your own you.
Try something new.
Find your own things to do. Get in your stupid car and don't come back.
They'll switch up the animation mid-scene, break the fourth wall out of nowhere, and even joke about Cartoon Network itself, all without feeling out of place. In pretty much any other show, that kind of stuff would feel like it's trying way too hard, as it's the only joke they could come up with. But in Gumball, it just somehow works. I guess it's because in the world of Gumball, it's not really forced upon you. The writing is smart and weird in the best way, but it never feels like it's trying to prove anything. You can tell that the writers are just having fun with it, throwing out the wildest ideas and seeing how far they can push the joke without breaking the show. And honestly, that's what makes Gumball so great. It feels like the writers know what Gumball is, but don't want to push it any further than it needs to go. They let the show be weird, self-aware, and chaotic without overdoing it and making it feel forced. And the final reason why Gumball never got bad is because of its strong community. From fans to the creators, the show has always been a dedicated group of people who appreciate its unique blend of creativity. The fan base is incredibly passionate through art, memes, and discussions, which keeps the spirit of the series alive even after the last season aired in 2019. The support for Gumball has never stopped, and seems to keep going from here. There is a ton of content out there. Whether it's deep dives into the show's themes, fan art, or remixes, people are constantly keeping the conversation going. Heck, even here on this channel, we love Gumball, and that's why I make videos about it. And if it wasn't for your guys' support, I wouldn't be able to talk about Gumball as much as I want to. So, thank you. Because fans still support the show, a spin-off, season 7, and even a movie have been in the works. The fact that fans are still so interested in the show just shows how much the characters and stories really connect people. Gumball isn't just another show that aired. It became a part of pop culture that will probably be loved for years to come. The bond between the show and its community is something special, going beyond the show itself. Now, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because I'll be here to cover everything Gumball related coming this year and much more. Darwin was never supposed to be a part of the Watterson family. His legs grew because of his emotional bond with Gumball, and the scrapped original model for his character actually appears in the void. In this video, we're gonna go over that and so much more, going deep into Darwin's entire story. I've gone ahead and watched Gumball for hundreds upon hundreds of hours to find every piece of lore in the show, so hopefully you can learn something new about Darwin in this video. Darwin's early life. Darwin's full name isn't just Darwin Watterson as you might think. In the episode The Party, it's revealed that his full name is Darwin Raglan Caspin Ahab Poseidon Nicodemus Watterson III. However, this name might not just be a bunch of random names all thrown together. The name Darwin could be a reference to Charles Darwin, famous for his theory of evolution, often associated with the Darwin fish symbol. Raglan could either reference a naval ship from World War I, or Raglan, a town in New Zealand known for its surf culture and dolphins. Caspin could be a reference to the Caspian Sea, the largest enclosed body of water in the world. Ahab is likely a reference to Captain Ahab, a character who is obsessed with hunting the white whale. Poseidon could be a reference to the Greek god of the sea. Lastly, Nicodemus might reference Nicodemus the Hagorite, an 18th century saint known for his writings and spiritual contributions, as well as his deep love for all things. This combination of names adds a layer of depth to Darwin's character, potentially reflecting a mix of history, literature, and mythological references. At first glance, this may seem kind of weird because why would a 10-year-old have such weird names that reference historical things? However, later in this video, I have a theory on why Darwin might have all these names. But for now, back to Darwin's story. And like all good stories, we have to start from the beginning. Oh wait, there isn't a beginning, at least that we know of. We don't know about his parents or anything, but we do get to see a glance into his early life in the episode The Origins, where it starts off with Nicole running around the house looking for Gumball, who is causing chaos. She heads upstairs and finds Richard taking a bath with grape soda, typical Richard activities. When Nicole finally finds Gumball, she can't seem to get angry with him because of just how adorable he is, which is one of the few times you don't see her go insane from her family's actions. However, Gumball continues to be hard to handle, so Nicole and Richard decide to buy a pet goldfish to keep Gumball busy, which somehow ends up working. Gumball is fascinated with his new pet, which he ends up naming Darwin, except this is not our Darwin. Not yet, that is. Gumball goes through multiple goldfish, with all of them somehow dying in a ridiculous way. And then, after every single death, Richard takes it, flushes it down the toilet, and buys him a new one. And when Richard goes back to the pet store to buy yet another goldfish like clockwork, he learns that the last two available in the store jumped out of their tank knowing that they would have the same fate as their peers, which is actually kinda sad. As a distraught Richard goes to his car knowing that Gumball will be on a rampage now that he doesn't have Darwin, he notices a mysterious van sitting next to him and for some reason decides to go inside. And in this store is a bunch of various unique items. Richard finds a goldfish that is not for sale, but easily convinces the seller and buys it for $100. As Richard is walking out though, the mysterious figure tells him that this is not any ordinary fish, and it's way more special than it seems. The next day, Gumball is playing with the new Darwin, and he is surprised to see that Darwin understands everything that he's saying and is copying his every move. They both reach for each other's hands, and out of nowhere, a strong connection forms between them, as if they can feel each other's emotions in their hearts. They both sense it deeply, leaving Gumball in shock of the mysterious connection with his new pet goldfish. And when Darwin talks for the first time, Gumball gets super excited and goes to tell his parents. But he wants to play a prank on them, so he asks Darwin to act as dumb as possible. However, when Richard comes into the kitchen, he thinks the fish is dead and goes to the bathroom to flush him down the toilet. Right when he's about to, Gumball stops him and welcomes Darwin into the Watterson family. But when they're about to take a picture, Darwin startles Nicole and Richard, and they accidentally throw him out of his bowl into the toilet, hitting the lever and flushing flushing him down the toilet. And then this continues into the next episode, which is the Origins Part 2, where Darwin ends up at sea and is determined to get back to Gumball and his family. Darwin jumps out of the water and makes his way onto land. However, he doesn't get far due to him being a fish. But the bond between Gumball and Darwin is so strong that it keeps him alive, giving him lungs and legs to continue moving forward. He continues on, finding multiple things stopping him on his way. But eventually, Darwin catches up to his family and notices that the Watersons are about to replace him. Having him heartbroken, he sadly walks out of the mall. However, Gumball senses Darwin's presence and realizes that he's back, so he runs to catch up with Darwin and they reunite outside the mall. The Watersons then officially welcome Darwin as a new member of their family, and then the rest is history. Darwin's relationships. The origin shows us the bond between Gumball and Darwin and how they instantly clicked. Their bond continues throughout the show, becoming a significant part of their brotherly and best friend relationship. Like every relationship, they sometimes have disagreements or get into fights, but at the end of the day, they always make up and remain the best of siblings. Just like Gumball and Darwin, both Darwin and Anais are also great siblings to each other. While she isn't as close to Gumball and Darwin as they are to each other, they still share some moments and maintain a relatively healthy sibling relationship, with Darwin often acting as a big brother to Anais. Another great example of this is in the episode The Responsible. Both Gumball and Darwin are in charge of babysitting Anais and try to protect her from anything that looks dangerous. Even though they fail miserably, they ultimately end up working together to get out of the house while it's flooding. His relationship with Nicole and Richard are also nothing but a great family bond. They treat him like a son and never push him away for being different or not related. However, things do change in the episode The Roots, when they think that Darwin misses his old life as a fish. They look distraught and try to make him feel at home as much as possible. When that doesn't work, they throw him back into the wild thinking that they're doing the right thing. But all that did was make them seem like they were abandoning him. In the end, they reconnect and feel relieved when Darwin reveals that he was just trying to guilt trip them into buying a bigger fish tank, which he definitely needs. He can barely fit in his current one, and he has been struggling with it ever since they got him. Get my boy Darwin a bigger fish tank, come on. When it comes to his other relationships, Darwin seems to be quite the chick magnet, getting close with multiple different girls, such as Sarah, Masami, and the girl he ended up with is Carrie. Their relationship builds in episodes like the Halloween, and they finally become a thing after the events of The Matchmaker. He can also make a lot of friends, being quite friendly with most of the students in Elmore Junior High, being able to connect well with characters like Penny, Banana Joe, and even others much older than him like Rocky. A lot of these characters at some point he did not get along well with. However, due to his friendly and kind personality, he was eventually able to connect with them. For example, Darwin was once jealous of all of the time Gumball was spending with his girlfriend Penny, fearing that she was trying to take Gumball away. However, he eventually overcomes these feelings in later episodes like The Romantic, where he stops showing hatred towards Penny and even helps Gumball plan something romantic for her. Despite Darwin's friendly nature, Darwin has created some arch enemies, like Rob. Rob is the main antagonist who was originally a minor background character, but after the world realized of his uselessness, he was sent to the Void. More about that later. Once he escapes the Void, he becomes Gumball's arch nemesis. But in episodes like The Disaster, Rob targets those who Gumball loves, like his parents, Anais, Penny, and even our boy Darwin. Now that we've explained most of Darwin's story and his relationships, we should talk about the creation of Darwin and how he became a character. The creation of Darwin. The Watterson family is based off of Ben Boclet and his family from his childhood. And if you don't know, Ben Boclet is the creator of the show. Darwin, in particular, was inspired by Boclet's friend, Paul. Growing up, how his family treated them like their own, like his adoptive parents, just like how Darwin was adopted by the Watterson family. Before he was introduced in the amazing world of Gumball, Ben Boclet explained that his character was originally designed for other shows, which was meant to be about mythical creatures, like the Yeti or the Loch Ness Monster hiding in a child's backyard. It's possible possible that some of Darwin's ideas were influenced by the concept of mermaids, since he is a fish that acts like a human. Or he could have been a whole mythical creature that looks way more terrifying than mermaids, which I can't imagine my boy Darwin being. I mean, just look at him. However, if you remember earlier, I mentioned having my own theory about Darwin's long name. As I mentioned earlier, his middle name is Poseidon, which could reference the Greek god of the sea. Since the show Darwin was originally going to be in was about mythological creatures, it makes sense that his middle name would include Poseidon, as he is the mythological king of the seas. Not all of Darwin's name is related to mythical creatures. However, if the creator did purposely give Darwin the name Poseidon after the mythological Greek god, it's possible that the rest of Darwin's name is actually connected to something. But hey, that's just a theory, a game theory. Oh, wait, wrong channel. A Gumball Universe theory. Yeah, subscribe. After the show was scrapped, Darwin was added to the amazing world of Gumball because Booklet loved his design and it ended up fitting with the show's quirky characters perfectly. However, he was never meant to be in the Watterson family. From an early version of the show, Darwin was originally gonna be a class pet, but was eventually gonna grow legs and become a student at Elmore Junior High, where he still would have been Gumball's best friend, most likely still joining him in his wacky adventures. The first time we see Darwin is in the pilot. Instead of his 2D design, Darwin appears in 3D. There isn't much of a difference between his design and the official one, but there are some key details that set this version apart. He has no eyelashes, his eyes are much bigger, and his shoes are different from the ones he wears in the show, which could suggest that this version of Darwin is the class pet. In the official show, Darwin is seen wearing the same green and white shoes given to him when he was little, which means that the creator or the team behind Gumball at the end decided that Darwin should become a part of the Watterson family. The pilot served as a showcase for some of the early appearances of the series characters, like Gumball, Alan, Terry, and so much more, all of whom had different designs from their final versions. This wouldn't be the last time we saw this version of Darwin though, as in the episode The Void, he was seen in the background at 18 minutes and 1 second, which suggests that Darwin's design was either a mistake or meant to be forgotten, as The Void is a part of the Gumball universe where things that have become irrelevant or mistakes are sent. When something enters the Void, all of the evidence of that existing in Elmore is erased from the world and people forget about it, unless they wear a tinfoil hat. One character, Molly, was erased and sent to the Void because everyone thought she was boring and had an uninteresting personality. This means nobody remembers Darwin's design except for us, the viewers, and maybe Mr. Small, I don't know. In season 1, his design was switched from 3D to 2D, supposedly because of production issues with the 3D animation. But the point of Gumball is that there are different types of animation styles in the show. It could be because it was an early stage of the show, or the design was simply changed for personal reasons. However, he kept his goldfish design and had shadows cast onto his legs, which in season 1 was commonly mistaken as black pants. However, in season 2, Darwin got a redesign, and his eyes became more rounded, the black shadow under his head became more transparent, one of his eyelashes were removed, his legs became slightly bigger, and his shoes were made larger. From season 3 onwards, Darwin's eyes remained consistently round instead of changing from round to more oval shaped, to get along with his family. However, Darwin's design is used for another character named Ribbit, who appeared in the episode The Copycats. He is very similar looking to Darwin, but instead of being a fish, he is an aqua blue colored frog, who wears purple pants and is barefoot, the opposite of Darwin, who has no pants but does wear shoes. His design was based off of a Chinese knockoff to the show called Miracle Star, and was turned into a whole episode about them continuing to copy the Watterson family, until they meet their own fate at the end of the episode. Another thing about Darwin is that he is canonically black. In the show, Darwin of course is a goldfish. However, what used to be a theory eventually became real. On X, formerly known as Twitter, Ben Booklet was asked if Darwin is black. Ben then replied to the fans simply saying yes. Overall, Darwin's story shows more than just representing culture. He's a great example of how showing love and caring for people can take you a long way. Although we don't know much about Darwin's life before the Wattersons, it's safe to say that he's found his new home and found others that take care of him. There is literally a Gumball episode about Gumball trying to get his butt slapped. No, I'm not joking. Gumball is a weird show with a lot of really strange episodes. So today we're gonna look over the 10 weirdest episodes of the show and see how weird it can really get, starting with The Decision. decisions, which is honestly a pretty normal Gumball episode. The only reason it makes this list is because it has the most sus scene in Gumball history. I'll just let this explain itself.
But vegetables are the cornerstone of a healthy diet and are very important. And you need to make sure you eat at least 5 a day. Delicious.
I'm not even gonna lie, this is crazy to me that they would put this in a kid's show. As I've watched Gumball now that I'm older, I've noticed a bunch of adult references I never would have understood as a kid, which I personally find to be a part of the appeal of the show. But yeah, this one was crazy. But coming in at number 9, we have The World. And this one is all over the place, so lock in. This episode is one of the first couple of episodes the creators of Gumball made, which center around really weird things in Elmore. This episode specifically centers around inanimate objects in their world. It starts off with a song with every irrelevant character who's usually just in the background singing. And I gotta say, this is kind of a banger.
We do all of this and more, 'cause we're the amazing world of
After this, we get into all the really weird interactions in the world of Elmore. And some of these are so strange I can't even really explain them. First, we see the moon being energetic and annoying the sun. Then we see a light switch and light bulb pranking each other. Bacteria just multiplying for some reason. And so many other things which literally are just the most random stuff the writers could have put in the episode. I want to try to talk about more, but I literally just can't. Everything is too random. There is no plot. Honestly, these kind of episodes have always kind of felt like filler episodes to me, as there isn't really any substance to it. It kind of just feels like scrolling on TikTok, to be honest. But I do give props to the creators of Gumball for trying different things and always experimenting with different formats. But coming in at number 8, we have The Puppy. And this one is weird in kind of a disturbing way. It all begins with Gumball, Darwin, and Anais presenting a detailed pitch to Richard, advocating for the family to adopt a puppy to increase their happiness. Richard, convinced by the presentation, decides to get a pet. However, instead of a puppy, he brings home a turtle, believing it to be a labradoodle.
It's a labradoodle.
Or as he later calls it, a labraturtle. The turtle, however, turns out to be anything but a typical pet. This thing is straight up demonic. It hisses at family members and even ends up biting them. Despite their efforts to bond with it, including providing it with its own space and attempting to feed it, the turtle remains hostile. And eventually, the turtle ends up faking its death so they can throw him away, but this actually just turns out to be an elaborate scheme to escape. And when the turtle escapes and causes chaos throughout Elmore, the Wattersons have to go out on a frantic mission to try to recapture it. And their first idea to get it back is by baiting it with chicken, but Richard eats that, so that's not really an option. So they resort to tying up Gumball naked on a tree as bait. And the plan was, Anais is gonna capture it under a jar. However, this does not work as Gumball gets scared and runs away. But the turtle keeps chasing Gumball and eventually corners him in a van, where Darwin comes in clutch and fights him until fireworks accidentally get lit off, blowing up the van. The turtle is seemingly killed off, but then something unexpected happens.
No! This can't be possible! No! Well, I guess there's no getting rid of it. We'll have to keep it for as long as it lives.
How long do they live?
130 years.
Yeah, this thing will never die. I feel bad for Gumball and Darwin. The turtles actually come back in other episodes and is basically a recurring character now. I wonder where they keep him in their house. I don't even want to think about that. This episode is weird, but it's not even comparable to the 7th episode on this list, The Hug, which is one of the most awkward episodes in Gumball history. And in this episode, we meet a character named Hot Dog Guy, who will be an important character later on this list. We meet Hot Dog Guy in this episode when Gumball bumps into him in the hall, and instantly it is abundantly clear that there is a really awkward dynamic between the two. And I mean, just look at the smiles they make. I don't even know why they act so awkward around each other specifically, but they don't act awkward around anyone else. But for some reason, they can't help but being awkward around each other. But we'll actually find out why later in this video, so keep watching. So for some reason, Gumball goes in for a hug, I assume to try to kill the awkwardness. And to make it worse, when they're hugging, they start singing a little song and dancing.
Do.
What?
Okay.
Honestly, this is so painful to watch. Throughout this episode, they just keep running into each other. No, wait, why do they keep making this face? I don't even have words to describe this clip, so I just have to show you guys.
Bring. Oh, it's the legend phone. Hello? Yeah, he's here. It's for you. Legend phone? What does that even mean?
Hello, it's me, the legend. Click.
I'm sorry I made you guys watch that. I just had to share some of my trauma with watching this episode. Anyways, this pattern for some reason continues. So as a solution, they try to avoid each other as much as they can, which ends up with them accidentally just bumping into each other even more. So in a last-ditch effort, Gumball decides to try to hide in a bus seat, but that doesn't fix the problem of him inviting him over to a sleepover the day before. Gumball, my boy, what are you thinking? So we go to the sleepover where Hot Dog Guy quickly falls asleep, which lets a lot of stress off of Gumball. But while sleeping, Hot Dog Guy puts his hand on Gumball. And while he's trying to fix it, Hot Dog Guy wakes up in the worst time possible, catching Gumball on top of him in a sus position. This really can't get any worse. The next day, while they're walking down the hallway at school about to run into each other again and have another awkward moment, Hot Dog Guy finally snaps out of it, which for some reason causes them to keep doing more and more extreme pranks to one another, until at the end when they realize they really don't care about each other in the first place. So they kind of just stop being awkward, which you think would stop all of this. But no, the awkwardness comes back in another episode appropriately titled The Awkwardness. And it starts by Gumball rapping in the street when, oh no, he runs into Hot Dog Guy again. And for some reason, the awkward energy is back. And get this, it's even worse than before. But the twist of this episode is, for some reason, every time they say something, it's perfectly in sync with one another, and apparently everything they do is in sync as well, so they end up just accidentally following each other around. They even end up crammed like sardines right next to each other in a bus. This really couldn't get any worse. They keep following each other until eventually they're stuck in an elevator. As an attempt to make it less awkward, Gumball gets the idea to tell their most embarrassing secrets, which does not accomplish much, except for Tobias getting an embarrassing video of them. Basically the same stuff keeps happening throughout the episode, so I'll spare you guys the details. But in the end, after being handcuffed and running through the mall, they resolve things and everything seemingly goes back to normal again. Finally, we're done with Hot Dog Guy, right? Wait, no, there's another one, and this one's called The Cringe. Honestly, I'll keep this one short because it is a lot of the same stuff. The twist this time is they both really have to pee, and they both can't use the bathroom at the same time because it's too awkward. But eventually, they end up cringing so hard at how awkward they are that they end up in the hospital. They reached a cringe level of 100 DJ, which stands for 100 dad jokes at once. But not even being sent to the hospital could cure their cringe. So Gumball pretends to be his father for some reason, which does not work how he wanted. But while attempting this, he finds out that they were in the same kindergarten class, which makes them realize to stop the cringe, they have to find the deep-rooted problem that has been causing it all along. And after making a time machine by using their imagination, they go through all the main events that initially caused them to be awkward. And it turns out awkward stuff has been happening all throughout their life, and they didn't even remember. So they decide to change these memories by literally fighting their past selves, which works until the hand comes back and slaps them, which makes them awkward again. This whole Hot Dog Guy arc was really weird. But coming in at number 4, we have The Weirdo, which is an episode about trying to change yourself just to be accepted. Now, we all know Sussy, Elmore's weirdest resident. She acts completely unhinged and doesn't care about what anyone else thinks. Or at least, that's what it seems. But this episode shows the truth. Sussy isn't as carefree as she seems. It all starts with her doing what she does best, giving her classmates weird and random gifts. She gives Gumball a handful of mayonnaise, Darwin gets a ripped up $100 bill, and and everyone else's gifts are just as weird. And then everyone immediately throws them away right in front of her, which makes Sussy really sad. And Gumball feels really bad, so he tries to help everyone hide the fact that they're getting rid of her gifts. Later that day, bullies come up to her, but this completely backfires because she's too weird even for the bullies to have any effect on her day. Gumball sees this and has kind of lost hope for her at this point, so he gets the idea to poison the water supply so everyone can be as dumb as her. And after a little convincing from Darwin, they decide to just help her fit in. Oh, come on, Darwin. Gumball was really onto something with the water idea here. Anyways, we get to see a day in Sussy's life, which is just as strange as you would expect. So then Gumball decides the only way to fix her is by making her try to be someone she isn't, which makes Sussy really sad. But then, even after being torn down by Gumball and Darwin, Sussy decides to still give them one last gift, which turns out to be a pair of Sussy's eyes. And when Gumball and Darwin put these on, they start seeing the world how Sussy sees the world, which explains a lot of why Sussy acts the way she does. And through this, it tells a story about why you shouldn't change yourself to impress others, which is actually a really nice message for such a strange episode. But this next one is weird in a different way. At number 3, we have the shippening. And just from the title, you guys might be able to tell what happens. This episode starts with the police raiding the sketchy guy's van. And in here, they find a bunch of really weird and powerful items, like an umbrella that controls the weather, a doll that possesses you, and a magic lamp that grants you wishes. But then he runs away and takes off in the van, and then we go to Sarah's house, where she's going out to get the mail, but conveniently a book drops out of the van. But this isn't any normal book. This is a Cartoon Network book, and we will see that this book has magical powers later in this video. So she goes inside, and with all of this creative freedom, she starts shipping characters. Yeah, out of all the things you can do, shipping characters? Yeah, we gave this notebook to the wrong person. She goes through and starts shipping people, but there is quickly a problem that comes up. A lot of the things she writes in the book are taken way too literally.
In that moment, I felt something I'd never felt before.
I love the way you speak your mind. Literally.
Without further ado, they kissed, the waves of their love sweeping away everything around them.
As Gumball and Darwin go around, they keep finding a bunch of people together that literally would have never been together, like Mr. Robinson and Barbara Banana, Masami and Hector, and so much more. Quickly, the boys figure out that something is wrong, and this is abundantly clear when they find fan art of themselves drawn into the world by Sarah. And then we see this.
And here we go.
Once they see this, Gumball gets suspicious that it's Sarah. And I mean, he's not wrong, you can literally see her name on the drawn characters. So we go to her house to try to stop her, and when burning and ripping up the characters from the notebook doesn't work, it turns out that the only way to go back to normal is if she rewrites the plot. But the police are outside her door, so she'll have to be fast. But eventually, they pull through and get everything back to normal. This episode is gonna be in my nightmares. But coming in at number 2 is the news. And this one is very similar to the world from earlier on this list, but somehow it's even weirder. It starts like any normal Gumball episode would, with the boys, well, watching the news. And once we get to the news, it's clear that this will be a really weird episode. We don't see the normal guy who does the news. Instead, we see this random paper dude. And we go through a bunch of news stories that are kind of just normal in Elmore, but would be insane to anyone in the real world. And that's pretty much it. This is just another episode where the creators are experimenting with the most weird gag bits they possibly can think of. Hell, there's even a gag in this episode which makes fun of having filler, and they literally say a whole lot of nothing for an actual 2 minutes of runtime in the episode.
Blah, 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 filler, filler, filler.
It kind of just feels like they didn't have a very good idea for an episode and just slapped some random news-related stuff together. Something about this one is really bizarre to me. The entire episode just feels like an acid trip, but coming in at number 1 for the weirdest Gumball episode of all time, which is saying a lot, we have the slap. And oh boy, this one is just strange. It starts with Gumball and Darwin coming up with a new way to high-five at recess. When Darwin mentions how his version of the high-five is with TAWOG, Tobias.
Starts kind of normal with the high five, but then right after he gives you a slap on the butt.
Yeah, then after this, we see Tobias going around slapping everyone's butt except for Gumball's, which for some reason makes him really jealous. So Gumball makes it his life mission to get his butt slapped. Bro literally does as many goofy things as possible to attempt to get his butt slapped. But for some reason, Tobias just can't slap his butt. Bro even goes into a full-on song talking about how he just wants his butt slapped.
Is my butt not hurt? Is it not inviting? And is that the reason for Tobias's slighting? I only want a pet, just a tiny bump.
After these, he comes up with a scheme with Darwin to eventually get his butt slapped. But this quite literally backfires, and Tobias reacts in a fraction of a second to redirect the slap to his face. Once he's knocked out, it's the perfect opportunity. Gumball can use his hand when he's unconscious to slap his... Well, yeah, I mean, at least Gumball has some morals. Gumball schemes again and tries to coerce Tobias into slapping his butt, which, to no surprise, also doesn't work. Gumball then comes up with a crazy plan, which involves him stranding himself on the roof. But Tobias didn't check his locker for 2 days, so when he finally found the note and closed the door, Gumball didn't even care about the slap anymore because they were both trapped on the roof with no food and no water. And after literally being stranded up there for weeks, Gumball explains the whole reason he did all of this. And as you guys could guess, it was literally just to get one of his butt slaps. But thankfully, shortly after this, they get rescued, and the next day at school, Tobias finally slaps his butt, which results in Gumball absolutely crashing out.
How dare you! You've got some nerve, young man! There are rules in this society and casually slapping people.
This whole episode was super strange. For every 5 loved Gumball characters, there are another 5 who are completely despised. And today, we're gonna compare them all, starting with the most hated Gumball character of all time, Mrs. Robinson, who probably just came straight out of hell. Unlike most of the other characters in the show, who might be flawed but still have something lovable about them, Mrs. Robinson has no redeeming qualities.
Don't worry, Mrs. Robinson. We'll get Rocky and save your husband!
Unlike her husband, Mr. Robinson, Margaret doesn't have any moments in the show that have her grow as a character, and no episode shows just how evil she can be better than the wicked. In this episode, she gets squirrels to attack people, almost runs over Gumball and Darwin, and even switches babies' name tags just to start a fight. But that's not even half as bad as what she does next. When Darwin acts like he's choking to test her kindness, she makes Darwin actually choke by tossing a toy car right into his mouth. When Darwin gives her a chance to save him, she smiles and shuts the door on him, leaving him to die. Thankfully, Gumball was there to save him, but if he wasn't, Darwin would have literally died. At least with Mr. Robinson, fans like him because there's more to his character. While he's definitely grumpy and often argues with the Watersons, he also has his funny moments, and even moments that show he's not entirely heartless. His interactions feel more genuine and entertaining, which adds to the overall charm of the show and makes it more of a likable character. But with Mrs. Robinson, anytime she makes an appearance, she is always the same evil and mean-spirited character we all know. Margaret was made in the fiery pits of the underworld. Which villain is the most evil? Mrs. Robinson. But while Mrs. Robinson isn't liked for her being straight up evil and hating everyone, Darwin is loved for his likable personality and loyalty to friends and family. Since his debut, Darwin won over fans with his positive energy, big heart, and constant effort to do what's right, even if it means putting others' needs ahead of his own. He just has a really big heart. He's always out there trying to do the right thing. Take the episode The Fan, for example. Gumball and Darwin find out they have an obsessive fan named Sarah, who follows them around and stalks their every move, doing stuff like recording them while they're changing in the bathroom, and weirdly shipping herself with both of them. Naturally, they get creeped out and eventually confront her, which ends up making her really upset and depressed. While her behavior was definitely over the line, Darwin chooses to be understanding and encourages Gumball to give her a second chance.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I know, right? I'm definitely taller than you, and if my eyes were that close close together, I'd be a Cyclops.
No, she really cares about us, and we just pushed her away. Look at this.
The Amazing Adventures of Gumball, Darwin, and Sarah. Oh man, I'll shiver when it was to be included.
Instead of pushing her away completely, he helps her feel seen and included. This really shows Darwin's abilities to look over someone's flaws and respond with kindness when most people wouldn't. However, even though Darwin is seen as sweet and is an adored character, sometimes he takes things a little too far and lets his true colors show. He can be surprisingly manipulative, jealous, and even a bit self-centered when things don't go his way. These moments, while rare, show that he's not always perfect, but let's be real, none of us are as perfect as we seem. Yeah, I see you watching the video, thinking you're slick by not being subscribed. Anyways, I just think that makes him more relatable and makes you connect with him even more. People who watch the show often say they relate to Darwin the most. While they could connect with a lot of different things about him, it's his effort to be kind and become a better person that really hits home for a lot of fans. He's not perfect, nobody is, but as long as you're trying to grow and treat others with kindness, you're already on the right track, and that's exactly what makes Darwin so easy to connect with. But while Darwin is loved for his personality and relatability, Tobias is hated for just existing. Tobias is your typical rich, bratty school jock, except he's not actually talented or athletic. No matter how cool he tries to act or what he says, it's pretty clear he's trying way too hard. Bro is basically the Jack Doherty of Gumball.
Dude, FYI, you look thunder lame when you pull that pose. What does it even mean?
It's chunking the deuce, man.
And what does that mean?
Tobias is basically just your typical rich kid. He constantly throws money at situations, even going as far as to pay people to be his friends. When that doesn't work, he joins other people's conversations, whether he's needed or not. A perfect example of Tobias being absolutely unbearable is in the episode The One, where Tobias keeps interrupting Gumball and Darwin with random annoying comments that nobody asked for. And when they finally confront him, he tries to tear down all their friends just so he can be their one and only friend. But his need for attention doesn't stop there. He's always bragging about how athletic he is and trying to act like the most popular kid in school, even though most people don't see him that way at all. His confidence often tips into full-on delusion, and he's completely unaware about how little anyone actually cares about what he has to say. Overall, his personality is quite annoying, and it makes sense why fans dislike him so much. However, his arrogant, egotistical personality is clearly intentional, and he plays the role perfectly. I hate Tobias. He is such a pick-me and an annoying. Like, WTF, he needs to learn how to stop stealing other people's girlfriends. He is a character who I do hate, honestly. He is just so cringe. Despite all the hate Tobias gets, I think he's definitely an essential character for the show. He serves as someone for Gumball to clash with and is a comedic punching bag for others. So while he can be annoying at times, he also makes for a great antagonist, which is a big part of why some fans enjoy his character. But while Tobias is generally pretty hated, on the flip side, Richard is loved by almost everyone, and it's not hard to see why. Richard is the ideal dad that any kid would want. He's chill, caring, and lets you do whatever you want. He might not be the best role model for his children, but he always tries his hardest to be a good dad, and that's exactly why so many fans adore him. I like Richard Watterson as a character more than Patrick Star. I find Richard funnier, more relatable, and more likable. This is coming from someone whose favorite show of all time is SpongeBob. Richard is never mean-spirited or cruel. Well, he might be the laziest person in the universe and a bit clueless. His love for his family is always front and center. He's harmless, goofy, and full of heart, and that's what makes him so lovable. But sometimes he can be too nice. For example, in the episode The Castle, Richard is left in charge for the day, but can't bring himself to kick out the random people who barged into their house. But of course, Nicole comes to the rescue and has everyone clean up the house in no time. time. She's definitely someone you don't want to mess with. Speaking of Nicole, another reason Richard is so well loved is because of their dynamic in their relationship. Nicole is always the adult in the relationship, while Richard is pretty much just another kid in the Watterson family. But that's exactly what makes their dynamic so entertaining to watch. The difference between Nicole's hardworking, no-nonsense attitude and Richard's laid-back, clueless behavior makes for great plots. Despite their differences, their relationship is actually pretty wholesome. Nicole might get frustrated with Richard's antics, but you can tell she really loves him, and he definitely adores her. It's that whole opposites attract thing that makes them such a memorable and lovable couple, and I think the fans agree. However, something fans can't seem to agree on is their opinions on Sarah. Sarah is your typical over-the-top obsessive fan, known for creating bizarre fanfics and constantly shipping characters together. She's often disliked by fans because of her obsession with Gumball and Darwin, and how annoying she can be. She was first introduced as a harmless admirer of Gumball and Darwin, which is not so weird, especially in the world of Gumball. However, she quickly turns into an obsessive stalker, crossing the line and coming off as intrusive and uncomfortable to watch.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with you following us.
Don't worry.
You'll never see me.
In the episode The Shippening, Sarah takes her obsession with fanfic to a whole new level. Remember how she's originally focused all her fanfiction on Gumball and Darwin? Well, in this episode, she takes it a step further by rewriting all of reality around her ships, turning Elmore into a chaotic fanfic fantasy world. Although she didn't mean to cause trouble, her weird fantasies and shipping almost ruined everyone's relationships. This obsession got to the point where her entire character revolved around it, which ended up making her more annoying than entertaining. And that's a big reason why so many fans don't like her. The problem I have is she's never punished for trying to force two guys to love her. She's done some horrible stuff and was given what she wanted. Yeah, I'm not a fan of hers either. It's one thing to make a fanfiction about fictional characters, but to make fanfics about people you know? That is just beyond creepy. But a Gumball character who can't be disliked is one whose name is literally in the title of the show, Gumball. Yes, we finally get to the main star himself. If he's not the most loved character on this list, he's certainly up there, and it's easy to see why. Gumball is the first character we meet when we watch the show, and from the start you can see how he embodies the chaotic energy of the family, leading to wild and entertaining adventures every day. But like any great character, Gumball isn't perfect. He makes his fair share of mistakes, and while he doesn't always learn his lessons right away, he constantly shows a desire to improve. He reflects on his actions and tries to make things right.
Dude, I feel exactly the same.
Really? It's just that I didn't want to look like the bad guy.
Me neither. Friends?
Yeah.
I couldn't have put it better myself.
Gumball even has moments of surprising maturity, something you don't see in other characters. Another reason why Gumball is so loved by the community is for his relationship with Darwin. Ever since they met, they have been inseparable, forming a bond that no other pair in the show shares. Their friendship stands out as one of the strongest and most genuine in the show. They help shape each other, balancing out flaws and bringing out the best in one another. Of course, conflicts happen between them, but no matter what challenges come their way, they always manage to work through them and forgive each other, making their bond even stronger. I like Gumball because he's more fun to watch. He's funny, sassy, and snarky. He is so awesome and really relatable. That's why he's my favorite character in the show. I like him. He's one of my favorite characters. My favorite would be Gumball. I love how he's a funny and likable selfish jerk. It's clear that the community appreciates that Gumball isn't a one-dimensional character defined by a single trait. He's more than just a funny or nice character. He's complex, unpredictable, and full of personality. His flaws and more thoughtful moments make him feel real, which is why so many people connect with Gumball. They might not relate to all the wild chaos he deals with every day, but one thing is for sure, they can relate to his character. While Gumball is primarily loved by most of the community, the same cannot be said about Jamie. At first, Jamie was your typical school bully. She mostly only appeared for a few scenes or would play a background character. So why is she so hated? Well, by seasons 3 through 6, her personality seems to have taken a turn for the worst. She went from being a rough around the edges side character to full-on aggressive, and at times just straight up mean for no reason. One of the most uncomfortable examples of this is in the episode The Girlfriend, where she forces Darwin into dating her. Yeah, she doesn't ask, she forces him. And when things don't go her way, she lashes out with aggression rather than backing off. It made viewers feel uneasy, especially since the humor crossed into something that felt more disturbing than funny. Let's be real. If there's one lesson that the amazing world of Gumball teaches, it's that forcing someone into liking you definitely isn't the way to win their heart. On top of that, Jamie is portrayed as not very bright. She frequently messes up words and struggles to understand simple things. She seems to be the whole muscle without the brain role. Combined with her constant hostility, it's easy to see why many fans find it hard to connect with her. But to give her some slack, at least she's not a one-dimensional character. Because in the episode The Buddy, she helps Anais and even shows a hint of vulnerability for once. However, she doesn't show that side of her often, so most fans can't really seem to relate to Jamie. And with her mean-spirited demeanor, it's no surprise that she's disliked by much of the community. But a character that nobody should hate is Nicole Watterson. Nicole is easily one of the best Gumball characters, and it's easy to see why. Sure, the usual fan favorites are Gumball, Darwin, and even sometimes Richard, but Nicole brings something totally different to the table. She stands out because of her layered personality and how fiercely dedicated she is to her family. She's not just a tough mom, she's hardworking, caring, and willing to do whatever it takes to keep her family together, which makes her super relatable and loved by fans. As the backbone of the Watterson household, Nicole balances the roles of a loving mother, a diligent worker at the Rainbow Factory, and a formidable protector to her kids. And Richard. What makes her even more compelling is the depth of her character. She's not just the angry mom, she's someone with a complex past, high expectations for herself, and a fierce love for her family. In the episode The Choices, we get to know Nicole better, and we see flashbacks that give us insights into her life before motherhood and how much she sacrificed for her family. Another reason Nicole Watterson is such a fan favorite is because of how intense and creatively written the episodes centered around her tend to be. While The Choices dives deep into her past and life-changing moment where she met Richard, The Fury shows how cool an episode centered around Nicole can get. In the episode, Nicole is unexpectedly challenged by Yuki, a former friend and rival from her past, who is determined to fight her in a karate match, which starts as a seemingly over-the-top showdown and quickly turns into a powerful moment of reflection, showing just how much Nicole has grown and had to sacrifice for her family. With the inclusion of an anime-inspired fight and the emotional storytelling, it's no surprise why fans love Nicole. Yeah, I've always thought Nicole had a crazy good mother instinct. She makes mistakes sometimes, but is always there for her kids. She is also really athletic and capable of physically defending them. But while people seem to overwhelmingly love Nicole, there seems to be a split on what people think about Miss Simeon. And this might be because her character is kind of all over the place. At first, she's introduced as Gumball and Darwin's super strict, kinda mean teacher. Like, she clearly doesn't care much about her students, and seems to enjoy making their lives as miserable as possible. She simply continues the age-old dynamic of the classic student-teacher relationship, where her whole purpose is that she's supposed to be mean to Gumball. However, in other episodes like Party, she literally crashes the kids' party and ends up making it even better, getting wild and actually having fun with everyone.
That's my girl!
It's one of those rare moments where she's not the bitter old teacher, but someone who can actually hang out and bring some fun to the table. It seems that her relationship with Principal Brown is one of the only times where she can be portrayed with genuine emotion and complexity, rather than just a one-note antagonist. So while Miss Simeon may have some moments where she can be hated for how she treats her students, it's no surprise why others might like her based on the episodes where she can be a complete vibe. But because of her personality and how mean-spirited she can be, I personally think she deserves a spot in the most hated characters. But while people's opinions are split about Miss Simeon, people's thoughts are also all over the place for Anais. Anais is the youngest member of the Watterson family, but don't let her age fool you. At just 4 years old, she's arguably the smartest member of the entire family. What makes her character so unique is that she often takes the lead in saving her family from dire situations. In the episode The Copycats, she prevents her family from falling to their ultimate doom by disconnecting a tank from a truck that couldn't stop. And in the episode, they deal with another family who's basically just a complete copy of them, except they don't have an Anais of their own, and end up falling into their ultimate doom, never to be seen again. This episode shows just how important of a role Anais plays in her family, and why the whole Watterson family is adored by fans. But Anais isn't perfect. Although most people generally like her, some people also have negative opinions about her. Anais is a morally bad character. She is narcissistic sometimes and can look down on others. Though Anais is caring, she is morally bad, but not the worst. I don't dislike any, but if I had to pick one, Anais talks too much and is quite up herself. And even though she acts all serious, it's hard to take her seriously when she is just 4 years old. But that mix of brains, sass, and heart is what makes her such a standout character in the show. I'm about to tell you 507 facts about the amazing world of Gumball. So whether you're completely new to the show, or you've been watching for years, I guarantee you'll learn something new in this video. So sit back and grab your popcorn because this is gonna be a long one. In early development, the show was pitched under the name Gumball and Darwin before settling on The Amazing World of Gumball. Ben Boclet, the creator of The Amazing World of Gumball's favorite character is Sussy, and this might be because the face is portrayed by his girlfriend Arlie Charbonnier. In Japan, Gumball is voiced by Junko Takuchi, who is also the voice of Naruto. And what's funny is that she also voices Mr. Beast's Japanese dub for his videos. That means the same actress plays Gumball, Naruto, and Mr. Beast. That's insane work. A lot of the characters in the show were rejected advertising mascots from Ben Boclet's portfolio. I guess one man's trash is another man's treasure. Gumball takes more time to create than your average cartoon because of its mix of 2D animation, 3D animation, and so much more. This is why the time between episodes can be anywhere from 3 weeks to a few months. Darwin is registered as a pet fish instead of a student at school. Does this mean he gets a different degree? In Richard's early concept designs, he was a blue dog, which is hard to imagine because he makes such a cute rabbit. Gumball has gone through several transformations during development. Originally, he was also supposed to be a blue dog like Richard, and then he got switched to an unlucky black cat. And then for his final design, he became the blue cat we all know and love. Richard, Anais, and Nicole are based off the personalities of Ben Boclet's own family members. And Gumball is heavily inspired off how Ben Boclet acted as a kid. Bro must have been doing some crazy things. Principal Brown and Miss Simeon are in a relationship. This is supported by the episode The Sock, The Lesson, and The Burden. The episode The Sweaters is a parody of the movie Karate Kid. Ben Boclet didn't think The Amazing World of Gumball would be successful, but it's gone on to win several awards internationally. The word nipples has been said on the show multiple times, despite its TV Y7 rating. Adventure Time has a more mature rating of TV PG, and they still can't say it. The movie Alligators on a Train in the Gumball universe is a reference to the real movie Snakes on a Plane. It's been revealed that Gumball was originally just a nickname. His real name is Zach, but it caused him to create a terrible alter ego in the episode The Name, so they legally changed it back to Gumball. Gumball's middle name was supposed to be Christopher, but his dad Richard somehow confused it for Tristopher. In the pilot episode of the show, Gumball was voiced by Nicky Jones, who is also the voice actor for Chowder. When Gumball got greenlit and became a show, he got replaced by Logan Grove from the beginning of season 1 all the way to the season 3 episode The Kids. Jacob Hopkins then took over the voice of Gumball from The Kids all the way to the season 5 episode 11 episode The Copycats. And then Nicholas Cantu took over the voice voice from the Copycats all the way to current day Gumball. All of the voice actors were switched out and had to be replaced because the voice actors for these characters kept going through puberty, and their voices kept changing, which made them get replaced because their voices became too deep. Although Nicholas Cantu is the most recent voice of Gumball, he was played by Duke Cutler in the Gumball Chronicles, which is a spin-off of the show, which makes me think that either Duke will keep voicing him or his voice will get replaced once again. Darwin has a very similar story with his voice being changed. He was played by Jake Pratt in the pilot episode, Kwesi Bauche played him from the beginning of season 1 all the way to the episode The Kids, and then Terrell Ransom Jr. took over from The Kids to the Copycats. After the Copycats, Darwin's voice was replaced by Donnell Hansley Jr., and then his voice got switched again in the season 6 episode The Anybody. Christian J. Simon has been doing Darwin's voice ever since then. Despite his vocal talent and ability to sing really good songs in the show, Gumball is somehow failing music class. Darwin was originally designed for a show about mythological creatures hidden in a kid's backyard. That show was never made, but Baclette liked the design so much that he put him in the amazing world of Gumball. Gumball and Darwin are the only characters to appear in almost every episode. I say almost because there's a few where Darwin hasn't appeared, and there's one episode where Gumball hasn't appeared. Darwin's name is a reference to Charles Darwin, who is famous for his theory of evolution, and this is represented by the Darwin fish symbol. Darwin was originally going to be a 3D animated character, but this was scrapped due to various difficulties. Darwin was inspired by Ben's childhood friend, Paul, and Darwin can even break glass with his high-pitched screams. Darwin has the longest name out of any character in the show. In the episode The Party, his full name is Darwin Raglan Caspin Ahab Poseidon Nicodemus Watterson III. However, this might not just be a bunch of random names all thrown together. Raglan could reference either a naval ship from World War I, or Raglan, a town in New Zealand known for its surf culture and dolphins. Ahab is likely a reference to Captain Ahab, a character who is obsessed with hunting the white whale. Poseidon could be a reference to the Greek god of the sea. And lastly, Nicodemus could reference Nicodemus the Haggarite, an 18th century saint known for his writings and spiritual contributions, as well as his deep love for all things. This combination of names adds a layer of depth to Darwin's character, potentially reflecting a mix of history, literacy, and mythological references. Nicole Watterson is implied to be the strongest character on the show. She can easily defeat Mr. Rex and literally transform into anime form. Nicole has actually been arrested multiple times. 2 charges include robbing a store with a hot dog and stealing her own car. Richard cannot hold a job, or else the universe will literally be destroyed. Richard is responsible for his family's financial trouble because he often spends their money on the most stupidest things imaginable, or he literally just throws it away. Despite wearing a peanut shell, Penny is actually allergic to peanuts. The show had Gumball in the name before the main character was even created. Ben Baclette is allergic to cats, so it's a little strange he made a whole show based off one. In the episode The Ghost, the possessed version of Gumball is a reference to the detox hallucination baby from the film Trainspotting. Miss Simeon has been teaching since the Stone Age. That's 300,000 years. Miss Simeon's first name is Lucy, which is a reference to the first hominid to walk upright. Every episode has "the" in the title, except for the 2 holiday episodes, titled Halloween and Christmas. In season 2, Rocky's Bisou shirt is a reference to the band Kiss. This is because Bisou means kiss in French. Gumball is Cartoon Network UK's first original series. Ben Baclette voices Sussy's wailing, screaming, and laughter. In the episode The Shell, Penny comes out of her shell, revealing that she's a fairy-like shapeshifter who can change form based on her emotions, and she no longer lives in her shell after this episode. Penny's Medusa form is cut from episodes in certain countries. In the origins, the Robinson house was originally painted dark green. However, in the choices, the house was painted purple before the Wattersons moved in. The episode The Shell was largely inspired by Hayao Miyazaki. When Penny morphs into a dragon, it's a reference to Haku and his dragon from Spirited Away. The front doors of Elmore Junior High matches the colors of the Watterson children. The game Dodger Dare that Gumball and Darwin made up is the most dangerous board game ever created. The live-action pictures of the school are from Abraham Lincoln High School in San Francisco. The Victorian-style homes in the town resemble houses from Vallejo, California, and actually most of Elmore is inspired by Vallejo, California, and this location has been confirmed to be Elmore in real life. The Amazing World of Gumball was originally going to be about a remedial school for rejected cartoon characters. The three-eyed smiley face on Miss Simeon's door is a reference to the 2001 film Evolution. Despite being 10 years old, Darwin is a 7th grader just like Gumball. There's a club at Elmore Junior High called the Rejects Club. I guess that's one way to make sure everyone has a place to fit in. Nicole, Richard, and other adults in the show went to the same school that their kids currently attend. Elmore is geographically surrounded by large bodies of water that require a large bridge to cross. And Elmore also has a second dimension known as the Void, where all of its mistakes end up going. Mr. Small's first name is Steve, and this name came from his own character designer. Mr. Small's appearances are usually preceded by the strum of a sitar. The Robinsons were inspired by the Muppets. Though they resemble real puppets, don't be fooled because they're actually animated in CGI. Tina's design is inspired by the T-Rexes from King Kong and Jurassic Park. Carrie's 3D anaglyph outline is a reference to the old B-horror movies that were occasionally in 3D. Carrie Cougar's name is a reference to two famous horror movie icons, Carrie and Freddy Cougar. Carrie was born a ghost and is the child of Vladis Legislav. Carrie's reflection doesn't show up in mirrors, but if she possesses someone, her reflection will replace the person that she's possessing. Carrie was possessed by the jealousy spirit in the episode The Flower, which means that a ghost can be possessed by another spirit. Richard is a pacifist, while Nicole is a fighter. Carrie's early design looks like a Boo from Mario. Richard is super lazy because his mom sheltered him and babied him as a kid. Her overprotective nature is the product of Richard's father leaving him when he was just a kid. Hector's name uses the prefix hecto, the factor of 100. His last name is a reference to the Norse word Jotunheimer, the homeland of giants. Tobias can change colors at will, and his mom and sister also have headbands just like him. Tobias is named after one of the show's writers, Toby Wilson. Mrs. Yodathum was inspired by Yubba from Spirited Away. Their designs are similar, and they both have giant, potentially destructive suns. The evil turtle's death is a reference to Ben Bucklet's own pet turtle dying of dehydration. The donut cop actually has a craving to eat donuts, despite being a donut. Wait, isn't that technically cannibalism? Alan and Carmen like each other and are going out, but their love can never be, because he's a balloon and Carmen is a cactus. If you do the math, something's gonna pop. After Rob escaped the Void, his design was altered to be much more low-res. His head is polygonal and his face occasionally turns to static, and one of his feet are a wireframe. In The Nobody, Rob swears vengeance on Gumball and Darwin after they ignored him in the Void, becoming their arch nemesis for future episodes. It's implied that Idaho's family is actually based on the Amish. In the episode The Finale, it's revealed that Larry has taken on a multitude of jobs to pay for the damages that were caused by the Watersons. No wonder he doesn't like them. Larry works at Laser Video, Elmar Gas Station, Food and Stuff, Joyful Burger, Shoe Store, Ripley 2000, Fervidus Pizza, Elmore Shopping, and also is an accountant, ice cream vendor, pest control, and a repairman. If Larry ever stops working, the entire economic structure of Elmore would collapse. In The Banana, it's revealed that Banana Joe's eyes and mouth can be removed and stuck back on, so he has a whole closet of spares. The population of Elmore is a modest 20,000 people, suggesting that it's a somewhat large town or small city in the USA. This is odd though, given the presence of high-rise office towers in Elmore, which are usually only in major cities. Banana Joe's personality and appearance are inspired by the term top banana. Gumball looks like Nicole, but behaves like Richard, while Anais looks like Richard and has a similar personality to Nicole. The inspiration for Anais is Ben's own sister Anais, who is a computer programmer in real life. Anais is one of the more mature and intelligent members of her family. She even makes Gumball and Darwin breakfast in the morning. The live-action location shots that are used in the show are filmed mainly in California, New York, and the UK. Ben cites Who Framed Roger Rabbit as an inspiration for the mixed media approach to the show. Gumball and Darwin's Make the Most of It rap sneaks in a subtle reference to Brad Neely's famous George Washington rap. The show's executive producer Daniel Leonard considers The Amazing World of Gumball the ultimate boys show.
It just needs some mozzarella. There.
Much of the 3D rendering work on Gumball is done at Studio Soy, an animation studio in Ludwigsburg, Germany. Other 2D and 3D animation work not completed at Studio Soy is completed by Boulder Media, an animation company based in Dublin, Ireland. Gumball is produced as a storyboard-driven show, meaning that its storyboard artists don't work from a script, but rather a loose story outline. And this is what Ben attributes the spontaneity of the show to. Gumball's classmate, William, the Flying Eye, is not only a tattletale telltale snitch, but he even resembles a golden snitch from the Harry Potter series. The character Neckbeard bears a uncanny resemblance to Pikachu from Pokemon. The official Gumball comics, published by Boom Studios, ran for a total of 8 issues before cancellations. The G is the first Gumball episode where Darwin is seen wearing pants. Carlton, Troy, Santa Claus, Mr. Crease, and Superintendent Evil are the only human characters to appear in the show. Originally, Troy, Carlton, and Mr. Crease were going to be animals. Troy was a bird, Carlton was a dog, and Mr. Crease was a beaver. Despite being a suburban neighborhood, Elmore has its own airline, which is renowned for its lack of legroom. Gumball is admitted to being to the hospital way more times than any other character in the series. Gumball, Darwin, Tina, and Penny are all playable characters in the Cartoon Network MMO Project Exonaut. There are over 50 original songs sung throughout the Gumball series. Sussy, her parents, the butterfly, and Superintendent Evil are the only characters in Gumball that utilize live-action characters. Darwin is revealed to be allergic to feathers in the episode The Allergy, as we see in The Origins. Gumball has had countless other orange fish named Darwin that he owned before Darwin. The name Gumball was chosen as the title of the show because Ben Bucklett wanted to call it something that would remind people of their childhood, so he named it after something that every child might have in their pocket. Ben Bucklett worked hard as a development artist for Cartoon Network. When he was asked by the VP of Development to pitch some cartoon ideas, at the time he had pitched Gumball, as well as another show involving cryptozoology. What the heck is that, you ask? It's the study of evidence that proves the formerly unproven existence of the Loch Ness Monster or the Abominable Snowman. It took 9 months from when the show was originally pitched to when it was greenlit, mostly because the original concept was rejected. Ben based the show off a family sitcom, but replaced normal human characters with nonsensical creatures. Many gags and storylines in the show are loosely based off real instances that occurred in Ben's family. Ben attributes the success of the show to the authenticity that comes with basing the show on real life. He has also always desired wanting to make a show with a mixed media format, because he believes it's what makes the show so distinctive. Art director Anton Perez helped create the mixed media design with ease by using his own method in designing the show's background. Antone even used VFX tactics to incorporate the different types of media in the show. The reasons the background in the show are realistic is because Ben wants to portray Elmore as a place that actually exists in the real world. As we already know, the Wattersons' house and the Robinsons' house were both filmed on location in Vallejo, California. This area was particularly chosen because of its 50s, 60s style architecture that you'd probably expect in a family sitcom. To find out which jokes were featured in the show, pretty much the entire writing staff has to laugh at a joke unanimously. Therefore, some jokes were written fast, and others were more labor-intensive. The Wattersons' last name is a reference to Bill Watterson, the creator of Kelvin and Hobbes. The Robinsons' house address in real life is 1022 York Street, Vallejo, California. The show was originally meant to end after season 3, but due to fan support and critical acclaim, it was extended. Terry, the paper bear, is one of the few characters animated to look like a literal paper cutout to reflect her germophobic and delicate personality. Despite being a dinosaur, Tina Rex is one of the most emotionally vulnerable characters, often shown crying or needing reassurance. Carrie has a band called the Safety Coffins, a reference to old burial devices that would let you alert someone if you're buried alive. Mrs. Robinson and Barbara Banana are some of the only characters to never speak in the show. Despite Elmore Junior High supposedly being the local school, the Wattersons have to drive through a busy expressway just to get there. The show has parodied countless genres, including horror, anime, courtroom dramas, musical, and sci-fi, all in the same season. The sales agreement Jeff signs in The Sale reveals the Robinson home to be 1,530 square feet. This is much smaller than its real-world counterpart, which is 2,310 square feet. There are many shows who have tried to copy the amazing world of Gumball, one of which being Miracle Star, which is a cheap Chinese knockoff of Gumball. But instead of taking the boring approach and suing them, Cartoon Network decided to clap back at Miracle Star by making their own episode called The Copycats to make fun of the show. And in Gumball's version, they used their own original character versions of the Miracle Star copycats, naming them Chi-Chi and Ribbit. Another show that closely resembles Gumball and has even been accused of copying it is Pinky Malenky, which seems to be mostly original but has a lot of similar elements to Gumball. The show's sound designer uses household items like plastic cups cups and bubble wrap for many of the sound effects. The writer's room intentionally blocked how often they use certain recurring jokes to avoid burnout, like the use of fourth wall breaks. In The Origins, the Robinson house was sold to the Robinsons, but in The Heart, while showing a flashback when the Watterson family moved next door, Mr. Robinson is shown to already be moved in, which is a pretty big plot hole. Nicole's maiden name is Sennycourt, which is subtly referenced on the paperwork in the choices. Despite being a minor character, Carmen the cactus has a complex personality and is sometimes shown being manipulative. The character Clayton is made of literal clay and has different animation styles depending on his mood in different episodes. The house that Larry lives in is based on 918 Capitol Street, Vallejo, California. The Wattersons' TV often plays generic stock footage. This heavily contrasts the madness of the rest of the show. Some of the background characters are animated using recycled rigs from earlier versions of characters. Darwin's singing voice is done by different actors than his speaking voice in certain musical numbers. Some of the locations in the show, like Elmore Mall or Laser Video, are photo-scanned real-world locations. Miss Simeon's original concept art depicted her as a hunched-over librarian with a gothic look. Gumball has impersonated nearly every main character at some point, with his body often morphing in different weird ways to mock the character. The swimming pool area in Elmore Junior High closely resembles the gym, which suggests that they may be located in the same place. But this is contradicted in The Club, where both the pool and gym area are shown. In The Remote, the Wattersons reenact Lord of the Flies in their battle for TV dominance. Darwin sometimes refers to Gumball as Dude more than by his name, showing their casual friendship. Leslie the Flower was initially designed to be a female character, but this was changed last minute. The show has a subtle rule. If it would happen in a sitcom, it must happen more chaotically in Elmore. Tobias and Rachel are so far the only characters, along with their family, known to live on the outskirts of Elmore, as shown in The Third and The Party, though this may have been contradicted in Christmas, as the Wilsons are shown to be living on the same street as the Wattersons. In The Disaster, time rewinds multiple times, referencing Groundhog Day and possibly Run Lola Run. The character Ocho is based on 8-bit sprite art and has glitch powers as a result. The episode The Gripes pokes fun at online comment sections and toxic fandom culture. There's a running theory that Rob is the only character aware of being in a cartoon, and this is supported by his arc in later seasons. Mr. Small's obsession with crystals is a parody of new age pseudoscience culture. The phrase "the amazing world of" was added later in development to help market the show internationally. The animators often used real textures, like fabric scans and paper, to add depth to characters and environments. To maintain consistency, a custom software was developed to help manage the integration of various animation styles. The character designs intentionally break traditional animation rules, allowing for more expressive and exaggerated movements. The production team used a color script for each episode to ensure emotional consistency throughout the scenes. The boys' bathroom sign changes colors in different episodes. Banana Joe's personality was based off of the classic slapstick comedy from the 1920s. The show's visual style evolves subtly over the seasons to reflect the character's growth in the passage of time. One of the biggest examples of this is Gumball and Darwin's designs, with them both having bold big shadows in season 1 and more oval-shaped eyes. But by season 2, their characters got a complete redesign, going for more of a light shadow and rounded edges on the characters. And by the end of season 6, the characters look way more polished. I can only imagine how they'll look in season 7. Darwin's evolution from a pet fish to a fully integrated family member in The Origins symbolizes themes of growth and acceptance. Darwin was bought out of a mysterious van when he was just a baby, and later, through his emotional bond with Gumball, he grew legs and lungs which helped him survive on land. Anais, despite being the youngest, often serves as a voice of reason, highlighting the reversal of traditional family roles. Nicole's character explores the challenges of balancing career ambitions with family responsibilities. Also, her parents had super high standards for her, with ridiculous examples such as her mom getting mad at her for having an F in gender, even though she's just a girl. And they even gave Nicole the first name Doctor, because they wanted her to be a doctor, so her full legal name is Dr. Nicole Watterson. That's insane. Richard, on the other hand, embodies the concept of eternal childhood, providing a contrast to Nicole's seriousness. The show's soundtrack blends various genres, including electronic, orchestral, and jazz, to match the show's crazy visuals. visuals. The show frequently parodies internet culture, involving memes and viral videos. Gumball has been translated into over 20 languages, expanding its global reach. They've also made merchandise including toys, clothing, and comic books. Fan art and online communities have played a significant role in the show's enduring success. And they even made an episode referencing weird fan shippings. And this episode is called The Shippening. The Amazing World of Gumball has won several awards. It received the Best Children's Series Award and the Children's Choice Award in the British Academy Children's Awards in 2018. Gumball has 6 seasons. The series produced a total of 240 episodes, each averaging about 11 minutes in length. One of Gumball's voice actors, Nicholas Cantu, had their own YouTube channel at one point called Junkie Janker, but then later he ended up getting in some drama with Dream, and after that he deleted a lot of his online presence. Leslie is the only male character who is a member of the Treehouse Girls. In The Origins, it's revealed that a massive desert surrounds Elmore. Ben Bucklett also voiced multiple characters himself in the show, like Banana Joe's dad and a bunch of other minor characters. Jacob Hopkins, who voiced Gumball in the later seasons, started his acting career at the age of 5. Terrell Ransom Jr., the voice of Darwin, is also known for his role on Days of Our Lives. Kayla Ray Kowaleski, who voices Anais, began her acting career with Gumball at just 9 years old. The show's voice actors often recorded their lines together, which helped them make the scene sound more natural. Logan Grove, the original voice of Gumball, transitioned into live action roles after his time on the show. Christian J. Simon, who voices Darwin in the later seasons, also appeared in Disney Channel's Sydney to the Max. The Disaster and the Rerun form a 2-part story at the end of season 4 to the beginning of season 5, with the main villain Rob trying to defeat Gumball. And the episode The Choices shows a glimpse into Nicole's past, and we get to see what would happen if she got with different partners. Jacob Hopkins, who voiced Gumball in seasons 3 through 5, often shared that he developed a unique laugh for the Gumball character. The school showering stalls have been destroyed twice in the series. The first time was in the skull, and the second time was in the voice. The internal working title from the episode The Void was The Leftovers, but they changed it due to the HBO show of the same name. In a behind-the-scenes interview, an animator revealed that Carrie's 3D ghost aura is the hardest visual effect to composite in the entire show. The word Elmore is from a surname which comes from, I'm about to pronounce this so bad, Oflinmir, which is an old English name that is a compound of noble and famous. Nicole's anime transformation was originally supposed to have a voiceover in Japanese with subtitles, but it was eventually cut for pacing reasons. An early design of Rob shows him using an arm and a hand as a third leg. In the Portuguese dub, Richard's voice is far more serious and competent sounding, which fans say changed his character entirely. At the time of recording this video, Gumball has officially been on the air for 14 years, airing from 2011 to 2025. In The Upgrade, it's revealed that there's a large line of various Bobbert models, including New Bobbert, which is an upgraded version of Bobbert. In Miss Simeon's office, behind her is a portrait of someone who looks like a mix of Mr. Robinson and George Washington. Laser Video in the Gumball universe is a hybrid of the name Family Video and Laserdisc. Ocho's glitch powers are a visual metaphor for anxiety. His pixelation gets worse as he gets nervous or ignored. Richard's obesity is never mocked in universe. Characters insult his laziness, but not his body, which was a deliberate decision by the writers. Rob's name was first revealed after people were asking one of the show's creators, James Lamont, who the Blue Cyclops from The Party was. At first, jokingly, he responded with, "We don't speak of him," but after more asking, he gave in and revealed his name. Rob's descent into villainy parallels real-world parasocial obsession. He begins as a fan of Gumball who becomes jealous and twisted over time. Gumball has been heavily implied on various occasions throughout the series, as well as confirmed by Ben Bucklett on Twitter, to be bisexual or pansexual. This is yet to be explicitly confirmed in the series, however. It's never been confirmed how long Richard and Nicole have been married, but with some clues in the show, we can make an educated guess. Gumball is 12 years old, and Nicole was already married to Richard before he was born. In the episode The Choices, we see a flashback of Nicole and Richard dating, getting married, and starting a family shortly after. Nicole was around 20 years old when she finally met Richard in college, and Nicole was around 38 to 40 years old in the present day, so assuming she married Richard at around the the age of 22, they likely have been married for 16 to 18 years. The episode The Copycats was banned in China, not because of satire, but because it featured unapproved character archetypes. Right. In some international dubs, the characters' names are changed. Darwin is called Nemo in parts of Eastern Europe, which was confusing to fans. The episode The Ollie reveals that Gumball is great at skateboarding, but only when no one is watching him. The series finale, The Inquisition, was mistakenly aired in Latin America, sparking conspiracy theories about the show being canceled mid-season. In Russia, the show was briefly pulled from the air due to scenes that promoted rebellion against authority. Later, this was reinstated after edits. The Night is considered the least aired episode worldwide, due to its disturbing dreamlike content and lighting effects. According to Richard in Ancestor Art, which is an episode of the Gumball Chronicles, Frankie's mom is a cockatoo. Rocky's x-ray shows that he doesn't have a skull. Instead, he just has a hand where his skull should be. This is a joke based off him being a puppet. Gumball was nominated for an Emmy in 2017, but it lost to Bob the Builder, a fact that the creator tweeted about bitterly. One animator admitted that working on The Singing gave him tetanitis because of the endless loop of Darwin's high-pitched notes. Rocky's age varies depending on the source. In The Mystery, his age is stated to be 27, but on the official Japanese website, it says that he's 31. In The Loophole, Bobbert mentions System 32, referring to a special folder in the Windows operating system containing executables important to its normal functioning. In The Pizza, Gumball reveals that Laser Video is his favorite store. In The Uploads, Richard beats the hardest game in the world. Calculator, Gaylord Robinson, the Wattersons' neighbor, openly dislikes and tries to avoid their antics. The official Elmore map, used by the writers, never matches what's seen on screen, and this was on purpose to reflect cartoon logic. It's not clear exactly what kind of job Nicole does, though she is seen answering phones in the Rainbow Complaints office in the game. Margaret Robinson is easily the most evil character in the show. She's very similar to Mr. Robinson, except she never shows any real emotion or character development. Many fans think she's literally the devil herself. Frankie Watterson abandoned his family, leaving Richard to be raised by Granny JoJo alone. The episode The Signal contains a real error message from Adobe Animate, and this was left in intentionally. Gumball has over 49,000 fanfics across various sites, more than Gravity Falls and regular show combined. The phrase, "it's so dumb it's deep," became a meme among fans to describe episodes like The Job or The Loophole. There are over 300 characters in the show, but only 12 appear in more than 50 episodes. The shipping of Gumball x Darwin became so widespread online that it was explicitly mocked in the shippening. In a 2019 survey of Cartoon Network animators, Gumball was voted the hardest show to storyboard due to its surreal transitions. Fans discovered an alternate dub of The Responsible, where Gumball uses the F word. This was likely a glitch though on a foreign streaming service. The episode The End is often mistaken as the true finale of the series, but it aired midway through season 2, so it was just a red herring. The clown first appears in season 3 episode 10 titled The Procrastinators, and he is voiced by Mick Graves, who is also the show's director and executive producer. And this clown creepily shows up in the background of multiple episodes. But there's a theory that this clown is actually trying to kidnap Gumball and Darwin, but for some reason he can't. But before I tell you why, let me redirect your attention to that shiny subscribe button. You know you want to click it. Anyways, the reason is that us, the viewers, are watching him, so he doesn't want to get caught. The clown has no name and is never directly addressed by one in dialogue, adding to this creepy mystery. Despite his scary look, he's never physically harmed anyone. He just sticks to psychological fear. Many fans theorize that the clown may be a metaphor for anxiety or intrusive thoughts, due to his timing and presence. As I said earlier, the Watterson house is modeled after a real location in Vallejo, California, but the interior layout doesn't match the outside, which fans have debated for years. Richard might actually not be dumb. Let me explain. We all know that Richard is just seen as your typical cartoon dad, and this is because of his really messed up childhood, which includes a lot of things like his father abandoning him when he was just a young child, leading his mother to baby him so hard and force feed him to the point of dumbness. Richard was constantly bullied as a young kid by Tobias's father, and he was even tricked into believing that he was supposed to be the prom king. Him being a lonely child made it so that his only friend was the magic fridge where he kept all of his memories, which he had to learn to let go of when he got older. Nicole's anime sequence in The Fury was animated at 24 FPS, which is double the usual frame rate for the show, making it the smoothest sequence ever aired. Background characters like Jamie are sometimes rendered at lower resolutions during crowd shots to speed up rendering. Billy speaks with a British British accent, being one of the few supporting characters in the show who do. Richard might actually be in crippling debt, and we find this out in the episode The Uncle, when Richard tries to buy 100 expired donuts with his credit card, but for some reason it gets declined. But thankfully, Larry lets him sign up for an in-store credit card. But the problem with this is that this card has insane interest. Anton is the character who has died the most times. I don't know exactly how many, but it has to be in the hundreds. In the society, Rocky reveals that his ATM number is 0380, his email password is RockyRockXXX, and his Elmore Plus password is Unbreakable. The design of Elmore Mall was actually inspired by the Mary Hill Shopping Center located in Berkeley Hill, West Midlands, England. Nicole's voice actress, Teresa Gallagher, also voices Penny and Margaret Robinson, making her one of the most versatile voice actors in the show. In the Czech dub, Mr. Small's voice is far deeper and sounds like a cult leader. In the Brazilian dub of the singing, there's a completely different melody for Darwin's solo, due to the localization of rhyme schemes. One of Darwin's voice actors admitted he would record screaming lines by jumping into a pillow from across the room. Anaïs's French voice actress is a stage actor who performs Shakespeare. During the first season, Gumball seems to have trouble remembering Alan's name, calling him Adrian, Alfred, Andrew, Author, Alex, and so many other names. Gumball's Spanish dub features a more sarcastic tone, which fans believe makes him more unlikable than the original voice. Ocho's voice is pitched down electronically to make him sound more like a robot. Voice actors for Gumball occasionally receive fake scripts to prevent leaks. One fake script involved Gumball and Darwin becoming truckers, and honestly, I want this to be an episode now. That sounds awesome! Gumball was originally gonna be a cat named Bobby. In early concept art, he was a blue cat named Bobby who wore a red hoodie. In Turkey, the girlfriend was pulled from TV after conservative backlash over Darwin cross-dressing. In almost every photo shoot Alan appears in, his facial features look very realistic and human-like. However, in episodes such as The Storm, his pictures, especially with Carmen, show him with his usual appearance. The animators use Maya and Adobe After Effects for the show. 3D elements like Banana Joe's head and the Void were modeled in Maya and then composited with 2D layers. Dan Russell, the voice actor for Richard Watterson, also voices several other characters in the show, like Penny's dad, Dr. Butt, Coach Russo, Donut Cop, Egghead, and Tina Rex. The episode The Stories was accidentally uploaded to Cartoon Network's channel before the episode even released. It was taken down within 12 minutes though, so they got to it quick. The Refund was originally aired out of order, confusing viewers because it takes place before Gumball meets Rob. It's revealed in The Photo that Alan anonymously donates all of his allowances to charity. He never tells anyone about it because he cares very much about the cause. It's revealed in The Storm that whatever Alan eats gets turned into literal air. Some dubs censor Darwin in a bathtub by adding bubbles over areas that were already PG. Every episode of season 6 features at least one glitch or reality break, foreshadowing the last episode of the season. There's a popular theory that Elmore exists in a post-apocalyptic world, and the characters are all mutated survivors. This theory even has its own wiki page. Fans notice that each family member represents a sitcom archetype. Gumball is the class clown, Darwin has a big heart, Nicole's the straight man, Richard's a fool, and Anaïs is the brains. When Alan's voice is pitched down, it sounds very similar to Tobias's voice, as they were both voiced by the same person. Some fans believe Mr. Small's a time traveler, because he never ages and knows about events before they happen. Principal Brown and Miss Simeon are implied to be teaching since the 1800s. This is hinted at in The Ape and The Legacy, suggesting that time is unstable in Elmore. There is an entire subreddit dedicated to mapping the layout of the Watterson house based on clues from different episodes. Rob is the only character who's aware he's in a cartoon for most of the series. His descent into the void awakened this awareness, leading to his obsession with fixing the world. A popular meme compares Gumball to BoJack Horseman for how both shows balance humor and existential dread. Fans call it BoJack for Zoomers. The creators once joked that Richard Watterson is technically immortal, since he's been hit by trucks, exploded, and fallen off cliffs with no permanent change. A real Gumball video game was pitched in 2016, but it never got past concept art. Screenshots, though, showed a platformer involving the void. There's a theory that Gumball and Darwin live in a computer simulation. This theory almost makes too much sense to me, because we all know that in Elmore there's a mix of 2D characters, 3D characters, and so much more. And the vibes of the show remind me of an early 2000s computer game, which leads me to believe that the amazing world of Gumball takes place in a computer simulation. Anais' real name is Anais Watterson, and Mr. Robinson's real name is Gaylord Robinson. Every episode title card in season 6 hides a visual glitch symbol somewhere in the design, referencing Rob tempering with reality. The animators once considered an episode where Gumball enters the real world and becomes a badly composited 2D character in real life. This is the most sus moment in the amazing world of Gumball. Richard's driver's license shows his birthday is February 31st, implying he's not even real in his own universe. There has been multiple anime references in the amazing world of Gumball. First is in the episode The Past, where Gumball goes Super Saiyan, which is from the anime Dragon Ball Z. Next is in The Lie, where Richard floats using Sky Moon Prism power, which is based off of Sailor Moon. And another one I found is in the episode The Choices, where Nicole Naruto runs. There's a lot more, but if I went over all of them, I'd be here all day. In The Boss, it's shown that Rocky can surprisingly whistle with his butt. In The Butterfly, Rocky is shown hitting Allison with his quote weak arm, which happens to be his right arm. This may imply that Rocky is left-handed. In The Factory, it's revealed that there are 50 workers in the Rainbow Factory. There's a location called the Forest of Doom in Gumball. It's located in what appears to be a large park in Elmore. When viewed from far above the trees, it possesses an uncanny resemblance to a human skull. Miss Simeon's chalkboard often contains real Latin phrases, like Noil di Tengi, which means do not touch me, and Memento Mori, which means remember you will die. Unlike most stereotypical gym coaches, Coach Russo is overweight and unathletic. For example, while she was chasing Miss Simeon as a zombie in The Joy, she had to stop every few steps to catch her breath. Contrary to popular belief, Gumball can swim and dive just fine. His primitive cat instincts just make him sometimes believe that he can. In Brazil, Banana Joe's name was changed to Joaquim Banana, a pun that accidentally matched a real politician's name. Sal Left Thumb's song in The Boredom reveals that he wanted to pursue a career in music, but he turned to a life of crime because he was rejected by the producers. Several episodes underwent title changes during production. For instance, The World was originally titled The Objects, and The Fraud was originally called The Phony. Gumball has 6 whiskers, but only 5 are visible due to the animation style. Granny JoJo has a lot in common with Sheila from South Park. For example, she's extremely overprotective towards her family, speaks in a New Jersey accent, and has trouble admitting when she's wrong. The episode The Nest reveals that Gumball's evil pet turtle is a female, a fact that was foreshadowed by her desire to reproduce in The Puppy. Granny JoJo has so much metal in her that she is legally classified as a motorized vehicle, and this is according to what she said in The Man. Despite Sal Left Thumb's dangerous nature, his preferred weapon for robbing is a simple old rusty spoon. In The Debt, it's shown that Mr. Robinson is a very good singer and dancer. This is also seen again in the episode The Singing. Larry's paycheck in The Finale shows he earns exactly $3.72 per job. No matter what it is, bro is literally working for pennies. In early concepts, Tobias was designed without lips, and his character underwent several changes before finalization. Storyboard artists were encouraged to add their own jokes and visual gags, leading to more of a collaborative creative process. Over the seasons, character designs were subtly refined to improve animation fluidity and expressiveness. Nicole calls Gumball the nickname Gummy Puss in the episode The Meddler. Nicole's fight stance in The Fury was modeled after Chun-Li from Street Fighter frame by frame. Gumball's whiskers are inset like his mother's, but they pop out like his father's when his girlfriend Penny tells him they need more space in the episode The Rose. Ocho's real name is Harry Tootmorsel. Gumball is the only male character in the show with big hips that stand out from the rest of his body. Mr. Robinson owns a pearl white 1964 Lincoln Continental, which appears in several episodes, but most notably in the car. The Amazing World of Gumball has a massive production team, with a staggering 100 people working on the show. All 3 of the Watterson kids are actually voiced by kids, which Ben thought added an interesting dynamic. Juke's name comes from the jukebox, which is a machine that plays and records music, which was somewhat common in the 1950s to 1970s. Jamie was originally originally designed to be a boy, but the crew thought a female bully dynamic would add more variety. Darwin's squeaky shoes were recorded by using a dog toy pressed repeatedly against a hardwood floor. Ben claims the biggest lesson he learned while making Gumball is that in order to really engage an audience, the show must represent its creator. The episode titled The End is Ben Bucklet's favorite. He claims despite seeing it a million times, the jokes still make him laugh. The show's creative team are all fanboys of the 1980s era, which is what unite all of them on this project. Gumball features various film references and nods to the 80s because of the major influence that had over the show. To be specific, it was Spielberg films, as well as other 80s golden age cinema titles, such as Back to the Future and Karate Kid. Anais' favorite toy is Daisy the donkey, and I don't think she's capable of living without her. The show's logo is pixelated on purpose as yet another nod to the 80s. Ben Bucklet wanted to give Gumball braces at one point, but the animators couldn't figure out how to make them look right in 2D. All of the Watersons actually became humans briefly in the episode The Nuisance, and they actually looked really weird, but the other human characters in the episode The Inquisition actually kinda looked fire. As the series progresses, Mr. Robinson becomes somewhat friendlier to Gumball and Darwin, with the exception of the season 4 episode The Sale. Mr. Robinson is one of the few characters from season 1 that never underwent a design change. The showrunners originally pitched a season 7 art where Rob merges with the Void and permanently becomes a godlike glitch, but Cartoon Network vetoed it. A running gag in several episodes is that whenever Coach attempts to whistle, she fails miserably and spews saliva at her students in the process. The animators use Google Street View to lay out several background neighborhoods in the show. Looney Tunes, South Park, and The Simpsons were credited as the biggest inspirations for Gumball. In 2010, the show started out as a storyboard-driven show, using photographs to start before jumping directly into the storyboarding process. But now, episodes are entirely scripted first, and then heavily developed during the storyboarding phase. The only thing that Mrs. Robinson ever says in the show is, meh. Mrs. Robinson's hair is much more gray than usual in the later seasons, indicating that her wig is either losing its color or that she's aging. Darwin's eyes were originally meant to be small and far apart, resembling a real goldfish, but the crew thought it was too unsettling. In addition to the storylines, most of the characters in the show were based off real people in Ben's life, and it's more than just his family that's featured in the cartoon. The Robinsons were his actual neighbors growing up. The show is noted for its proper storytelling, one of the many reasons why people who work on the show feel like it became such a huge success. The rainbow, often used in the show's design, is representative of the show itself, and how all of the characters in it are very diverse, yet all come together to create something beautiful. Director McGraves expressed his love for the more cinematic approach often displayed in the show. His favorite scene to work on was the car chase scene with Miss Simeon in season 1. The Gumball writing staff used tabletop writing to come up with the show's episodes. Basically, someone comes up with a funny idea, and the other writers would build off it and make suggestions until they have a really solid episode idea. Mr. Small's van is a real vehicle modeled in 3D, using photo from an actual Volkswagen used by a crew member. Nicole's high school outfit from The Choices was based off Ben Bucklet's sketchbook doodles from college. Despite being unathletic, coaches somehow won 3 gold medals in trampolining. The fish tank Darwin came from in The Origins was based off a real fish tank in a Cartoon Network writer's office. The creator Ben Bucklet is 44 years old, and he's been doing animation ever since he was 12. According to the Gumball wiki, there are a ton of lost characters who were designed but never made. These include characters like Butthead, Worm, and Poop Guy. The writers confirm in an AMA that Richard canonically doesn't know how to spell his last name. Coach Russo won the 1986 Olympics in Elmore, but in actuality, there was no 1986 Olympics, meaning that Coach might have lied about her winning the Olympics, or they may have happened in the show's universe, I don't really know. Darwin treats his feet like private parts, because every time we see him in the show without shoes, his feet are censored. The Gumball team pitched an April Fool's episode where every character's voice was swapped with the wrong one, but ultimately Cartoon Network rejected it. Banana Joe's voice actor once voiced every character in a scratch track for The Banana, just to save him time. Season 4 introduced a whole host of new characters into the show. This played into one of the main storylines of the season, which is that Elmore has far more students than Gumball and Darwin ever realized. To come up with ideas for the show, show, the writers often reference their own childhoods for inspiration. In The Hug, it's revealed that Hot Dog Guy's name is actually Hot Dog Guy. Despite being somewhat prominent in the show, Molly does not have a bio on any Cartoon Network sites, unlike some of the other minor characters who have bios. That just really goes to show how irrelevant Molly is. Sarah replaced Molly in season 2, and Molly didn't reappear officially until The Void. It's revealed in The Flower that Leslie and Penny are cousins. Once the writers come up with a concept for an episode, they start working on fitting in gags wherever they can. It's the second most important step in the writing process, considering this is a comedy show. The episode The Genius has a long math equation on the board. It actually equals 42, and it's also a Hitchhiker's Guide reference. Ocho's glitch sprites are based on the NES Mega Man enemies, with the team having to tweak them just enough to avoid copyright. There were some rumors that in the past, Ben initially pitched the show to Adult Swim, but he confirmed this wasn't true on Twitter. But he did note that he would like to drop an idea on Adult Swim one day. Gumball was the very first show to be produced on Cartoon Network Studios Europe. The studio opened in 2007, and Gumball started production in 2009. The fact that the show has been on the air for so long amazes Ben Bucklett. He thought that it would last for at most 3 seasons. The puppets originally had a scrap joke where Gumball got trapped in a sock puppet and begs to be burned. Banana Joe's ringtone in season 4 is literally a fart. One of the lead people on the Gumball team, Sarah Fell, has her own character being based after her, Sarah G. Lotto, and Sarah even has her own nickname for the character. She refers to herself as the D-O-double-G Scoop Dog. Mrs. Robinson has cheated on her husband twice, once in The Boss and once in The Slide. Since Jamie doesn't have any knees, she either waddles or kicks her legs when she walks. For some reason, it makes a goose stepping motion when she does. The web was meant to include a fake wiki called Elmorepedia, but CN Legal didn't clear it. Ben has mentioned that it's been hard to keep the quality of the show at such a high standard. He thinks it's important though to keep it so that the writers don't get bored. In the name, Gumball has an alter ego named Zack, and his evil laugh was made using a reversed audio file of a seagull scream. Despite his feelings for Miss Simeon, Principal Brown threatened to fire her if she kept framing Gumball and Darwin in the apology, and he even sent her back to the 8th grade at the end of the grades, after discovering that Miss Simeon cheated on him back in the day. According to an artist on the Gumball team, the character Louie has a back tattoo that says property of Granny JoJo, which is never visible in the show, and thank God for that, honestly. I don't want to see that. The type of cat Nicole takes after hasn't been confirmed in the show. However, it's possible that she's a tabby. In the episode The Job, when everyone turns into their live-action counterparts in the car, Nicole changes into an adorable tabby, which makes sense because blue cats don't even exist. It's proven that Mrs. Robinson is wearing a wig in the car when Gumball and Darwin hit it with a ball, causing it to fall off. Tobias's voice actor was told to channel a bro who's never read a book during casting. Contrary to common belief, Donut Cop is not a sheriff, and this is proven by the fact that a close-up of his badge reads Chief of Police, and that the other officers refer to him as Chief. The Donut Cop shares several similarities with Chief Wiggum from The Simpsons. For example, he appears to be incapable of working with the police due to his ignorance. His voice sounds similar to Wiggum, and he likes to eat donuts frequently. We all know that Nicole isn't the calmest character in the show, although she does go to anger management. Whether it's useful or not hasn't been decided. Tobias and Gumball weigh 180 pounds combined as shown in the Society. Nicole's anime mode eyes in The Fury were inspired by Kill la Kill, according to the lead animator. Most people who have never seen the show mistake Alan for a female, possibly because of her eyelashes, which are more common on female characters, and also because of his high voice, which is caused by helium. But Alan is actually a dude. In a fake Cartoon Network press release, one claimed a crossover between Gumball and Clarence. It was later revealed to be an elaborate April Fool's joke by a staffer. The Chinese dub of Gumball uses different music cues during fight scenes to emphasize comedy over action. There's a good amount of Gumball merch out there, but some McDonald's toys have Gumball wearing a red vest and shoes, which is very different from what he usually wears in the show. Bobber is one of the characters who were originally created by Ben Bucklett for old commercial pitches. In a scrapped plotline, Nicole was supposed to have a long-lost twin sister who was even more intense and competitive. According to the Gumball wiki, Sussie's species is Chinkin. Did you know that there was a whole sequence in The Weirdo that was entirely drawn by children? So if you ever think you can't do something, just remember that literal children have provided art for an internationally acclaimed cartoon. While the kids themselves didn't animate the entire sequence, the kids did draw all of the art that was used. Ben expressed that The Weirdo was supposed to resonate with people who felt misunderstood. childhood. Darwin canonically cannot grow fingernails, which is why he slaps instead of punches. Tobias has become notably less popular with the other kids in the school as the series has progressed. Like most creators, Ben is hard on himself when it comes to Gumball. He feels like he fell short on season 1 because he wanted it to be 40 episodes, but it landed on a measly 36 episodes instead. To fix this, season 6 of Gumball got bumped up to 44 episodes. Baclette wanted to do this to make up for season 1 being 4 episodes short than every other season. The oldest character in all of Gumball easily has to be Miss Simeon, because she is over 300,000 years old. I don't think any other character even comes close to her in age. Sussie's eyes are always looking in different directions. This was a deliberate choice to make her always feel off. Clayton seems to suffer from mythomania, which is a behavior when the victim has the incapacity to talk about past events without nonsensical lies. The original pilot that was released in 2008 had a bunch of differences, like Gumball and Darwin's different designs. The show was originally planned to focus on Nicole, Gumball's mom, as the main protagonist. Concept was later reworked to focus more on Gumball and Darwin, but Nicole still remains one of the main characters in the series. An episode called The Rex was planned but never fully produced. It would have focused on Tina Rex's dad, a full-size T-Rex, who was supposed to be the most powerful being in Elmore. Tobias's design was inspired by 1980s workout videos. The leg warmers and sweatband were added as a joke, but were never removed. Originally, Penny's true form, a shape-shifting fairy, was supposed to be revealed as a curse, making it impossible for her and Gumball to be together. But the creators decided to change it into a positive transformation instead. The Elmore Junior High lockers are recycled 3D models from an abandoned Cartoon Network pilot project called Dr. Lollipop. Penny has a total of 8 unique transformations across the series. Banana Joe's mom, Barbara Banana, can actually paint pictures that see into the future, which builds a lot of lore that we haven't seen yet, like the Watterson family in the Void, and it even predicts events that happen at the end of season 6. Idaho canonically lives off the grid. His house doesn't appear on Elmore's map or in the city's power registry. A recurring gag in season 2 is Principal Brown having to stop his car, usually to make room for the Wattersons. This has occurred in The Remote, The Job, Christmas, and the internet. Gumball and Darwin weren't chosen to be a catfish duo by accident. Ben wanted to show off a dynamic that usually wouldn't work in real life. Richard's shirt size is Omega XXL. This was made up by the writers because nothing else fits. They really did my boy Richard dirty with that one. Ocho was almost named Pixel initially, but that name was already trademarked. Clayton is canonically banned from every Elmore sporting event due to turning into balls and cheating. Jamie was originally planned to be Penny's cousin, but this was dropped due to timeline confusion. November 1st is an important day in the Watterson family. It's none other than the anniversary of Richard and Nicole's wedding. The Watterson family either lives on a wrecking yard, or at least shares the same phone number as them, as seen on a missing poster, and an ad for the yard in both the Elmore residence and the Elmore wrecking yard is 555-0199. Calling the whole household can be awkward, so if you want to get in contact with Anais, then shoot her an email. Her email address is anais.watterson@elmore.com. She must be pretty important to have an official email. The handheld game console that Richard gives Gumball, called the Game Child, is of course a play on the Game Boy. Surprisingly, the Game Child did exist in real life, and it was a knockoff of the famous Game Boy. Gumball's Game Child even has a knockoff game on it too. It's called Paradox of the Enemy Within, and the logo looks exactly like the one from Final Fantasy VII. Gumball is left-handed in early seasons, but switches hands depending on the animator. The only Elmore student with perfect attendance is Clayton. He shapeshifts into other students to boost his stats. Idaho's voice actor was chosen because his audition sounded like a homeschooled cowboy with anxiety. Carrie has the second most fourth wall breaks in the show, right behind Gumball. The creators of Gumball actually did a collab with Don't Hug Me I'm Scared in the episode called The Puppets. Puppet section in this episode took over 3 months to complete storyboarding, making the actual puppets and filming. That's over 3 months to make about 3 minutes worth of content. It's shown in The Burden. No matter how much hair Principal Brown waxes, it instantly grows back. Bobbert has transformed into combat mode at least 5 times. In The Robot, The Club, The Apology, and also in Gumball and Darwin's Imagination, in the episodes The Law and The Stories. Carrie doesn't sleep. Ghosts in the Gumball universe enter a trance loop, which is referred to in her dialogue. Gumball might be a bit afraid of fans of the show. In the episode The Catfish, Gumball swears to never search himself up on the internet again. He still has flashbacks of the very sus fan art. We find out that Principal Brown's degree is actually fake in the episode The Fraud. Sussy blames blinks asynchronously. One eye blinks before the other by exactly 0.15 seconds. Idaho's design includes several different potato species blended together. The character sheet labels him as a spud mutt. The episode The News had a big change after it initially aired. The news anchor was an actual human being, but he was later changed to be a puppet. This change wasn't because of a demand from Cartoon Network. Instead, it was because everyone on the staff wasn't a fan of the live-action actor, except Ben McClett. Masami's mother is the CEO of Weather Corporation, and she controls Elmore's climate off-screen. Anais has the highest known IQ in Elmore, which actually comes out to 256, and this is revealed on the second half of her report card in the IQ. Did you know that Principal Brown actually has some hidden secrets? In the episode The Grade, he reveals that he's apparently being hunted by the FBI. Also, Principal Brown may be a furry, but let's not dive into that one. Well, it's never made clear. Darwin refers to his parents by Mr. Dad and Mrs. Mom respectively. It could be that he's unsure about how they're his parents because he was initially their pet. In the episode The Origins Part 2, Richard insists that Darwin call him Dad, since before that, Darwin always called him Mr. Watterson. Instead, Darwin calls him Mr. Dad and sticks with that throughout his life. No parent would ever admit who their favorite child is, unless that parent is Richard. While Darwin isn't the biological son of Richard and Nicole, he's still Richard's favorite child. In The Robot, Bobber is shown to be emotionless, but in The Mystery, he laughs at Principal Brown falling down the stairs, wrapping himself up in toilet paper, and falling into Gumball's locker. Darwin is a pretty talented fish. Did you know that he can grow his legs back on a whim? I mean, Darwin did start out with no legs, or lungs even, so it does make sense that he should just be able to grow them back. Right? I don't know if it's that deep, it's just a cartoon. In the episode The Lady, the 4 ladies are actually just guys in Elmore cosplaying as ladies. And all of these are references to the 4 girls from the Golden Girls. Darwin has said in the show that he's bald and can't seem to grow hair. However, it's possible for him to grow leg hair, which, I mean, that has gotta be a first in fish biology. Nicole's angry voice is layered with tiger growls in post-production to make it more intense. Banana Joe failed kindergarten 3 times, not because he was dumb, but because he couldn't sit still. Richard can't read cursive. This is revealed when he tries to interpret a birthday card in the signature. Some of the animation staff work second jobs in Elmore. Character designer Raphael has his signature on the $100 bill as Elmore's treasurer. Mick Graves wasn't left out either. In the episode The Best, a picture of Mick Graves can be seen briefly on Gumball's computer. Graves can also be seen on a sculpture as well. In the episode The Nuisance, Gumball pees on a piece of artwork that is signed by none other than Mick Graves. The episode The Singing might be one of the most ambitious episodes to date with all of the musical references. The opening song, sung by multiple characters, is a direct reference to Disney's Frozen called In Summer. Richard's love for food knows no bounds, which is why he sings the song I Love All My Food Fried. The song is a parody of Always on My Mind by Brenda Lee. Even planets can get sad, especially when it comes to losing their status of being a planet. Pluto's song, The Hurt I Feel, is a parody of Adele's Hello. There are a ton of characters in Gumball, but what's the highest number to appear in one episode? Well, 50 characters show up in The Singing, giving every other character a run for its money. Oddly enough though, The Singing features almost every character except for 2. My boy Gumball and Darwin. The 2 main characters aren't even around. While Darwin has been absent from other episodes, this marks the first time Gumball didn't appear, breaking his streak of 186 episodes. Gumball's prominent hips might not even be hips at all. He's had such bad posture while sitting that it's affected his growth, and his hips are just the rest of his torso, which didn't stretch out. The newest voice actor for Gumball is Nicholas Cantu, and he's already been nominated for playing Gumball. He was chosen at the Annies for outstanding achievements in voice acting. Between Gumball and Darwin, there have been 9 actors that have played these characters. Yeah, you know, puberty will do that. Every episode title is only 2 words. The blank. The shortest episode titles are the G and the X, which tie for the shortest at 5 letters each. There are Gumball fans everywhere, even in the White House. Press Secretary Sarah Sanders tweeted a photo of herself with a turkey, and on the screen you can see the end credits of a Gumball episode. We can only wonder if the White House staff has ever seen the episode The Nuisance, in which the mayor of Elmore bears an uncanny resemblance to Donald Trump. Richard can only use his brain in the most direst of situations. In fact, when he uses it in any capacity, he undergoes a Hulk-like transformation. Banana Joe's peel color changes slightly depending on the time of day, which happens to be a subtle lighting detail. Potatoes in Elmore can be seen as food, but also people. It's a little disturbing, especially for Elmore's resident potato, Idaho. Speaking of potatoes, Idaho doesn't seem to care that Darwin has a massive potato craving. Darwin learned English by watching soap operas and singing karaoke with Gumball. Gumball. How wholesome. And finally, for the last fact, only 3% of you guys are subscribed to Gumball Universe. What are you doing? Lock in. We're almost at 100K. Come on, subscribe. Please, please, please subscribe. Please, please.